At the moment of death, as his vision faded to gray, Chen Hui's composure completely shattered. As Shadowblade, one of the top 10 assassins in the entire server of Eternal, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the leg hair of the god-level boss, world-destroying Demon Dragon. Simply because the boss sneezed, the spreading shockwave killed him, a max-level assassin from 3 kilometers away. His health bar instantly emptied. That paper-thin feeling of helplessness was every squishy player's nightmare. In my next life, he'll never be a squishy again. Anyone who plays an assassin is a coward. Chen Hui shot up from his chair, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat that soaked his cheap security uniform. Before him wasn't the gray game revival screen, but a narrow, stuffy security booth reeking of foot odor. The electronic clock on the wall showed June 15th, 2036, 7:30. Chen Hui froze for 2 seconds, then pinched his thigh hard. It hurt. Him back. He hadn't died from the boss sneeze, but returned half an hour before the launch of Eternal. Before he could collect his thoughts, the glass window of the booth was pounded furiously. Chen Hui, are you dead in there? If not, get out here. A greasy face pressed against the glass, features scrunched up in anger. Exactly, the money-grubbing snobbish. The supervisor pushed open the door, spittle flying. Just got off night shift. I'm doing you a favor by asking you to move 2 cases of water. Kids these days can't take any hardship, no wonder you're stuck as a security guard for life. Chen Hui rubbed his ringing ears, looked at the balding man who had given him endless trouble in his past life, and a sly grin spread across his face. Supervisor, you don't even need lights for your night patrol, do you? The supervisor was taken aback. What do you mean? Chen Hui pointed at the man's gleaming bald head, clicking his tongue in mock admiration. Standing that shiny bald head at the entrance, people might think our booth installed a human light bulb. High wattage, even reflects like a mirror. The room went silent instantly. The supervisor's face turned from red to livid, trembling with rage. You dare mock me? You're rebelling. Chen Hui, say goodbye to this month's salary. He'll deduct all your. Deduct my salary. Chen Hui's smile widened. He slowly walked to the corner, picked up the red fire extinguisher, and weighed it in his hand. Thud. The extinguisher hit the table with a dull sound. The supervisor flinched backward, blustering. What are you trying to do? Hitting someone is against the law. Overthinking, just checking the fire equipment. Chen Hui tapped the extinguisher canister lightly, his tone flat, as if chatting about everyday matters. This extinguisher expired 3 years ago. Where did that money go? TSK tisk if I reported this to the fire department, or leaked it to the property group chat. The supervisor's face went pale. If the embezzlement came out, he'd not only lose his job, but also end up behind bars. Ha ha ha, young Chen, you're so funny. The supervisor's fat cheek twitched as he forced a smile uglier than a cry. Just kidding, not a single deduction, absolutely not. I quit. Chen Hui set down the extinguisher and dusted off his hands. Great. That's good news. The supervisor relaxed. Transfer my salary to my card now. No problem. Transferring right away. Triple. You must be insane. The supervisor's temper flared again. Chen Hui, don't push your luck. Even if I skimmed a bit from the extinguisher fund, it's not like. Chen Hui pointed at the bald head, raising his voice. You even slept with the property manager's wife. The supervisor clamped his hand over Chen Hui's mouth, smiling appeasingly. Let's make a plan. Alipay received 9,000 yuan. Chen Hui glanced at the balance on his phone, gave a satisfied whistle, and tossed his security cap onto the table. Thanks, big light bulb. With that, Chen Hui walked out of the booth without looking back, leaving the supervisor standing bewildered in the wind. Back in his 10-square-meter rented room, Chen Hui moved swiftly. Chocolate energy drinks and compressed biscuits from the supermarket, enough to keep him indoors for 3 days. Just as he carried the stuff upstairs, he ran into the beautiful landlady coming out to dump trash in her silk pajamas. The landlady had an excellent figure, lounging lazily against the doorframe. Her cool gaze swept over the junk food. Back. Chen Hui said nothing, directly transferring the overdue rent. Sis, rent's paid. The beautiful landlady glanced at her phone and nodded slightly. Her gaze fell again on the cheap plastic gaming helmet in the room, and she spoke softly. Play fewer games, get some rest. Don't die in the rental. It's hard to rent out a death house. Though the words weren't kind, Chen Hui knew she had a good heart. In his past life, when he was dead broke, she never actually— Don't worry sis, I'm tough as nails. The king of hell thinks I talk too much to take me. Chen Hui grinned, slipped into his room, and locked the door. 10 minutes left until the launch of Eternal. He put on the cheapest gaming helmet and took a deep breath. In his past life at the launch, there was a network fluctuation bug that lasted only 2 minutes. By disconnecting and reconnecting at a specific frequency during the talent awakening interface, one could trigger an infinite reset effect. In the previous life, countless people missed this opportunity. This time he would defy fate. At exactly 8:00. Connection successful. Entering Eternal. Please draw your initial talent. A massive wheel appeared on the screen. Chen Hui's eyes narrowed and his fingers moved swiftly at the network cable port. Pull the cable. Plug it in. The system prompts began glitching frantically. Draw complete. Network disconnected. Resetting. Obtained Grade Talent Flame Affinity Reset. Obtained a Grade Talent Powerful Strike Reset. Obtained Grade Talent Shadow Step Reset. When he saw Shadow Step, Chen Hui's heart nearly stopped. This was the assassin's ultimate skill. The grade talent countless players dreamed of. No, I swore I'd never be as squishy again in this life. Chen Hui gritted his teeth and reluctantly clicked reset. He was waiting for the unique talent that existed only in legend said to have only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Time ticked away. With the 2-minute bug window about to end, Chen Hui's palms were sweaty. Come on. If it doesn't show up, it'll end up as a whiteboard. Last 10 seconds on the countdown. Suddenly the golden wheel was split by a dark purple thunderbolt. The entire screen went black instantly. Then a line of purple characters slowly materialized. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the SS grade talent Unique Thorn Lord. Chen Hui's pupils dilated violently. He quickly clicked to view the details. Thorn Lord unique evolvable effect when attacked whether damage is dealt or not deals true damage equal to 10 of the player's current maximum HP to the attacker. Feature this damage ignores shields, ignores defense, ignores evasion. This. Chen Hui gasped sharply, the corners of his mouth gradually rising into a crazed smile, finally erupting into goose-like laughter. True damage. And calculated based on my own HP. This wasn't Thorns. This was a hedgehog spirit. As long as he stacked enough HP, whoever attacked him would die. Please choose your class. Chen Hui didn't hesitate, directly skipping the flashy mage assassin and archer class. He chose the underdog class from his past life. Shield warrior. Lock it in. Please allocate initial attribute points, 5 total strength. Even dogs wouldn't take that. Agility. What's the use of running fast? Taking hits is the true path. Intelligence. He was a tank. Why would he need brains? Chen Hui's fingers flew, dumping all 5 free points into Constitution. Player Chen Hui SS grade talent, Thorn, Lord level LV. 1 class Shield Warrior HP 200200 Rage 1010. He recalled that in his past life as an assassin his initial HP was a pathetic 50. The Shadow Blade of the past life who was agile and broke at a touch was dead. This life standing before you is a blood cow that will make all players and bosses despair. Please enter your character ID. Chen Hui stroked his chin, recalling the grievances of his past life, the bald supervisor, and the boss that killed him with a sneeze. Since this world makes no sense, he would be a man who makes no sense. He sneered and typed 2 characters, Fangu, Rebellious Bone. Character creation successful. Welcome to the world of Eternal. A blinding white light exploded. His eardrums were nearly torn apart by the overwhelming noise of the crowd. No. 12138 Novice Village. Before Chen Hui even opened his eyes, the distinctive canned human flesh smell of the early server launch filled his nostrils. The moment his vision cleared, he saw countless clipping thighs wobbling before his eyes. The cheap knockoff helmet clearly couldn't handle the graphics. Passing players trailed pixelated afterimages behind them. Stop pushing. One more shove, and him disconnecting. Forming a rabbit-killing party. Need a healer. No catfishers, only voice changers. Buying copper coins at high prices. Scammers die and rot. Chen Hui sneered and slung the wooden shield granted by the system onto his back. He looked around. On the village meadow there were more heads than blades of grass. 5 or 6 burly men surrounded a pitiful level 1 reedied rabbit, pounding it relentlessly. The thud of wooden clubs sounded like hammering iron. The rabbit didn't even have time to go reedied before it was beaten into a paste by random swings. At this rate, saving up for a new helmet by killing rabbits would take until the national football team won a championship. Chen Hui raised a hand and swiped away the kill 10 reedied rabbits novice quest floating on the right side of his vision. Not doing it. Waste of time. Relying on the muscle memory of a top-tier assassin from his past life, Chen Hui weaved through the packed crowd with a serpentine sidestep. Left sway. Right dodge. He squeezed through the seemingly impenetrable human wall and headed straight for the northern wilderness. His target was clear, the 35-level monster zone, Flower Slope. Once past the edge of the noisy crowd, the world fell silent. As he neared Flower Slope, several screams drifted into his ears on the wind. A foreman team was scrambling back in disarray. Their equipment looked luxurious for the current stage, clearly bought with real money. The warrior at the front just raised his iron sword. Thud! A black shadow flashed. A sharp stinger pierced through the sword, as if it were paper, driving into the warrior's forehead. Instant kill. The warrior's corpse hit the ground, a large hole in his head. The remaining mage, priest, and archer were terrified out of their wits. Before they could run 2 steps, a green glow erupted above their heads. Poisoned. Their health bars drained like an open faucet, emptying in an instant. During the newbie protection period, death didn't send them back to town. For translucent souls floated above the corpses, cursing the black shadows with colorful profanity. What the hell kind of stats are these? A level 3 monster takes half your HP with 1 hit. And constant poison damage. The devs have shit for brains. Chen Hui stopped. A data panel appeared. Poison B level 3, HP 80 traits, rapid sting, toxic stack. High attack speed with poison damage. For a fragile character with barely over 100 HP at this stage, this thing was a death warrant from the King of Hell. But in Chen Hui's eyes, these weren't poison bees. They were flying experience packs, ones that delivered themselves right to his doorstep. He straightened his armorless novice robe and strode forward boldly. The floating souls of the three-person team were stunned. What's that guy doing? Trying to die? The mage's soul drifted beside the priest, looking on with an expression of utter disbelief. He doesn't have a weapon or armor. Is he a noob? Chen Hui walked over to a giant wildflower. A poison bee was busily collecting nectar, its rear end wiggling. Instead of raising a shield, Chen Hui swung his arm in a wide arc and slapped the bee's furry rear. Smack! The sound was crisp and clear. The nectar-gathering bee froze. It turned around, its compound eyes fixed on the clueless human before its wing vibrations ramping up instantly. Chen Hui didn't run. Instead, he extended a finger pointed at the bee's head and mockingly crooked it. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know how to do. Rent paid. Property fees paid. I suspect you're illegally squatting. The bee grew furious. A sharp screech pierced the air. Instantly, the flowers erupted. Buzz. Over 20 poison bees burst from beneath the blossoms, coalescing into a dark cloud that descended upon Chen Hui. Holy shit. This guy's insane. The floating archer's soul paled even more. That's not how you pull aggro. He's going to be turned into a pincushion. Chen Hui watched the incoming swarm with a calm expression. He spread his arms wide as if embracing, "Come on, babies, charge me up." The swarm engulfed Chen Hui instantly. Countless stingers stabbed into him like a rain of needles. Damage numbers rose 5. 5. 5. Poison 111. His HP bar visibly dropped a small fraction. But then an even more terrifying sight unfolded. At the exact moment the bees' attacks landed, a blood-red storm of numbers erupted uniformly above the dark swarm. 20 true damage. 20 true damage. 20 true damage. Chen Hui had 200 HP, so 10 reflected damage equaled 20 points. Ignoring defense. True damage. Each poison bee had only 80 HP and they attacked fast, 2 or 3 stings per second, plus the poison reflection. In other words, if they stung Chen Hui twice, they would die themselves. Crackle, crackle. The once ferocious swarm began falling from the air like dumplings into a pot. Dead bodies rained onto the ground at Chen Hui's feet. Within 3 seconds, all 20-odd poison bees were wiped out. The protagonist at the center of the storm had lost less than 50 HP. He wasn't even at half health. Killed level 3 poison bee gained 50 EXP, level bonus 50. Killed level 3 poison bee gained 50 EXP. Golden lights flashed in succession. Congratulations. Player has reached level 2. Congratulations. Player has reached level 3. The foreman team's souls, still cursing the developers, fell utterly silent. The mage's jaw dropped. The priest dropped his staff without noticing. Is that a hack? The archer murmured, feeling his worldview crumble. That has to be a hack, right? He just stands there and the mobs die. GM, do something. Chen Hui patted the stingers off his robe, feeling the warm current of energy surging within him. 2 levels gained. 10 free attribute points in hand. He didn't even glance at attack stats. Instead, he poured all 10 points into Constitution. The Constitution growth for shield warriors was extremely high. 1 point equaled 20 HP. After leveling, his status updated. HP 400,400. Looking at the reassuringly thick health bar, Chen Hui whistled approvingly. At only level 3, his HP already rivaled that of a level 10 fragile mage. He bent down and leisurely picked up the copper coins and materials dropped by the poison bees. Copper coins x12 honey x3. His movements were as smooth as if he were picking vegetables from his own garden. Hey! A trembling voice came from behind. The mage. Chen Hui turned around. The 4 newly resurrected players were staring at him like he was a monster. And master. The mage swallowed nervously, his voice unsteady. What was that skill you used? Chen Hui picked up the last copper coin and grinned at the 3, revealing a row of, nothing special. I get acupuncture often. The bees couldn't pierce me, so they tired themselves out and died. With that, he turned and walked deeper into the flowers, leaving 3 souls standing dumbfounded in the wind. Did you record that? The mage spun around abruptly. The priest nodded numbly, fingers still trembling. Posted on the forum, quickly. The archer finally snapped out of it, his soul quivering with excitement. I've already got the title. Shocking. A man did this to a group of bees in broad daylight. Chen Hui ignored the commotion behind him. That level of shock was nothing. In my past life, I must have had water in my brain to pick the assassin class, Chen Hui muttered disdainfully to himself as he walked. This feeling of making money while standing still is just too satisfying. Just then the purple talent icon in his vision suddenly pulsed. Ding. Detected player has been hit 100 times. SS grade talent, Thorn Lord triggers advancement. Quest objective, accumulate 50000 reflected damage. Current progress 0500. Reward reflection ratio increased to 30. Grievous wound effect unlocked. New trait unlocked. Chen Hui stopped in his tracks. 50,000 reflected damage. If any other fragile class got this quest, they'd delete their character and start over. But for him now, Perfect. Killing more poison bees wouldn't give him the level bonus experience anymore. In his past life, there was a hidden boss inside the hive. It would only spawn after enough elite bees were killed. Chen Hui looked toward the massive beehive not far ahead. Let's take it on. Deep within the flower thicket, the sweet fragrance is so thick it feels almost tangible. Accompanying it is the hair-raising sound of wings flapping. Chen Hui lifted his eyelids. Above him, several large shadows are circling. Level 5 elite poison bees. They are larger than ordinary worker bees, and their stinger, instead of being black, glows with an eerie blue light. They do not collect nectar, but hover in the air like patrol drones, their compound eyes fixed on the unwelcome intruder encroaching upon their territory. In his past life, this place was a graveyard for close combat professions. Flying high, attacking swiftly with deadly poison, and capable of slowing down their targets. How many proud warriors have been toyed with and killed here, never even touching a hair of the monsters. But to me now. Chen Hui tugged at the corner of his mouth, a hint of malice in his expression. You are nothing more than a bunch of experience capsules flying in the sky. He did not rush to engage the monsters. Slowly he took out a jar of the recently dropped inferior honey from his backpack. He twisted open the lid. He extended his finger and dipped a generous amount of the thick golden liquid. Right under the watchful eyes of the elite poison bees, he brought it to his mouth. Smack, smack. Chen Hui exaggeratedly smacked his lips, the sound piercing the quiet thicket. He shook his head and pointed his honey-covered finger at the sky, giving them the middle finger. Is this the honey you made? It's so thick it's definitely watered down, right? How dare you sell counterfeit products? Suddenly the surroundings fell silent. The compound eyes of the elite poison bees seemed to flash red all at once. Although they could not understand human speech, the disdain and contempt on this bipedal creature's face soared to the skies. Such an insult must be avenged. Buzz. The flapping sound instantly shot up an octave. The elite poison bees' abdomens contracted sharply, and deep purple venom coalesced at the tips of their eerie blue stingers. In the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The venom shot forth like arrows, accompanied by a foul wind sealing off all escape routes around Chen Hui. If it were the shadow blade from his previous life, he would have already turned into an afterimage and dashed 10 meters away. But now Chen Hui remained completely still. He was even too lazy to raise that broken wooden shield. With his arms crossed, he resembled a leader inspecting the work, allowing the deadly venom to rain down upon him. Splash, splash, splash. The venom exploded on his novice cloth attire, the foul liquid splattering across his face. Chen Hui wiped his face and licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue. Phew, a bit salty. Poison, losing 2 health points per second, lasting 180 seconds. This rate of health deduction for someone with 400 health points like Chen Hui barely felt like a tickle. His health bar only flickered slightly, barely indicating a drop. But for the attackers, this was doomsday. The moment the venom touched Chen Hui's skin, it felt as if a series of invisible bombs had exploded in the air. 40 real damage. 40 real damage. 40 real damage. The bright red numbers exploded like fireworks above the swarm. Ignoring defense. Ignoring distance. As long as you dare to strike, I dare to take your life. The total health of the elite poison bees was merely 120. Just a single volley of 3 shots of venom. They didn't even have time to see how that bipedal creature died before their own health points were instantly depleted. Crackling. The once mighty aerial overlords now fell like kites with their strings cut one after another. The bodies crashed onto the grass, scattering shiny copper coins everywhere. Chen Hui didn't even need to lift a finger. The battle was over. Is that it, eh? Chen Hui kicked the poison bee corpse at his feet, looking unsatisfied. I haven't even exerted myself, and you all went down. Golden light rose from his body. The experience bar shot up as if on a rocket. The thrill of leveling up while lying down made every pore on Chen Hui's body relax. In the next 20 minutes, a bizarre scene unfolded on the flower-covered slope. A man glowing with a green light due to poisoning strolled leisurely among the monsters. He didn't attack, he just wandered around. Occasionally stopping to snack, he would point at the poisoned bees in the sky and curse at them. The enraged bees charged at him in a suicidal frenzy, and then they collectively exploded. Ding! Congratulations, player, level up to level 4. Ding! Congratulations, player, level up to level 5. As the last elite poison bee transformed into white light, golden light of leveling up surged once more from Chen Hui. Level 5. Just an hour after the server opened. He stood at the pinnacle of all player levels currently. Chen Hui skillfully allocated all 10 points of free attributes into Constitution. Health cap 600. The thickness of this health bar is already more exaggerated than that of elite monsters at the same level. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a peculiar gleam caught his eye in the grass. It was an old book pressed beneath the corpse of a poison bee, faintly glowing with a bronze hue. Chen Hui abruptly halted his steps. Even as a reincarnator at that moment, his breath hitched for half a second. He took 2 steps forward and snatched the book into his hand, his fingertips turning slightly white from the force. Random generic skill book description grants a random generic skill for the current profession upon use. It's really it. In his previous life, it was also at this spot, also from this group of elite poison bees. Back then he was a fragile assassin who spent half an hour just to kite these monsters, exhausting all his potions. When he exploded this book, he was overjoyed. But he was too poor at that time. His mother was lying in the ICU waiting for rescue funds. He could only watch helplessly as this invaluable skill book was bought by a wealthy warrior at the trading post. Later that warrior, using the skill from this book, became a top 10 tank in the whole server, basking in glory. That was a lingering regret for Chen Hui in his previous life. Money in this lifetime, I have plenty of ways to earn it. A wild light flashed in Chen Hui's eyes as he rubbed the rough spine of the book. But this thing, no one can take it from me. Without any hesitation, he clasped his hands together. The skill book shattered in his palm, transforming into countless golden runes that surged into his forehead. Randomly selecting skill. The wheel of fortune spun rapidly in his mind. Chen Hui focused intently on the interface. It must be that one. It has to be that one. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the generic skill Shield Slam. The moment he saw those 4 characters, Chen Hui's tense shoulders instantly relaxed. Then he burst into a fit of wild laughter. His laughter echoed across the empty flower-covered slope, startling a few distant birds. Huh. Heaven does not abandon me. It really is Shield Slam. He trembled as he opened the skill details. Shield Slam LV. 1. Effect upon activation, gain a shield value equal to 25 of maximum health. When attacking while holding the shield, it consumes the shield to deal equivalent physical damage to the target. Cooldown 8 seconds. The seemingly ordinary description. In the hands of an ordinary warrior, this would just be a typical survival and damage skill. But in Chen Hui's hands, this is a nuclear weapon. His talent is counterattack, but the drawback is the lack of active burst methods. And the damage of Shield Slam is directly linked to health. He currently has 600 health. 25 equates to 150 shield points. With this Shield Slam, that's 150 base damage. At this stage, even a berserker with all points in strength would deal only about 20 health points with a single strike. His one strike is equivalent to others hitting 7 or 8 times. Not to mention, as his level increases, his health will grow exponentially with all points in stamina. By that time, with this Shield Slam, counterattack is passive, Shield Slam is active. Chen Hui waved his arm in the air as if he was already holding a giant shield capable of shattering everything. The current me is truly a blend of offense and defense. Whoever provokes me, I will retaliate against them. I'll see who I don't like. Chen Hui grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth. I'll just slam them down with my shield. Puff! Another elite venom bee detonated into a spray of light in midair. Chen Hui did not even bother to glance at the combat prompts. His gaze remained fixed on the hidden counter in the system backend that only he could see. Thorn Lord Advancement Progress 9600500000. Only 400 more hits to go, Chen Hui murmured, rubbing the slight ache in his neck. It seemed the game pod would need to be prioritized soon. 80 elite venom bees in total had thrown themselves at him in succession, their lives unwittingly fueling the evolution of his innate talent. Such selfless sacrifice moved the heavens. It deserved a medal. Ding! A crisp drop sound. Chen Hui looked down to find quietly nestled in the grass at his feet a dagger with a dull gray sheen. Venom Barb Dagger, Craftsman Grade Gray. Attack Power 15. Special Effect 5% chance to poison the target on hit. Required Level 5 Assassin only. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow and smiled with a trace of nostalgia. In his previous life, this shabby dagger had been his first infatuation. Back then he had been penniless, scrapping and fighting over monsters for the chance to wield that poisoned blade. He had clung to it, even upon reaching level 10. How time changes everything. Chen Hui sighed as he bent to pick it up. His fingers barely brushed the cold hilt when a chill shot straight to his crown. As a former top 10 assassin across the entire server, the instinct for killing had been etched into his bones. Without thought, his body moved faster than his mind. Chen Hui braced at the waist, and like an upended toy lurched backward in an almost absurd motion. A streak of cold light grazed his nose, snipping off a few strands of hair. At once a small figure who had missed its attack lost balance completely. Carried by inertia, the figure flew straight into Chen Hui's arms. Ah! Came a soft, startled sound. Warm and supple against him, the body was springy to the touch. In a romance story, this would be a pink, iconic moment, with cherry blossoms drifting in the background. But this was Yongan. Chen Hui looked down and met a pair of wide, panicked eyes. A petite assassin no taller than 1.5 meters, her face masked in black, a scarlet nameplate hovering above her head, Duo Yen. Before that ambiguous instant could even thicken, the system's cold alert sounded in Chen Hui's mind. You have been maliciously attacked by player Duo Yen. Justifiable defense mode activated. A mocking number floated above Chen Hui's head. 1. The next moment the girl in his arms went rigid. A terrible crimson numeral, like the slash of a reaper's scythe, exploded above her head. 60 true damage. At this stage, a full-dex assassin barely had 50 life points. She did not even have. The warm body in his arms instantly became a cold corpse and slid to the ground. Clink. 2 bronze coins popped out of the body and rolled to Chen Hui's feet. What had been a pink romantic vignette a moment ago had turned into a grim horror. Chen Hui looked at the still open eyes on the ground and spread his hands in exasperation, voice full of rueful scolding. That's it, he said. Young people these days, why so drastic? He flicked the 2 coins with his toe, amused. This is what assassins are like, fragile as chips. Clearly full dex, only 50 HP. A pathetic twig. I haven't even moved, and you already shattered yourself. The body had not yet disappeared. Chen Hui shrugged. Looks like she died grudgingly, a shell come crawling back as a revenant to curse me, he muttered, then paid the corpse no more mind. He raised his head and let his gaze sweep the seemingly tranquil flower beds. The wind bent the grass and the blossoms trembled. To Chen Hui's keen, conniving eyes, those unnatural rustlings were as if the words someone here were written in bold across the terrain. All right, stop hiding, he called into the air in a languid tone. Your bottoms are showing. Do I need to invite you out for a midnight? Silence answered him, broken only by the breeze, as if the earlier commotion had been a mirage. Not coming out, huh? Fine. Chen Hui smirked, reached into his pack, and produced the jar of poor quality honey he had not finished earlier. He aimed and threw. The jar described a graceful arc and landed squarely in the densest cluster of flowers. Ah, what the hell, who threw shit? A shriek rang out. A disheveled warrior with an outrageous tuft of yellow hair stumbled up, a broken jar perched atop his head, sticky honey sliding down his cheek and smearing his face. With that yellow head revealed, a dozen or so others rose from the bushes. All of them were level 2 or 3. Aside from the yellow-haired warrior who barely surpassed 100 HP, the rest were brittle types who would break at the slightest touch. The yellow-haired man ripped the jar from his head, wiped the honey from his face, pointed his long sword at Chen Hui, and grinned with shameless swagger. Huh. No wonder you're brave enough to solo high-level monster zones. You do have some vigilance. Chen Hui glanced at the motley crew. At that moment, he noticed the elite venom bees were spawning more slowly. Indeed, they had halted altogether. The air grew heavy. Chen Hui's eyes flashed, and a particularly unscrupulous idea hatched in his mind. He produced another jar of honey, twirling it in his hand, and asked with feigned casualness. So what are you lads after? Loot or lust? I may be handsome, but I don't sell my body. Startled by the diversion, the yellow-haired man's earlier bravado nearly evaporated. He squared his chest, struck what he thought a dashing pose, and proclaimed grandly, rubbish. I would never sully my soul with petty riches. We seek fame. Do you understand? Kill you and Langway Studio will rise to glory in one stroke. Chen Hui stifled a laugh. And after fame, he asked. The yellow-haired man retorted with righteous certainty. Take contracts, and earn coin, of course, you idiot. Chen Hui's smile widened at the fellow's peculiar logic. All right, ambitious, Chen Hui said. Since you crave renown, I'll give you a chance. The yellow-haired man froze, then exulted, mistaking it for fear. Good. You're sensible, a real man. He waved his hand to rally his comrades for a group assault. Hold on. Chen Hui lifted a hand and made a pause gesture. Are you streaming this? He asked. The yellow-haired man stiffened. Huh. No. Why would I? Chen Hui sighed with incredulity and jabbed a finger at the man's nose. Are you an idiot? If you don't stream, whole no, it was Langway Studio that killed me. If I lie down on the ground afterwards, and you claim I'm the master, who will believe you? No picture, no truth, understand? The yellow-haired man fell silent. His mind spun for a couple of seconds, then he slapped his thigh and looked at Chen Hui with gratitude shining in his eyes. Holy crap, master, I see it. You're right. Without footage, who would know how awesome I am? Brother, that's the plan. If we knock you out, I'll even burn double offerings to you when I honor my ancestors. With that, the yellow-haired man fumbled through his system interface and switched on the all-server livestream, choosing a bombastic title, Langway Studios debut, surrounding and killing the server's top-ranked player. It's live? Friends, you are decent folk, but for my future, I must ask you to die, he snarled and swung his sword. Brothers, charge. A dozen of them howled and surged forward. Yet Chen Hui did not move from his spot. He glanced at the sky, then at the honey still smeared on the yellow-haired man's face. The smile on his lips took on a curiously sinister edge. About time, he murmured. When the yellow-haired man closed to within 5 meters, thunder suddenly rolled across the... A terrifying foul wind descended from the heavens, tearing the flower beds from their roots. A colossal shadow blanketed the earth. The yellow-haired man and his companions were buffeted helplessly and had hardly steadied themselves before an ear-splitting roar shattered the air. Who dares? Dare steal my offerings? Everyone looked up in terror. Suspended above them, a queen the size of a small car beat translucent wings, its compound eyes gleamed with savage red light as it fixed its gaze below. Venomous Fengho BOSS. Level 7. HP 6000600. Attack 100. Its terrifying health bar and oppressive aura made the legs of every person present tremble. Boss. The yellow-haired man's sword clattered from his grip, his voice shook. How can there be a boss this big in the starter village? At that instant, Chen Hui acted. He stepped back, exaggeratedly, hands trembling as he pointed at the stunned yellow-haired man, his voice hoarse with false terror and his performance flawless. Your Majesty the Queen Bee. It was him. This yellow-haired man stole your honey and smeared the rest all over. Look, his face is still sticky. He has treated your dignity like filth. Silence fell. The queen's gaze snapped to the yellow-haired man. Indeed, golden, sweet-smelling honey clung to his greasy features. He still held the empty jar in his hand. Both witness and evidence were present. The queen bellowed and the poisonous sting at her tail glowed with a despairing. The yellow-haired man looked from the empty jar to Chen Hui's sanctimonious face, then up at the boss preparing to strike. He cracked. His lips trembled as he issued a plaintive plea from his very soul. No. Big brother, are you making me into a scapegoat? There were no miracles at all. The enraged strike of the level 7 boss was simply beyond the capability of players at this stage. The dark blue tail needle pierced through the chest. Huang Mao didn't even see the trajectory of the attack. His vision faded into gray and white. A huge damage number floated up. He couldn't even utter his last words. His body transformed into white light, leaving behind an unrefreshed corpse still wearing that dazed expression of who am I? Where am I? In the live stream room, hundreds of viewers erupted in chaos. Is that it? Where's the streamer? Oh, turned into a box. I can't make sense of this boss's damage one-hit kill. Can this game even be played? Let's disperse. The streamer is gone. Ill support his sister-in-law. However, the fury of the Queen Bee clearly could not be quelled by the death of just one Huang Mao. Its enormous compound eyes flashed red, and its wings vibrated at high frequency. A deep purple poisonous mist suddenly erupted from its center. Skill toxic storm. Cough, cough, cough. The group of members from the Wolftail studio who had initially planned to watch the show was instantly engulfed by the purple mist. This group of fragile beings at levels 23 had their health bars above their heads jumping like they were bungee jumping. 15. 15. 15. In less than 5 seconds, the flower bush slope fell silent. A dozen corpses lay scattered, and the ground was covered with a sea of red and blue potions and copper coins. Chen Hui stood at the edge of the poisonous mist. He didn't even move. The toxin capable of one-shotting fragile players appeared somewhat ridiculous in the face of his 600 health points. The damage dealt per second was slower than his health regeneration rate. At this moment, due to the total annihilation incident, the live stream of Huang Mao's perspective saw its popularity soar to over 1,000 viewers. The system automatically captured the trending topic, and the title changed to Lone Wolf Player vs Hidden BOSS, a distortion of humanity, or a moral decline. The barrage of comments was dense, all filled with negativity. This kid in cloth is doomed. Without a weapon, is he going to fight with his head? Is he going to sacrifice his life? Is this guy scared silly? Why isn't he running? Run. Chen Hui curled the corners of his mouth. He moved his wrist, and his finger joints cracked audibly. Then, facing the camera from Huang Mao's perspective, he made a very arrogant yay gesture. Run. This is a free experience gift package waiting to be collected. Before his words could finish, the Queen Bee seemed to sense the disdain of this bipedal creature. A shrill cry pierced the eardrums. Its massive body stirred up a bloody wind, charging towards Chen Hui like an out-of-control heavy tank. It's over. I'm going to be turned into meat paste, someone exclaimed in the live stream. Just as that enormous mouth was about to touch the tip of Chen Hui's nose, Chen Hui moved. He did not raise his shield to withstand it. Although his body was heavy due to all points allocated to stamina under the control of a top assassin's awareness, it exhibited a strangely peculiar sense of incongruity. He crushed the soil with his toes and shifted to the left, by half a step, narrowly evading the legendary skill from his past life, Ghost Shadow Step. Even without agility bonuses, he managed to execute this physically impossible dodge through extreme control over his muscles. Whoosh! The foul wind brushed against his face. Chen Hui slid past the Queen Bee's furry abdomen. A massive mist floated above his head. For a moment, the barrage in the live stream fell into silence. Then the screen was filled with question marks. Is this a meat shield? This must be a rogue wearing plate armor. Luck. It must be luck. Did he just slip? However, the next second the viewers' complaints came again. Because although Chen Hui dodged the physical impact, he accidentally stepped into the poison pit left by the Queen Bee. Ziz. His cloth shoes were smoking. Poison 5 seconds, TCH, it really was luck. Isn't this still stepping on a landmine? Waiting for the streamer to die from poison. Chen Hui looked at the insignificant number floating above his head, and his face broke into a wide smile. Oh, it hurt so much, I'm dying of pain. While he shouted in pain, his body honestly stood still in the poison. At that same moment of being poisoned, the Queen Bee, just completing its dive and preparing to turn around, suddenly froze. 60 true damage. 60 true damage. 60 true damage. A series of blood-red numbers exploded wildly above the Queen Bee. The live stream fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched that bizarre scene. The man in beginner's cloth strolled leisurely in the poison mist, even deliberately rubbing against the areas of thicker poison, as if he were enjoying a sauna. Above his head floated a single digit indicating health loss. Meanwhile, the once mighty level 7 boss had its health bar gushing forth dozens of points of true damage. Is this some kind of cheat? Why is the boss losing health when it attacks him? Is this scientific? Report. Definitely report. A health locking and counter damage hack. Chen Hui couldn't be bothered to pay attention to those comments. He was having the time of his life. Come on. Hit harder. Haven't you eaten? Chen Hui skillfully avoided every physical attack from the queen bee while precisely catching every drop of splattered poison. Through the blooming flowers, he only picked up poison on himself. The queen bee went completely mad. It had never seen such a shameless human before. Unable to strike, it couldn't poison him, and instead it ended up suffering immense pain. Its health rapidly dropped below 1A and the boss entered a berserk state. The red glow in its compound eyes surged, and its attack speed skyrocketed, evidently wanting to forcefully exchange damage. Panicking, a glint flashed in Chen Hui's eyes as he put away his playful smile. I've played enough time to send you on your way. He suddenly stopped, no longer dodging, and instead faced the charge of the queen bee, raising his battered wooden shield. Skill-activated shield bash. Buzz. A thick golden light shield instantly enveloped his body. 150 shield points. In the next second, Chen Hui exerted force from his waist, his spine shaking, and the power surged through his arms. The wooden shield struck fiercely against the queen bee's vulnerable compound eyes with a whistling sound. Get down. Bang. A muffled sound shook the heavens. 150 skill damage. 60. The instant burst of damage wiped out the last shred of health from the queen bee. This level 7 boss let out an unwilling wail, and its massive body collapsed, shaking the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Crash. A massive explosion. Copper coins and materials filled the ground, dazzling in the sunlight. And atop that pile of loot lay 2 pieces of equipment, emitting a ghostly glow along with a skill book. The live stream exploded completely. Holy crap. Is it dead? Really dead? This damage. Did a shield just kill a boss? Is this a shield warrior? Big shot. Please carry me. I have a lowly voice. Hey, the one who said the streamer died and would support his sister-in-law. Come out and take a few steps. Chen Hui ignored the crazed barrage. He leisurely walked over, picking up the copper coins and equipment one by one into his backpack. His movements were graceful, as if he were picking vegetables in his own backyard. Finally, he picked up the staff that glimmered with a gray hue. He walked over to Huang Mao's corpse. At this moment, Huang Mao had not released his soul, still maintaining the first-person perspective live stream, perfectly able to see Chen Hui's enlarged face. Chen Hui squatted down. He reached out and kindly wiped the camera positioned at Huang Mao's eyes with his sleeve. Then he revealed a signature harmless smile. So, this is Wolf Tail Studio, right? He waved the staff in front of the camera. Thanks to my buddy for sending over this boss, this wave of rockets was quite big, and I'm very satisfied. The first artisan-grade staff in the whole server. Its attributes aren't bad, it adds intelligence. Chen Hui paused, his gaze sincere. Although you lost your life, you gained traffic, you don't lose in this wave. Oh, by the way, if your studio wants to buy it back, remember to add me as a friend. They'll give you a 9.8 discount. Huang Mao, who was busy running the corpse route, looked at the live stream screen with that smug smile, feeling a tightness in his chest. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood onto the screen of his virtual helmet. Am I charming, killing, and also aiming at the heart? Ding. Congratulations, player Fong Gu has leveled up to level 6. Ding. Congratulations, player Fong Gu has achieved the server's first kill on a boss. Reward 5 free attribute points and 1 silver coin. The golden light faded. Chen Hui stood amidst the wreckage, opening his character interface without hesitation. His fingers flew across the holographic screen, so fast they were nearly a blur. 5 points from leveling up. 5 more from the boss's first kill. A full 10 free attribute points, all poured into Constitution. The health bar flickered once, then settled on a staggering number. Health 800 HP. Chen Hui whistled softly, eyes glinting with wry amusement. At this stage, even a half-strength optimized berserker rarely exceeded 200 HP. This single health pool was thicker than a wilderness zone mini-bosses. He began collecting loot. First came the pair of gauntlets shimmering with an eerie silvery coldness. Queen's Grasp, Grey Master Deer. Slot hands. 10 Constitution. Effect: when health falls below 50, it generates a shield equal to 10 of maximum HP. Cooldown 60 seconds. Required level 7. Chen Hui's eyebrows shot upward. This gear was Constitution, shield on low HP, paired with his shield slam and innate counter damage talent. This wasn't mere gauntlets. It was a perfect storm. Still, he needed to reach level 7 first. No rush. Next came the staff. Its shaft pulsed with a soft golden aura. Embedded at its tip was an uncut Hive Chant Staff, Master Deer Gray. 15 Intelligence. Effect: 15 chance to deal double damage when casting a skill. The ultimate weapon for mages before level 10. Chen Hui twirled the staff in his palm. Light as air, yet dense with significance. In today's game environment, it was nothing short of a strategic nuclear asset. In the lower right corner of his retina display, the private message icon flashed crimson. An urgent alert. 999 unread messages. A cascade so overwhelming it triggered visceral dread. He opened it. Chaos erupted. Cheater. Dare you reveal your coordinates? Wolftail Studio has issued a server-wide manhunt for you. Big brother, take me leveling. I'll even turn on video. Brother, we cordially invite you to join the Imperial Dynasty Guild. Monthly salary 3000 RMB plus, full social insurance, and housing fund. Chen Hui impassively activated the message filter. Keyword highest bidder. The world fell silent. His inbox emptied, leaving only one lone ID pinned at the very top. 0. Just that single word. Brusque, unadorned, radiating absolute authority staff. One-off price 5000 RMB. Chen Hui's pupils contracted slightly, not from the sum, but from the name. 0. The enigmatic archmage of his past life, a monstrous force, perennially ranked among the server's top 3 in combat power. No one knew Zero's gender. No one knew their real-world identity. All anyone knew was that even the leaders of elite guilds addressed this ID with deference bordering on reverence. So, that staff had ended up in Zero's hands in his previous life. Chen Hui tapped 2 characters onto the virtual keyboard, not selling. The reply came instantly. Unfazed by rejection, escalating with blunt simplicity, too low. 800000. Was this the unpretentious grandeur of a true tycoon? Chen Hui stared at the figure, his gaze unervingly clear. 800000 RMB. For him, now, it was a fortune, enough to resolve countless immediate crises. Yet he did not waver, because some things money could never buy. Time. Privilege. I'll earn money, by any means necessary. A wolfish sharpness flashed in Chen Hui's eyes. But this staff, I'll trade it for a reserved black gold VIP ward at Jinghai Central Hospital. The message sent. Silence stretched for 30 seconds. Even Zero, the master of composure seasoned against every storm, had been utterly flabbergasted. Selling the server's strongest artifact. Not for property, not for vehicles, not for cash, but for a hospital bed. 30 seconds later Zero's reply appeared, still laconic, still precise. 10 minutes. Chen Hui's tense shoulders relaxed. It was done. Thanks. Without hesitation he logged out on the spot. Removing the neural interface headset, Chen Hui returned to his cramped, shabby rental apartment. The air hung thick with the stale scent of instant noodles and damp mold. Outside the city roared with vulgar, unrelenting clamor. His eyes locked onto the cracked screen smartphone resting on the table. Each tick of the second hand echoed like a hammer blow against his chest. Dying. The shrill ring tore through the silence. Chen Hui snatched up the phone, his knuckles whitening with grip. Hello. Is this Mr. Chen Hui? The voice on the line was familiar. Lead doctor, his mother's attending physician. But gone was the old impatience, the condescension that used to accompany billing reminders. In its place bloomed a tremulous, almost fearful deference. Mr. Chen. The hospital director himself called just now. We've moved your mother to the black gold VIP ward on the top floor. And the director ordered that all treatment costs be fully waived, and that the finest specialist team conduct her diagnosis and care. Please rest assured. Your mother's condition is stable, and we've assigned 3 dedicated nurses on rotating 24-hour shifts. Faint hums of high-end medical equipment drifted through the line, mingled with hushed, gentle inquiries from nurses, a setting his mother had once dreamed of but never dared hope to inhabit. In his past life his mother had labored for years as a wallplasterer to fund his education, inhaling dust daily. 3 years later she was diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer. Yet unable to afford treatment, she lay instead on a makeshift cot in the hospital corridor. That night, racked by unbearable pain, she soaked her pillow with cold sweat, yet bit down hard on the quilt's edge, refusing to utter a sound, terrified of disturbing him as he slept slumped beside her bed. That memory remained an unextractable thorn lodged deep in Chen Hui's heart. Even after rising to become one of the server's top 10 assassins, amassing unimaginable wealth, he could never reclaim that single shattered night. Chen Hui tilted his head back, staring at the water-stained ceiling. His eyes burned. Dr. Li, thank you. Please take good care of my mother. I'll be there shortly. He hung up. The boulder that had weighed upon his chest finally settled. 500000. 800000. That wasn't money. It was life itself. Had he taken the cash and joined the endless queue for appointments and favors, his mother's condition would have long since spiraled beyond saving. Only someone of Zero's stature could make one call and compel the director himself to act, bypassing bureaucracy, entirely activating the fastest possible channel. This deal? Utterly priceless. Chen Hui donned the headset again, re-establishing neural sync. A flash of white light, and he stood once more on Flower Grove Slope. In his private message tab, Zero's avatar still glowed brightly. Without a word, Chen Hui initiated a trade request. He placed the Hive Chant staff into the trade interface. Confirmed. No hesitation. No second-guessing. No fear of betrayal. Ding. Trade completed. Zero seemed genuinely surprised. This seemingly irreverent player conducted business with startling decisiveness. After all, this was currently the server's strongest artifact. Even if the seller had suddenly demanded another several $100,000, just to save face. Zero would have paid it without protest. A few seconds later Zero sent something unprecedented, an off-topic message. Never imagined a reckless, unfiltered rogue like you could harbor such filial devotion. Pleasure doing business. If you acquire more premium goods in future, contact me first. Chen Hui grinned, reverting effortlessly to his usual devil-may-care swagger. His fingers danced across the keyboard. No problem. Cash up front, and I'll smash every boss you name. After all, I'm now the toughest man on the entire server. He closed the chat window. Glancing briefly at his character stats, he then turned his gaze toward the novice village. My last lingering worry is resolved. He rolled his neck, cracks snapping like dry bamboo. Now, it's time to claim the hidden quest in the novice village. In the beginner village, no. 12138, the air was filled with bustling voices. Chen Hui's figure had just appeared at the village entrance. The originally noisy market momentarily fell into a 1-second vacuum. Then the clamoring erupted like a tsunami. He's alive? The rebellious god is alive. Brother, look at me. I'm your top backup. Hey god, is that staff for sale? Name your price. Oh, offline transfer is fine. Countless flashes of light bombarded Chen Hui. A few players with prominent guild prefixes like sharks smelling blood desperately shoved their way in. Bro, I'm the vice president of the Dynasty Dominance Guild. Come with us, and your starting salary will be $1 million. Get lost. Rebellious god, come to the Misty Rain Tower. The president said as long as you agree to come, the vice president position is yours. A hand was almost shoved into Chen Hui's nostrils. Chen Hui expressionlessly pushed it aside. His gaze was cold, as if looking at a group of low-level goblins who could only babble. Excuse me. Don't block my way to fortune. He ignored everyone's attempts to pull him in, not even raising an eyelid, and walked straight through the crowd toward the corner of the village. There lay a garbage heap that even stray dogs would shun. An old beggar was slumped there, exuding a nauseating sour stench. With a broken leg, the wound festering, a few green flies danced around the rotting flesh. To ordinary players, this was a worthless backdrop. There wasn't even an interaction key. But in Chen Hui's eyes, this was no beggar at all. It was clearly a breathing gold mountain. The hidden class transfer minter for the last life. Immovable king. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Hui directly took out a jar of Daughter's Red that he had prepared earlier. He had just casually swiped it from the village chief's backyard. This had even incurred the village chief's cold favorability. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that this old thing was a typical dead Sundra. Without doing something outrageous, he couldn't trigger the quest. Chen Hui crouched down and smoothly uncorked the jar. The strong aroma of the liquor instantly overwhelmed the surrounding stench. Splash. Without a shred of hesitation, the entire jar of strong liquor was poured over the old beggar's festering leg. Oh. Originally like a dead pig, the old beggar let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. The whole person almost catapulted up from the ground. Old man, bear with it. A devilish smile played on Chen Hui's face. His hands were brutally efficient as he took out a rough piece of burlap he had just bought from the general store and tightly bound the wound. The wine is good, but the leg is rotten. If you don't want to lose it and become a Li Taiguai, you'll have to endure this. The old beggar's features twisted in pain. Those murky eyes suddenly widened. From the dead gaze, 2 beams of tangible brilliance erupted. A wave of energy surged. The onlooking players felt as if they had been struck by a sledgehammer in the chest, and involuntarily took 2 steps back. System prompt: the mysterious old beggar's favorability towards you has been activated. Current state: in a rage with a hint of pleasure. Chen Hui chuckled. He wasn't afraid of the old man's gaze of death, but extended his hand, rubbing his fingers in an extremely irritating manner. Stop staring. 50 years of Daughter's Red plus my exclusive bandaging technique. Come on, how about some heirloom to offset the debt? The old beggar was stunned. Having lived this long, he had seen chivalrous acts, and those who would kick someone when they were down, but he had never encountered such a rogue who extorted after doing a good deed. You little brat. Do you even have any shame? The old beggar's beard trembled with rage. Shame. Can that be used to make a payment? Chen Hui said confidently. A nearby observing player seemed to have understood something. I get it. This is the trigger mechanism. We need to torment him. This guy, quick with his hands and eyes, pulled out a bottle of low-quality liquor from his backpack and was about to splash it on the old beggar, mimicking Chen Hui. Old man, I'm here to disinfect you too. Get lost. The old beggar roared, with what seemed like a casual swing of his broken cane. Smack. It was as if he had swatted a mosquito. The player didn't even have time to scream before his head was driven in a flash of white light. He was resurrected back in town. The entire area fell silent. Everyone stared in horror at the old beggar who had just moments ago seemed half dead. One hit kill. How could there be such a monster NPC in the beginner village? The old beggar retracted his cane, not even glancing at the unfortunate soul. He fixed his gaze on Chen Hui, his voice hoarse. Kid, aren't you afraid of me? Chen Hui shrugged, leaning closer to the old beggar's ear, whispering in a tone only the two could hear. The renowned first shield guard of the empire. Once immovable king, Lei Jun stood alone to defend the main city. How did you end up taking out your frustrations on a bunch of rookies? The old beggar's pupils constricted sharply. The terrifying aura instantly receded, replaced by a look of astonishment, as if his secret had been exposed. You? Who are you? How do you know? Who I am isn't important. Chen Hui grinned mischievously, resembling a big bad wolf enticing a little rabbit. What's important is that I know you want revenge. Lei Jun remained silent for a long time, finally casting a deep glance at Chen Hui. He took out a worn wooden token from his robe and tossed it to Chen Hui. Go to the village entrance. That was my training stake from back in the day. No fighting back, no dodging. You must endure 1,000 attacks. If you endure one less, I'll break your legs. Ding. Triggered hidden unique trial quest. The truth of absolute defense. Quest objective: endure 1,000 attacks from the Madwood stake. Quest reward: unknown. Chen Hui caught the wooden token. He laughed like a blooming chrysanthemum. Got it. You take a break. 1,000 times of getting hit. For others it would be torment, but for him, who possessed Lord of Thorns, this was simply a windfall from the heavens. Chen Hui turned around, pleased, preparing to enjoy this beating feast. However, just a few steps out his path was blocked. Rebellious, huh? Quite arrogant, aren't you? A sinister voice rang out. The crowd parted, and over 30 players blocked the only path at the village entrance. The leader was none other than Wolf's Tail Studios' boss, Lone Wolf. Behind him, the yellow-haired player who had been killed by Chen Hui wore a face of resentment. His finger trembled as he pointed at Chen Hui. Boss, it's this brat. He not only robbed the boss, but also humiliated me. Lone Wolf toyed with a gray artisan-grade long sword in his hand, looking at Chen Hui as if he were a corpse. If you know what's good for you, hand over that staff. Kneel down and give my brothers 3 kowtows, and I might let you continue living in the beginner village. Otherwise, the moment you step out of the safe zone today, we will hunt you down until you quit. The surrounding scattered players were terrified and retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. It's over. The entire Wolf's Tail studio has mobilized. This rebellious one may be powerful, but a hero cannot withstand a crowd. What a pity. Just as I received a hidden quest, I'm going to be sent back to level 0. Chen Hui halted his steps. He looked at the group of bloodthirsty players before him, and then glanced at the system's back. Progress of Lord of Thorns advancement 245-005-0000. The progress bar was stuck midway, neither rising nor falling. His previously impatient expression gradually transformed into a benevolent one, akin to a farmer gazing at his bountiful chives. It was the kind of emotion felt by a hungry wolf watching a flock of fat sheep walk right into its jaws. Let me interrupt for a moment. Chen Hui scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He wore his signature harmless smile. What did you say earlier about killing me? How many times? Lone Wolf was momentarily taken aback. Thinking he was frightened, his arrogance surged. Kill you until you quit. What? Afraid? No, don't get me wrong. Chen Hui waved his hand. The excitement in his eyes was nearly overflowing as he took a step forward, stepping out of the safe zone. Chen Hui spread his arms wide, as if embracing the whole world. Hit me hard, don't hold back. Just right, I still need 2,000 points of damage. I would like to ask everyone to work a little overtime. The air at the village entrance was dry and hot. Lone Wolf stood at the edge of the safe zone, his level 3 artisan-grade long sword angled towards the ground. Behind him, 2 rows of ranged classes stood in formation, the elemental glow at the tips of their staves, and the taut sound of bowstrings intertwining to form a web of impending attack. Rebellious. Lone Wolf's voice was low, exuding a confidence of having the situation under control. You are indeed tough, but can those 2 legs outrun my mage team? As long as I keep my distance, you're just a moving target. The kite tactic. This was the principle of dealing with short-legged meat shields in the gaming world. The onlooking casual players began to retreat, their expressions filled with regret. No matter how tough the iron plate, it couldn't withstand the bombardment of dozens of ranged attacks, especially when it was a level 6 novice without any mobility skills. Chen Hui, however, smiled. He didn't even glance at Lone Wolf, turning to walk towards the corner where the moldy, mad magic stump was. That was a quest item left by the old beggar. Hey, it's time to get moving. Chen Hui patted the rough bark of the stump and directly selected Start Trial. Buzz. The stump shook violently, and the previously silent mechanism suddenly activated. 2 iron-clad wooden arms swung around, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind crashing down heavily. Bang, bang, bang. The attack speed was extremely high, 5 times per second. Chen Hui's head was instantly filled with a flurry of dense numbers. 1, 1, 1. After doing all this, Chen Hui finally turned around, leaning against the frantically attacking stump, and spread his arms towards Lone Wolf. That posture resembled an old man basking in the sun in his own backyard. Come on. Chen Hui pointed at his own chest. Don't just talk, hit me here. Lone Wolf's eyes twitched. Would he rather be beaten by the stump than run away? What kind of thought process was that? You're just pretending. Lone Wolf swung his sword, his expression dark. Since you want to die quickly, let me help you. Focus fire, take him down. Boom. A dozen fireballs and ice spikes whistled out, mixed with the sharp sound of arrows piercing the air, instantly engulfing the figure standing under the stump. The brilliant skill effects exploded, dust rising. Hit! The blonde-haired player excitedly raised his fist. This damage is enough to take him down twice. However, the expected white light did not rise. Instead, a series of dull thuds suddenly echoed from the ranks of the Wolftail studio. Thud! Thud! The fire mage on the far left, his staff still raised, toppled backward, his eyes vacant. Next were two archers clutching their chests, collapsing to the ground, their health bars instantly drained, unable to even let out a scream. Odd. Extremely odd. As the dust settled, Chen Hui remained standing there with pitiful numbers of 5, 8, floating above his head. This was the result of having invested all points into health. Not only was his maximum health high, but his magic and physical resistances were also substantial. For those level 2 and level 3 mages, breaking through his defenses was already a challenge. Above the heads of those attacking him, shocking red numbers exploded. 80 true damage. 80 true damage. 80 true damage. The priest didn't even have time to heal. Anyone who attacked Chen Hui would surely die. At the current stage, mages had at most 90 health points. To touch Chen Hui meant paying a price of 80 health points. Plus the fireball and ice spike each had lingering damage. Direct counter damage resulted in an immediate death. What kind of insane damage is this? Lone Wolf looked at the brothers who had fallen in an instant, his scalp tingling, a chill running down his spine. He didn't move, so he was still alive. But he witnessed something even more terrifying. The mad magic stump behind Chen Hui continued its frenzied assault. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike from the stump triggered a damage calculation. The task progress bar at the lower right corner of Chen Hui's vision was flashing with terrifying speed. 270-005-0000. 320-005-0000. 450-005-0000. Chen Hui stretched comfortably, allowing the stump to pound against his back, as if it were not an attack, but a perfectly timed Thai massage. He looked at the dazed Lone Wolf across from him, frowning, slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. Stopped. Chen Hui took a step forward, his tone sincere. Don't stop, that fireball was quite warm, how about another two? That archer, why are you trembling? Aim for the eyes, that's where the critical hits are. The arena fell into silence. Only the monotonous sound of the stump pounding echoed. This was not a duel. It was clearly a one-sided act of extortion. Anyone who attacked him would die. Oh, with so many casualties, this guy wasn't even flagged as a criminal. Monster. Monster. The remaining few surviving mages were trembling, barely able to steady their staffs. This battle was impossible to fight. Attacking him was equivalent to suicide, but not attacking him made them want to die even more, seeing that annoying expression. Retreat. Everyone fucking retreat. Lone Wolf decisively ordered, his face pale. If they continued, the main force of the Wolftail studio would be wiped out here, and if that pile of red-named gear dropped, the studio's earnings for the week would be ruined. He took a deep look at the man standing under the stump, seemingly enjoying himself. His gaze was no longer one of contempt, but filled with deep apprehension. Rebellious. This debt will be remembered by Wolftail. Without harsh words or boasting, Lone Wolf led the remaining few soldiers and turned to flee, not even stopping to collect the bodies on the ground. Their retreating figures resembled that of a dog that had lost its home. Chen Hui looked at their disappearing backs and sighed with some regret. The youth of today have no perseverance at all. Negative review. Just then a clear and pleasant notification sound exploded in his mind like a celestial melody. Ding. Congratulations, player. The Talent Lord of Thorns has completed the advancement trial. Current level 2 effect 1 eye damage reflection increased to 30 true damage. Effect 2 newly unlocked pain conversion 10 of reflected damage will be converted into the player's health. Chen Hui looked at the new entries on his panel, unable to suppress a smile. 30 damage reflection. He now had 800 health, and over there. 240 points of true damage. Or with level 7 gear on his arm, his damage could exceed 300. Any level 7 class probably wouldn't reach the terrifying damage of 300, not even a rogue with full strength points. It even came with lifesteal. This not only saved on potions, but also eliminated the hassle of finding a priest for a party. This was no longer a meat shield, it was clearly an unyielding flesh and blood grinder, a perpetual motion machine. Chen Hui closed the panel, glanced back at the now shattered and smoking mad magic stump, and then looked towards the direction where Lone Wolf had disappeared. He gently dusted off his clothes, his eyes bright. Brother Lone Wolf, what a good person. Next time we meet, I must give you a flag praising your selflessness. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Chen Hui swaggered off to the beggar to turn in his quest. With a sharp crack, the mad wooden dummy that had endured countless strikes finally met its end in the last violent backlash. The two broken pieces of wood fell to the ground, smoke curling from the charred edges, as if they had just undergone a brutal lightning tribulation. Chen Hui retracted his back, twisting his waist with lingering satisfaction. Is this really broken? He disdainfully kicked at the wood chips on the ground, and turned to look at the old beggar, who looked as if he had seen a ghost. Old man, this wooden dummy can't possibly have come from a discount sale, right? I hardly exerted any force before it fell down. Chen Hui approached Lei Jin palm, facing up his long fingers deftly rubbing together. This counts as a work-related injury leading to damage of equipment, so it's not my fault, right? Where's my reward? Hurry up, I'm very busy. Forget about broken legs. This fellow didn't even have a scratch. In fact, after the high-frequency massage, just now his complexion was rosy as if he had just enjoyed a nourishing soup. Is this really human? This is clearly an ancient beast disguised in human skin. You. Lei Jun's fingers gripping the cane turned white, and one could even hear the staff emit a mournful creak. He originally intended to use this bizarre task to temper the young man's spirit, making him aware that there's always someone stronger. Who would have thought this kid took the punishment as a form of enjoyment? He even wants to do it again. What do you mean? Chen Hui frowned, his tone becoming somewhat impatient, resembling a landlord urging for repayment. The mighty immutable king wouldn't want to go back on his word, would he? So many eyes are watching. If this spreads, your reputation will be tarnished. I spit out a nail with every word. Lei Jun's chest heaved violently with anger. If blood pressure had a value, it would probably be off the charts at this moment. He grumpily reached into his pocket, searching for a long time. Finally, with a pained expression, he pulled out an old book shimmering with a dark golden glow and slammed it into Chen Hui's hands. Take it. Hurry up and get lost. Don't linger in front of me, it's painful to look at. Chen Hui caught the skill book. The moment his fingertips touched the cover, a heavy texture transmitted up his arm. Skill book, Holy Taunt, unique non-upgradable class restriction, Shield Guardian. Effect issues a provocative roar, forcibly attracting all hostile targets within a 50-meter radius to attack oneself. Duration 10-second special attribute. During the skill's duration, gain a 50 full damage reduction. Cooldown 30 seconds. Note, the moment you raise your middle finger, you become the center of the world. Chen Hui weighed the book in his hands, revealing a satisfied smile. Divine skill. An absolutely divine skill. For a counter damage build, the worst fear isn't a strong foe, but rather one that doesn't attack you. When dealing with the lone wolf group earlier, he had to rely on tricks and banter to draw aggro, which was inefficient and prone to encounters with opponents of Ninja Turtle caliber. But with this skill, it was coercive. No matter whether you want to hit me or not, the system will force you to do so. Good stuff. Without hesitation, Chen Hui clicked to learn. An icon shaped like a middle finger appeared in his skill bar. Simple, crude, and very much in line with his personality. You're not useful even when given a chance, old man. Chen Hui shook the empty book cover in his hand. Next time there's such a good thing, remember to find me. Ooh, I may not have many virtues, but I'm tough. Lei Jun rolled his eyes, forcibly suppressing the impulse to smash this kid's head with his cane. He snorted coldly. Don't get too happy too soon. If you want to inherit my legacy, just being able to take a beating isn't enough. You also need to be able to withstand poison. Lei Jun raised his withered finger, pointing westward towards the village. There it is, shrouded in a ghastly green mist year-round, occasionally emitting chilling roars. Go to the poison fog marsh and bring me back 100 toxic cysts. That's the main ingredient for making antidotes. Whether my leg can heal or not depends on you. Ding. Hidden task updated. Trial of the poisonous. Task objective: collect 100 toxic cysts. Task location: Poison Fog Marsh, LV710. Chen Hui glanced at the task panel. The Poison Fog Marsh. An absolute forbidden zone for players at this stage. The environment there inflicts corrosive poison, deducting 5 health points per second, and cannot be cleared with ordinary antidotes. Even an elite team fully equipped would just be delivering themselves as food. Just the cost of buying medicine could bankrupt a guild. But as Chen Hui gazed at the green marsh's expression turned somewhat peculiar. 5 health points deducted per second. For an ordinary person, that's a nightmare. But for him who possessed the Lord of Thorns. Lord of Thorns effect reflects 30 of damage taken based on maximum health. Pain transformation: 10 of reflected damage is converted into health. Chen Hui quickly calculated in his. The damage caused by the poisonous mist would be judged as environmental damage. Once deemed as an attack, it would trigger the counter damage. Even though the poisonous mist has no physical form and counter damage cannot be reflected onto air, the healing effect of pain transformation is calculated based on theoretical counter damage value. With his current strength of 800 health points, as soon as the poisonous mist touched him, counter damage would trigger and healing would activate. This isn't merely losing health. This is clearly a mobile fountain of health that automatically restores health every second. Alright, I'll go fetch the medicine for you. Chen Hui agreed with great enthusiasm, even a bit impatient. At that moment, a golden server-wide announcement thundered in the ears of all players like a clap of thunder. Server announcement: congratulations to player Rogue for reaching level 7. Temporarily ranked first on the level leaderboard. The previously noisy novice village fell into a brief silence, then erupted in a chorus of gasps. What the hell? Level 7 already? That's too fast. Rogue. Isn't he the leveling maniac from the God's Tomb game? He's playing Eternal too. The rebellious god was just joking with an NPC, and now someone has overtaken him. Chen Hui narrowed his eyes at the golden words in the sky. The night was as dark as ink, and the wild path outside the novice village appeared particularly desolate. Chen Hui walked slowly, each step crunching on the dry branches and fallen leaves producing a crisp sound. He didn't look back, but the smirk at the corner of his mouth was harder to suppress than an AK rifle. Someone was following him, and it was a skilled practitioner. Since leaving the safe zone, a faint aura had been clinging to his back. The brothers from the Wolftail studio, Chen Hui felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. What kind of spirit was this? It was an internationalist spirit that selflessly benefited others. Knowing that he had taken on the perverse task of withstanding 1,000,000 attacks, they couldn't wait to deliver the goods. Just a moment ago, he was worried about where to find such astronomical numbers of hits, and now a living Lei Feng had arrived. Chen Hui stopped in his tracks. He was already 500 meters from the village entrance. It was a moonless, windy night, just like the infamous nights of murder and arson. He slowly turned around, spread his arms, and wore a benevolent smile like that of a loving father. Come out, lone wolf brother. Don't hide, I know you're thinking of me so much you can't sleep. Come face me. Don't pity me, I am a delicate flower. However, the scene he had imagined of dozens of burly men jumping out and shouting for bloodshed did not materialize. The grass rustled. A small dark figure darted out like a startled rabbit. It was not an ambush. The shadow glided along the ground at an astonishing speed, and then, smack! It firmly clung to Chen Hui's thigh. Chen Hui was taken aback. Looking down, he saw a familiar face. It was the little level 3 assassin Dian, who had tried to ambush him before, but ended up being backfired, and contributed 2 copper coins to him. At this moment, there was not a trace of the assassin's aloofness in this girl. She hung on Chen Hui's leg like a koala, her big watery eyes filled with pure foolishness. And master, Chen Hui shook his leg in disgust. It didn't work. This girl's core strength was something else. What do you mean? Chen Hui raised an eyebrow, scanning the surroundings warily. Where's your boss, Lone Wolf? Where's Huang Mao? Where are those lovely experienced babies? Why did they only send you a harmless mascot? Duo Yin sniffled, her voice laced with a cry. They're all gone. What do you mean gone? They've all disbanded. The Wolf Tail Studio has dissolved. Chen Hui's smile froze abruptly, as if struck by lightning. De-dissolved? Yes. Duo Yin nodded pitifully. Just now you embarrassed Lone Wolf so badly in the live stream, not only stealing the leader, but also annihilating them twice. The funder watched the live stream, thought Wolftail was too embarrassing, and directly pulled out their investment and ran. Lone Wolf's mindset collapsed. Oh, just now in the guild channel, he cursed, "Damn you, you traitor," and then left the group and logged out. Everyone saw there was no money to distribute, and when the tree fell, the monkeys scattered, they all ran away. Boom. Chen Hui felt as if the sky had collapsed. He looked up at the pitch-black night sky, and indeed a tear of a crocodile escaped from the corner of his eye. It hurt. It hurt too much. Lone Wolf brother. Chen Hui pounded his chest, and let out a lament akin to a cuckoo crying blood. Why did you leave like this? Now that you've left, who will hit me? Who will help me deal out that 1,000,000 damage? How can young people have such poor mental resilience? Just a little setback and they withdraw? Do you think I prepared all those witty remarks for you in vain? Duo Yin looked at the man before her, wailing to the heavens, her eyes slightly glazed over. Though she couldn't understand what he was saying, it seemed he was really very sad. It turned out that even a master could be sentimental. Even if they were enemies, as long as they appreciated each other, they would feel sorrow for the other's departure. A warm current inexplicably surged in Duyan's heart. Master, she cautiously spoke up. Well, since everyone has scattered, I have nowhere to go now. Could you take me along? Take you. Chen Hui's lament abruptly stopped. The speed at which his expression changed was comparable to that of a Sichuan opera master. He lowered his head, his gaze indifferent, as if he were looking at a piece of air. I'm very busy too. Goodbye. Having said that, Chen Hui ruthlessly lifted his leg, stepping on Dian's face, trying to shake off the attachment on his leg. He turned and left. His movements were fluid, without a trace of hesitation. Women, they would only slow me down in drawing my sword. Don't. Duo Yin panicked, desperately pulling at Chen Hui's pant leg as she was dragged along the ground. You're going to the poison fog marsh, right? I have the talent poison resistance, am not afraid of poison. I can help you lure monsters. I can also shout 666 for you. Chen Hui did not stop. I have hands and feet, do I need you to shout 666? Goodbye. I'm lightweight and easy to push down. I'm not interested in flat chests. Goodbye. As she saw this cold-hearted man about to drag her for 2 miles, Duo Yin gritted her teeth and shouted with her eyes closed, "Ill pay." Creak. It was as if the sound of Chen Hui's footsteps instantly froze in place. The world fell silent. The wind stopped, the trees stopped swaying, and even the distant chirping of insects became melodious. Chen Hui slowly turned around. The face that had been as cold as an iceberg now seemed to bloom with spring warmth, his smile warm enough to thaw the ice of winter. He gently bent down. With delicate movements, he helped Duo Yin up from the ground. He even thoughtfully reached out to pat the shoe prints off her face. Look what you kicked our princess. Who did it? How could they be so fast? Chen Hui's tone was reproachful, but carried a refreshing concern. The ground is so cold. Oh, as a girl, you should learn to take care of yourself. What did you just say? Hey. Duo Yin hadn't recovered from the huge contrast yet, and dazedly nodded. 200,000. I think we can discuss the details of cooperation further. Chen Hui smiled as he sent a group invitation. I am a person with principles, but in the face of fate principles can also be appropriately bent. After all, I see you have extraordinary potential. You're a martial arts prodigy, and not taking you to level up would be a loss for the gaming world. Duo Yin looked at the man in front of her smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Her eyes turned slightly red. Thank you, master. Although you are quite cheeky with a sharp tongue and rather dog-like. But you are a good person. Chen Hui's smile twitched slightly. The previous adjectives are unnecessary. First, transfer the funds. With the sound of a crisp system notification, Alipay received 200,000 in total. Chen Hui felt all the pores in his body relax. Is this the taste of money? So fragrant. He glanced at his little gold master by his side, waved his hand. Today, even if the poison fog marsh is the underworld, he'll take you through it. The two stepped into the fearsome green miasma, one in front of the other. As soon as they entered the map, Chen Hui skillfully opened the team panel. In the experience distribution mode section, his fingers flew over the controls. Captain 90. Team member 10. After finishing all this, Chen Hui nodded in satisfaction. This is not called cheating. This is called technical investment. After all, besides him, who else in the whole server would dare to run naked in a level 7 high-risk map with a burden? Stay close. Chen Hui looked at the rolling poison fog ahead, his eyes gleaming with greed. If you fall behind, you'll have to pay more. The air in the poison fog marsh was filled with the stench of rotten eggs that had been fermenting for 3 years. The grim green mist clung to the skin like a living entity, emitting a nauseating hissing sound of corrosion. The mud underfoot resembled boiling porridge, occasionally bubbling up with fist-sized air pockets that burst, splattering foul-smelling toxic juice. Great God, are you? Okay. Duo Yin pinched her nose, looking at the Chen Hui in front of her, her big eyes filled with terror. In her view, Chen Hui resembled a walking biochemical weapon experiment. The poison mist crazily drilled into his pores, with damage notifications popping up every second. 5 environmental damage. 5 environmental damage. However, something strange happened. As the red damage numbers floated up before they could settle, they were overshadowed by a series of even more prominent and dense green numbers. 24. 24. 24. Chen Hui took a deep breath of the sulfurous poisonous gas with a look of ecstasy, as if he were at a top-tier spa resort in Bali. How nice. Chen Hui narrowed his eyes in pleasure. This is the value of the Lord of Thorns. The poison mist dealt damage which counted as an attack. The attack triggered retaliation, and the retaliation triggered lifesteal. With this smooth chain of moves, not only did he not lose health, but he also gained 19 health points per second. How could this be a forbidden area that drained health every second? This was clearly a moving fountain of health that restored HP every second. Stay close, don't fall behind. Chen Hui glanced back at the unscathed Duo Yin. This is the value of cashability. This girl was fully equipped with top-notch poison resistance gear, and with her talent toxin resistance, she felt as if she had returned to a joyful home in this toxic pit, not losing even a sliver of health. The two ventured deeper into the marsh. Buzz. Suddenly a spine-tingling flapping sound echoed. The sound was dense, as if 1,000 drones were hovering low in the air. The already dim visibility turned pitch black as a mass of dark clouds rushed towards the water's surface. By the faint glow of phosphorescence, the true nature of that dark cloud became clear. Over 50 fist-sized, bloodthirsty poison mosquitoes. Their compound eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red light, and their mouthparts glinted with a blue toxic glow, fixated on the two intruders, eyeing them as fresh meat. Oh! Duo Yin screamed in fright, originally 3 meters behind Chen Hui, but in the next second, she teleported directly behind him, gripping the hem of his clothes tightly, burying her head like an ostrich. Mosquitoes. So many mosquitoes. I have a phobia of clusters, great God. Calm down. Chen Hui watched the experience packets swirling in the sky, a twisted smile gradually forming on his lips. Such a good opportunity is usually hard to find. He took a step forward, positioning himself at the front of the group. Facing the swarm of mosquitoes diving down, Chen Hui did not draw his sword or raise his shield. He merely raised his right hand slowly and elegantly. Then, pointing towards the sky, he extended a long middle finger. Skill activated, divine provocation. Boom. In an instant, a brilliant golden light burst forth from the tip of Chen Hui's finger. In Duyan's shocked gaze, the golden light rapidly coalesced in midair, transforming into a semi-transparent giant golden middle finger the size of a truck. The details of the middle finger were clear, with defined joints emanating an aura that was both sacred and unassailable, yet also incredibly infuriating. G. A sharp noise akin to fingernails scraping across a blackboard or foam plastic rubbing against glass erupted out of nowhere and instantly spread across a 50-meter radius. This sound seemed to contain some form of magic, roughly translating to, "You thieving bastards. Attack here." The previously circling swarm of poison mosquitoes collectively turned aggressive in that instant. Over 50 pairs of compound eyes instantly filled with blood, losing all rationality. They frantically flapped their wings, transforming into black arrows that rushed toward the human standing in the middle of the marsh, who wore a mocking expression. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of their numerous collisions was like rain on banana leaves. A shower of red numbers instantly rained down above Chen Hui's head. 1, 1, 1. The poison mosquitoes had an extremely fast attack speed, able to bite at least twice per second. But faster than them was the golden light of retaliation surrounding Chen Hui. 240 true damage. 240 true damage. 240 true damage. Each poison mosquito upon making contact with Chen Hui's skin did not even have time to withdraw its mouthparts before its body stiffened violently, exploding like a punctured balloon. Pop, pop, pop. It was as if a black hailstorm had descended upon the marsh. In just 3 seconds, the terrifying swarm that had previously blocked out the sky was now reduced to a ground littered with severed limbs covering the mud beneath Chen Hui's feet. Golden light flashed. Congratulations. Your teammate Fanku has killed Bloodthirsty Poison Mosquito 52, earning experience. Duyan's body sparkled with golden light, twice shooting up from level 3 to level 5, like a rocket. She poked her head out from behind Chen Hui, staring at the pile of corpses, her mouth forming an O shape large enough. Is that it? What else? Should we invite them for a feast? Chen Hui felt refreshed as well. Level 7. After rolling his attribute points into vitality, he skillfully opened his backpack and equipped the coveted Health 800. 1100 health, over 1,000. On the first day of the server launch, this was definitely a figure that would make all tank classes kneel and call him daddy. Chen Hui tried to take a couple of steps, but his brows furrowed. The muck in this marsh was too deep. Every step required him to pull his foot out, and the system warned that his movement speed was reduced by 10. Great God, should we keep going? Duyan's voice came from ahead. Chen Hui looked up, almost popping his eyes out. He saw the petite lowly assassin who was now darting gracefully across the muddy pond like a lightfoot dancer. She even boldly did 2 backflips in the mud, landing without a hitch, not even wetting the surface of her shoes. How are you running so fast? Chen Hui couldn't help but ask, aren't you affected by the terrain? Slow down. Huh, slow down. Duoyin tilted her head, looking confused, then seemed to remember something, and pulled out a skill book from her backpack, waving it. Is this what you're talking about? The passive skill lightness technique that popped out from a random skill book claims to ignore terrain obstacles. I learned it because it was a passive skill, and I allocated all my points to agility, so of course I run fast. Chen Hui fell silent. A random skill book yielding a rare passive. Full agility points. What kind of chosen one was this? He looked at Duyan, who was bouncing around in the mud like a frenzied husky, and then glanced at his own feet deeply. An extremely bold and deranged tactical idea formed in his mind. Duoyin. Chen Hui suddenly revealed a kind wolf-like smile. Do you want to level up a bit faster? Yes, yes. Duoyin nodded vigorously. Then let's change things up. Chen Hui pointed to the fog in the distance. I'm slow on my feet. You run fast, go ahead and lure the monsters over, bring them to me, and he'll take care of the taunting. How does that sound? Lure. Lure monsters. Duoyin shrank her neck a bit, reluctant. But I'm timid. And I don't know how to generate aggro. What's so difficult about it? Chen Hui was exasperated. He looked around and pointed at an elite toxic toad squatting on a lotus leaf not far away. Watch closely, or I'll only teach you once. Chen Hui cleared his throat, gathering his energy, and shouted at the toad. Hey, you ugly toad. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Croak. The toad, which had been dozing, instantly burst into rage, its cheeks puffing up like a balloon. With a powerful leap, it charged towards him like a cannonball. Bang. Chen Hui didn't even dodge, letting the toad crash into his chest. 15. 330 true damage. The poor toad, upon touching Chen Hui, was immediately blasted by the retaliation, flipping over and dying on the spot. Did you learn? Chen Hui turned to ask. Duoyin was jotting down notes quickly, but her expression was very, but I'm a well-educated lady. Oh, I can't curse like that. Who told you to curse? Chen Hui rolled his eyes. Just play to your strengths. Just run over, give them a big F you, or make a funny face. As long as they think you're asking for a beating, that's good. Remember, lure as many as you can and don't hold back. Just bring the monsters within 50 meters of me, and he'll take care of it. Duoyin nodded, somewhat understanding. Then he'll give it a try. Go ahead, Pikachu. Watching Duoyin turn into a blur and dash into the depths of the mist, Chen Hui nodded in satisfaction. He found a relatively clean stone and sat cross-legged. Taking out a piece of honey from his backpack, he nibbled on it while waiting for Duyan's return. Meanwhile, at another leveling point on the outskirts of the marsh, Priest. Heal well. Don't stop. Shield bearer, hold the line. Don't let it through. Where's the mage's output? Out of mana. Use potions. A warrior player named Sword roars across the land, was sweating profusely, directing the battle. He was the third-ranked expert on the level leaderboard, leading a team of elite players, all level 5, equipped. But at this moment, this so-called elite team was being thrown into chaos by a lone bloodthirsty poison mosquito. The mosquito flew too fast for the warrior to hit, and the mage's spells always missed. After much effort, they finally whittled down the mosquito's health by half, but the priest's mana was already running low. Damn it. How is this level 7 monster so overpowered? Sword roars across the land, slashed at empty air, cursing angrily. Is this the kind of monster players can fight at this stage? Is the planner's brain filled with crap? He wiped his cold sweat and looked at the bottomless depths of the marsh filled with apprehension. One mosquito is this troublesome. No one is allowed to leave. They'll triple your wages. Sword roars across the land, couldn't imagine. Just less than 500 meters away from them. A madman was sitting on a stone waiting for a wave of monsters to deliver themselves. Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces, currently ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. In front of him, a solitary bloodthirsty mosquito finally exploded into fragments with a mournful cry. Phew. Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, striking a pose he deemed stylish for sheathing his sword. This level 7 monster is indeed something, but under my perfect command it remains just a clumsy fool. A priestess in the team timidly raised her hand. But boss, it took us 5 minutes to kill just this one. And why are there so few monsters around here? Have they all been cleared out? You wouldn't understand. Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces wore a profound expression, the corner of his mouth curling into a crooked smile, known as Dragon King. Based on my years of experience in online gaming, the extreme scarcity of monsters can only mean one thing. The boss is about to spawn. He fixed his gaze intensely on the depths of the swamp. That guy named Rebellious just got lucky and stole a first kill. Today, this hidden boss of the toxic fog swamp, I Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces, have it secured. Even Jesus couldn't keep it from me, I say. Just as his words fell, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dense sound of flapping wings came from afar like 1,000 bombers flying low overhead. It's here. Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces exclaimed joyfully, swinging his great sword. All personnel on alert. The boss has appeared. Shield bearers step up. Priest shield the shield bearers, mages prepare to cast fireball. The 5-member team instantly formed a textbook defensive formation ready for battle. The mist swirled. A petite black figure shot out from the fog, like an arrow. Not a boss. It was a lowly. Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces was taken aback. Before he could get a good look at the girl's appearance, he noticed the army of monsters behind her surging like a dark tsunami. Countless bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Poisonous toads crawling all over the ground. And even a few swamp crocodiles covered in festering sores. What the? Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces, who prided himself on his composure, couldn't help but curse at that moment. Did she just bring every monster from the entire map over? The lowly ran incredibly fast, as if she were on wheels, zipping past them, and even lifting the priestess' skirt with the wind she generated. Excuse me, I can't stop. Duoyin shouted as she ran the terrifying monster train behind her, roaring without looking back. Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces team felt like stones by the roadside, completely ignored by the massive swarm of monsters. The wind howled. Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces maintained a sword-holding posture, bewildered by the wind. This is a lunatic, right? The priestess swallowed hard. Is she looking for death? However, just as they thought this was merely a side note, the lowly, who had run ahead by dozens of meters, suddenly slammed to a stop. Duoyin paused, looking back at the 5 players who were frozen in shock. She suddenly recalled the Great One's teaching. Attract as many as you can, never hold back. There are still 5. Duoyin's eyes lit up. Although these 5 people looked a bit ugly, the Great One said, even mosquito legs are meat. I must leave a clever and capable impression for the Great One. Thus, in the astonished gaze of Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces, the lowly, who had originally run far away, actually drew a perfect arc with the hundreds of monsters following her, and returned. Zing. Duoyin stopped 2 meters away from Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces. She placed her hands on her hips, tilted her chin slightly, and disdainfully spat out 2 words, trash. The whole area fell into a deadly silence. Only the distant croaking of toads echoed. The priestess couldn't hold back and let out a laugh. Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces' face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. But after all, he was ranked 3rd, a person of status. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the twitch at the corner of his mouth, and adopted an air of a master. No worries. Children, speak without restraint. We are the Great One's followers. We must have a broad vision and not bicker with this wild girl of unknown origin, lest we disturb our Tao heart. Seeing that the other party did not react, Duoyin scratched her head. Is it possible that my taunt wasn't strong enough? She recalled the Great One's mischievous expression and suddenly understood. Just cursing isn't enough, she needed to attack the other party's sore spot. Thus, in less than half a minute, that petite figure, once again accompanied by the despairing tide of monsters, ran back. This time, Duoyin pointed at the silver armor that Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces proudly wore and shouted, "Hey, the one with the big sword. Your outfit is so ugly. Your taste is way too tacky. It looks just like the work clothes of my uncle who cleans. Are you here to shovel excrement?" Crack. A vein popped out on Sword Howl of the 9 Provinces temple. He had spent over 20,000 on this entire set of gear. How could it be called sewer cleaning? Endure. Sword Howl of the Nine Provinces gritted his teeth, his hand trembling around the sword. I am ranked third. I must have composure. I am not angry. Duo Yin looked at the warrior who was red-faced, but still showed no signs of attacking, feeling a bit anxious. Why are these players so hard to lead? I've insulted them this much, and they can still endure. Are they ninjas? It seems I can only use my trump card. Duo Yin recalled the Great One's ultimate teaching. If all else fails, just give them a big slap. She took a deep breath. She turned back once more. This time she said nothing. Instead, she rushed right in front of Sword Howl of the Nine Provinces. She jumped up, swung her arm wide. Slap. The crisp and loud sound of a slap echoed in the quiet swamp, sounding particularly pleasant. Sword Howl of the Nine Provinces was stunned. He covered his fiery left cheek, looking in disbelief at the little lowly who only reached his chest. After delivering the slap, Duo Yin immediately jumped back 3 meters. Then she made an extremely annoying face, sticking out her tongue. Hee, come hit me, you fool. After saying that, she turned and ran. Boom. The string in Sword Howl of the Nine Provinces' mind, named Rationality, snapped completely. Vision. Composure. Dao heart. To hell with it. I'm going to kill today. Die you brat. I'm going to kill. Sword Howl of the Nine Provinces let out a beast-like roar, his eyes bloodshot, like an enraged bull. All team members charge. Kill this brat, and send her back to level 0. Guard her corpse. I want to guard her corpse. Whoever kills her, I will double their salary. Bonuses. 10,000 for each of you. Under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. The 4 teammates who had been watching the show suddenly turned green upon hearing 10,000. Charge. For the bonus. Let's take down that lowly. Thus a spectacular scene unfolded in the toxic. At the forefront, a live lowly was running like the wind. Behind her, 5 aggressive reedied players followed closely. And behind the players were hundreds of terrifying monsters, claws bared and fangs showing. Perfect. Duo Yin looked back at the imposing team behind her, showing a satisfied smile. Now not only were there monsters, but there were also practice partners. This train is fully loaded. Great one. I brought back good stuff for you. Duo Yin's cheerful voice echoed above the swamp. In the center of the muddy pond, Chen Hui sat cross-legged, his fingertips having licked the drop of honey clean. 10 minutes had passed. Given the speed enhancement from Duo Yan's wealth-driven equipment, he should have already made several rounds in this muck. This little rich girl, she hasn't gotten lost, has she? Chen Hui glanced at the system time. The image of that cute, naive lowly being swallowed whole by a toad flashed through his. Surprisingly, it was quite an appetizing sight. Just then, the distant layer of sickly green poison mist began to bubble, without warning. Great deity. A shrill yet oddly excited scream tore through the dead silence of the swamp. Immediately after, Chen Hui felt the mud beneath him start to tremble. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythm was fast, heavy like thunder. It was as if a heavily armored cavalry unit was charging in a desperate assault. Chen Hui lazily lifted his eyelids. In the next moment, the smirk at the corner of his mouth was frozen on his face. At the edge of his vision, the sky was collapsing. The once gray sky was now forcibly obscured by a massive black curtain. It wasn't clouds. It was thousands of bloodthirsty mosquitoes with compound eyes flashing red. They crowded together, resembling a chaotic black storm swirling close to the ground, producing a teeth-grinding sound of flapping wings. The scene on the ground was even more spectacular. Countless toads the size of grinding discs propelled themselves forward, followed by a group of pus-covered swamp crocodiles. The mud surged, waves rising 2 meters high. This wasn't just pulling aggro. This was as if they had dug up the ancestral graves of the entire poison mist swamp. I just asked you to pull a monster, not to summon a beast tide. Chen Hui's eyes twitched. Then a more dire situation unfolded. With the number of monsters on screen increasing exponentially, the world before Chen Hui suddenly experienced a strange pause. The screen froze. Chen Hui's heart sank. No matter how carefully he calculated, he had overlooked this Syrian war-damaged version helmet that cost him $19.99 with free shipping. Such an antique could handle unknown fights, but facing a scene of Hollywood special effects, its graphics card let out a desperate wail. The screen began to stutter, directly turning into a PowerPoint presentation mode. First frame, Duo Yin dashed at the forefront of the black tide. Her little face flushed, excited as if she were at Disneyland. She was shouting something, but the sound reaching Chen Hui's ears was broken up like a disrupted audio signal. Big. Zizi. Deity. Receiving. Guests. Second frame, amidst the gaps in the monster tide, 5 disheveled figures appeared. Their IDs shone brightly. Sword howls across the 9 provinces. These top-ranked players had completely lost their image, with their armor covered in foul-smelling mud. Due to the screen stuttering, the expressions on their faces appeared especially twisted and ferocious, like a series of abstract paintings from hell. Die, you bastard. Don't run. Sword howls across the 9 provinces. Roar was stretched out by the system, sounding like an old tape being tangled. Third frame, the distance closed in. With a lowly leading the way and pursuers close behind, they were sandwiched between hundreds of enraged monsters. The scene was too beautiful. Chen Hui dared not look, primarily because the helmet's settings wouldn't allow him to run. That was not an option. In this state of dropped frames, even turning around would likely take half a minute. Chen Hui forced himself to calm down. Since he couldn't move, he decided to let the storm come even fiercer. He braved the extreme stuttering at 3 frames per second, relying on the muscle memory of a god-tier assassin from his previous life, struggling to raise his right hand frame by frame. In that moment, about to be drowned by monsters and players, Chen Hui faced straight ahead and slowly raised a long straight middle finger. It was a silent protest against this stuttering world, as well as the highest tribute to all his enemies. Skill locked, holy taunt, boom. Even in PowerPoint mode, that golden light remained dazzling to the point of blinding. In midair, a golden middle finger, as large as the front of a truck, materialized out of thin air. It was distinct in joints with clear patterns. Even the fingernails shimmered with a divine radiance known as asking for a beating. ZZ. That taunting sound wave which made souls tremble exploded instantly. The next moment the world went crazy. Sword howls across the 9 provinces. Who was still chasing Duo, Yin suddenly felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. In his vision, the man with the middle finger became incredibly detestable. It was a hatred that could not be compared to the vengeance for a slain father or a stolen wife. Rationality. Broken. Damn. My hand won't obey. Sword howls across the 9 provinces shouted in terror. But his body honestly turned around, raising the artisan-grade great sword high with an unstoppable momentum, aiming to cleave down on Chen Hui. Not just him. The 4 teammates behind him, along with the hundreds of monsters that had been running wild, all uniformly turned their weapons towards one target, the man with the middle finger. Come on, face me, Heathen. Chen Hui could only shout this line in his heart. Then his vision completely froze. He crashed. The graphics card finally couldn't bear the load and chose to go on strike. Although he couldn't see, his hearing was still functioning. Chen Hui heard a dense barrage of strikes like a torrential downpour. That was the sound of hundreds of attacks landing on him simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. Puff, puff. Warning. Health below 30. Warning. Health below 10. The piercing red alarm blared madly in his ears. Facing such concentrated fire, his health bar plummeted like a reservoir bursting its dam. Life and death hung in the balance. In this dark world filled with sound, only Chen Hui remained composed. The moment he heard the alarms, he blindly pressed the life-saving skill key. Shield slam. Buzz. A solid shield instantly materialized. Based on a shield value of 25 of maximum health combined with his original defense, it allowed Chen Hui to withstand this wave of fatal strikes. Next came the shining moment of the passive talent Lord of Thorns. Although the screen was frozen, the data streams in the system backend were going crazy. Attack judgment activated. Counter damage triggered. Pain conversion triggered. Chen Hui's health bar was like being on a bungee jump. One moment down to the bottom, the next moment filled up instantly due to massive counter damage lifesteal. Then he was battered again, then filled up once more. The red damage numbers and green healing numbers intertwined. If it weren't for the stuttering, this would definitely be a visual feast. This thrilling sensation of jumping back and forth on the edge of death was enough to make any patient with heart disease pass away on the spot. Oh, damn it. What damage? Is this a hack? Several shrill cries mixed with the roars of the monsters, sounding particularly jarring. About 3 seconds passed, or perhaps 3 centuries. The cacophony of strikes that sounded like a bustling market suddenly vanished. It was as if someone pressed the mute button. That suffocating stuttering sensation also dissipated, and the screen became smooth once more. Chen Hui blinked and slowly lowered his aching right hand. At that moment, his surroundings had turned into a hellscape. Within a 50-meter radius, there lay a thick layer of broken wings of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, the turned-over bellies of toads, and the severed tails of crocodiles mixed together, emitting a nauseating yet strangely sweet stench. Amidst this pile of monster corpses, sword howls across the 9 provinces, and his 4 teammates lay in a neat row. Their eyes were wide open, unable to close even in death. The expressions on their faces were frozen between the ferocity of swinging their swords and the subsequent terror, as if they had seen something unspeakably horrifying. System notification: player sword howls across the 9 provinces, and his team maliciously attacked you, triggering justifiable defense conditions. Counterattack resulting in death does not increase sin value. Kill bloodthirsty mosquito 241, gain experience. Kill poisonous toad 56, gain experience. Kill swamp crocodile 12, gain experience. Golden light flashed continuously. The glow of leveling up enveloped Chen Hui as if it were free. A warm stream washed over him repeatedly. Comfortable. He glanced at his health bar. There was just over 100 points left. If that shield had opened 0.1 seconds later, or the life steal had been slightly slower, he would have been the one lying on the ground. Phew. Chen Hui's chest heaved violently as he plopped down beside the corpse of sword howls across the 9 provinces. Great deity. Are you okay? Duo Yin crawled out from the muddy pit in the distance. Just now she had run too fast and crashed straight into the bushes, narrowly avoiding disaster. At this moment, looking at the pile of corpses and equipment, the girl's eyes sparkled like twinkling stars. Wow. So much equipment. So much money. Duo Yin cheered and dove into the pile of loot rolling around like a squirrel spotting nuts. Chen Hui watched this scene grinning widely, revealing a set of big white teeth. He reached out and patted the cold cheek of Sword Howls across the 9 provinces, his tone sincere, yet teasing. Thanks, big brother. Not only did you deliver monsters, but you also delivered a head. A good person lives a peaceful life. This wave was a huge profit. The golden light erupted. It was a dazzling upgrade effect, even more ostentatious than the midday sun. In this swamp filled with a stench of decay, this radiance seemed out of place, yet so sacred that it invoked a desire to kneel and pay homage. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV9. You have advanced 2 levels. If experience points had a physical form during those seconds, Chen Hui stood with his mouth agape at the base of a floodgate inundated by a monstrous wave dubbed experience. Beside him, Duo Yin was also surrounded by golden light. This girl had jumped straight from level 5 to 7 at 99, just a step away from level 8. Clearly she had never witnessed such a scene. She stared blankly at her level bar, looking as if she had been struck by lightning, her mouth slightly agape, unable to close. Before the two could recover from the exhilarating rush of this rocket-like ascent, a cold, mechanical, yet explosive system announcement rang out. Server announcement: congratulations to player Fangu for becoming the first player in the entire server to reach level 9. As a pioneer, his name will be inscribed on the milestone of the Divine Realm. This line of text was not ordinary white. It was bold, enlarged, and embellished with colorful effects. It domineeringly occupied the center of every online player's visual field, lingering for a full 3 seconds. At this moment, the entire world of Eternal fell into an eerie silence. Immediately afterward, the world channel erupted. Level 9. Am I seeing things? I'm still in the newbie village pecking at a mutated wild chicken, nearly causing a brain hemorrhage over a single chicken, and this guy is already at level 9. I officially report this. It must be a cheat. This game has only been live for a few hours. To the person above, this game is managed by the main brain. Where would a cheat come from? Is it so hard to admit someone is a master? A master? I think he's a grinding emperor. Did this guy sleep in a pile of monsters? At the same time, at the outskirts of the newbie village in the wild boar forest, a warrior with the ID Madman was pulling his long sword from the corpse of a wild boar. He was currently the top level player, a notorious leveling enthusiast. Looking at his hard-earned experience bar at 80 of level 7, he was initially pleased, thinking he could maintain his top position. Until that colorful announcement hit him in the face. Clang. The iron sword in Madman's hand fell to the ground. He looked up at the sky with a distorted expression. Level 9. Madman's mouth twitched. I even take a piss in the nutrient cabin. How can he be so much? Is he living in the server? The joys and sorrows of humanity do not connect. Especially for the 5 who had just died and returned to town. At the resurrection point of the newbie village, a flash of white light appeared. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou and his 4 unlucky teammates materialized in the center of the square, looking bewildered. Surrounded by newly entered players dressed in rags, these 5 high-level players stood out conspicuously, because they looked even worse than the newbies. Red name death doubled the penalties. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's once majestic silver armor was gone, leaving only a system-provided pair of shorts, which felt chilling in the breeze. His artisan-level greatsword was also gone. Both hands were empty, like a refugee just robbed. Boss, my staff is gone. My shield is gone too. The shield bearer looked at his bare arms at a loss for tears. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou looked down at his furry thighs. His mind was a blank slate. What just happened? He tried hard to recall the scene before his death. The memory only held swarms of poisonous insects and that man standing in the mud with a smug grin, giving him the middle finger. I think I slashed him once. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou mumbled to himself. Then I saw my health bar evaporate in an instant. What kind of sorcery is this? The damage from a thief isn't supposed to be this outrageous. Boss, that must be a cheat. It has to be a cheat. The priestess stomped her feet angrily. I'm going to report it on the official website. I'll get him banned. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's expression darkened. Reporting? What good would that do? The most critical issue now was his equipment. That greatsword cost him a fortune to acquire, and now it was all lost. Stop howling. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou gritted his teeth and opened the auction house. Hurry and gather money. That Fangu will definitely list the equipment in the auction house. That's my face, I must buy it back. Deep in the poison mist swamp, Chen Hui was engaged in a delightful exercise, looting corpses. Although most of the hundreds of monsters only dropped some copper coins and junk materials, the sheer number made it worthwhile. He picked up 2 silver coins and 5 copper just from the copper. This was a small fortune at the game's outset. Of course, the real treasure was the inheritance left by the 5-player corpses. Tisk being red-named is great. The drop rate is impressive. Chen Hui sighed, pulling an artisan-level greatsword out of the mud. This was Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's weapon. Additionally, there were also a staff shield and leather armor scattered on the ground. A total of 10 pieces of equipment. These 5 were like financial benefactors dropping half of their valuable possessions. Wow, this hairpin is so beautiful. Duo Yin was nearby holding an intelligence-boosting headpiece, her eyes sparkling with the desire to possess. That doesn't add agility, so it's of no use to you. Chen Hui coldly interrupted her fantasy, tossing over a pair of speed-boosting leather boots. These shoes are for you, you'll be able to run faster. Duo Yin accepted the shoes, checked the stats, and instantly beamed with joy. Thank you, master. The master is generous. Chen Hui ignored the silly happy rich girl and opened his talent panel. Talent Lord of Thorns LV2 Advanced Task Endure Attack, count 500. Current progress 0. 5. That wave of frenzied beating had pushed the progress bar forward a notch. Although it was still far from 1 million, Chen Hui felt no panic. In this poison mist swamp, every second of environmental damage counted as an attack. It was practically a training room custom-made for him. Next, Chen Hui looked at the pile of equipment he had just picked up in his bag. A schemer's smile crept across his. These pieces of equipment were nice, but for someone like him who focused entirely on defense, they were useless except for as for returning them to Jian Xiao Jiuzhou. Don't be ridiculous, do they know each other well? Chen Hui skillfully opened the auction house interface. Listed. Set the bidding mode. Currency unit RMB direct access. Especially for that greatsword and silver armor. Chen Hui deliberately wrote a line in the remarks item description: Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's exclusive equipment, original flavor, with blood, a symbol of the top 3 powerhouses. Still warm. Those in the know understand. After completing all this, Chen Hui clapped his hands, concealing his achievements and fame. Only 3 minutes passed. System notification: your item, excellent two-handed greatsword, has been purchased at a fixed price, and after deducting fees 300 yuan has been credited. System notification: your item, silver scale chest armor, has been purchased at a fixed price. A series of notification sounds echoed like heavenly music. Without needing to think, it was clear the buyer was none other than Jian Xiao Jiuzhou himself. This big spender, in order to maintain his dignity as a top 3 player, even knowing he was being ripped off and despite the anger from that mocking remark, would have to swallow his pride and accept the loss, along with other scattered items being snatched up by wealthy passersby. In just 10 minutes, Chen Hui's account balance soared by 48000. Counting the 200 Duo Yin had given him earlier, his total wealth had now reached 6800. Chen Hui stared at that number, a slight sweat forming in his palms. In his previous life, he had toiled for years without saving this much money. And now, on just the first day of the game's launch, he had taken the first step towards financial freedom. Not enough yet. Chen Hui clenched his fists. His goal wasn't just money, it was that supreme power. He glanced at the experience bar. He was still a way off from level 10. As long as he pulled 2 more waves of monsters, the only level 10 reward in the entire server, 10 free attribute points, and a unique accessory, would be his for the taking. Dean, are you done resting? Chen Hui turned to look at the loli who was trying on her new shoes. Let's continue, let's aim to reach it within the hour. Before he could finish his sentence, a huge crimson countdown suddenly appeared in the originally dim sky. Urgent announcement: abnormal fluctuations detected in the game process. To optimize the experience, the Divine Realm server will undergo maintenance in 5 minutes. This maintenance will involve an important version update. Estimated duration, 24 hours. Please all players log off quickly to avoid data loss. Maintenance. In his memory, during the first 3 days of the previous life, Eternal opened, everything went smoothly, and there was no maintenance. Could it be because of me? Chen Hui frowned. As a reborn butterfly, he might have flapped his wings a bit too vigorously. Not only had he secured the first kill, but he also achieved the first level 9 in the entire server, and even massacred a wave of players with a bug-like counter mechanism. Was the main brain getting anxious? Maintenance is happening. Duo Yin looked disappointed. She was just getting into the swing of things. Master, does that mean we can't level up? Yes, the system is forcing us offline. There's nothing we can do. Chen Hui sighed regretfully. It seemed that the only level 10 reward in the server would have to wait until tomorrow's reopening. But luckily his level was far ahead, and no one could surpass him in the next 12 hours. So, Master, will you take me with you when you log in tomorrow? Duo Yin looked at him eagerly, afraid that this golden thigh would run away. Chen Hui looked at this naive girl who had nothing but money and revealed a paternal smile. Of course I will take you. As long as the money is in place, you can choose the posture. Yay. Duo Yin happily bounced twice on the spot before sending a friend request. Player Duo Yin requests to add you as a friend. Chen Hui clicked to accept, and casually changed the note to long-term meal ticket no. 1. I'm logging off. See you tomorrow. As the countdown reached 0, Chen Hui's figure transformed into a white light, disappearing into the poison mist swamp. In the real world, Chen Hui took off the old helmet full of scratches and let out a breath. What came into view was still the cramped rental room of less than 10 square meters. The wall plaster was peeling, revealing the gray-black cement beneath. The air was filled with a mix of cheap instant noodles and mildew. Outside the window, neon lights flickered, representing someone else's prosperity. Chen Hui picked up his phone and opened the banking app. Balance 684250. 00 yuan. He lay on the hard bed listening to the couple next door arguing, yet he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The phone screen glowed. The string of digits on the messaging interface was glaring. 684250. 00 yuan. Chen Hui stared at this number for 3 seconds, then turned off the screen and tossed the phone onto the pillow. Just a few hours ago, he had to salute the owner driving the Land Rover in the security booth for a few thousand yuan in medical fees, bending his waist like a boiled shrimp. Now, he felt he could rip off the Land Rover emblem and play with it as a dart. This was probably the confidence that money brings, colloquially known as getting high on it. A peculiar scent lingered at the tip of his nose. It was the sourness of cheap instant noodle broth that had fermented for 3 days mixed with the musty smell rising from the adjacent sewer. Chen Hui frowned. This wretched place was so bad that even a dog would shake its head and leave. He used to be poor and had no choice. Now that he had money in his pocket, he couldn't stay in this pigsty for even a second. Moving out, Chen Hui rolled out of bed. The moment his feet hit the concrete floor, a strange electrical sensation rushed up his spine. Crack. As he twisted his neck, the sound of popping joints was crisp, like cracking sunflower seeds. His gaze swept across the corner of the wall. There was a spider the size of a fingernail weaving its web. Under the dim light, Chen Hui was surprised to see the fine hairs on the spider's legs, and even the frequency at which the silk quivered. Game attribute feedback. Though it was still very weak, this was just the beginning. In his past life, when the game fully merged with reality, humanity would finally understand what true universal evolution meant. But for now, he was still just a slightly stronger security guard. Chen Hui pushed the door open. The sensor lights in the corridor flickered like a half-paralyzed person casting shadows, as if they were on a horror movie set. Just as he reached the corner of the second floor, a sharp scent of tobacco pierced his nostrils. Yo Xiao Chen. The voice was lazy, tinged with a nasally tone of someone just waking up, laced with impatience. Chen Hui looked up. Shen Qingning. His landlord, a wealthy woman who owned 3 buildings and casually drove a Porsche to buy groceries. At this moment, she leaned against a wall plastered with small ads, casually draped in a khaki trench coat over her purple silk robe. A long, slender cigarette was pinched between her fingers, the scarlet ember flickering in the dim light. This woman had a face that could make men willingly hand over their salary cards. A regal woman. The kind with an aura 2 meters tall that could scare a little puppy into wetting itself. Kicked offline. Shen Qingning flicked the ash off her cigarette, her motion elegant, as if swatting away a fly. Clearly this wealthy woman was not in a good mood. Maintenance. Chen Hui's expression was calm, as his gaze swept over her long, beautiful legs and high heels. There was no longer the previous shyness or sleaziness. It was like admiring an expensive porcelain piece displayed in a window. The helmet is too cheap, the graphics card is about to blow, and planning to go to the city center to get a new one. Shen Qingning raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This little security guard used to be so nervous in her presence that he didn't know where to put his hands, and spoke in a voice barely louder than a mosquito. What happened today? Did he take the wrong medicine? Or did he win the lottery? Kanchi technology. Yes, I want to buy a wellness pod. Shen Qingning pulled a set of car keys from her Hermes Birkin bag. Twisting her fingers, the Porsche emblem drew a streak of light in the dim light. Perfect timing. I'm also heading there to have afternoon tea with my friends. She turned her long hair whipping out in a sharp arc. Get in, I'll give you a ride. Chen Hui didn't hesitate. Who would take the bus when they could ride in a Porsche? Downstairs, a black Porsche Cayenne crouched by the roadside like a beast standing out from the surrounding ragged electric bikes. The car door closed. The world fell silent. The cabin was filled with the scent of expensive leather mixed with the chilling fragrance of Shen Qingning's perfume. Very aggressive. Shen Qingning started the engine and pressed the gas pedal. The sensation of being pushed back hit instantly. She glanced at the passenger seat. Chen Hui sat casually fiddling with the figure of a violent bear on the center console, his face showing no signs of unease. That calmness radiating from his bones couldn't be feigned. Do you also play Divine Realm? Shen Qingning casually broke the silence, mainly out of curiosity regarding the little security guard's current demeanor. Just messing around. Chen Hui replied dismissively. This broken game is simply torturing people. Shen Qingning held the steering wheel with one hand, the other anxiously raking through her hair. I chose a mage, but casting takes as long as an old lady crossing the street, and my defense is flimsier than a potato chip. Just before the maintenance, I barely managed to level up to level 5 of struggling to kite, even a wild wolf for a while. A mage. A human-shaped nuclear bomb in the later stages, a mobile ATM in the early stages. No skills, no mana, and basic attacks hurt less than a stick. Mages are indeed difficult in the early stages. Chen Hui looked out at the fleeting street scenery, his tone as if commenting on the weather. But if you can get the fire rain technique, your leveling efficiency would at least increase tenfold. Shen Qingning laughed. It was the reaction of someone who had heard an enormous joke. Xiaochen, haven't you checked the forum? She glanced at Chen Hui, her eyes filled with a patronizing kindness. Right now there are only a few single target skill books available across the entire server. Group attack skills. They are in demand, but unavailable. Those big guilds are offering bounties. One fire rain technique has been speculated to reach 50,000, yet no one is selling it. That's because they're foolish. Chen Hui turned his head, his gaze locking onto Shun Qingming's alluring peach blossom eyes. His expression was clear and determined like a deity overlooking a swarm of lost ants. The coordinates of the novice village are 241589, where there's a withered tree struck by lightning. Chen Hui's voice was not loud, but in the enclosed cabin it was alarmingly clear. Stand in front of the hole in the tree and cast fireball 3 times in succession. Remember, the interval must not exceed 1 second. A wandering goblin merchant will appear. He sells this skill book for 5 silver coins. The car screeched to a halt. The Porsche suddenly stopped at the traffic light, the tires screeching against the asphalt. Inertia caused both of them to lurch forward. Chen Qingming didn't have time to fix her slightly disheveled collar. She stared intently at Chen Hui, her grip on the steering wheel so tight, her fingers turned white. Too specific. Coordinates, triggering methods, NPC types, even the price. If this was nonsense, then this storytelling ability could write novels. But Chen Hui's gaze was too steady. Steady enough to make her feel uneasy. Are you serious? Chen Qingming's voice was tense. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Chen Hui leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes, a signature smirk playing on his lips. Anyway, after the maintenance ends, that goblin will only stay for 10 minutes. Once you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. The green light turned on. The honking from behind grew louder. Chen Qingming restarted the engine. Through the rearview mirror, she took a deep look at the familiar, yet unfamiliar man beside her. Initially, she thought he was just a poor kid who needed care. Unexpectedly, was he a monk sweeping the floor? If you lie to me. Chen Qingming's red lips curled slightly, revealing a set of snow-white glutinous teeth, her tone chilling. Next month's rent will double. Chen Hui smiled. He had been waiting for this sentence. And what if I didn't lie to you? Chen Qingming was also straightforward, or rather 50,000 was just a few bags of money for her. They'll give you 100,000. Wealthy women are indeed generous. Chen Hui whistled in his heart. Deal. This was a win-win situation. An underground garage teemed with luxury cars. The air hung thick with the scent of premium fuel and the quiet, heady aroma of wealth. I'm heading up for a spa treatment. The affluent woman unbuckled her seatbelt and smoothed her silk collar with effortless grace, like a model poised for a high-fashion editorial shoot. They'll pick you up in a bit. Chen Hui waved as she vanished into her private elevator, then glanced down at himself. Faded jean sneakers split along the seam, and a promotional t-shirt emblazoned with XX Property Management. 680,000 yuan rested in his pocket. Yet his entire outfit couldn't muster 100. Chen Hui tugged faintly at the corner of his mouth. This wasn't some incognito experiment. It was simply that he'd only just received the money and hadn't yet spent a cent. Still, it suited him fine. In a world that judged by attire, this outward shell served as the perfect filter. 3rd floor, Tianchi Technology Experience Store. The busiest spot in the mall, chilled to an Arctic degree, bathed in cool blue holographic projections, an immersive slice of cyberpunk realism. The moment Chen Hui stepped inside, the ambient clamor seemed to hush, just for a breath. Around him, patrons gleamed in designer wear, idly flipping open the latest foldable smartphones. His own appearance stood out like a drop of ink spilled into milk, jarringly conspicuous. A male sales associate hurried over. Crisp uniform hair slicked back to a mirror shine, and a smile, so polished it verged on artificial. Good afternoon, sir. His gaze swept over Chen Hui like a barcode scanner, swift, clinical, precise, before settling unerringly on the split seam of his shoes. The smile remained, but the warmth in his eyes vanished, plunging into sub-zero stillness. The standard VR headset demo area is in the far left corner. The attendant's subtly pivoted palm extended with practiced ease toward the store's most remote edge. Scan the QR code to follow our official account. 10 minutes of free trial. Base model 1999 yuan. Current promotions apply. A seamless, rehearsed sequence, clearly marking the budget zone while delivering a polite, unspoken eviction. Chen Hui didn't budge. His eyes locked instead on the store's deepest recess, encircled by pale blue bulletproof glass illuminated by focused spotlights and cordoned off with crimson caution tape. There rested Xinyu's flagship peripheral, the wellness pod. Take me there. Chen Hui murmured, chin lifting slightly toward the enclosure. The attendant blinked, his smile faltering. Sir, that's the VIP section. He emphasized the words, shifting his stance deliberately to block Chen Hui's path. Starting price 58000 yuan, and no trial sessions are offered. The implication hung heavy. Don't even think about sneaking in to cool off or snap a boastful WeChat post. Chen Hui slid his hands into his pockets, not even glancing up. You don't understand human speech. His voice was low, not loud, yet colder than shattered ice. That bone-deep indifference sent an involuntary shiver through the attendant. This gaze didn't belong to someone seeking free AC. Just as the attendant hesitated over whether to call security, a cloyingly saccharine voice pierced the air. Honey, I really want that red one. Chen Hui's brow lifted almost imperceptibly. That voice, he knew it well. Too well. He turned. By the silvery display podium stood a man, and the woman's figure was voluptuous, her pencil skirt stretched taut, like a second skin. She clung to the man like a spineless vine. And the man. A receding hairline crowned a gleaming lamplit scalp, a gold chain thick enough to leash a Tibetan mastiff hung heavy around his neck, a grotesque balding rendition of Beauty and the Beast. Chen Hui exhaled softly. Fate had a cruel sense of irony. The woman cooing beside him was Lin Xian, the very one who'd scorned him for being poor, then swiftly eloped with a construction boss just days ago. Lin Xian had noticed the commotion too. Her gaze drifted lazily, then froze upon spotting Chen Hui's worn clothes. Her whole body stiffened ever so slightly. Then across her flawlessly made-up face flickered a complex mosaic shocked disdain and a quiet condescending superiority. Oh, look who it is. It's Ahui. She peeled herself from Mr. Wang's arm, adjusted her skirt, and clicked forward on stiletto heels. What a coincidence. You're here to browse equipment too. Her voice carried loud enough to ensure every nearby ear registered her acquaintance with this penniless ex. Chen Hui watched her, his expression serene, as if observing a stone by the roadside. Must have forgotten to check the almanac before leaving home. Lin Xian's smile tightened, but she quickly adopted a tone dripping with faux concern. Ahui, I know it hurt when I ended things. She sighed, her acting flawless. But one must stay grounded in reality. Even the cheapest pod here costs 50 or 60,000, more than 2 years' salary for you. Just look okay. Don't push yourself. Then turning sharply to the attendant, honestly, how do you let anyone in here? Her voice brimmed with reproach. If he dirties the equipment, you'll be scrubbing all day. The attendant snapped upright, his contempt for Chen Hui deepening instantly. So, he was just a discarded broke ex. Skip the junk. Chen Hui ignored Lin Xian entirely, pointing past the crowd toward the showroom's centerpiece, a sleek black pod isolated behind its own barrier. Black and gold livery, aerodynamic contours radiating a soft, cerulean luminescence. The crown jewel of Tianqi technology, the deep sea wellness pod. Price tag, 28800 yuan. I'll take that one. Silence crashed over the room like a physical weight. Lin Xian burst into laughter, sharp, incredulous, her chest trembling with mirth. Ahui, have you lost your mind? She jabbed a finger at the pod, tears welling. That's 288,000, not 28. Are you planning to lie down for 5 minutes, snap a photo, and pretend you're some heir to a fortune? Stop it. It's truly humiliating. Mr. Wang ambled over. He puffed out his beer belly, stroked his gleaming pate, and flashed a set of nicotine-stained teeth. Young, adopting the patronizing posture of a self-made tycoon, he lectured, dreams are admirable in youth. But pretending to be something you're not without the means. That's not ambition. That's delusion. With a flourish, he drew a gold credit card from his Hermes wallet and slapped it rhythmically against his palm. Ignore this lunatic attendant. Waving grandly toward the 8th Sandyuan red pod Lin Xian had coveted, he declared, that one. I'll take it. Swipe now. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. She threw her arms around Mr. Wang's greasy face and planted a loud, wet kiss on his cheek. Honey, you're amazing. My darling is the best. Watching them, Chen Hui felt a sour churn in his stomach. One played the part with gusto, the other believed it utterly. A match made in theatrical absurdity. He saw no point in further delay. Striding to the counter, he withdrew an ordinary-looking debit card from the front pocket of his faded jeans, freshly issued moments earlier at an ATM. Hack. The card landed on the marble surface with a clean, sharp report. Chen Hui turned his gaze sweeping over the dazed attendant, then lingering deliberately on Lin Xian and Mr. Wang. A faint razor-edged smile curved his lips, revealing teeth startlingly white and perfectly aligned. That 288,000 yuan pod. I'll take it. Now. Process the payment. Lin Xian's grin froze mid-expression. Mr. Wang's hand hovered, card suspended midair. The attendant stared, first at the scuffed, unassuming card on the counter, then at Chen Hui's unwavering, unflinching eyes. In that suspended instant, he realized this young man in the threadbare t-shirt carried more quiet authority than the gold chain-wearing bald man beside him. Sir, are you absolutely certain? The attendant's voice trembled, whether from awe or alarm he couldn't tell. 2 units. Chen Hui braced one elbow on the counter, languid and unhurried. Hurry up. I'm on a tight schedule. The air was as silent as death. At this moment, even if a needle were dropped on the ground, one could probably hear the sound of a nuclear bomb detonating. The male sales assistant, who just a second ago wore a face full of disdain, had his jaw dropped, as if dislocated, his mouth open wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. He stared at Chen Hui, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets, as if he had heard some fantastical tale. 2 units. For a top-tier wellness cabin priced at 288,000 each, this ragged kid was asking for 2 units right off the bat. Beside him, President Wang, whose mouth was originally poised to spew venom, was now half open, as if someone had pressed the pause button, making a strange sound akin to a duck being throttled. As for Lin Xian, her large eyes, thickly coated with mascara, were wide open, her whole being frozen, as if struck by lightning, unable to move. Chen Hui ignored the dramatic performances of this group. His expression was calm as he leisurely pulled out a bank card from the pocket of his faded jeans. No unnecessary words. Swipe the card. Enter the password. The movements were fluid and swift enough to make one's heart ache. Beep. The POS machine emitted a crisp and pleasant electronic sound followed by a long receipt that smoothly slid out like a tongue. Transaction successful, total amount 577776.00 yuan. That string of numbers under the cold white light was glaringly red, dizzying to behold. 57,000. In just this moment it turned to ashes. The sales assistant swallowed hard, his atoms, apple violently rolling. The next second he showcased what was a master-level performance of face-changing. His previously straight back instantly bent at a standard 90-degree angle. The fake professional smile on his face vanished, replaced by an enthusiasm more affectionate and obsequious than seeing his own father. Even the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes turned into blooming chrysanthemums. Honorable Mr. Chen, please take a seat. Don't stand there, it would be a crime to tire your legs. The sales assistant's voice was overly sweet, turning to shout at the back, his tone split. Hurry. Bring out that jar of Blue Mountain coffee we have in the store. It needs to be freshly ground. Serve Mr. Chen. We have 2 units in stock and can pack them right away. Do you need us to arrange a special car to deliver them to your home? We offer a 2-hour express delivery service throughout the city. This attitude was so servile, it was as if he were about to kneel before Chen Hui to shine his shoes. After all, the commission from this sale would be enough for him to eat for half a year. On the other side, President Wang looked at the receipt, still printing, his face changing from red to white, and then from white to a pig's liver color. Just a few minutes ago, he had been bargaining with the sales assistant over an 80,000 yuan machine, hoping to get a pair of headphones or a 98% discount. And now, this little security guard whom he had mocked as a pauper and a waste didn't even blink and just tossed out over 50,000. It felt as if he were flaunting a water gun as a show of strength, only to have the other side pull out an Italian cannon. It was not just a slap to the face. This was pressing his face to the ground, rubbing it with the sole of a shoe, and then spitting on him. Damn. Where did this? President Wang's heart was filled with hatred. The humiliation of being trampled by money made his not-so-strong heart pound, and even the sparse hairs on his head trembled. As for Lin Qian, her feelings were even more complicated at this moment. She stared blankly at Chen Hui, who was signing his name with his head down. His profile was still that profile, but at this moment, it looked damn charming, exuding a kind of dominance that made one weak in the knees. When did that poor kid who would calculate for half a day whether he had a group purchase coupon even for a movie become so extravagant? Over 50,000. If they hadn't broken up back then. Wouldn't she also have a share of this money? Could she also lie in that top-tier wellness cabin enjoying so-called noble services and flaunting on social media? A strong sense of regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake, quickly turning into deep jealousy, distorting her features. Why? Why was he living better without her? Seeing Lin Qian's distracted expression tinged with a hint of regret, President Wang's anger surged to the top. Having been in the business world for so many years, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Especially losing face in front of a woman felt worse than being killed. No way. This humiliation must be avenged. If money can't compete, then let's compare other things. President Wang's eyes shifted to the slightly thin figure of Chen Hui, the corners of his mouth curling into a lewd and malicious sneer. He deliberately raised his voice loud enough for the onlookers to hear. "Oh, so what if you have money?" President Wang laughed in a sarcastic tone, his eyes filled with lewd implications. Some things can't be bought. Lin Qian had told him that this guy was incredibly dull, like a dead fish in bed, not moving at all, finishing in just a few minutes. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Lin Qian's waist, deliberately squeezing her with his greasy hand, provokingly looking at Chen Hui. As a man, it's not enough to just have money in your pocket. You need to be capable down there as well. Right, Chen Qian? This was a move aimed at attacking his heart. Since he had lost in financial strength, he would strike at a man's dignity. Such underhanded tactics often infuriate a man, causing him to lose composure in public. Lin Qian's body stiffened. Discussing such a private topic in front of so many people made her feel a wave of intense embarrassment and shame. Moreover, although Chen Hui had been poor before, he was actually not lacking in that aspect. One could even say he was quite, but at this moment, feeling the pressure of that large hand on her waist, and smelling the pungent mix of body odor and expensive cologne from President Wang made her sick. She was a parasitic flower relying on this balding man for survival, and she had no choice. Lin Qian gritted her teeth, suppressing her disgust, not daring to look Chen Hui in the eyes, and softly echoed, "You're right, husband. We shouldn't bother with these superficial things, some joys he can't experience." Although her voice was small, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet store. The surrounding onlookers immediately burst into knowing laughter, their eyes sweeping over Chen Hui with a mix of scrutiny and mockery. So he was just a silver-plated gunhead. After facing this avalanche of ridicule and the malicious slander from the two, Chen Hui finished signing the last letter and slowly set down the pen. He did not explode in anger. He did not blush. He didn't even glance at the two of them. He calmly received the bank card presented by the sales assistant, then gently tapped the marble counter. Thud thud. The sound was not loud, but it made the ecstatic sales assistant tremble all over. Chen Hui lifted his eyelids, his gaze coldly sweeping over the sales assistant's face, his tone as calm, as if discussing the weather. Is the environment in your store always this poor? The sales assistant was taken aback. Huh? Chen Hui pointed at the still smug President Wang, and Lin Xian nearby, his voice turning cold. Two flies buzzing in my ear are very detrimental to my shopping mood. If your store can't even guarantee basic quiet, then I might need to consider refunding these two machines. Those two words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the joy in the sales assistant's heart, making him feel cold from head to toe. A 577,000 order. Half a year's commission. If this deal fell through, the manager would skin him alive. The flattery in the sales assistant's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce and menacing aura. He couldn't afford to offend this big spender Chen Hui, but could he not deal with two poor losers who just watched? Security. The sales assistant abruptly turned around and shouted at the entrance. Several burly men in uniforms immediately surrounded them. Get these two people out of here. The sales assistant pointed at President Wang, and Lin Xian's saliva flying, his voice sharper than when he had mocked Chen Hui. Don't you see, mister? Chen is resting. Making a fuss, don't you have any manners? This is a high-end experience store, not a vegetable market. President Wang was dumbfounded. Lin Xian was also stunned. You dare to kick me out? President Wang trembled with rage, pointing his finger at the sales assistant's nose. I was a customer preparing to buy that 80,000 yuan machine. Are you trying to get complained about? 80,000. The sales assistant sneered, his eyes contemptuous, as if looking at a piece of garbage. Mister Chen has spent 578,000 as a supreme VIP. Your 80,000 yuan order doesn't even match Mr. Chen's tip. And this gentleman here just now is suspected of personally attacking our VIP and spreading rumors. Now immediately get out. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Several security guards immediately stepped forward, each grabbing one of President Wang's arms. Let go of me. What are you doing? I have money. President Wang struggled desperately, his Mediterranean hairstyle becoming a complete mess, several long hairs disheveled on his forehead, making him look ridiculous like a clown. Lin Xian was even more ashamed and furious. She was being shoved out by a security guard, almost twisting her ankle in her high heels. The laughter from the surrounding crowd erupted once again. But this time the targets of ridicule had become them. Just before being pushed out the door, Lin Xian couldn't help but glance back. That man whom she had once discarded like a worn-out shoe was sitting on a genuine leather sofa, holding a steaming cup of Blue Mountain coffee. The light illuminated his profile, elegant, composed, and unattainable. Throughout it all, he had never looked at them once. That kind of disregard was the ultimate humiliation. Tap, tap, tap. The sharp measured click of high heels against marble floor, neither hurried nor hesitant, each step landing precisely in rhythm with a human heartbeat. No cloying perfume. Only a faint icy woody aroma, the kind money imparts after decades of immersion in luxury. Chen Hui's eyebrows lifted slightly. Reinforcements had arrived, 2 minutes later than expected. The crowd parted instinctively, forming a silent corridor. Shen Qingning strode forward, draped in a khaki trench coat. Beneath it flowed a lustrous purple silk gown that shimmered like captured starlight. She did not glance at anyone. Her gaze remained straight ahead, regal and unblinking, as if surveying her sovereign domain. If Lin Xian was a plastic flower straining desperately for attention by the roadside, then Shen Qingning was a black rose growing alone on a cliff's edge, beautiful, untouchable, meant only for distant admiration. Between them lay no mere distance, but a chasm of species. Shen Qingning halted before Chen Hui. She extended her hand, cool fingertips lightly brushing his collar, smoothing, adjusting. The gesture was effortless, intimate, like a wife gently chiding her husband for morning clumsiness. Took you long enough to buy something? Her voice was low, languid, edged with quiet amusement. I nearly dozed off waiting in the car. Chen Hui caught her wrist, not tightly but with gentle guiding pressure, and smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. No help for it. I ran into 2 flies buzzing so loudly my temples throbbed. Flies. Only then did Shen Qingning turn. Those elegant almond-shaped eyes narrowed ever so slightly as her gaze swept over Wang Zong and Lin Xian, both now frozen in place. Her expression was detached, as if observing a grimy trash bag discarded by the roadside. Lin Xian instinctively shrank back, her neck pulling inward. She glanced at Shen Qingning's impeccably tailored, wrinkle-free, haute couture gown, then down at her own off-the-rack, still-threaded Atha-themed bodycon dress from an online marketplace. She looked at the diamond-encrusted watch glinting coldly on Shen Qingning's wrist, then at her own delicate gold chain, so fine it seemed barely visible around her throat. A sour, acrid tide surged up from her stomach, the suffocating vertigo of total multidimensional inferiority. As for Wang Zong, this balding middle-aged man stood slack-jawed, a glistening thread of saliva clinging to his lower lip. He'd spent half his life navigating the underworld, had seen countless women of ill repute, but a woman of this caliber. He'd only glimpsed her type on the glossy covers of financial magazines. Aura is invisible and tangible, yet it can crush a man flat. Shen Qingming's gaze lingered for half a second on the few wisps of hair fluttering across Wang Zong's scalp. Disdain. Unvarnished, unapologetic disdain. She turned back to Chen Hui, lips parting with cool precision, her tone laced with 3 parts frost 7 parts mockery. So this is the ex-girlfriend who dumped you, for a few thousand yuan. Chen Hui shrugged nonchalantly. Shen Qingming shook her head, faintly exhaling a soft silken laugh. Taste really is questionable. She appraised Lin Qian once more, then let her gaze settle final and damning on the greasy Wang Zong. That preference runs rather deep, doesn't it? Uft. Someone burst out laughing, a snorting pig-like sound. Deep preference. Those 3 words stung worse than any slap, ripping away Lin Qian's last shred of dignity and trampling it into dust. Lin Qian's face drained of color, her lips trembled, desperate to speak, but her throat constricted, choked tight, as if stuffed with cotton wool. Before this woman, even the courage to open her mouth had been stripped from her. Let's go. Shen Qingming clearly considered further eye contact a contamination. She slipped her arm through Chen Hui's. Not too tight, not too loose. The spa's been calling. Don't keep the therapist waiting. Chen Hui fell into step beside her. They walked away together, 2 figures perfectly matched, their departure blinding in its elegance. Left behind were stunned onlookers and 2 hollow men, spineless as marionettes whose strings had just snapped. Wang Zong's face cycled between livid purple and ashen gray. Around him, mocking glances pricked at his fleshy cheeks like needles. What are you staring at? He whirled abruptly, unleashing all his humiliation upon Lin Qian, shoving her hand away with brutal force. Useless. Do you want to humiliate me even more? Cursing under his breath, he stormed off, his few remaining hairs whipping wildly in the AC breeze, pathetic and absurd. Lin Qian staggered, nearly snapping her heel. She stared after Chen Hui's retreating figure, eyes burning with unshed tears. Regret coiled around her heart, like a venomous serpent sinking fangs deep into her soul. What if she hadn't left him, for those few thousand yuan? Would she now be the one leaning on his arm, savoring such rarefied privilege? Too late. In adulthood there are only consequences, no what-ifs. Underground garage. The heavy door of the Porsche Cayenne slammed shut, sealing them off from the world's clamor. Phew. Chen Hui slumped gracelessly into the passenger seat, loosening his collar. Thanks, Jia. That performance. The Oscars owe you a golden statuette. Shen Qingming started the engine, the low resonant purr vibrating through the cabin. She glanced sideways at Chen Hui, a knowing, half-amused curve playing at her lips. Don't flatter yourself. I simply refuse to let my tenant be belittled. It would reflect poorly on me. After all, if my tenant can't even outshine some balding nouveau riche, what does that say about my standards as a landlord? Classic case of saying one thing while meaning another. Chen Hui smiled faintly, choosing not to call her out. This woman had come down deliberately to rescue him, yet insisted on wrapping it in such pristine self-serving logic. 2 units. Where should I ship them? Shen Qingming's slender fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. Don't tell me you plan to cram both machines into that 10-square-meter rental apartment. One goes to the apartment. Chen Hui's smile faded, his gaze grew still, thoughtful, his fingertips tracing the edge of his seatbelt. The other goes to Beijing Central Hospital. Screech. The car jolted slightly. Shen Qingming turned surprised. Hospital? You weren't just showing off when you bought 2. Do I strike you as that kind of person? Chen Hui rolled his eyes, gaze drifting out the window at the blur of passing streets. Yes, posturing feels good, but money must cut where it matters most. My mother's hospitalized. This is for her. The cabin fell silent. Only the whisper of air from the vent broke the hush. Auntie, what's wrong with her? It took several long moments before Shen Qingming asked softly. Lung cancer. Chen Hui spoke evenly, as though recounting something utterly ordinary. Stage 4. The doctors say it's linked to years of inhaling industrial dust. The wellness pod has life support systems and pain suppression. I want her to try entering the game. Even if she only walks through its landscapes, it's better than counting days while staring at a ceiling. In his previous life, many discovered, only after reality and virtuality merged, that long-term use of top-tier wellness pods subtly reshaped users' physiology. Even terminal patients found themselves granted a second chance when the game's effects bled back into the physical world. That was why Chen Hui refused to upgrade his living space, pouring every cent instead into these premium units. He was gambling on a future both elusive and undeniably real. Shen Qingming's grip tightened on the steering wheel. Her usually nonchalant fox-like eyes now glistened faintly at the edges. That's good, she murmured, voice roughened. Years ago when her grandfather passed, he lay skeletal beneath a tangle of tubes. So frail, so diminished. Had such technology existed then, even if it were merely illusion, she would have bankrupted herself to try it. She never imagined that this seemingly carefree, scathingly witty security guard carried such profound weight in his heart. Alright, enough of this melodrama. Feeling the mood grow heavy, Chen Hui waved a hand, feigning lightness. She had just dropped me at the next intersection. I'll hail a cab to the hospital to install the unit. No need to trouble you. Pop. A crisp, precise flick to his forehead. Chen Hui clutched his head, bewildered. Ow. What was that for? Shen Qingming withdrew her finger, her breathtaking face, once again adorned with that imperious, queenly smile. Only this time, the glacial chill in her eyes had receded, replaced by something warmer, quieter. Call me Jia, and still act like an outsider. She pressed the accelerator. The Porsche roared, a deep, visceral growl, as force pressed them back into their seats. Hold on tight. Shen Qingming kept her eyes fixed ahead, lips lifting in a subtle, radiant curve. Big sisters taking. The black Qian glided into the VIP channel of the hospital. There was no noise, no waiting lines. Only 2 rows of medical staff, their white coats spotless, stood waiting. The director stood at the forefront wearing an appropriately humble expression. The kind of reverence born from money and mysterious power held more weight than any words. Chen Hui pushed the door and got out of the car. The director quickly stepped forward, grasping Chen Hui's hand lightly, the force perfectly controlled, both warm and not overly familiar. Mr. Chen, your mother has been settled. Room 1 on the top floor. The expert team is on standby at all times. Chen Hui withdrew his hand and nodded. Thank you. This was the taste of privilege. No need for registration, no need for extra beds in the corridor, not even a single word more. The elevator went directly to the top floor. The black gold ward. There was no pungent smell of disinfectant here, only a faint hint of expensive incense. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, half of Jinghai's river view lay in full view. On the hospital bed, Ms. Chen Lan was troubled as she looked into a small mirror. With an 4 in her left hand and the mirror in her right, she examined her waxy face from side to side. This complexion looks like an old pomelo skin left out for 3 years. Chen Lan sighed and flipped the mirror face down onto the blanket. In this horrible state, how could I not scare off my daughter-in-law when I see her? Chen Hui stood at the door, his nose feeling slightly sour. In his previous life, when his mother passed, her body was filled with tubes, and she didn't even have the strength to open her eyes. Unlike now, when she still had the mind to complain about her looks and the energy to worry about trivial matters. Even if it was a bit pretentious, it was still the most beautiful pretentiousness he had ever heard. Mom. Chen Hui called out, his throat tightening slightly. Chen Lan flinched and abruptly turned her head. Upon seeing her son, her murky eyes instantly brightened, and just as she was about to smile, her gaze seemed magnetically drawn past Chen Hui, fixated on something behind him. Shen Qingming. Dressed in a high-end tailored trench coat, she exuded an aura of confidence, looking like a beauty stepping off the cover of a fashion magazine. The radar was activated. Target locked. Chen Lan, who had initially wanted Chen Hui's support, suddenly found strength from somewhere and swatted her son's hand away. The movement was decisive, clearly showing her disdain. As if Chen Hui was merely a passerby blocking her view. Ouch! Chen Lan's thin, bony fingers grabbed Shen Qingming's wrist, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Eldest son, you've done well. She examined Shen Qingming from top to bottom, her mouth making a sound of amazement. This girl looks like a celestial being descended to Earth, but didn't quite land. Did you give her a love potion, or did you save the galaxy in your past life? The room fell silent for a moment. Shen Qingming froze. She was decisive in business, her eyes not blinking when facing contracts worth billions. But at this moment, confronted by this eager, withered hand filled with hope, the top-tier lattice brain short-circuited. That layer of aloofness shattered at the sight of a mother's unabashed affection. Her ears turned visibly. Auntie, no, you've misunderstood. Shen Qingming stammered instinctively, trying to pull her hand back, but fearing to hurt the elderly woman. I'm his. His what? Chen Lan interrupted, laughter spreading across her wrinkled face. Auntie, the young people these days are all about. What's it called? Oh right, trial marriage. Regardless of whether they met through house buying, once you're through that door, your family. Chen Hui stifled his laughter until his stomach hurt. To see the notoriously aloof Shen Qingming taken down a peg was a sight worth recording for repeated viewing. But he didn't dare let his mother get too excited, risking her blood pressure skyrocketing. Just as he was about to explain, Mom, actually she is. His foot suddenly throbbed. A sharp stiletto heel landed precisely and mercilessly on the top of his foot. It even twisted a couple of times with a personal vendetta. Shen Qingming maintained a poised yet rigid smile, but her eyes were like 2 little knives piercing sharply at Chen Hui. The look clearly said, if you dare to speak out of turn, you're dead. Now is not the time to explain. To tell a seriously ill elder that her son was actually a penniless loser, and that this beauty was the landlord there to collect rent. That would be tantamount to wishing for the elder's life to be cut short. Chen Hui understood, instantly swallowing the words that had reached his lips, and smoothly changing his tune. Right. Mom, you truly have an eye for people. This is... Cough that thing. Chen Lan was delighted, holding onto Shen Qingming's hand tightly. For the next 10 minutes, Chen Hui was completely reduced to a mere background. He watched helplessly as his mother, who would usually battle a vendor for a few cents on vegetables for half an hour, chatted enthusiastically with this affluent woman dressed head to toe in high fashion. They discussed skincare and the trending colors of the season. The most outrageous part was that Shen Qingming actually shed her disguise. She sat on the edge of the bed listening to Chen Lan talk about trivial matters, occasionally chiming in. Although slightly awkward, it was sincere enough. "This daughter-in-law is beautiful," Chen Lan concluded with a decisive statement. Just then several staff members pushed in a futuristic-looking black health pod. The massive black body emitted a soft blue glow brimming with a sense of technology. Chen Lan was startled. "Wow, what is this? Is an alien going to abduct me for experiments?" "Mom, this is the latest gaming health pod." Chen Hui stepped forward and patted the machine. "You can play that." "Eternity." "I know. Eternity," Chen Lan answered proudly. "Don't think your mom is an old relic. I can also watch short videos while lying in bed, you know." As she said this, Chen Lan suddenly pouted, her expression dismissive. That old lady Lu next door brags every day about how her son bought her a gaming helmet, claiming she can dance square dances inside, and even see her dream lover from her youth. Who doesn't have a son? Chen Hui couldn't help but chuckle. "So your competitive spirit is all invested in." Chen Lan walked around the health pod, her palm grazing the cold metallic surface. Suddenly she stopped. Turning her head, her gaze became cautious, even a bit timid. "Son, this thing must be pretty expensive, right?" Her eyes held both a longing for new life and a pain that was instinct embedded in the bones of someone who had been poor all their life. "Not expensive," Chen Hui replied without changing his expression, speaking without hesitation. "I had good luck in the game and found a rare item, sold it to the boss. This pod was a gift from the boss, didn't cost anything, it's employee welfare." "Really?" Chen Lan looked. "Really?" Chen Hui asserted firmly. The next second a hand silently reached around Chen Hui's waist, pinching a small piece of soft flesh. Twist. 180 degrees. Hiss. Chen Hui gasped. Chen Lan leaned close to his ear, lowering her voice, her tone fierce, yet trembling. "You little rascal. Do you think I'm foolish? A big iron lump like this could be a gift. You're going to marry a daughter-in-law, why spend money on someone like me who's halfway in the ground? Can't you save it for a betrothal gift?" Although she was scolding him, the tears in the corners of Chen Lan's eyes were impossible to hide. "Auntie, it really is a gift." A cool, detached voice interrupted. Shen Qingming stood to the side, tidying her hair, her expression calm. "I am an executive at the gaming company. Chen Hui is our special experience officer. This is a special benefit for the family members of outstanding employees. Not only is it free, but future in-game expenses will also be completely waived." Chen Hui looked at Shen Qingming in surprise. This excuse was brilliant. Not only did it cover the lie, but it also included all future expenses. Upon hearing it was a benefit from her daughter-in-law's company, Chen Lan immediately stopped feeling distressed. Her back straightened instantly. "Oh, so that's how it is. That's great, that's great. I'm so fortunate to have a daughter-in-law who's a leader." With the nurse's help, Chen Lan lay down in the health pod. As the pod door slowly closed, a light blue life-sustaining fluid began to flow in. On the screen, various monitoring data of her vital signs began to fluctuate steadily. The nerve-blocking technology was activated. The cancer pain that had tormented her for countless days and nights would finally be completely banished at this moment. Watching his mother's peaceful sleeping face, Chen Hui's tense shoulders finally relaxed. He did it. In this life, he finally got ahead of death. He stepped out of the ward. The window at the end of the corridor was open. The sunset's afterglow poured in, stretching their shadows long entwined on the ground. Shen Qingming leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. That top-tier lattice aura returned, but now it carried a hint of warmth. "Your mother is quite interesting." She turned her head, gazing at the burning clouds outside. "Much cuter than you." Chen Hui turned around, looking at the woman bathed in golden light before him. Usually so high and mighty with a prickly demeanor, Shen Qingming appeared unexpectedly gentle at this moment. "Sis, thank you." Chen Hui retracted his usual playful demeanor, his tone becoming serious. "Just now, I put you in a tough spot. Asking a wealthy woman worth billions to pretend to be his daughter-in-law and act along, he owed her a big favor." Shen Qingming was taken aback. Then, as if she had been stepped on by a cat, she instantly reverted to her haughty demeanor. She turned away, but the tips of her ears were secretly flushed. "Don't get carried away. I was just respecting my elders and caring for the young, not wanting to disappoint Annie. Also just now, it was all acting. Do you understand commercial smiles? Don't take it seriously." Yes, it was all acting, pure skill." Chen Hui followed her lead, but his eyes were full of laughter. "Shen Qingming, the Oscars truly owe you a little golden man." "Shut up." Shen Qingming shot him a glare, turning on her high heels and walking away swiftly. "I'm leaving. I'm starving." Chen Hui watched her slightly flustered back, chuckling, and quickly followed her. Under the sunset, their shadows grew closer on the ground. Although it was fake, but this feeling. The black Kian parked at the mouth of the alley, its engine idling softly, drowning out the surrounding noise of people. She didn't look at Chen Hui, her gaze landing on the tangled mess of wires in the alley. "We're here. Don't get me wrong, sis, I have a flaw. I am profit-driven. Sending you home is purely because I'm eyeing the gaming intel in your head. A typical tsundere. Chen Hui bent down, bringing his gaze level with hers. Sister, isn't it a coincidence? I'm also profit-driven. He smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. Thank you for today for playing a role with my mother. Xin Qingning turned her head. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed, slightly scrutinizing the man in front of her dressed in cheap clothes. Previously, she only thought of him as a slightly clever security guard. Today, she realized that beneath this facade of playful banter lay something much deeper. Fine. Xin Qingning took a drag on her cigarette, her tone neutral. I've noted down the gaming coordinates. If you really obtain the fire rain technique, 100,000 will be wired to your account. Boom, a foot on the gas. The Qian sped away, leaving behind a trail of red taillights cutting through the dusk with authority. Chen Hui straightened up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The smile in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a piercing cold light. This was just the beginning. In this world on the verge of collapse, he wanted to protect his family and live like a human being. Relying solely on the foresight of being reborn wasn't enough. He needed to be ruthless. He needed to be richer. Returning to the rental room, the familiar scent, a mix of mildew and cheap instant noodles, hit him. Chen Hui stepped on the creaking wooden stairs, each step sounding like the groan of a dilapidated building. He pushed the door open. Inside the 10-square-meter cramped space, a scene of violent aesthetics was unfolding in a renovation. Two burly men in apocalypse technology uniforms were sweating profusely, struggling to move a massive object. Dude, this won't fit. The lead installer looked around at the cluttered room, his face filled with despair. Was this really a place for people to live? There was hardly room to turn around. To fit this top-tier wellness cabin worth $288,000 into this space was like asking an elephant to fit into a refrigerator. Take apart the bed. Chen Hui pointed at the rickety single bed, his tone leaving no room for argument. And that cabinet, throw it away. The table, chop it up. Huh. The installer was stunned. Then where will you sleep? In the cabin. Chen Hui patted the cold metallic shell of the wellness cabin. From now on, this is my bed, my house, my life. Half an hour later, the room was empty. The walls stripped bare, leaving only the radiant black and gold wellness cabin in the center. The peeling paint and exposed wires, the dim, yellowing light bulb. Along with this top-tier device infused with futuristic technology. The stark contrast between extreme poverty and lavish luxury clashed violently in this 10-square-meter space. A sense of absurd yet captivating cyberpunk atmosphere arose. Chen Hui closed the door, shutting out the noise from the hallway. In his past life, this defenseless urban village would have turned into a buffet for monsters on the first night of the game's integration with reality. Chen Hui made up his mind. He must earn enough money to buy a sturdy villa to withstand the impending game invasion. He took off his outer clothes and lay down in the cabin. The cabin door slid shut. A light blue biological nutrient solution slowly filled the cabin, warm, viscous, enveloping his body. The deep-seated fatigue was instantly alleviated. This is the scent of money. Every drop of nutrient solution burned cash. Activate sleep mode. Connect to the official forum of Divine Domain. His consciousness sank, darkness enveloping him. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Hui found himself amidst a vast torrent of data. Although the servers were under maintenance, the official forum was already in chaos. Because of the service interruption, billions of players with nowhere to vent their energy flooded into the forum like zombies besieging a city. Chen Hui glanced at the trending topics. Goodness, did he just monopolize today's headlines? Trending third, outrageous. Mysterious shield guardians soloing BOSS leaders of various guilds left bruised. Trending fifth, twisted humanity. Despicable scoundrel Fan Gu harms the studio, leading to its immediate dissolution. Trending first, nationwide manhunt. Who on earth is that man named Fan Gu? He clicked on the fifth trending post. It was a complaint from the remnants of the Wolftail studio. Every word was filled with anguish and tears. The tens of thousands of comments below were all just following the trend to curse him. Such a person is a tumor in the game. I suggest the officials ban his account. Utilizing bugs to farm monsters, and even stealing boss from others, is simply shameless. Scammer King. Whoever groups with him will be unlucky in the future. Watching these indignant words, Chen Hui not only felt no anger, but instead wanted to laugh. Curse away. The more they scolded, the bigger his reputation grew. In this world of the survival of the fittest, what does reputation even count for? The strong do not need friends, only stepping stones. As long as he could become stronger, he wouldn't mind being called a tumor, or even cancer cells. He closed these unnutritious bickering threads, his gaze locking onto the pinned bright red announcement at the top. That was what he truly cared about. Divine Domain 1.0 version update announcement, labyrinth and trials. Chen Hui's pupils slightly constricted. It's here. The first watershed. The announcement content was lengthy, but the core was only 1 point. When players reach level 10A, their experience points will be locked. Each novice village will open a maze zone. Only by defeating the guardian boss at the deepest part of the maze can all players in that novice village break through the level 10 limit. Once this setting was released, the forum was filled with wails. What the hell? A seeding system? It's over. If our village is filled with noobs, won't we be stuck at level 10 for life? This is forcing everyone to cooperate. We must form elite teams. Cooperation. Chen Hui sneered. Naive. This was clearly breeding worms. The monster strength in the maze zone is 3 times that of the outside, and the death penalty is doubled. At the same time, trap rooms and treasure rooms are indistinguishable. Ordinary players entering are merely sending themselves to the slaughter. But for experts, that place is heaven. Triple drop rates and treasure chests, just thinking about it was exhilarating. In his previous life, the entire eternity was stuck at this step for a full 3 to 4 days due to the death penalty. The novice village where Chen Hui resided was even stuck for a week. One step behind, everything was delayed. But this time it would be different. Chen Hui's mind conjured the image of that guardian boss. It was a boss with an extremely fast attack speed and high damage, but low single-hit damage. For ordinary tanks, that boss was a nightmare, a meat grinder. 5 strikes per second, each one drawing blood, and healers couldn't keep up. But for Chen Hui, who possessed the Lord of Thorns talent and had just acquired Holy Taunt, that boss was simply a tailor-made experience gift pack for him. Fast attack speed. Good. You hit me 1,000 times, it'll return 1,000 times the true damage. Let's see whose blood is thicker, yours or my skin. The first kill reward is unique, it must be obtained. Chen Hui clenched his fist, feeling the flow of data in the virtual space. However, relying solely on himself was insufficient. That boss had a special rage mechanism that required an assassin to suppress its healing. He thought of someone. The girl he had tricked into being a long-term meal ticket possessing toxin resistance and extremely high mobility, the lowly assassin Duo Yen. Looks like I need to get this girl to level 10 first. Chen Hui stroked his chin, showing a gentle smile, like a capitalist looking at chives. Her talent is simply born for that boss. I also need to get a decent set of equipment in the maze zone. The current novice gear can't withstand the boss's skills. The plan was set. Chen Hui closed his eyes, letting his consciousness blur under the wrap of the nutrient solution, waiting for the opening of Divine Domain. Outside the window was a dilapidated urban village. Inside was a top-notch wellness cabin. In this cramped little space, time passed second by second. Meanwhile, in the game forum, the infamous assassin guild from his previous life received a commission. Kill the player Fangu. Count. Kill until 0 level. The top-tier wellness chamber priced at 28800 is indeed a different experience. When Chen Hui opened his eyes again, the world had changed. There was no annoying electrical noise from a cheap helmet, nor the tearing sensation of images when turning quickly. Before him, the game Divine Realm appeared clear and transparent, with even the floating dust in the air discernible. Each breath felt as smooth as inhaling pure oxygen. This is the joy of a R&B player. Chen Hui moved his neck and the joints let out a crisp crack. He opened his backpack. Over 400 units of venomous cyst piled up like a mountain, with 8 shiny silver coins lying in the corner. In the past, playing games was called moving bricks. Now it's called stocking up. Add points. With a thought, he gambled all the accumulated free attribute points on Constitution. A warm current washed over his entire body. His health bar surged wildly, instantly breaking through the 1300 mark. Chen Hui glanced at his talent panel. Lord of Thorns LV2 reflects 30 of true damage. 1300 health multiplied by 30. 390 points of true damage. At this stage, an assassin fully stacked on points could barely break 100 with a critical hit. And Chen Hui only needed to stand still and pick his toes. If anyone dared to touch him, he'd retaliate with an almost 400-point true damage attack. What is this, a meat shield? This is clearly a hedgehog in human skin. Let's go turn in the quest. Chen Hui closed the panel, humming a tune as he swayed towards the guard station. At the entrance of the guard station, Captain Lejean was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed, looking as if he had just lost his wallet. Upon seeing Chen Hui appear in full form, Lejean's serious face visibly stiffened. Then he revealed an expression of "I knew you would come back for help. Young man, did you suffer losses?" Lejean stopped and spoke earnestly. "The forbidden area of the venomous marsh is not something your current level can." "Stop." Chen Hui raised his hand, directly interrupting the NPC's casting motion. He leaned forward with a sincere expression. "I just want to ask, the rewards we talked about before, are they unlimited?" Lejean choked and glared at him. The words of an imperial soldier carry weight. "As long as you can bring back a venom sac, even just one eye." Suddenly there was a loud crash. It was as if a fully loaded dump truck had suddenly overturned. Chen Hui opened his backpack and dumped its contents onto Lejean's pitiful desk. Countless venomous cysts, still dripping with green slime and exuding a foul odor, instantly flooded the desk. Some even rolled off the top like a mudslide, nearly burying Lejean's battle boots. Lejean's lecture got caught in his throat. His eyes widened as he stared at the pile of green objects, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Is this really for collection? Did this kid really go to the venomous marsh to stock up? Or did he wipe out the local poisonous creatures? Is this enough? Chen Hui asked, kindly, casually, stuffing a nearly fallen cyst back into the pile. If it's not enough, he'll go farm some more. The monsters there are quite polite, just not very durable. Lejean swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Enough. Enough. Lei Zhen's voice was dry. Ding. Congratulations player Fangu for completing the quest Trial of Venom. Detected that the player has exceeded the quest requirements, 420,100 raising the quest rating to SSS level. Gained 5000 experience points. Gained 2 silver coins. Received additional reward skill book, Shield Strike. Chen Hui reached out to take the glowing blue skill book. Learned instantly. Shield Strike exclusive to Shield Warriors. Effect slams the shield to heavily strike the target dealing 10 of maximum health physical damage. If released within 1 second after successfully blocking with the shield, it will cause an additional 1 second of stun. Cooldown 5 seconds. Chen Hui's lips curled up in a wild grin. A divine skill. Absolutely a divine skill. For an ordinary shield warrior this is just a mild control skill. But for him who is fully stacked on health this is akin to a nuclear bomb. With one slam of the shield the damage starts at around 130,140, and it also stuns. From now on, if anyone dares to say shield warriors have no output, Chen Hui would be ready to use his shield for a facial makeover. Take this. Lei Zhen finally recovered from his shock, pulling out a letter dusted with gold powder, his expression complex. Although you look like a mess, your strength indeed makes me see you in a new light. This is a recommendation letter for an old comrade in the main city. Go find him when you reach the main city, or perhaps you can walk a different path. Chen Hui took the letter. Item recommendation letter from Shield Warrior Minter hidden, a good item. The only hidden job transfer certificate now in hand. Before Chen Hui could tuck the letter into his pocket, a sudden burst of golden light flashed around him. The massive task experience settlement had completely filled the experience bar. Level 10. The next moment, a grand system announcement boomed like thunder in the ears of all online players. Server-wide announcement: congratulations player Fangu for becoming the first player in the entire server to reach level 10, ranking first on the level list. As the first level 10 player, you are rewarded with 10 free attribute points and the unique accessory Heart of Lava. Server-wide announcement: congratulations player Fangu. 3 times in a row. The entire world of Divine Realm fell eerily silent for a moment. Then the world channel erupted. What the hell? I'm only level 5, and this guy is already maxed out. Fangu. It's this Fangu again. Does he live in the game server? Report. Absolutely cheating. How long has it been since the server opened? It can't be that fast, can it? Don't be sour. Upstairs, while he was soloing a boss, you were still at the village entrance killing rabbits. Basic skills, don't overdo it. He casually added those 10 free attribute points back into Constitution. 1,500 health. 450 retaliation damage. At the same time, 3 figures hidden in the shadows of the novice village exchanged glances, clearly having confirmed. Chen Hui hummed an unknown tune as he wobbled out of the safe zone. The dry leaves underfoot crunched with each step. As he stepped into the wild boar forest, a sticky feeling of being washed crawled up his spine. As a former top assassin, Chen Hui was all too familiar with this kind of aura. Stealth. And there was more than one. To his left in the bushes, to his right in the shadow of a large rock, and directly ahead perched on the old locust tree. 3 of them. Encircling him in a triangular formation, their footsteps as light as a cat's. A skilled group of workers. A playful smirk curled at the corner of Chen Hui's mouth. Just when he was worried that the million hits required for the Lord of Thorns to reach LV3 seemed endless, someone delivered themselves right to his doorstep. These were no assassins. They were clearly 3 fully automated self-sustaining experience farming machines. Chen Hui stopped in his tracks, pretending to adjust his backpack. He casually removed the black iron shield and tossed it into his backpack, leaving only a novice one-handed sword at his waist. Feeling it was still not enough, he took off his gauntlets, exposing a completely unprotected wrist. He looked like a peeled egg. Soft, tempting, and easily breakable. This lousy game has a really low drop. Chen Hui complained to the air, his voice just loud enough for those around him to hear. I don't even have a decent piece of armor. If a wild monster shows up now, I'll probably have to return to town for free. As he spoke, he deliberately turned his back to the old locust tree, hiding the onlookers, bending down to tie his shoelaces. His back was wide open, a gaping hole in his defenses. The 3 assassins hiding in the shadows suddenly felt their breathing quicken. What was this? This was walking performance. The infamous Rebellious was now like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Without a shield, the shield guardian was just a target with slightly thicker blood. A killing intent surged. 3 faint blue glows flickered in the forest. Those were daggers smeared with slowing poison. 5 meters. 3 meters. Chen Hui lowered his head, counting the ants on the ground. Hurry up. Faster. Dad's back is right here. A stab down hard. Don't be polite. Just as the 3 daggers were about to pierce the air, ready to greet the long-awaited pain, a voice shouted master. With 3 parts surprise and 7 parts joy from finally finding a strong ally, Chen Hui's hand tying his shoelaces jerked, nearly snapping the laces. From the other side of the woods, a pink whirlwind swept over. Duo Yin. This naturally naive girl wielding a pricey pink dagger swung her twin ponytails like helicopter blades. Finally found you. Where are we going to level up? The 3 assassins' movements abruptly halted midair. Inertia nearly twisted their waists. The three turned their heads, sharply staring intently at this unexpected intruder. The bright red LV-8 above her head was more blinding than a searchlight in the dim forest. LV-8. At this stage, besides that freak Rebellious, there was actually someone who reached level 8. Is that? The wealthy lady ranked second on the leaderboard. No way. Assassin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Something's off. Assassin BS imagination went into overdrive. This kid is deliberately showing a flaw. That girl is lying in wait. This is a trap. Retreat. Although the three were greedy, they were not foolish. Facing the combined might of the top two players, staying meant certain death. The originally lethal formation instantly collapsed, and the three of them hurriedly activated their sprint, turning to dive deeper into the thick woods. Chen Hui slowly straightened his back. Watching the three backs darting away faster than rabbits, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. The cooked duck flew away. The hits he was about to secure vanished. He turned his head, looking at Duo Yin, who appeared innocent and was still panting heavily. You. Chen Hui pointed at her, his finger trembling. What's wrong with me? Duo Yin blinked her big eyes, wearing an expectant expression. Master, did I arrive just in time? I saw some bad guys trying to bully you. Chen Hui took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to throw this girl back to the novice village. Yeah, right on time. So timely that I feel like giving you the best deterrent award. He abruptly turned, gazing at the three backs that were about. You've ruined my good deed and still want to run. Do you really think this place is a public restroom, coming and going as you please? Boom. Chen Hui moved. At level 10, the attribute boost from leveling up already matched the speed of the assassins. He took a few strides, rapidly closing the distance. Assassin A, hearing the wind behind him, turned around and was terrified. How could that shield guardian run fast? Since you're here, don't rush to leave. Chen Hui's voice whispered in Assassin A's ear like a demon's murmur. The next second, a massive black iron shield appeared out of nowhere, crashing down with a howling wind pressure. Shield strike. Bang. A muffled thud echoed like a ripe watermelon being smashed open. 145. Critical hit. The level 6 fragile assassin couldn't even scream as his health bar instantly emptied. The body, propelled by inertia, continued to rush forward, but his head had bizarrely twisted backward. Instant kill. The remaining two assassins were so frightened that their souls almost escaped their bodies, wishing they had two more legs. But Chen Hui didn't give them a chance. He charged in like an out-of-control heavy tank, crashing right between the two. His left hand reached out, expertly grabbing Assassin B by the back of the neck. With his right hand, he swung the shield horizontally, blocking the frantic stab from Assassin C. Clang. Lord of Thorns triggered. 390. Real damage. Assassin C stared at his health bar that dropped to 0 in an instant, his face full of disbelief. He had clearly stabbed his opponent. Why was it him who died? A white light ascended. In the blink of an eye, only one of the trio remained held in Chen Hui's grasp. Assassin B's feet left the ground as he desperately kicked, his face turning the color of liver. He looked terrified at the man before him. Was this guy really a shield guardian? Which shield guardian could kill faster than killing a chicken? Chen Hui leaned in closer, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth, smiling sinisterly. What are you running for? Come, let's have a chat. Who sent you to deliver? Oh no, to kill me. Duo Yin finally caught up. She looked at Chen Hui holding a live person and two corpses lying at his feet, excitedly clapping her hands. Wow, Master is amazing. Is this like playing Eagle Catches Little Chicken? I want to play too. I want to catch one. Assassin B gazed at the girl waving a pink dagger, her innocent expression, wanting to treat him as a toy, then glanced back at the man before him, who was smiling like a pervert. At that moment, he shed tears of regret. Mom, I want to go home. This game is too hard. The wind whispered through the forest, accompanied by the cries of cranes. Assassin B was lifted off the ground, held in midair like a rag doll. He looked at Chen Hui's face, which wore an ambiguous smile, and his mental defenses crumbled. Brother, don't kill me. I'll tell you. Tears and snot streamed down Assassin B's face as he flailed his legs. Someone is offering a bounty on your ID. Bring a screenshot to claim the reward. 100,000. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow. 100,000. In an era where the average salary was 3,000, it could indeed buy the conscience of many. He pulled Assassin B closer, his tone playful. That's quite valuable. How much can you share? Assassin B trembled and extended a finger. 10,000. He shook his head, his voice quieter than a mosquito's. 1,000. Chen Hui's hand twitched. Next to him, Dian, who was brandishing a dagger in the air, paused, her wide eyes bulging in surprise. How much? 1,000. Assassin B looked as pitiful as a 200-pound child, spilling all his secrets like beans from a bamboo tube. The major guild takes 50,000, hands it over to the studio for 30,000. The studio subcontracts to the foreman for 10,000, and the foreman then finds the team leader. Layer upon layer of subcontracting, and by the time it reaches us, it's just 1,000. And we also have to deduct the cost of potions and equipment wear. Chen Hui felt it too thick. The evils of capitalism. 100,000 for a life, and it ends up being just 1%. This is even harsher than being slashed by Pinduoduo. This is clearly a large-scale labor dispatch scene. Chen Hui chewed on the name, his gaze turning cold. In his previous life, these people were like rats in the sewers. As long as the price was right, they wouldn't hesitate to stab their own father. He never expected to encounter them so soon in this life. Alright. Chen Hui lazily released his grip. Assassin B fell to the ground, feeling as though he had received a great part in rolling and scrambling to escape deeper into the forest. Thank you for sparing me, big brother. Thank you. Who said I was going to let you go? Chen Hui's lazy voice came from behind. Assassin B froze. Chen Hui took a step back and gestured to Dian, who was eager to try. Rich girl, it's up to you now. Just practice a bit. Dian's eyes instantly lit up like two electrified light bulbs. As a R&B warrior who had only fought wooden stakes in safe zones, this was her first kill in the wild. Really? Can I really do it? Duo Yin waved the expensive pink dagger, bouncing excitedly on the spot. I'm going to start the execution now. Duo Yin cleared her throat, trying to put on a stern face, revealing her two small tiger teeth, attempting to look fierce. Since you sincerely asked, then accept the righteous punishment. Huh. Combined with her little lowly figure, it was neither eerie nor terrifying. Instead, it exuded a bizarre beauty. Assassin B despairingly closed his eyes. This was even more painful than being smashed to death by that shield guard. Thud. The pink dagger pierced into his chest. 240. Critical hit. Although the person looked not very bright, the damage from this full agility build was genuine. A white light rose. Assassin B returned to the city for free. System notification: your team has actively and maliciously piked someone to death. Crime value 1. Duyan's originally green ID instantly turned a conspicuous shade of brown. Wow. Duoyan pointed at her head, shouting in surprise. Look, big god. My name changed color. And it even glows. Is this a hidden achievement? Is it a limited effect only for VIPs? Chen Hui facebombed. This girl's thought process was indeed paved with gold bricks. Yes, limited skin. Chen Hui didn't bother to explain the punishment for red names. Anyway, this girl had money, and if she lost equipment, she could just buy more. For her game experience outweighed everything. In this world on the brink of collapse, letting her adapt to killing in advance was not a bad thing. After dealing with the minor fish, Chen Hui opened his backpack. He hadn't had the chance to carefully examine the first level 10 reward from earlier. Accessory: Heart of Lava, unique quality, dark gold, master level, wearing requirement, maximum health 2000 points, effect Hell Force Field. Within a 1 meter radius of the wearer, it deals magic burn damage equal to 5 of their maximum health to enemy units every second. Chen Hui's heartbeat slowed for a moment. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. As long as he put this thing on, he would become a human-shaped microwave. In the future, who would dare to approach? Without lifting a finger, just standing there could roast people to death. Combined with the rebound damage from the Lord of Thorns. This scene was too beautiful to even dare to imagine. But Chen Hui glanced at his attribute panel. Health 15001-500. Still lacking 500 points. This was quite awkward. It was like a eunuch visiting a brothel, desiring but unable, or like winning 10 million in the lottery only to realize the ticket expired a minute ago. I need to get equipment. Chen Hui closed the panel, his gaze turning towards the depths of the map. There was an area perpetually shrouded in mist. Right now, although he had unbeatable rebound damage, his shortcomings were also quite evident. Short legs, and his health wasn't maximized yet. He needed to stack his health over 2000. And that place just happened to have a transitional set suitable for him. Let's go. Chen Hui clapped his hands and turned to walk deeper into the foggy forest. Where are we going? Dian, holding her dagger, followed him like a little tail bouncing along. Are we going to open a treasure chest? I feel like there's golden light calling me from over there. To the maze. Chen Hui didn't look back. To teach those monsters how to be human. One large and one small shadow. One tank and one assassin, both with yellow names. Thus adorned with the title of evil person, they swaggered toward the death maze capable of devouring countless players. The entrance of the maze, an underground relic. This place should have been a terrifying ancient corridor, but now it bustled like a vegetable market during rush hour. Of course, it was the kind of market that had just witnessed a series of car accidents. On the ground lay over 20 corpses of players who hadn't had the chance to resurrect, sprawled in various positions, some still holding onto their defiant poses of "my fate is in my own hands." The few hundred living players were gathered at the edge of the safe zone, each one looking dejected, their expressions uglier than if they had eaten unripe bitter melon. The air was thick with a sour scent known as despair. How the hell are we supposed to fight? A warrior with a level 3 ID slammed his great sword onto the ground. All the monsters are elite templates, 1 touch, and you're half dead, 2 touches, and you're back to town. What a joke. I heard the all-star elite team from Sword Roars across the land also got wiped out. The mage next to him shrank his neck, looking terrified. We didn't even last 3 minutes inside. We couldn't even defeat the ones at the entrance before we were completely wiped out. The corpse of the leader of Sword Roars is still lying outside. He must be trying to run back to life. That's it. The whole server is going to be stuck at level 10. Garbage game ruining my youth, refund me. Pessimism spread like a virus. Just as this group was preparing to lie down right there, and some even started spamming insults at the developers in the World Channel. The young lady has arrived. Everyone step aside. A delicate voice accompanied by the sound of something heavy rolling came through. They saw a pink, unidentified object rolling in an extremely unscientific tactical maneuver, squeezing its way through the gaps in the crowd. Thud. The pink object landed, striking a pose that was not particularly cool, but was very earnest. It was Duo Yin. She was dressed in a painfully mismatched outfit. A pink robe paired with her signature pink dagger. This outfit was left with nothing but looks. Phew. Finally, Duo Yin wiped her non-existent sweat from her forehead, her twin ponytails swaying like two excited dogtails. Where's that maze boss? The crowd fell silent for a second. Then they erupted into a merciless burst of laughter. Where did this little kid come from? This is the divine realm, not a game of miracles and warmth. Dressed like that, are you here for a fashion show? Laughable with all those red and green colors, one would think a traffic light has come to life. Little girl, this place is very dangerous. The monsters don't care about cuteness. Hurry home and do your homework. Don't come here to cause trouble. Taunts rose and fell. In this world where looks and equipment effects matter, Duo Yan's nouveau riche style outfit combined with her lowly figure indeed had little deterrent effect. Duo Yan puffed out her cheeks, fuming like a pufferfish. You all, looking down on me. Without wasting any more words, she directly opened the system panel and canceled her ID concealment. In the next second, the originally dim underground relic lit up with a brilliant golden light. Duo Yan LV8, the bright level number, was like a resounding slap in the face to everyone present. The laughter abruptly ceased. It was as if all the ducks had their necks squeezed, i.e. everyone's mouths formed an O. Level 8. The average level of the public was only level 3, and the top tier barely reached level 5. Even the infamous sword roars across the land was only level 7. This pink loli who looked like a mascot was actually level 8. This was not a traffic light coming to life. This was a golden thigh coming to life. Damn. A big shot. Level 8 big shot. I apologize for my earlier loud voice. Sister, need some accessories. The crowd, which had just been mocking her, instantly changed their attitude, each one eager to cling to Duo Yan's thigh. This is the reality of the gaming world. Being weak is the original sin, being strong is the truth. However, enjoying the worshipful gazes of the crowd, Duo Yan completely ignored these fickle supporters. She turned around, waving her little hand toward the dark shadows behind her, her tone suddenly becoming sweet and a bit spoiled. Big shot. Hurry up. My legs are about to run off. Why are you walking slower than a turtle? Big shot. A jolt ran through the hearts of the crowd. This loli was already the second strongest in the entire server. Could the one she called a big shot be? Thud, thud, thud. Steady footsteps echoed from the shadows. Chen Hui, with his hands in his pockets and a piece of grass in his mouth, ambled out, looking as if he had just woken up. He glanced at the crowd of awestruck players and lazily curled the corner of his mouth. With a thought, his ID lit up above his head. Rebellious LV10 boom. If Duo Yan had thrown a grenade earlier, Chen Hui was now directly detonating a nuclear bomb. The bright yellow LV10 emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression. The scene fell into silence. Then a wave of even more frenzied exclamations shattered the ceiling of the dungeon. Rebellious. It's really that rebellious. Damn. The number one in the whole server. Alive. Is this the one who soloed BOSS, wiped out studios, and stirred up the forums? How did he level up? Chen Hui ignored the gazes of odd jealousy or fear surrounding him. He walked over to Duo Yan and patted her head as if soothing a restless little pet. Be low-key. We're here to farm the dungeon, not to hold a fan meeting. Oh. Duo Yan nodded obediently, but her crescent moon-shaped smiling eyes clearly spelled out, I'm so happy. Just then several pale beams of light suddenly lit up at the resurrection point at the maze entrance. The legendary all-star elite team had resurrected. The leader, a swordsman, had a pale face and his armor was tattered, clearly having just gone through a painful wipe with his equipment durability nearly depleted. ID sword roars across the land, LV7. This former fourth on the level leaderboard now looked like a destitute refugee. As soon as he opened his eyes before he could curse, he saw Chen Hui surrounded by the crowd. That was. Sword roars across the land's pupils constricted sharply. That ID. That level. Old grudges and new resentments, along with the humiliation of being trampled underfoot, surged in his heart. But he was after all a cunning old fox. The malice in his eyes flashed away in an instant, replaced by a shrewd calculation. He glanced at his demoralized teammates behind him, then looked at the fully energized and imposing duo of Chen Hui. A thought took shape in his mind. Wait. Just as Chen Hui and Duo Yan prepared to step into the maze portal, sword roars across the land stepped forward, blocking their path. The onlookers were instantly excited. Is this about to turn into a fight? The number one in the whole server versus the fourth. This drama is getting good. Chen Hui stopped, not even lifting his eyelids, lazily spitting out the grass from his mouth. A good dog does not. Sword roars across the land's face twitched, suppressing his anger, adopting a righteous posture, and said loudly, Brother Rebellious, don't speak so harshly. You've seen the difficulty of this maze, and not only are the monsters strong, but the mechanics are also disgusting. This is not just a dungeon, it's a barrier for all players to break through level 10. If we can't get through here, everyone will be trapped in the beginner village. This is no longer a personal issue, it concerns the interests of all new players in the village. So, Chen Hui looked at him with a half-smile, enjoying the performance. So I think we should cooperate. Sword roars across the land, showed his true colors, his eyes gleaming with greed. You have the level, I have the team and command experience. You share the strategies and tactics, join my team, and I will command everything. For the future of all players, for everyone's benefit. I believe as the top big shot you wouldn't refuse this heavy responsibility, would you? After saying this, he looked at Chen Hui with righteous fervor. The surrounding players were stunned by this speech, and some even began to nod in agreement. Yes, everyone working together is the real deal. The big shot should have some vision, right? Moral coercion. A blatant moral coercion. With the big hat of the interest of all players placed on them, he wanted to exploit their labor for free, while also seizing command and first kill honors. This move was truly dirty. Chen Hui laughed. He laughed so hard that his shoulders shook. Slowly he raised his head, and in his dark eyes there was a look of pity, as if looking at an idiot. Vision. Chen Hui took a step forward, forcing sword roars across the land to instinctively retreat. Sorry, I have a quality. I only care for profit. What vision? What's it worth? As for morality, Chen Hui pointed at his bright yellow ID above his head, smiling brilliantly, yet maliciously. You talk about morality with a red name. Hundreds of eyes were fixed in the same direction. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou, suppressing the anger in his heart, stood in the middle of the road, with his great sword planted in the ground. The cloak behind him did not flutter without wind, as there was no wind on the ground. It was a floating effect that he specially purchased. This master, ranked fourth on the leaderboard, cleared his throat. With a heartbroken expression on his face, he resembled an enthusiastic elder, trying to mediate a fight at the village entrance. Rebellious brothers, one must not be too selfish. His voice was loud and rhythmic. Clearly these words were not meant for Chen Hui, but for the hundreds of onlooking casual players around. Look around at these brothers and sisters. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou waved his arm, indicating the landscape. Everyone is stuck at level 10. This maze is not only incredibly strong, but its mechanisms are disgusting. We must gather our strength. The crowd began to stir, and many nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are all grasshoppers on the same string. Though the expert has thick health, he is merely a shield warrior. How can he clear the dungeon without damage? What Jian Xiao said is right. For the greater good, let's form a team. The public opinion shifted. Who wouldn't want to hold on to a strong ally to clear the dungeon? It is a good thing when someone is willing to take the lead in organizing. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's lips curled slightly upward, signaling that the prey was about to be caught. He stepped forward, extending his right hand in a gesture of humility. You will take the lead in tanking the monsters, and we will provide the damage. As for the loot, he paused his eye. It will be distributed as needed. Chen Hui chuckled. Distributed as needed. Is that based on your mood? Treating me as a free meat shield, while wanting to seize command and snatch the first kill honor. The beads of calculation were crashing onto my face. Chen Hui tilted his head, looking at the smiling tiger in human skin before him. The system panel flickered on his retina. Conditions for upgrading Thorn Lord LV3. Damage taken 56420 1 million times. It's too slow to rely solely on the monsters. If only this group of righteous warriors would lend a hand. Chen Hui stroked his chin. His gaze swept across Jian Xiao Jiuzhou and the nearby group of fence-sitters. That gaze did not seem to be looking at people, but rather at a group of walking experience points. Pattern. Chen Hui finally spoke, spitting out the dogtail grass he had in his mouth onto the ground. It landed perfectly on Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's polished battle boots. The brain is a good thing. Chen Hui, with his hands in his pockets, spoke lazily. Unfortunately, it seems you left it in your mother's womb. The entire audience gasped. This was a direct tearing of the facade. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's fake smile froze instantly, turning his face the color of pig liver. He had been in the online gaming scene for so many years. He had never been directly insulted as an idiot. Good, good, good. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou furious trembled as he pointed at Chen Hui. You'll pay for your arrogance. Since you're so cocky, I want to see how a low-damage pure meat shield like you can kill mine. Don't come begging us to save you later. Chen Hui dug in his ear as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. He turned around and waved to Duo Yan, who was fiddling with her fingers. Let's go, rich lady. I'll take you to see fireworks. Duo Yan's eyes instantly lit up like two big light bulbs. Fireworks? Where? Where? She lifted her pink skirt, skipping along behind him. The two walked straight towards the entrance of the maze. Their three massive elite monsters guarded it. Maze Guardian Elite level 10 health, 10001000 attack, 80, almost 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and skin that appeared a strange dark red. They held two giant axes that were still dripping blood, exuding a tremendous sense of oppression. Those are elite monsters at level 10. They come with lifesteal and armor piercing. Someone in the crowd gasped. Just now Jian Xiaojiojo was at full health, and he was cut down by 2 axes. Is this rebellious one not even raising his shield? Is he delivering food? As everyone looked at him, as if he were an idiot, Chen Hui walked into the monster's aggro range. Roar! The 3 maze guardians instantly locked onto their target. Their eyes glowed red, and they roared, raising their giant axes and charging forward like tanks. The ground trembled. Chen Hui stopped in his tracks. He did not raise his shield, did not dodge, and did not even take a defensive stance. He simply spread his arms and puffed out his chest, as if embracing an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. Come on, hit me harder. Jian Xiaojiojo laughed coldly. Looking for death. A shield warrior not raising his shield will surely be annihilated. Before the words left his mouth, the 3 giant axes with the momentum of splitting the mountains struck heavily against Chen Hui's chest. Bang! A sound that made one's teeth ache exploded. Sparks flew. 3 pitiful numbers floated above Chen Hui's head, 80, 79, 77, even without defense. With a health pool of 1,500 and terrifying defense, this fatal blow turned into nothing more than a tickle. However, at that very moment, above the heads of the 3 maze guardians, 3 shocking blood-red numbers suddenly exploded. 450. 450. 450. That was real damage. Ignoring defenses. Ignoring damage reduction. Each blow struck true. The crowd fell silent. Jian Xiaojiojo, who had been preparing to watch the joke, had his smile frozen on his face, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a light bulb in it. Before anyone could react, the axes in the maze guardian's hands swung for a second, a third time. Bang, bang, bang. The frequency of the monster's attacks increased, and the Grim Reaper's scythe swung faster. 3 strikes in 1 second. That was 1,350 points of reflected damage in 1 second. In just 3 seconds, the 3 maze guardians that had brought despair to all village players and wiped out countless elite teams. They didn't even have time to let out a cry. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosive sounds rang out. They collapsed in a flurry of dense blood mist, shattering into a pile of bone fragments. The health bar vanished. It was a true instant evaporation. Chen Hui stood amidst the monster's corpses, even yawning out of boredom. He turned around and looked at Jian Xiaojiojo, who was already petrified in the distance, with an innocent expression. Hey, what was that you said about who not dealing damage? Sorry, the wind was too strong, I couldn't hear you clearly. Jian Xiaojiojo, disheveled in the wind, had his sword-gripping hand trembling. The onlookers were left with their jaws dropped. Only Duo Yin was excitedly clapping her hands, bouncing around. Wow, there are really fireworks. Red fireworks. The expert is amazing. Chen Hui brushed off the dust from his hands. He didn't even glance at the group of players questioning their lives and swaggered into the maze's teleportation portal with Duo Yin, leaving behind an extremely arrogant silhouette and the shattered worldview scattered all over the ground. The air inside the maze was so damp that one could wring water from it, with unknown dark green moss hanging on the walls and occasional drops of murky liquid falling, producing a nauseating drip sound. This cursed place was filled with a heavy atmosphere. If a timid girl were to enter, she would probably scare herself half to death before even encountering any monsters. However, Duo Yin was clearly not the type of normal girl. She was waving a pink dagger like a glow stick, trying to illuminate the path ahead, humming an unknown tune, completely unaware of the danger she was in. Chen Hui walked in front, his fingers moving quickly in the air. He was adjusting the team settings. Experience distribution mode, leader distribution. Distribution ratio Chen Hui 0, Duo Yin 100. There was no other choice. As the only level 10 boss in the entire server, his experience bar seemed welded shut until he defeated the gatekeeper boss and obtained a breakthrough item. The overflowed experience was less valuable than a rich girl. After all, she was a mobile ATM, leveling her up would provide additional support in boss fights. Huh. Duo Yin looked at the system prompt, her big eyes blinking twice, as if a short-circuited light bulb suddenly came to life. Master, did you give me all the experience? She was so moved that she almost wanted to bow to Chen Hui right there. This was a case of over-leveling to farm monsters. If the external power levelers dared to take such an order, they would charge by the second, and it would have to be in dollars. Chen Hui didn't even look back, his tone as nonchalant as if he were discussing the weather. I don't need experience, don't waste it. Whoa, Master, you are so nice, you're like my long-lost brother. Duo Yin sniffled her appearance, so touched, as if Chen Hui hadn't just given her experience, but had given— Shut up, keep up. Chen Hui interrupted her sentimental moment with annoyance. Around the corner ahead, the sound of heavy metal scraping began to echo. It was the noise of armor clashing, accompanied by heavy breathing, sounding especially harsh in the dead silence of the corridor. There was something there. Chen Hui paused, signaling to Duo Yin with his hand. The two quietly crept to the corner, peeking out. At the end of the dim passage, 5 creatures with red skin and grotesque faces were wandering. These were not the level 1 green-skinned goblins that could only babble ABA outside the novice village. This was the regular army. Crimson Heavy Armor Goblin Elite, level 10 health, 1500 attack, 103 heavy armored goblins, standing nearly 2 meters tall, clad in thick iron armor, wielding massive axes taller than Chen Hui's waist, their arms thicker than his thighs. Behind them were two shabby-robed figures. Crimson Priest, elite level 10 health, 800 attack, 150 magic. This group of monsters had a configuration that was simply luxurious. They had a tank, a healer, and damage output. If that team from outside called Sword Roaring across the 9 provinces had entered, they would probably be discussing who would go up to die first by now. Goodness. Duoyin shrank into a pink ball after seeing the monster's attribute panel. She looked down at her pathetic health cap of 160 points, and then looked at the mage's staggering attack power of 150. There was no need for calculations. As long as that mage made a slight grimace and tossed a fireball, she would be sent back to town to watch black and white television for free. Brother. Duoyin's voice trembled, her hands tightly clutching Chen Hui's clothes, almost wanting to stuff herself into his backpack. How do we fight this? That axe is bigger than me. Chen Hui glanced at her, and a mischievous smile tugged at his lips. What are you afraid of? You just watch the show. The rest leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hui shot forward like a cannonball, without any fancy maneuvers or tactical twists. He charged straight out. He didn't even need to sneak. The strategy was simply to be arrogant and ignore everything. Roar! The 3 heavy armored goblins were instantly enraged. In this maze they were used to rampaging. When had they ever seen such an oblivious human? They roared, stepping heavily forward like 3 out-of-control tanks, kicking up a storm as they charged toward Chen. The momentum made the ground tremble. Duoyin covered her eyes in fear, her fingers letting through more light than a Venetian blind. We're done for. We're going to be turned into meat paste. Just as the 3 giant axes were about to chop Chen Hui into 3 pieces, he stopped. He didn't dodge or avoid, just slightly turned his body and raised his novice shield. Bang! A deafening clash of metal rang out. The giant axe of the rightmost heavy armored goblin struck solidly against Chen Hui's shield. Sparks flew. A non-injurious number floated above Chen Hui's head. 67 for someone with 1500 health. This hit barely scratched the surface. However, in the next moment, the heavy armored goblin wielding the giant axe suddenly began to convulse violently, as if it had been electrocuted. A horrifying red number suddenly exploded above its head. 450. That was real damage. It ignored armor and struck straight at the soul. The goblin's murky eyes bulged out. It looked at the axe in its hand, then at the immobile human across from it, confusion filling its mind. Clearly it was me who struck you, so why was I the one in pain? This doesn't make sense. Before the goblin could grasp the philosophical implications, the 2 crimson priests in the back began to act. They waved their gnarled wooden staffs, murmuring incomprehensible incantations, with 2 groups of sickly green magical orbs forming at the tips of their staffs. Magical attack. Chen Hui laughed. He grinned like a creepy uncle preparing to snatch a child's lollipop. I've been waiting for you. With a step, Chen Hui surged forward, using the recoil from the previous block to launch himself forward. His target, the left side crimson priest that was casting spells. A faint white shield of light suddenly glowed around him, the effect of the shield bash pre-shield. Immediately afterward, his seemingly ordinary shield traced a ruthless arc through the air. Shield smash, shield bash. This wasn't a simple 1-1. This was a long-planned display of violence. Bang! A dull thud sounded like a watermelon being smashed with a hammer. The shield slammed into the ugly face of the crimson priest. At that moment, everything around seemed to freeze. 2 numbers rose almost simultaneously. 525. Skill burst damage for 150. Thorn retaliation. The 800 health points of the crimson priest were instantly depleted. It didn't even have time to scream before this elite monster burst like a popped balloon, turning into a white light that vanished from the scene. Instant kill. Full health instant kill. This series of bursts dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage. Chen Hui shook off the green bloodstains from his shield, feeling secretly pleased. Who said a full tank build has no output? As long as the retaliation is high enough and the shield is tough enough, I am a nuclear bomb. The remaining 4 goblins clearly had never seen such a scene. Their CPUs probably burned out. A full health teammate, then the teammate was gone. While they were stunned, Chen Hui took a deep breath and raised his middle finger at the group of monsters that hadn't yet come to their senses. Holy taunt! An invisible wave instantly spread. The goblins, who had been somewhat hesitant, had their eyes suddenly filled with blood and turned red. Rationality. What is that? In their minds there was only one thought. Kill this annoying human in front. Roar! The 4 goblins pounced at him like rabid dogs. Axes, magic, orbs, even their teeth. All their attacks poured onto Chen Hui. Chen Hui stood there, even too lazy to block, with arms crossed, enjoying the moment. Come on, hit harder, haven't you eaten? Bang, 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 bang. The relentless sounds of strikes were like a blacksmith's hammering. Chen Hui's health bar only symbolically dropped a few notches. But on the other side, poo 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 poo. That was the sound of flesh exploding. Each attack was accompanied by a piercing scream. Retaliation 450. Retaliation 450. Still retaliation 450. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. The originally ferocious goblin squad fell flat, like harvested wheat. The world fell silent. Battle ended in the distance. Duo Yin still maintained her position of covering her eyes, but her fingers were now opened wider, revealing two dazed big eyes. She looked at the scattered corpses on the ground. Then she glanced at Chen Hui, who was casually fixing his hair, as if nothing had happened. Finally, she looked at her own experience bar. What the? An exquisite Chinese phrase slipped out. The experience bar, which had just reached level 8A, now seemed to have boarded a rocket shooting straight to 80. Only one step away from reaching level 9. This wasn't monster hunting at all. This was practically bank robbery. Stop daydreaming, clean up the battlefield. Chen Hui walked over, kicked a goblin corpse, and fished out a silver coin from under it. Brocass. This is what elite monsters drop. Just as he was about to complain about the game's drop rate, a glimpse of faint green light caught his eye. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow. Next to the corpse of the mage he had just smashed with his shield lay a piece of armor glimmering with a green sheen. What good fortune. A good start. Chen Hui picked up the gear and gently brushed it. Wild armor green set piece required level 10 quality, superior attributes, 300 health, 25 physical magic defense, 10 skill haste set effect, not activated set effect, 26 5 movement speed set effect, 46 200 health, 20 dual resistance, 15 skill haste set effect, 66 activates active skill, wild charge excellent. This was undoubtedly the first green equipment in the entire server. Its attributes were simply superb at this stage. 300 health plus dual resistance and skill haste. The key was that set attribute. Movement speed. For Chen Hui, a short-legged tank, movement speed was life efficiency and the source of happiness. Wow. A green item drop. Duo Yin bounced over like a little dog that had just caught a scent, her big eyes sparkling as she focused on the armor. Master, what is this? Is it pretty? Is it pink? Chen Hui held the armor up to himself. The originally bright silver armor adjusted to fit his body, exuding a wild aura. Plate armor male version not for you. Chen Hui ruthlessly shattered Duo Yin's fantasies. Moreover, this thing is hideous and doesn't match your style at all. Duo Yin pouted in disdain. Silver. I don't care about that. Although she said this, she still obediently picked up the copper coins on the ground, leaving not a single one behind. Frugal. This was probably the only common trait among all wealthy girls in online games. Chen Hui glanced at his attribute panel. After equipping this armor, his health had directly surpassed 1800. He was only 200 points away from reaching the goal of wearing Heart of Lava at 2000 health. If he could gather the 4-piece effect of this wild set. Chen Hui licked his lips, casting his gaze deeper into the maze. There were even more experienced babies and equipment transport teams waiting for him. Let's go, rich girl. Tonight he'll try to get you on the leaderboard. Chen Hui hoisted his shield and marched forward with great strides. Yay, I want to be first. I will make that sword roaring across the 9 provinces mad. Deep within the labyrinth, the air was filled with the scent of rust. Chen Hui stood in the center of the corridor, skillfully raising his middle finger towards the front. Grandchildren, Grandpa is here. Although this move divine taunt was quite unsightly, its effectiveness was unparalleled. Another squad of 5 goblins with red eyes rushed forward, and the outcome was predictable. Clang, clang, clang. After a round of dense hammering, 5 cold corpses lay on the ground. Chen Hui, feeling uninspired, kicked aside a bloodied priest's corpse, bent down, and reached out. Acquired silver coin 1. Chen Hui looked at the solitary silver coin in his palm, his mouth twitching. What happened to the promised triple drop rate for the first clear of the labyrinth? Planner, come out, I guarantee. I won't kill you ill, just use my shield to give you a little facial enhancement. After almost half an hour of fighting, aside from that first piece of wild chest plate, there wasn't even a hair in sight. This was not a triple drop rate, it was clearly a triple psychological torment. Sigh. Chen Hui sighed, pocketing the silver coin, too lazy to search the remaining corpses. In his view, the most valuable thing on these poor goblins was their tattered armor, but unfortunately the system wouldn't allow stripping it off. Just then a light and cheerful sound of footsteps approached. Duo Yin, holding her pink skirt, hopped over to the pile of corpses like a rabbit just released from its cage. She first curiously examined the grotesque goblins with her big eyes, then pointed at the bulliest armor. Great God, can I touch it? She rubbed her small hands, her face filled with anticipation. Watching from the side made my hands itchy. I feel like this big guy is hiding something good. Go ahead. Chen Hui glanced at her and shrugged nonchalantly. You're the boss, you say it goes. Besides, with this luck of a non-player character, who wouldn't want to touch it? Yage. Duo Yin cheered, squatting down as her delicate little hands unhesitatingly reached into the goblin's greasy leather armor. Chen Hui crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, preparing to watch the disappointment on her face when she pulled out a handful of copper coins. However, the next second, a faint green light instantly illuminated the dim corridor. We got something. I found equipment. Duo Yan's excited scream echoed through the labyrinth. Chen Hui's originally lazy posture instantly crumbled, his entire being straightening like a spring. He took 2 steps towards Duo Yan, his eyes nearly popping out. In Duo Yan's hands, she was struggling to lift a round wooden shield. The surface of the shield was covered with a thick layer of wild boar hide, the edges embedded with a ring of rough but sturdy iron, and in the center was a hastily drawn beast totem. Although the design was wild, the green glow it emitted was undeniably genuine gold and silver. Chen Hui looked at the shield, and the attribute panel popped up. Wild round shield, green, apprentice level required, level 10 attributes, max HP 200, physical magic damage reduction 5, attack power 20, set effect 26, activated movement speed 5. Chen Hui gasped in astonishment. Another piece of the set. Together with the previous chest plate, the set effect was directly activated, increasing movement speed by 5. For a short-legged shield guard, this was an epic enhancement. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, why? After I touched over a dozen corpses and only found copper coins, how did this girl just happen to find a premium green item with a casual touch? Chen Hui stared at Duo Yan in disbelief, then glanced at the remaining corpses on the ground. Could it be that I really have bad luck? I don't believe this evil. He squatted down defiantly and inspected the last 3 corpses from head to toe. Acquired copper coin 2, acquired copper coin 3, acquired copper coin 3. Looking at the 8 copper coins in his palm, which couldn't even buy a bun, Chen Hui fell into deep contemplation. This game is targeting me. It's definitely targeting me. Is this the difference between the so-called non-player character leader and the European royal reincarnation? Great God, am I amazing? Duo Yan looked up with her little face seeking praise, her twin ponytails swaying, making Chen Hui dizzy. Amazing, amazing. Chen Hui weakly replied. From now on, the glorious task of looting corpses will be up to you. I will handle the killing, and you will be responsible for touching. No, wait, for looting. As you command. Officer. Duo Yan gave a clumsy salute, her eyes turning into crescent moons as she smiled. Just as Chen Hui was still lamenting his bad luck, Duo Yan became restless. Like a curious baby, she began to poke and tap around the walls of the corridor. Edge. Duo Yan's finger stopped on a moss-covered stone brick. Great God, this seems a little different. What's different? Chen Hui didn't even look up. This wall has grown hair. What? Not that this brick is warm. Before her words fell, Duo Yan's little hand pressed down on it. Boom! A dull mechanical sound suddenly rang out, shaking the entire corridor. Chen Hui turned around abruptly. He saw that the once tightly sealed stone wall beside Duo Yan began to slowly rotate, revealing a hidden chamber. The hidden chamber was small, only about a dozen square meters. In the center of the chamber, a gigantic treasure chest glittering with golden light and encrusted with rubies lay quietly. The light emanating from the treasure chest was 10 times more dazzling than the earlier green item. Chen Hui's pupils constricted sharply. What the hell? A hidden room? What kind of luck is this? Just pressing a brick could reveal a treasure room. This girl must be the daughter of the divine domain. Wow. A big treasure chest. Duo Yan's eyes instantly sparkled with gold coin symbols as she rushed in without a second thought, lifting her skirt. Chen Hui watched the treasure chest, but his heart inexplicably raced. Something was wrong. It was too smooth. This was a labyrinth known for its malicious traps. How could a treasure chest be so brazenly placed by the side of the road? Fragments of memories from his previous life about this labyrinth suddenly reorganized in his mind. Labyrinth. Hidden room. A standalone treasure chest. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. This is not a treasure room. This is clearly that notorious trap room. Duo Yan. Don't go in. Chen Hui yelled, his voice booming in the narrow corridor. But it was too late. Duo Yan had already stepped into the hidden room, standing right in front of the gigantic treasure chest. Hearing Chen Hui shout, she instinctively turned around, her face full of confusion. Huh? What did you say, great God? Just as she turned back, the golden treasure chest suddenly moved. The originally tightly shut lid sprang open violently, but what was revealed was not gold and silver treasures, but 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs, and a long crimson, slime-covered tongue. That was not a treasure chest. That was a mouth. LV. 10 greedy treasure chest monster, BOSS, health 100, attack 250, skills, bite, ingest, lethal, entangle a boss, with 100 health. A massive shadow instantly enveloped Duo Yan's petite figure. The treasure chest monster let out a nauseating roar, its crimson tongue whipping towards Duo Yan like a whip. Run! Chen Hui shouted. But the stone walls had already begun to close with a thunderous rumble. Duo Yan was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The stench rushing towards her, along with that giant mouth capable of swallowing her whole, sent her mind into a blank state. Run. Where to run? Her legs felt so weak, unable to move. Just as the treasure chest monster's tongue was about to wrap around her, Duo Yan suddenly made an unexpected move. She did not scream or ask for help. Instead, she abruptly turned around, using all her strength to throw the wild round shield she had just picked up towards the closing gap of the stone door. Clang! The shield rolled to Chen Hui's feet. Great God, take the shield and go. Don't worry about me. Duo Yan's voice was tinged with tears, yet carried a resolute tone. She knew that dying in the labyrinth would cause her to lose a level, and her corpse would be teleported outside. This shield was something the great god needed. It couldn't drop just because she died here. As long as the item got out, it would be fine. I am a burden. I cannot hold back the great god. Boom. The stone door continued to close mercilessly, leaving only a gap of less than half a meter. Duo Yin turned around, leaning against the cold stone wall, despairingly watching the approaching monster. The treasure chest monster did not rush to swallow its prey. Its body, filled with wooden spikes and metal components, began to twist, producing a series of ear-piercing grinding sounds. That was the sound of metal crushing bones. That was the sound of gears grinding flesh. This sound, Duo Yan's pupils dilated, memories flashing through her mind. 2 years ago on that rainy night, the out-of-control truck, the twisted driver's cabin. It was this sound. Duo Yan pressed her ears tightly, and her entire body slid down the wall, collapsing onto the ground. The phantom pain from reality instantly engulfed her nerves. Her legs seemed to transmit excruciating pain. That was the torment from the depths of her soul. Breathing became rapid, her vision blurred, and everything around her began to spin. System warning: extreme emotional fluctuations detected in player. Abnormal heart rate. Adrenaline surge. For your safety, the system recommends immediate forced logout. Do you want to exit? The red warning box flashed frantically on her retina. The monster was closing in. That giant mouth filled with fangs opened wide, carrying the scent of death, heading straight for her. Am I going to die? Am I going to go through that pain again? Duo Yin closed her eyes, her body trembling violently, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, squeak! An extremely grating, grinding sound rang out. Immediately after, a strong hand seized her precarious body in a moment of crisis. That hand was warm, dry, and carried a reassuring strength. Duo Yin opened her eyes in confusion. She saw the stone door had thunderously closed behind her, completely sealing off her escape. And in front of her stood the man who always had a cheeky grin and often said, "Add money." At this moment, he had one arm around her shoulder and the other holding the wild shield. He had slid in at the last second, close to the ground. Chen Hui did not look back at her. His eyes, usually half closed and indifferent, were now frighteningly bright. Like a furious lone wolf, he fixed his gaze on the overbearing treasure chest monster. The smile at the corner of his mouth vanished without a trace. What replaced it was a savage and violent expression never seen before. Die! A pungent metallic wind struck his face. A slimy crimson tongue, glistening with viscous fluid, hovered a mere 0.01 centimeters from Chen Hui's nose. The air turned taut in an instant. Clang! A muffled, resonant impact echoed through the chamber. The wild circular shield slammed rigidly between the lashing tongue and Chen Hui. The colossal force surged through the shield, fracturing the stone bricks beneath Chen Hui's feet. But he stood utterly unmoved, like an ancient pine rooted deep within a mountain cleft. System alerts blared violently in his ears. Equipment: wild circular shield green. Maximum HP 200. Current HP 2000-2000. As the numbers flickered into place, a savage, triumphant grin spread across Chen Hui's lips. Thanks, rich lady. He even had the leisure to glance back, whistling teasingly at Duo Yin, who sat frozen on the floor. That shield landed perfectly. I'll charge the delivery fee to your tab. Duo Yin lifted her head, dazed. Terror still clung to her eyes, but the suffocating aura of death had been wholly eclipsed by the broad, unyielding silhouette before her. Chen Hui turned, his gaze locking onto the writhing treasure chest beast. Hey, big mouth. With deliberate calm, he reached into his pack and drew out a dark red pendant, then fastened it around his neck. The pendant pulsed like a living heart, radiating searing heat. Unique accessory: lava heart activated. Effect: deals magical damage equal to 5 of target's maximum HP per second to all enemies within a 1-meter radius. 5% of 2000 HP, 100 damage per second. Add to that the retaliatory thorns of the Thorn Sovereign. Chen Hui tilted his head slightly, gazing at the beast's fanged maw, not with fear, but as one might survey a walking fountain of experience points. I hear you love eating. Then try this. Boom. A ripple of obsidian-red flame erupted outward from Chen Hui as its epicenter. The damp, shadow-choked chamber surged with unbearable heat. SSSSS. The treasure chest beast shrieked, a sound raw with agony. Its prized, sinuous tongue, upon contact with the infernal ring, sizzled like fatty intestine tossed into scalding oil, blackening, curling, steaming. Chen Hui advanced step by step, flames licking at his boots. Running already? Weren't you just swaggering a moment ago? The beast recoiled, in terror. As a boss possessing rudimentary sentience, it instinctively sensed something profoundly wrong about this human, this frail-looking mortal who burned like a white-hot branding iron. It tried to retreat into its own chest and play dead. Chen Hui granted no such reprieve. Mock. His familiar middle finger rose once more. The beast's retreat froze mid-motion, its pupils flooded crimson, reason incinerated by blind, incandescent fury. Ruawar. Jaws wide, it lunged, heedless, desperate, clamping down with crushing force. Crunch. Fangs struck the shield. 120 Chen Hui damaged. 450. Thorn retaliation. 100. Lava Scorch. 100. Lava Scorch. Crimson damage numerals burst forth like arterial geysers above the beast's head. Relentless Chen Hui stood motionless, never lifting his shield. He was a hedgehog wired to cheat, touch him, and die. Put some muscle into it. Haven't you eaten today? Your bite's weak. Time for calcium. And your tongue's too slippery. 2 stars would not recommend. Behind him, Duoyen finally regained her breath. She stared at the man calmly bantering beneath a monster's jaws, and then at the crimson numerals dancing wildly across the chamber. Her world, once colorless and grim, suddenly flared alight with that brazen defiant red. So strong, she whispered. Truly overwhelmingly strong. No gore, no carnage. Only the cold, elegant violence of absolute numerical dominance. His back was narrow, even slight, not broad or imposing. Yet in that moment it felt safer than any fortress. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. The treasure chest beast, boasting a 100,000-point health pool, was now reduced to a single sliver of life. Its body billowed smoke, its lid warped and blistered, its tongue lay limp and charred upon the floor, like a scorched sausage discarded after roasting. Just as Chen Hui raised his weapon for the final blow, the impossible occurred. The beast abruptly retracted every hostile stance. Its grotesque features twisted into something unmistakable. A sycophantic smile. Its health locked rigidly at 1. Ding. A translucent system dialog box materialized before Chen Hui. The boss, greed chest beast, has begged for mercy. Choose your response. A. Forgive, spare its life. Reward 10 gold coins. B. Slay, reject its plea and destroy it. Reward 2 random green tier items. C. Humiliate. Hidden option, requires special conditions. Time itself seemed to hold its breath. Chen Hui arched a brow, amused. So even bosses in this game possess survival instincts. He'd only heard rumors of rare bosses triggering narrative-driven deaths, never imagined encountering one in the starter village. Duoyen pushed herself up against the wall and limped forward, peering over Chen Hui's shoulder. Grandmaster, it's crying. Indeed it was. Tears spurted from its copper globe eyes, its stubby arms clasped together in frantic, trembling supplication. It looked utterly pitiful. Grandmaster, shouldn't we just kill it for loot? Though soft-hearted, Duoyen was also fiercely pragmatic. 2 green items. They'll fetch a fortune. Chen Hui remained silent, his gaze sweeping slowly across the 3 options. Option A, 10 gold. At the current exchange rate, 1 gold, 1,000 credits. That amounted to a paltry 1,000 credits. Was he being dismissed like a beggar? Option B, 2 green tier items. Solid, but for Chen Hui hardly tempting. And option C, only question marks. Unknown, always entailing risk, and often extraordinary. Chen Hui stroked his chin, a wry, knowing smile playing at his lips. He lowered his shield, then deliberately removed the lava heart from his neck and slipped it into his pocket. The searing heat vanished instantly. The beast blinked, bewildered. Seeing Chen Hui's disarmingly placid expression, it assumed he'd chosen option A. There was hope. This greedy human was just as mercenary as it had hoped. Overjoyed, the beast slurped its charred tongue deep into its chest cavity, then laboriously retrieved 10 gleaming gold coins. It offered them forward with obsequious reverence, its gaping maw stretched into a grin more grotesque than grief. Haha. Chen Hui smiled back. He extended his hand, as if to accept the coins. And precisely when the beast relaxed completely, its tongue fully extended and vulnerable, Chen Hui's wrist snapped inward, fingers clamping down with viper-like speed. He seized the beast's slick, sinuous tongue and held it fast. You think you can buy your life? His smile vanished, replaced by a glacial, bone-deep ferocity. When you terrified my rich lady, no my teammate. Did you ever imagine this day, eh? The beast froze, stunned. This wasn't in the script. Before it could react, Chen Hui moved. His hands flew, fluid, precise, practiced, like tying a shoelace. Loop left, loop right, weave, knot, tighten, effortless, seamless, complete. In exactly 2 seconds, the beast's vaunted whip-like tongue had been bound into a perfect, irreducible butterfly knot. WWWWW. Its eyes bulged from their sockets, tongue knotted tight, it couldn't retract it. Not even a millimeter. It gaped helplessly, whimpering like a chastened lapdog. This was no mere physical torment. It was annihilation of dignity. A level 10 boss, the nightmare of the labyrinth, had its tongue tied into a bowels. Ding. You have selected option C, humiliate. Hidden achievement, unlocked artistry of the tongue. The treasure chest beast experiences unprecedented shame. Its spirit shatters. Chen Hui brushed sticky residue from his palms, grimacing in distaste. Much better. He planted a boot squarely atop the beast's warped lid, gazing down upon the quivering colossus with cool, unblinking authority. Now, we may discuss true compensation. Empty your private hoard. Every last coin. Skimp by a single copper, and I'll tie the other end too. The beast nodded frantically. Had it possessed knees, they would have buckled instantly. It had never encountered such audacious, shameless depravity. Demanding coins, then humiliating. then robbing after humiliation? Is this what humanity truly is? Terrifying. Mama, I want back into the code library. With a final desperate convulsion, the beast erupted like a broken fountain, spewing gear potions, silver coins, and even a treasure map shimmering with violet light. Duoyen watched dumbstruck. She tugged gently at Chen Hui's sleeve, whispering, "Grandmaster, aren't we being a little cruel?" Chen Hui picked up the treasure map and blew dust from its surface. Cruel. He turned, meeting Dian's still dazed eyes, his tone uncharacteristically grave. Remember, this humanity is cruelty. Within this world, only the weak are devoured. And what we must become is the one holding the knife and fork. Duoyen stood transfixed. She stared at the violet map in Chen Hui's hand, then at the glittering heap of spoils strewn across the floor. An unfamiliar sensation stirred quietly in her chest. Deep, quiet, irrevocable. Chen Hui paid no mind to the girl's inner turmoil. His focus was fixed entirely on the map. Treasure map, Tomb of the Divine Beast. Rarity violet. Coordinates. No coordinates visible. Chen Hui's brow furrowed faintly. This was the first time such a thing had occurred. At that very moment, a sharp, urgent system announcement pierced every player's consciousness across the realm. Realm-wide broadcast: congratulations to player Fangu for completing achievement, Boss Slayer, and triggering hidden quest. The dungeon's subterranean ruins will now enter Rampage mode. All monster stats increased by 300. Rampage mode commences in 10 seconds. Duration 1 hour. Chen Hui's hand jerked. Nearly. What the hell? Did humiliating one boss just detonate the entire dungeon? Run. He snatched the loot, grabbed the dazed Duyan, and bolted for the exit. Grandmaster, what about the chest beast? Duyan clutched under his arm, craned her neck backward. There it was, the tongue-knotted beast, swelling rapidly, its once-russet hide darkening into a sickly, ominous violet black. Fear had vanished from its gaze, replaced by suicidal, all-consuming madness. WWWWW. Let us die together. Boom. The entire realm trembled. Every starter village dungeon shook violently, toppling pillars, cracking walls. Every elite player sprinted for their lives. Boom. A heavy stone door was shattered with a kick, and amidst the flying debris a figure tumbled out in a disheveled state. Pa. Is the dust in this wretched maze free? Chen Hui patted his head covered in dust, and before he could catch his breath, a chilling, woo, sound echoed from behind. A treasure chest monster, its body swollen to twice its size, and emanating a sinister purple-black aura, charged out, like an uncontrollable tank, smashing through the door frame. Its tongue tied into a knot by Chen Hui dangled outside like a comical bow tie, yet it did nothing to diminish the murderous intent radiating from its bloodshot eyes. Master, this way. Duyan, holding up her skirt, led the way, her two ponytails whipping around like helicopter blades. The two turned a corner and suddenly slammed to a halt. Hiss! Both of them took a sharp breath in unison. The originally spacious corridor was now overcrowded. Dozens of goblin mages and heavily armored maze guards were now swirling with black smoke, their eyes glowing red, resembling demons that had just crawled out of hell. Berserk mode. All monsters' attributes increased by 300, and they were linked in hatred. The moment they spotted Chen Hui and Duyan, they raised their staffs and axes in unison, as if they had seen a sworn enemy. Try this. A goblin mage waved its staff, and a shadow fireball the size of a basin whizzed towards them. Chen Hui instinctively raised his shield. Bang! The tremendous impact caused him to stagger back a step, a red number floating above his head. 300. Chen Hui's eyelids twitched wildly. Is this still a minor monster? This damage is comparable to the earlier non-berserk boss. If it were a physical monster, I could teach them a lesson with thorny reflection. But most of them were ranged magic monsters. With a 300 attribute boost, Chen Hui's 2,000 health points would vanish in just a few fireballs. Thorny reflection can kill monsters, but the premise is that I need to stay alive. Master, what should— Duoyen looked at the densely packed monsters, her voice trembling. The path ahead is blocked, and the big-mouthed monster behind is about to catch up. With wolves in front and tigers behind, they were trapped in between. Chen Hui gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Charging headlong was definitely not an option. His short-legged shield warrior's speed made him a living target within the mage's range. If only I could reach level 25. Chen Hui's face showed distress as he blocked 2 arrows with his At level 25, I could ride a mount, whether it be a horse or a pig, as long as it can run fast. I could take you flying right now. In the current situation, what was lacking was not defense but speed. As long as I'm fast enough, I can rush out of range before the monsters finish casting their skills. Unfortunately, there's no if. However, upon hearing this, Dian's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked down at her excellent gear that boosted agility, and then glanced at Chen Hui, who despite wearing heavy armor was not too bulky. Movement speed. Mounts. The little girl murmured. Just as Chen Hui was about to try using Holy Taunt again to see if he could pull the monsters away, he suddenly felt a tightness around his waist. In the next second, everything spun around. Chen Hui suddenly felt his viewpoint rise sharply as he was carried. He looked down in horror, realizing he was being held in a perfectly executed princess carried by Duo Yan. Rich lady, what are you doing? Chen Hui was bewildered. This script isn't right, is it? Normally, isn't it the male lead carrying the female lead? Why has the situation flipped for me? Master, hold on tight. Duyan's delicate face was serious, her legs slightly bent, and the pair of windrunner boots beneath her erupted with dazzling blue light. Since there's no horse, I'll be the master's horse. As soon as she finished speaking, whoosh, Chen Hui felt the scenery on both sides blur into streaks. Fast. Too fast. With full agility points coupled with excellent speed-enhancing gear and the assassin-class unique dash skill. At this moment, Duo Yan was like a human Ferrari. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fireballs and arrows rained down on the spot, where they had just stood, creating a scorched earth. But Duo Yan had already carried Chen Hui over 30 meters. Holy crap. Slow down, slow down. I'm getting car sick. Chen Hui clung tightly to Duyan's neck, feeling as if his face was being deformed by the wind. This scene was extremely bizarre and comical. A little girl in pink clothes was carrying a heavily armed muscular man performing a scene of speed and passion in a maze filled with monsters. The treasure chest monster that had just turned the corner saw only 2 afterimages vanish at the end of the corridor, furious, as it jumped 3 meters high, howling and leading a large troop in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the maze. Hurry! Faster! The exit is right ahead. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou, bloodied and in disarray, shouted. Behind him, the originally 10-man elite team had dwindled to less than 5. The berserk mode of the maze was simply a meat grinder. Just now a passing elite monster dealt a single blow. 560. Critical hit. Their proud tank, who had invested all in strength, couldn't even let out a scream before his health bar was emptied, turning into white light and resurrecting back in town. In that moment, Jian Xiao Jiuzhou felt a chill in his heart. He was a warrior, and although he could run a bit faster than the shield warrior, that little speed was nothing against these berserk monsters. Roar! Heavy footsteps approached from behind. 2 three-turtle berserk minotaurs wielding huge totem poles shook the ground with every step. The distance was closing in. 10 meters. 5 meters. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou could even smell the stench of the minotaur's nostrils. It's over. Not only did I miss the first kill, but I might also lose a level and drop equipment, which is a double loss. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou despairingly closed his eyes, his footsteps slowing down. But then he suddenly thought of something, and a twisted sense of pleasure appeared on his face. Anyway, that guy named Fan Gu must have died inside too. In such a deep situation, encountering berserk mode, even a deity couldn't save him. When I respawn, I'll flood the world channel saying it was because he triggered the traps that led to our wipe, then let's see who dares to group with him. With that thought, Jian Xiao Jiuzhou surprisingly smiled, feeling at peace. Dying wouldn't be a loss. Just as he was about to give up resistance and embrace death. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew in from the depths of the maze. Accompanied by hurried and heavy footsteps, it sounded like some heavy motorcycle was approaching. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou instinctively opened his eyes. In the next moment, his jaw dislocated. At the end of his line of sight, a pink whirlwind was racing towards him at an unbelievable speed. As it got closer, he could see clearly. It was that little girl from before. What shocked him the most was that the little girl was carrying the man he despised, Fan Gu, on her shoulder. The two disregarded all the slowing traps along the way in an extremely bizarre and even scandalous manner, charging toward the exit like a cannonball. Is this even possible? Jian Xiao Jiuzhou was so jealous that his eyes nearly turned red. Why? Why was I here fighting for my life, and you're being carried away, and it's still by a girl? This soft rice is too hard to swallow. As he watched the two rush past him, escaping to a malicious thought suddenly seized Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's mind. If I am to die, you shall not live. Let's all die together, at least there will be company on the road to the underworld. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou abruptly halted, his great sword horizontally across his chest, blocking the only exit like a barricade. Don't go. Leave me some. If we're dying, we die together. His face was twisted as he roared with all his might. Duyan, running at high speed, was startled and instinctively wanted to slow down. Don't stop. Charge through. Chen Hui suddenly shouted loudly from her arms. He didn't even change his posture, just freed the hand holding the wild round shield, using Duyan's momentum to swing his arm. At that moment, Chen Hui was not fighting alone. He was a spear, he was a battering ram, he was the righteous fist of justice. Get lost. The shield, accompanied by a whistling wind, accurately smashed into Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's disgusting face. Shield bash. Bang. A crisp thud echoed. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou felt darkness engulf him, as if he had been struck heat in by a speeding truck. The tremendous force sent him flying. He traced a beautiful parabolic arc in the air, soaring over Chen Hui and Duyan's heads, crashing heavily onto the floor behind them. Ouch, holy crap. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou felt as if his entire face had gone numb, his nasal bone had surely broken, and several of his teeth were loose. He struggled to get up, mumbling incoherently, "You bastard." However, the curse was abruptly cut off. A more intense and terrifying murderous intent enveloped him from all directions. Jianshao Jiuzhou stiffly turned his neck. He saw the treasure chest monster with a bow-tied tongue standing less than a meter away from him. Behind the treasure chest monster were dozens of berserk elite monsters, their eyes red and breathing heavily. They formed a circle trapping Jianshao Jiuzhou in the middle. All the monsters were staring at him, especially that treasure chest monster. Its eyes, filled with resentment, first glanced at Chen Hui, who had already run out of the maze, then at the human warrior in front of it, who was also wielding a great sword. Human. Warrior. One of them. A simple logic closed the loop in the treasure chest monster's not-so-advanced brain. Since the other one ran away, this debt you shall pay. Woo woo woo. Brothers, it's him. The treasure chest monster let out a shrill roar, its knotted tongue wagging. Jianshao Jiuzhou looked at the rows of blood-filled mouths and the raised spiked club staffs and sticks. He struggled to swallow, forcing a smile that was more unsightly than crying, and waved at the treasure chest monster. Sir. You seem to be in good health. That tongue has quite a unique design. Only humiliation, no killing. Clearly the treasure chest monster had learned the essence of Chen Hui. All its anger towards Chen Hui was unleashed on Jianshao Jiuzhou. In that moment Jianshao Jiuzhou grew up. The sensation of escaping death felt like surfacing from the abyssal depths of the sea. Each breath tasted sweet with life itself. Chen Hui lay sprawled beneath a colossal ancient tree, limbs splayed wide, his chest heaving violently. Duo Yin fared no better beside him, pink hem stained with grass clippings. She sat unceremoniously on the ground, kneading her aching calves without restraint. Great master, do we strike it rich? Duo Yin gasped, her large eyes gleaming as they locked onto Chen Hui's bulging backpack. Rich or not depends entirely on what that gaping-mouthed beast spat out. Chen Hui sat up, wiped sweat from his brow, and curved his lips into an anticipatory smile. Though their frantic flight had been undignified, the memory of the horde the treasure beast had expelled in its dying moments made every blistered tendon worth the agony. Clatter! The backpack overturned. A chaotic cascade of artifacts flooded the grassy clearing. First to catch the eye, gleaming silver coins. 52 in all. At current black market exchange rates, those alone were worth over 50,000 yuan. Next came bundled potions, 15 vials of mid-tier vitality elixir, 32 of mid-tier mana elixir. Rarities so scarce that even seasoned apothecaries could not guarantee supply. Wow, so many blue vials. Duo Yin clapped with delight. As a pure agility assassin, she rarely drained her mana, but gazing upon this bounty filled her with sheer aesthetic joy. Hold your breath. The main event lies beneath. Chen Hui reached deep into the pile, slowly drawing forth a staff, its shaft dark crimson crowned by a pigeon egg-sized ruby. Its true nature had remained veiled in the dungeon's gloom. Now bathed in sunlight, the staff emanated a faint yet profoundly deep emerald aura. Not ordinary green-grade gear. Chen Hui's pulse quickened. He swiftly opened the attribute interface. Ruby staff, green artisan tier. Required level 10. Class requirement, Mage Warlock. Spell power 120. Maximum mana 1000. Spell haste 20. Unique passive soul of the mage, spell power increased by 10. HSSSH. Chen Hui sucked in a sharp breath. The staff nearly slipped from his trembling fingers. Artisan tier. In eternity, even gear of identical rarity was stratified into 3 echelons: apprentice, artisan, and master. An artisan tier green item could outclass an apprentice tier blue one in raw potency. 120 spell power. 1000 maximum mana. 20 spell haste. 10 spell power amplification. This was no mere level 10 trinket. These stats would be considered legendary even at level 20, especially that 100 mana, a divine boon for mages who wept over early game mana starvation. Legendary. Absolutely legendary, Chen Hui murmured. If auctioned, this artifact would ignite a server-wide frenzy among mages. Yet he had no intention of listing it. Such a treasure belonged only with the most discerning and wealthiest buyer. Without hesitation, he captured a screenshot and tapped the pitch-black avatar in his friend list. 0. Fangu. Image first artisan tier green staff in the entire server. Interested? Ding. 0 account. A second message followed instantly. 5 million. Chen Hui stared at the stark numeral on screen and rubbed his eyes. Units. Tens. Hundreds. Thousands. Millions. Truly 5 million. His finger. He knew 0 was wealthy. Last lifetime this archmage had shattered half the server's economy with sheer financial might. But he never imagined such staggering audacity. This was the game's earliest hours. 5 million for transitional gear. This wasn't merely owning a mine. It was owning the mint itself. Deal. Chen Hui typed his bank account number with lightning speed. Even as a reborn soul who knew gold in eternity would one day eclipse real-world currency. Yet confronting 5 million yuan in cold hard cash, his heart hammered uncontrollably. 2 minutes later. BRRR. His phone vibrated. XX bank, your account received RMB 5000000 00 at 1420. Current balance. XX Bank your account received RMB 5000000 at 1420. Current balance. Gazing at that endless string of zeros, Chen Hui drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the primal urge to roar triumphantly toward the heavens. Last lifetime he'd slaved for pennies and guilds. This lifetime a single artifact had granted him the first irreversible step toward financial sovereignty. Was this the true power of rebirth? Before he could reflect further, Zero's message flashed again. Zero, will you lead a party through the labyrinth zone's guardian boss? Zero, loot distribution is yours to decide. Send coordinates if agreed. Chen Hui's brow furrowed. Let others. The guardian boss of the labyrinth zone was no trivial challenge. It was the true nightmare of every novice village. He alone, armed with thorn-based counter damage and flawless positioning, could grind it down. But adding allies, more players meant dynamically scaled boss health, and poor coordination could easily trigger total annihilation. Especially someone like Zero, a high-stakes investor whose death would carry catastrophic weight. Too troublesome. Too many variables. High risk of failure. Chen Hui began typing the refusal, then paused. Ding. 1 million per person. Chen Hui's fingers froze mid-tap. Expressionless, he erased the rejection and typed anew with feverish haste. Fangu, magnificent generosity, sir. Coordinates 234, 118. I stand ready. More players the merrier. I adore a lively crowd. What nonsense, scaled health. Coordination flaws. Before overwhelming capital, such concerns dissolved into irrelevance. With sufficient funds, he'd not only lead a raid, he'd hoist the boss onto his shoulders and perform squats. Chen Hui stared at the chat window, grinning ear, a look so shamelessly avaricious that Duo Yin blinked in stunned silence. The girl extended a finger and poked his side. Great master, are you short on money? Chen Hui snapped back to awareness, closed the chat, and scoffed dismissively, his gaze drifting far into the distance, deep and inscrutable. Short on money. Is there anyone in this world truly free of want? Money isn't omnipotent, but without it nothing is possible. Last lifetime he'd been penniless and reckless, earning modest coin through gaming skill, yet still failing to save his mother. Later, when wealth trickled in, he squandered it all on hollow affections and deceitful women. That suffocating helplessness, he swore never to taste it again. This time, reborn, he would become not only the strongest shield guard, but amass such fortune that he'd live as a true magnate. Just then, BRRR. His phone vibrated once more. Chen Hui instinctively glanced down. XX Bank your account received RMB 1000000 at 1425. Current balance. Chen Hui froze. Who else? He turned to Duo Yin beside him. There she sat, humming some nameless tune, twin braids swaying gently, idly twirling the system interface in her hands. Great master, I've transferred this week's allowance to you. Duo Yin beamed at him, radiating innocent charm. You must keep leveling with me. That parkour run was so much fun. We'll do it again next time. Chen Hui. He stared at his bank balance, then at the seemingly harmless little girl before him. In that instant, he grasped the phrase, wealth disparity, with visceral, gut-wrenching clarity. This week's allowance. 1 million yuan. Who in blazes was this heiress? Escaped from some oligarchic dynasty. Faced with this baffling million, Chen Hui neither declined nor feigned polite refusal. He stepped before Dian, placed both hands firmly on her shoulders, and his expression hardened into solemn gravity. Business is business. Duo Yin blinked, touched by his integrity. Surely a man of principle wouldn't accept her money without cause. Then in the next breath, Chen Hui spoke with profound gravitas. A sum like 1 million per week is dangerously volatile. You're young, unprepared to wield such power. Let me bear this burden for you. And rest assured, having accepted your protection fee, should any dare harm even a single hair on your head, I shall personally escort their entire bloodline back to the novice village respawn point. I will guide you to the pinnacle of this game. Nonsense. Untraceable money. Accepted without question. Others might refuse. For Chen Hui, no currency existed beyond his threshold of acceptance. Duo Yin blinked twice. Though something about the great master's logic felt oddly askew, hearing pinnacle of the game made her beam and nod eagerly. Yea, it's settled. Chen Hui gazed at 6 million yuan resting quietly in his account, and at the approaching patron Zero. He patted the wildness round shield nestled in his pack, eyes flashing with sharp rhythmic intent. Since everyone insisted on such generosity, that guardian boss would perish, not just decisively, but with impeccable, unforgettable cadence. Suddenly, 20-some warriors emerged silently from the surrounding underbrush, mages following closely behind. Hundreds of players materialized, encircling Chen Hui and Duo Yin completely. Chen Hui narrowed his eyes. Hostile intent. Great master, were the ones who arrived. The atmosphere was somewhat frozen. Hundreds of players formed a surrounding circle, like an impenetrable wall of people tightly trapping Chen Hui and Duo Yin in the center. A path opened in the crowd. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou with a gloomy expression stepped out, accompanied by a slender The thief toyed with a dagger that glinted coldly in his hand, sporting the ID Gue Ing with a high level of 8. He was the leader of the assassin guild, his eyes glinting like those of a predator, watching two lambs ready for slaughter, a smirk of unabashed mockery on his lips. Running away? Why have you stopped? Gue Ing tapped his palm with the dagger, his voice sharp and thin. Weren't you quite capable just a moment ago? Carrying a man while parkouring TSK Tisk. If this scene were recorded, it would definitely make the annual compilation of absurd moments. Duo Yin was infuriated and was about to speak when Chen Hui pressed his hand on her shoulder. Ignoring Gue Ing, Chen Hui's gaze passed over him and landed on Jian Shaojiuzhou. At this moment, Jian Shaojiuzhou had changed into a brand new set of playing gear, clearly having lost the exceptional outfit he wore before. However, the expression on his face, filled with a sense of righteousness, was even more pronounced than before. Jian Shaojiuzhou stepped forward, pointing at Chen Hui with a heart-wrenching demeanor, his voice booming enough for all the onlookers to hear clearly. Do you even realize what you've done? Because of your selfish desires, you maliciously triggered the maze's mechanisms, leading to the tragic deaths of thousands of innocent players in rampage mode. All the levels everyone worked so hard to gain, all the gear they fought for, have turned to nothing because of your momentary carelessness. He paused, turning to face the ever-growing crowd of onlookers, arms outstretched like a politician giving a speech. Look at these brothers. Some have just reached level 5, others have just obtained their first piece of white gear, and because of this scum, everything must start over. This kind of harmful element, if not expelled from newbie village, no. 12138. How can anyone play the game in peace? Who can guarantee that the next victim won't be themselves? His words were highly inflammatory. The originally casual onlooker players were stirred by his words, igniting memories of their tragic deaths in the maze. Exactly. I just got that wrist guard, and it was gone before I even warmed it up. Damn, so it was you who caused this. I was wondering why the monsters suddenly went berserk. Get out of newbie village. Delete your account and apologize. Kill him. Loot his gear. The curses came in waves, countless pairs of furious eyes fixed on Chen Hui as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Duo Yan's small face turned bright red. Though she was innocent, she could also tell that this was slander. Clearly, it was a hidden storyline set by the system. How could it be twisted into the malicious act of a god? You're talking nonsense. Clearly. Shoo. Chen Hui placed a finger over his lips, interrupting Duo Yi. He showed no signs of panic, even casually digging in his ear as if he were about to fall asleep. Only when the surrounding noise of curses slightly subsided did he lazily lift his eyelids. Have you finished speaking? Chen Hui flicked the earwax from his fingernail, looking at Jian Shaojiuzhou with a smirk. You've got quite the eloquence, it's a pity you aren't doing pyramid schemes. Jian Shaojiuzhou sneered, still so stubborn even when facing death. If you don't give everyone an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here. Explanation. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow, his gaze suddenly dropping, fixing on Jian Shaojiuzhou's lower body, his tone becoming exceedingly strange. Oh, speaking so firmly, huh? Is your but feeling better? Just 5 simple words. It was as if a binding spell had been cast. The originally aggressive Jian Shaojiuzhou's face instantly turned pale. He instinctively and abruptly covered his, but recoiling slightly, his previously smooth speech now. You? What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Don't understand. Chen Hui clicked his tongue twice, lightly pointing in the air. Regional channel live broadcast started. Broadcaster fan Gu title shocking. A guild leader actually did this to monsters deep in the maze. A massive holographic projection screen abruptly unfolded in midair. The image was extremely clear. The background was a dimly lit maze corridor. The protagonist was none other than Jian Shaojiuzhou, who had just looked so righteous. However, in the video his posture was quite indecent. A dozen goblins were holding down his limbs, and a treasure chest monster with a tongue tied in a butterfly knot was swinging a thick wolf-tooth club with a resentful expression. Smack! A crisp sound. The wolf-tooth club accurately landed on Jian Shaojiuzhou's butt. Oh. In the video, Jian Shaojiuzhou let out a soul-crushing scream. Immediately after, the scene shifted. The treasure chest monster seemed to find the wolf-tooth club unsatisfactory, and its tongue tied in a knot swayed. Whoa. No. Not there. In the video, Jian Shaojiuzhou's initial desperate resistance gradually turned into something strange, even carrying a hint of pleasure. The entire place fell silent. Hundreds of players gaped, their gazes darting back and forth between the video in midair and Jian Shaojiuzhou, who was covering his, but in reality. Even Gue Ing, standing beside Jian Shaojiuzhou, couldn't help but shiver. He silently put away his dagger and moved 3 meters away, covering his own butt. His eyes screamed, I don't know this person, don't infect me too. Holy shit. This is explosive. So the big shot is into this. No wonder the monsters went berserk earlier. It turns out it was a matter of pleasure play. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and the previously tense atmosphere of the hunt transformed into a large gathering of onlookers. Jian Shaojiuzhou's face shifted from white to red, then from red to purple, finally turning as black as the bottom of a pot. Social death. A complete and utter social death. The image of a master he had painstakingly built collapsed in that moment, leaving not a shred behind. Shut it down. Turn it off for me. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou howled hysterically, swinging his great sword, wanting to charge up and slash at the projection screen, but found he couldn't attack the system interface at all. He suddenly turned his head, glaring at Chen Hui with bloodshot eyes, his voice sharp with extreme shame and anger. Fangu, don't try to change the topic. This is a separate issue. Everyone don't be fooled by him. We're talking about his evil deeds in the maze. He tried to bring the rhythm back. As long as Chen Hui's label of harmful element was solidified, the humiliation brought by the video could be overshadowed by just judgment. Hearing the words evil deeds, the smile on Chen Hui's lips grew even wider. He turned off the live broadcast and leisurely adjusted his somewhat messy cuffs. Then he raised his head and a chilling light suddenly burst forth from his originally lazy eyes. Chen Hui stepped. This step surprisingly forced the few players from the Jiuzhou Guild in front of him to instinctively take half a step back. Explanation. Chen Hui sneered, his gaze sweeping over everyone present like a blade. Isn't it that you all want to hear an explanation? Fine. He took a deep breath, gathering his energy, his voice booming like thunder among the crowd. Everyone perk up your ears and listen well. Duo Yin nervously clutched Chen Hui's clothes, whispering, big shot. It's my fault, let me explain. Explain what nonsense? Chen Hui shrugged off her grasp, raised his hand, and pointed his index finger directly at the twisted face of Jian Xiao Jiuzhou, then at the surrounding players, filled with indignation. A smug, arrogant curve crept onto his lips. It was I who triggered the mechanisms. It was I who detonated the maze. It was I who caused you all to lose levels in gear. Chen Hui paused, displaying an extraordinarily brilliant smile, revealing a set of white, gleaming teeth. It was all fucking me. Boom. The crowd instantly erupted. No one expected that in the face of such accusations, as a public enemy of the entire server, this person not only showed no signs of remorse, but rather boasted about his achievements and claimed full responsibility. He didn't even bother to find an excuse. Did you hear that clearly? Chen Hui looked at the dumbfounded Jian Xiao Jiuzhou, his voice low and mocking. I did it on purpose. Unconvinced, he pulled out the scratched wild shield from his backpack and slammed it heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. If you're unconvinced, just hold it in. Or. Chen Hui curled his fingers, his gaze disdainful, as if looking at a pile of garbage. Why don't you all come at me together? The entire place fell silent. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on the man who had slammed his shield onto the ground. Wild. Unbounded wildness. What? No one dares to move. Chen Hui scanned the crowd. The mocking curve at the corner of his mouth felt like a slap on everyone's face. Didn't you just curse me with such enthusiasm? Has the keyboard warrior turned mute? A stir went through the crowd, with many faces turning as red as liver. I'll do it. A harsh shout broke the deadlock. The crowd parted to create a path, and a young man dressed in leather armor wielding a longbow stepped forward. His ID was by Bu Chuanyang, a level 7 ranger somewhat famous in the casual player circle. He cast a disdainful glance at Chen Hui's mismatched gear and sneered. Don't think I'm bullying you just because you're a short-legged shield warrior. My talent is break, which allows my attacks to ignore 10 of the target's defense. With this arrow, he elongated his tone, his gaze turning vicious. You're going to enjoy this. The surrounding players instantly became invigorated. Yang, you're amazing. Teach this ignorant guy a lesson. Shoot him. Let him know what version dominance is. Don't mess it up, Yang. The hopes of the entire village rest on this arrow. Amid the cheers, by Bu Chuanyang took a deep breath and assumed an extremely standard shooting stance. He didn't rush to shoot, but instead tilted his head back, gazing melancholically at the sky, and solemnly recited, Goodbye, young man, draw the bow, without fear of time or wind. The bowstring was slowly pulled back, emitting a taut, creak sound. At that moment the winds around seemed to... It was unclear who turned on the external sound, but the stirring BGM from The Legend of the Condor Heroes vaguely resonated through the crowd, instantly amplifying the sense of ritual surrounding the bow draw. Bai Bu Chuanyang's eyes narrowed and he released his fingers. Snap! The bowstring quivered. The arrow transformed into a streak of light, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound racing through the air towards Chen Hui's brow. This arrow was fast, accurate, and fierce. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the appearance of a series of critical hit red numbers. Chen Hui stood still, not even bothering to lift his eyelids, and even yawned in boredom. Ding! The arrow struck against the wild chest armor, producing a crisp metallic clink, and then helplessly, a gray number slowly floated up from above Chen Hui's head. 20. The air suddenly fell silent. Bai Bu Chuanyang maintained his archery stance, frozen in place, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. 20 points. He shouted in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My attack power is as high as 85, and I have the armor-breaking talent. Before he could finish his sentence, a blinding red light suddenly rebounded from Chen Hui's armor, piercing through Bai Bu Chuanyang's body at a speed 3 times faster than it had come. 600. Thorn rebound. Bai Bu Chuanyang didn't even have time to let out a scream. His health bar, already low, was instantly cleared. Thud. His body fell straight to the ground, a look of shock still lingering on his face, as if he were saying, "I want to check the cards." A gust of wind blew by, stirring up a few fallen leaves. The hundreds of players who had been cheering and shouting moments ago now resembled ducks whose necks had been grasped, mouths open without a sound. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's cold smile froze. Ghost Shadow, touching the dagger, trembled slightly, almost cutting into his own thigh. Instant kill. A shield warrior standing still killed a ranged attacker with a rebound. Is there anyone else? Chen Hui dug at his ear with his pinky. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. After a brief silence, someone in the crowd finally reacted. I don't believe it. That must have been a critical hit. A bearded fire mage stepped forward, flames gathering at the tip of his staff. He looked at Chen Hui, his tone somber and tragic. I don't know if I can withstand this. Whoosh. The fireball spell howled out. Bang. 15 immediately following 600. The fire mage rolled his eyes and transformed into white light, returning to the city in a state of tranquility. Damn. Is this rebound mechanism toxic? I'll do it. I'm a control-type warlock. If I can't kill him, I'll control him. A warlock waved his staff, casting a weaken curse on Chen Hui. There was no damage. However, the next second, 600, the warlock foamed at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. Is this what's called? Anyone who stares at it gets pregnant. The crowd was completely panicked. Physical attacks rebounded, spell attacks rebounded, even throwing a debuff got rebounded. How can we fight like this? These players were clearly not just players, they were like a spiny iron turtle. Chen Hui watched the honor kill number on the system panel continuously increase, his heart bursting with joy. According to the rules of Eternal, killing red name players or active attackers in self-defense does not increase the sin value, but instead increases hidden faction honor. Where can one find such a good opportunity to deliver heads? Why has everyone stopped? Chen Hui looked at the hesitant crowd, his face filled with disappointment. Aren't you men? A few hundred people scared by just one of me. Keep playing music and dancing. The crowd exchanged glances, each retreating, not wanting to be the one who got killed by the rebound. At that moment, Dian, who had been sitting under a tree watching the show, rubbed her eyes and yawned widely. Great God. The little lowly's soft voice fell out of place on the tense battlefield. Watching people die is so boring. She stood up, brushed off the grass from her skirt, and innocently asked, when are we going into the dungeon? I'm hungry. This sentence struck like thunder, instantly waking up Jian Xiao Jiuzhou, who had fallen into despair. His sinister eyes abruptly shifted from Chen Hui to the exquisitely carved little lowly. The shield warrior was indeed tough. The rebound was indeed disgusting. But what about that little assassin girl? Full agility build means she's fragile. Top-notch equipment means low defense. The key point is she's a rebellious character. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou suddenly erupted into a fit of neurotic laughter. He pointed at Dian, a twisted and cruel smile appearing on his face. Rebellious, you are indeed tough, we cannot damage you. But Jian Xiao Jiuzhou suddenly waved his hand, the great sword pointing directly at Dian's nose. Brothers, change targets. That girl is a full agility assassin, as fragile as paper. Focus fire and take her down. The surrounding players paused for a moment, their eyes instantly lighting up. Right? If we can't deal with that iron turtle, can't we kill this little lowly? We should pick the soft ones to squish. As long as we kill this girl, not only can we loot a pile of top-tier equipment, but we can also thoroughly annoy that rebellious character. Kill. Take that girl down. Send her back to level 0. The crowd, who had been hesitant moments ago, erupted again, countless greedy eyes pouncing on Duoyan like hungry wolves. Chen Hui's eyes suddenly changed. His gaze turned icy. I can take action, but touching my benefactor. Rebellious. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou looked at Chen Hui's sudden change in expression, a perverse thrill surging in his heart. He could almost see the scene of Chen Hui kneeling and begging for mercy. If you don't want this girl to go back to level 0, and don't want her equipment to get exposed. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou stepped forward, burying his great sword heavily into the ground, his chin raised high, shouting with the demeanor of a judge now. Immediately. Right now. Kneel and apologize to me. Before Jian Xiao Jiuzhou could even finish speaking, before the cruel smirk had fully spread across his lips, a streak of pink blurred across his retina, straight, sudden, and unnerving. Fast. Unreasonably fast. Doyen, who had stood just behind Chen Hui moments earlier, now erupted like a wild kitten whose tail had been stepped on. The terrifying movement speed granted by her full agility build was displayed in its full, breathtaking glory. As a professional assassin, Gue Ying's reflexes were nothing short of exceptional. The instant Doyen launched forward, his dagger instinctively shot out, aimed to intercept. Too green, a straightforward charge was to any seasoned assassin little more than a stationary target. Yet the next second, Gue Ying's pupils contracted violently. At the very moment she was about to collide with his blade, Doyen's toe tapped the ground with eerie precision, her body defying physics as it slid sharply left by half a meter, then instantly reversed course at blinding speed. It's pattern evasion. The same maneuver Chen Hui had used inside the labyrinth to dodge the boss's attacks. Gue Ying's dagger pierced only empty air, shredding a fading pink afterimage. What a... In that split second of shock, Doyen had already swept past him like a gust of wind, and reappeared directly behind Jian Xiaojiouzhou. No words were wasted. With fierce, unblinking eyes, the petite girl drove two gleaming daggers deep into Jian Xiaojiouzhou's utterly defenseless back. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The rapid wet stabs echoed like firecrackers. 120,145,137 backstab. Triple strike. Seamless auto-attack chaining. A flawless lightning-fast assassin combo, fluid as rushing water, dazzling to the eye. Jian Xiaojiouzhou, though not yet specialized as a tank, was a warrior with substantial health. Yet against this monstrous burst damage, his seemingly robust health bar collapsed like a punctured water balloon, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his HP plummeted to a sliver, barely clinging on. What the hell? Panic seized him. His earlier arrogance had fled to the farthest reaches of the realm. He let out a strangled cry, dared not turn back, and bolted blindly toward the crowd, clutching his rear. Trying to run. Doyen cried sharply, her small hand flicking upward. A flash of cold steel tore from her grasp, the assassin's universal skill flying blade. But this blade's trajectory bore no resemblance to ordinary player's aim, no targeting of heart or head. Its landing point was unervingly precise, uniquely ruthless, and devastatingly accurate. Whoosh! Thud! Direct hit, dead center. Exactly where the treasure chest monster's spiked mace had earlier rained down merciless blows. 214. Critical hit. Vital area. A colossal crimson numeral bloomed overhead. Jian Xiaojiouzhou froze mid-stride. Eyes bulging, mouth agape, voice utterly silenced. Then, thump. He pitched forward, collapsing face down, rigid as a plank. The flying blade still quivered faintly in his buttock, glinting harshly beneath the sun. Silence, absolute suffocating silence, descended upon the crowd. Every male player instinctively clenched his thighs, a chill surging up the spine straight to the crown of the head. This hurt just to watch. Yet the battle did not end with Jian Xiaojiouzhou's death. Doyen stared at the corpse, still unsatisfied. Like magic, another throwing knife appeared in her hand. You dared use me to threaten the Grandmaster. Whoosh. You bullied the innocent. Whoosh. I throw. Throw. In that moment, Doyen became an emotionless, relentless projectile engine. Knife after knife flew, heedless of cost, each striking the exact same spot on Jian Xiaojiouzhou's lifeless body. Though the corpse held no HP to drain, the repeated sickening thuds of steel sinking into flesh made hundreds of onlookers' scalps crawl. Let your butt bloom across the mountains. Doyen panted, hurling her final blade. Her cheeks flushed, whether from exertion or fury no one could tell. Chen Hui stood nearby, his lips twitching involuntarily. He glanced at the impaled hedgehog-like posterior, then at Doyen, her expression radiating fierce pride, silently begging for praise. This girl. Chen Hui rubbed his chin with a wry grimace. She's learned well. Her hands are blacker than mine. Still, brilliantly done. Elsewhere, Gui Ying stared at Jian Xiaojiouzhou's grotesque corpse, his eyelids spasming uncontrollably. As leader of the Assassin Guild, he considered himself ruthless. But this macabre performance, this relentless assault upon a corpse's posterior, exceeded even his professional comprehension. Just then his private message window flared urgently. Jian Xiaojiouzhou waiting for resurrection at the spawn point. Jian Xiaojiouzhou, Gui Ying. Are you just watching it? Jian Xiaojiouzhou, I paid you 150,000. Was it to witness my butt? Jian Xiaojiouzhou, kill that brat. Reset her to level 0. All her gear drops. You keep it all. Jian Xiaojiouzhou, if you refuse, I'll expose your guild on the forums. Money taken, mission failed. Gui Ying exhaled, deeply weary. Though he'd admired Doyen's seamless, masterful execution, and even felt a spark of genuine admiration, he remained bound by code. A trade has its rules. Payment accepted, duty fulfilled. 150,000. No trivial sum in this game's early days. His gaze sharpened, laziness vanished, replaced by the icy composure of a top-tier assassin. Slowly he spun his dagger between his fingers, his eyes sweeping past the still desecrating Doyen, to settle upon the man standing calmly behind her, utterly unperturbed. Rebellious spirit. His voice, low and edged with frost, carried unmistakable weight. I must admit, you two possess rare talent. One is as unyielding as a tortoise, the other as swift as a hare. He paused, flipping his dagger in a lethal flourish. Yet individual strength remains finite. If you can name a power formidable enough to give me pause, or invoke a title commanding my respect, this contract is void. It was both a probe and a final offer. At this stage, players wielding such gear and skill rarely acted alone. They bore the shadow of major guilds or elite studios. Gui Ying did not wish to risk 15,000 over a single job, if it meant provoking an unstoppable force. Chen Hui met Gui Ying's stare, then glanced sideways at a friend message notification flashing in his vision, his lips curling into a sly, knowing smile. It was the smile of a hunter watching prey walk willingly into the snare. Power. Chen Hui gave a self-deprecating chuckle and shook his head. No need to test me. At those words, Gue Ying's lingering wariness evaporated. Then don't blame me for abandoning chivalry. He snapped his fingers sharply. Swish, swish, swish. The empty grassland shimmered, air itself twisting unnaturally. 20 assassins clad in black night cloaks materialized in perfect fan formation, their daggers catching the sun gleaming, with lethal intent cutting off every possible escape route for Doyen. Attack! Target the girl. 20 blades ignited into motion, murderous aura surging skyward. Doyen flinched, instinctively darting behind Chen Hui. Yet at that razor-thin instant, Chen Hui spoke. His voice was quiet yet laced with audacious arrogance, and a teasing, enigmatic amusement. Behind me, there is nothing but power. The moment the words left his lips, steady, resonant footsteps echoed from behind the crowd. Not hurried, not chaotic. Each step landed precisely in time with the pulse of every onlooker's heartbeat. Hundreds of players turned as one. From the labyrinth's entrance, 5 figures advanced slowly, walking against the light. Not an army. Yet the moment they appeared, the clamorous, bustling square fell into uncanny absolute silence. On the left stood a figure bearing a massive greatsword clad in radiant silver armor. ID Kwang 2 level 10. To the right, a sharp-eyed archer gripped a longbow, eagle gaze unwavering. ID Luo Ri. Behind them walked a priest clutching a crucifix and a guardian knight, hefting a colossal tower shield, both wearing the era's finest gear. Yet these 4 were mere ornaments. The true focus, the one I could tear away from, was the figure, shrouded entirely in a voluminous black mage robe, its hem embroidered with intricate luminous golden sigils that pulsed faintly with arcane energy as he moved. His hood hung low, concealing face and gender alike. Only a pale, almost translucent jawline visible beneath the shadows. But the staff in his hand, its gemstone apex thrummed with palpable elemental power, merely holding it seemed to weigh down the very air around him. And his ID, just a single character, burned crimson in the sunlight, bleeding into violet, then near black. A symbol of supremacy, an embodiment of wealth. Ling. Gue Ying's grip on his dagger trembled violently, his pupils dilated in shock. Number 1 on the divine wealth rankings, the Archmage. Ling. Gue Ying felt his heart skip half a beat, no cease entirely. That ID was a death warrant 0. The colossal force whose mere footsteps could shake Jinghai City to its foundations. Damn it. That fool Jinxiao Jiuzhou had only called them 2 lone players. Never mentioned they were this sovereign's companions. If this lord discovered he dared lay a hand on his people, not only would the assassin guild vanish overnight, but tomorrow his real-world studio would be shuddered into oblivion. As 20 blades hovered inches from Dian's delicate rosy throat. Halt! A shriek raw and guttural erupted from Gue Ying's throat, so piercing it resembled a rooster's strain. But it wasn't enough. The skills had already launched, momentum defied reversal. Gue Ying's eye sockets strained wide, adrenaline surging to its apex. Shadow step. Forced assault. Umbral swap. He unleashed every mobility skill in one breath, transforming into a bolt of black lightning surging into the encirclement with impossible preemptive speed. Clang, 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 clang. A rapid-fire cascade of metallic clangs exploded outward. Gue Ying's dagger blurred into a whirlwind of steel, deflecting in the slimmest margin of time every single strike from his 20 subordinates. Sparks flew. Several underlings staggered back, wrists numb from the shockwave of their own leader's explosive power, staring dumbfounded at Gue Ying, panting heavily as he stood rigidly before Doyen. Boss, what in the... One assassin stammered. Weren't we supposed to? To hell with you. Gue Ying whirled and slapped him hard across the face, his gaze feral, ravenous. Who told you to draw steel? Huh? How many times have I drilled it into you? Manners. Do you even know what manners are? All assassins. Wasn't you who shouted attack just now? Gue Ying had no breath left for explanations. That sequence of superhuman maneuvers and sheer soul-chilling terror had utterly drained his stamina. His legs buckled. His knees lost all bone, all structure. Thud. A flawlessly smooth, sliding kneel, propelling him forward 3 meters to halt precisely before Chen Hui, carving 2 deep furrows into the grass. Silence. Graveyard silence. Hundreds of onlookers dropped their snacks in shock. This, the feared guild master of the assassins. That kneeling posture. Unbelievably practiced. Just then Zero approached, flanked by 4 elite warriors. The figure in black robes halted. From beneath the shadowed cowl a pair of eyes swept over Gue Ying, kneeling humbled, then settled on Chen Hui. You? A genderless voice filtered through a modulator, crisp, detached, faintly puzzled. What? Cold sweat gushed from Gue Ying's brow, streaming down his chin like rivulets. He knew. One misstep, one ill-chosen syllable, and the assassin guild would cease to exist. Chen Hui crossed his arms, a sardonic curve lifting one corner of his mouth. He gestured lazily toward Gue Ying, still prostrate on the ground. Oh, nothing serious. Just that guild master Gue Ying here accepted payment from Jinxiao Jiuzhou to uphold heavenly justice. Guiying snapped his head up bellowing, cutting Chen Hui off mid-sentence. His face twisted in theatrical anguish, every feature contorted by righteous fury, trembling fingers stabbing toward Jinxiao Jiuzhou's corpse nearby. That beast Jinxiao Jiuzhou, a disgrace to all players. He slandered the great Fan Gu, then tried to bribe my pure, incorruptible soul with filthy coin. I Guiying despised such bullies above all else. I rushed forward, not to harm, but to protect this. He glanced at Duoyin, swallowing hard as he improvised. This adorable little sister. Duoyin blinked her large guileless eyes, still clutching a throwing knife in her small hand. Huh, but you were just a misunderstanding. Guiying bellowed, then pivoted sharply toward Chen Hui, his gaze so earnest it seemed ready to weep. Great Fan Gu, you've been frightened. Allow me to exact vengeance on your behalf. With that he spun on his knees, yanked a viridian glowing poison dagger from his pack. Chen Hui arched a brow, silent, watching with a faint knowing smile. Guiying's heart lurched. Not enough. This gesture lacked sufficient sincerity. If he didn't go all the way, he wouldn't survive this day. Brothers, he snarled, teeth gritted. Vermin like Jinxiao Jiuzhou must be purged by all hands. Though dead, his sins remain unabsolved. Attack. Make him understand why flowers bloom so red. 20 assassins exchanged glances. But one glance at their master's murderous glare, and understanding flashed instantly. SHW, SHW, SHW. Throwing knives, poisoned darts, sleeve-mounted arrows rained down like a storm upon Jinxiao Jiuzhou's corpse. And under Guiying's silent, emphatic gaze, every projectile, by uncanny consensus, avoided vital organs, striking instead at that anatomically unspeakable region. Uft, uft, uft. Jinxiao Jiuzhou, who'd already looked horrific, now suffered dimensional annihilation. If Duoyin had turned him into a porcupine, Guiying, backed by an entire squad, had transformed him into a wind-riddled beehive. SSSHH. Male spectators collectively sucked in breath, instinctively shielding their rears and stepping back. Too brutal. Too inhuman. This wasn't desecration, it was mincing. This is savage. Someone whispered. At this rate he'll be reduced to confetti. Not quite confetti. Next time anyone dares cross Fan Gu, they'd best test the tensile strength of their sphincter first. Chen Hui watched, inwardly elated, yet outwardly composed, the picture of unruffled mastery. He stepped forward and lightly clapped Guiying's rigid shoulder. Enough. His tone was calm, dismissive. Fine craftsmanship. Did you apprentice as a kitchen butcher? Guiying shuddered, bowing low. A joke, great one. Just scraping by. Good instincts. Chen Hui's gaze flickered over him. Take your people, and leave. On my life. Fan Gu shall be our guild's supreme VIP. Cross him, and you cross my father. Guiying rose as if granted divine reprieve, bowed deeply toward Zero, then waved his arm sharply. Winds shifting, retreat. In an instant the assassins melted into stealth, vanishing without trace, leaving only chaos and that grotesque ravaged corpse. Only then did Zero withdraw her gaze. She seemed utterly indifferent to the farce. Striding directly to Chen Hui, she raised a gloved hand beneath her black robe and flicked her wrist. A crisp crystalline system chime rang in Chen Hui's ears. Your account has received 100000000. Chen Hui's pupils dilated, shaped instantly into gleaming coins. So this was magnate-level opulence. No pleasantries exchanged, just cold hard cash delivered before the first word was spoken. 1 million deposit. Zero's voice remained flat and motionless, as if she'd tossed away a copper coin, not a fortune. Total 5 million. Escort us, 5 players, through the dungeon. Chen Hui drew a slow breath, suppressing the grin tugging at his lips, and counted heads: Kwang Taluri, the priest, the knight, and Zero herself. Exactly 5. All level 10. Gear immaculate, top tier for this stage. Chen Hui studied them faintly. With your combined strength you could clear the labyrinth zone in 3 or 4 days. No guide needed. Zero paused. 2 seconds of silence. Not merely clearing. She tilted her head slightly, gaze drifting toward the distant mist-shrouded spire deep within the labyrinth. We seek the server-wide first kill of the Tower Guardian boss. The American Guild Zeus and Japan's Sakura squad are both racing for it. Reliable intel confirms they've reached the labyrinth's midpoint and declared they'll claim it within 48 hours. Zero's voice chilled a degree. That first kill belongs to us, not outsiders. Chen Hui blinked. A wild, unrestrained laugh. For any ordinary team, seizing the first kill ahead of elite foreign squads in 2 days was sheer fantasy. After all, they had data analysts, tactical planners, rotating substitutes. A professional army. But Chen Hui turned, gazing back at the labyrinth's entrance, its crimson aura finally fading. The server-wide rampage mode had just ended. Monster stats had normalized, but for ordinary players the zone remained forbidden. 2 days. Chen Hui shook his head, pulling from his pack a battered, scarred shield, and wiped it gently. Unnecessary. Under stunned gazes he strode toward the labyrinth's maw, his silhouette stretching long and sharp beneath the sun. Payment is secured. Service must be impeccable. He turned back, eyes blazing, scanning the 5 elite warriors behind him, then locking onto zero. No need for 2 days. Before dinner tonight, I'll take you through. Hey, the one with the piercing pain in the rear, he's left. Chen Hui shouted back. Not far away, Duo Yin was crouching beside the corpse of Jian Xiao Zhou, her small knife, still gesturing, as if she were studying the best angle to strike. Hearing Chen Hui's call, she reluctantly sheathed her dagger, sporting an innocent lowly face, and bounced back. Ling glanced at the mosaic on the ground, and the corner of his eye twitched slightly beneath the black robe. These two were a pervert and a ruthless killer. A perfect match. Enter the maze. Chen Hui spoke decisively, leading the way into the maze entrance. Shadows and lights danced. The once spacious entrance hall of the maze was now completely blocked. That was the remnant of the rampage mode. Although the boss treasure chest monster was nowhere to be found, the dense cluster of elite monsters was enough to instill despair in any fully equipped team. 8 heavily armored wolf-toothed crimson blood heavy goblins stood at the front. 3 mighty minotaurs over 3 meters tall, snorting white steam, guarded the sides. In the rear, 7 goblin grand sorcerers with staffs shimmering with thunder and fire, and 4 crimson blood priests who were shielding their teammates. The warrior mage and priest triangle. 25 in total. In this configuration, even a fully equipped 10-man team would struggle to cope. The atmosphere grew heavy. The silver-armored warrior rebel behind Ling stepped forward, his brow furrowed. He was a top-tier main tank in the professional circle and immediately recognized the tricky situation. There are too many monsters, and it's hard to pull aggro. The rebel analyzed in a serious tone. Brother Fangu, I'm a defensive warrior, my gear is decent, he'll take the lead. As the main tank to absorb damage, you can act as the off-tank to disrupt aggro from the backline, how about that? That's the safest strategy. However, Chen Hui merely looked at him in puzzlement. Did you pay it? Chen Hui. The rebel was taken aback. Yes, $1 million deposit. Then it's settled. Chen Hui waved his hand, slinging the shield onto his arm with a tone of assurance. A boss should act like a boss, just stand back and shout 666. If I lift a finger, it means my service isn't good enough. The rebel was speechless. The other 3 exchanged glances. Was this person truly reckless or just foolish? 25 elite monsters could easily kill any tank with concentrated fire. Did he really think he could solo? Rebel, fall back. Ling, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The rebel opened his mouth, but ultimately obeyed the order and retreated to the team, still worried as he turned to the priest girl beside him. Erwan, keep a close watch on his health. If it drops below half, immediately cast a major healing spell, but don't let him mess it up. Understood. The priest girl named Ruan Ruang gripped her cross tightly, her expression tense. At that moment, Chen Hui made his move. Without any hesitation, he charged into the monster horde like a reckless youth. Boom! The swarm of monsters instantly erupted into chaos. Roar! The minotaurs bellowed, the goblins screeched, and all aggro was suddenly fixed on this oblivion, looking for death. The rebel cursed inwardly. This method of pulling monsters would lead to a performance deduction in professional teams. However, the next second, a dark red halo suddenly illuminated around Chen Hui. Equipment effect, Heart of Lava. The air within a meter radius of Chen Hui twisted instantaneously, and the scorching waves of fire indiscriminately licked at the surrounding monsters. 100 burn, a plethora of dense damage numbers ascended like red fireworks. The rebel's eyes widened. What kind of absurd damage is this? AoE damage of 100 per second. Even a mage's ultimate at this stage wouldn't compare. But this was just the beginning. 7 goblin grand sorcerers waved their staffs, and 7 massive fireballs whistled as they smashed down on Chen Hui. At the same time, 3 minotaurs swung their giant axes down with the sound of the wind. It's over. Ruan gasped, about to cast her healing spell. Clang, clang, clang. A series of dense collisions rang out. Chen Hui did not dodge nor flinch, even yawning. Holy provocation activated. Damage reduction of 50, coupled with his extraordinary defense. 48, 34, 64, a series of pitiful gray damage numbers floated above Chen Hui's head. Immediately after that, the horrifying scene that made countless players shudder appeared. An eye for an eye, double the return. 600. True damage. 600. True damage. 600. True damage. The 7 sorcerers who had just cast fireballs found their chests inexplicably exploding into a mist of blood. Their health bars evaporated in an instant. The minotaurs that had struck Chen Hui let out continuous screams, their massive bodies being knocked back repeatedly. What left the rebel and the others feeling numb was, as those terrifying counter damage numbers floated up, green healing numbers were also jumping wildly. 60, 60, 60. Chen Hui's health, which had dropped slightly, was instantly restored. It even overflowed. The rebel watched this scene, nearly dropping his great sword to the ground. He glanced at his own proud blue gear, then at the man in the pile of monsters enjoying a bath, falling into deep. Is this guy really a shield warrior? The rebel turned to the archer setting sun behind him, pointing at Chen Hui. His damage is higher than yours, right? Much higher. And it's true damage ignoring defense. What about the healing? The rebel looked at the priest again. Erwan, did you heal him? Ruan shook her head vigorously, her face a picture of disbelief. I didn't do anything. That's the self-sustaining lifesteal of the rebel boss. The four fell into a deathly silence. Can tank. Can deal damage. Can heal himself. What do they need as teammates? Just to shout 600. The battle ended quicker than anyone could have imagined. In less than 10 seconds, with the last Minotaur howling as it fell, a thick layer of corpses surrounded Chen Hui. He stood amidst the sea of corpses, shaking the blood off his shield, his health bar still full. Not a hair out of place. Ling quietly watched this scene, the corners of his mouth curling up beneath his hood. 5 million. This money was worth spending. Job done, time to wrap up. Chen Hui turned around and waved at the still dazed crowd. What are you dawdling for? Catch up. Just then a pink figure shot out. Duo Yin. This girl had little interest in combat, but was fervently obsessed with looting corpses. She crouched beside a goblin sorcerer's corpse, skillfully reaching in to rummage. The rebel watched this scene and couldn't help but shake his head, regaining a bit of the superiority of being an old player. It's useless. The rebel sighed, his tone weary. The drop rate in Eternal is appallingly low. For such elite monsters, at most you might get a few silver coins, and if you're lucky, a potion. Want equipment. Unless the system goes haywire. Before he could finish his sentence, a buzz. 2 dazzling green lights unexpectedly burst from Duo Yan's hands, illuminating the dim maze corridor. The rebel's voice abruptly stopped, as if an invisible hand had clutched his throat. Duo Yan held a staff in one hand, and a pair of leg armor in the other, excitedly raising them over her head. Wow! Great deity! Great deity! The little lowly shouted like she was presenting a treasure. I got loot. 2 pieces of green gear. And you're set. 2-handed great axe, green artisan level, wild leggings, green set piece. The rebel's jaw dropped as if it were going to dislocate. He looked at the corpses on the ground, then at the innocent-looking Duo Yin, and finally turned to Chen Hui. Brother Fangu. The rebel swallowed hard, his voice dry. Does this team of rebels still need a long one that can shout 666? Duo Yin presented the 2 pieces of equipment, glowing with a faint green light, like a treasure offering, holding them out with both hands. Chen Hui took the wild leggings without a word and directly put them on his legs. In a flash of light, the originally worn-out novice pants transformed into heavy leggings covered in beast hide and iron plates, rugged in design, providing an overwhelming sense of security. He glanced at the display. Health 22002-200. Chen Hui smiled in satisfaction. He felt comfortable. He was just 1 piece away from completing the wild set. Once he gathered all 4 pieces, he would gain an additional 200 health points and a dual resistance bonus. And there's this. Duo Yin pointed at the 2-handed battle axe remaining in Chen Hui's hand. It was a dark green double-bladed giant axe with dark red stains still on the blade, and just looking at it felt a Bonebreaker green apprentice level attack, power 8, 5100, strength 15, special effect 5, chance to cause bleeding effect on attack, a small exquisite item. In this phase where most players were still using gray and white equipment, this axe was a dimensional strike. Although Chen Hui could use it wielding a 2-handed weapon meant, he had to forego his shield, making it not worth the trade-off. Since he couldn't use it himself, Chen Hui lifted his eyelids, his gaze lightly falling on the side where the berserker stood. This top-tier warrior in the entire server was currently fixated on the axe, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, his eyes gleaming with desire, like a 30-year-old bachelor, seeing an exquisite beauty. There was no helping it, despite the berserker's top-notch skills, his luck was quite average. The gray artisan-grade equipment he wore was still bought at a high price from various novice villages. Compared to this green equipment, it was like a firewood stick. Want it? Chen Hui casually twirled the axe, the blade slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. The berserker nodded vigorously, completely shedding any pretense of being a master. Absolutely. Big shot, name your price. 100,000. Chen Hui's tone was flat, as if he were saying $10. The berserker froze for a moment. It wasn't that he thought it was too expensive, it was just too cheap. At this stage, a premium green weapon on the trading post would start at least at 150,000, possibly even reaching 200,000. Deal. The berserker, afraid that Chen Hui would back out, quickly pulled up the transfer interface. Wait. Chen Hui interrupted him, pointing at Duo Yin beside him. Transfer in 2 parts. 50,000 for me, 50,000 for her. After saying that, he tossed the heavy, giant axe into the air. The berserker fumbled to catch it, lovingly stroking the blade, grinning foolishly. Duo Yin, however, was taken aback. She blinked, her big eyes tugging at Chen Hui's sleeve, and said softly, "Big shot, I don't need the money." For her, 50,000 might only be enough for an afternoon tea. Chen Hui glanced at her, not replying, but watching the berserker transfer the money. It wasn't until the crisp money received notification sounded twice that Chen Hui turned his head, looking at Duo Yin seriously, and said, "Take it." But, no buts. Duo Yin looked at Chen Hui with deep gratitude. The next second, Chen Hui spread his hands defiantly. "If you don't earn money, how can you spend more on me?" The air suddenly fell silent. The berserker's hand froze on the axe. The sunset and Ruan Yin exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Zero, whose cold face was hidden under the hood, seemed to twitch slightly. How trashy. However, Duo Yin lowered her head, her fingers twirling the tips of her pink hair, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a moment, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling, as if she had comprehended some cosmic truth. I get it. Duo Yin clenched her small fist, her expression resolute. The big shot is encouraging me. Only when I have the ability can I better support. No, I mean support the big shot. I will definitely work hard to earn money in the future. Everyone, there's no saving this girl. Her CPU has clearly burned out. Let's go. Chen Hui confidently tucked away the transfer record, shouldering his shield, and continuing to lead the way. One willing to fight, the other willing to take the beating. This is like Zhou Yu beating Huang Gai, you understand. The following journey was uneventful. With Chen Hui as the immovable wall and the reflect damage, their advanced speed was astonishing. An hour later, as the last heavy goblin fell with a wail, a golden light flashed around Duo Yin. Congratulations, player has reached level 10. Yay. I'm level 10 now too. Duo Yin happily bounced twice on the spot. Before them appeared a spiral stone staircase leading upwards. At the top of the staircase, a nauseating stench of blood wafted through, and the air turned murky and dark red. The labyrinth's middle layer was also the current ceiling of the entire server's progression. Zero, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. According to intel, the monsters above are of the Bloody Butcher series. Her voice was cold, carrying an authority born of long-standing high status. All their attacks come with a bleeding effect, causing a loss of 50 health points per second for 10 seconds, which can... Normal healing potions are ineffective against this bleeding effect. Only bandages can stop the bleeding. As she spoke, Zero raised her hand. Player Zero has initiated a trade with you. Received refined linen bandages, 100. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow. Goodness. In the trading post, bandages were now being sold for 5 silver coins, each, making these 100 worth 5 gold coins. Was this the humble life of a rich player? Thank you. Chen Hui was also polite, accepting the trade without hesitation. In his last life, this labyrinth's middle layer had indeed trapped countless guilds. The bleeding effect was just too nasty, tanks couldn't withstand it, and healers couldn't keep up, forcing a reliance on lives. Until later, the guy known as the first speedrunner of Dragon Country discovered a geography bug. Not far above the stairway there was a trap room. As long as you triggered that wall-crushing trap first, and when the walls closed in to just the width of one person, you could then disable the mechanism. This would artificially create a terrain known as a narrow escape. Those large butcher monsters couldn't squeeze in and would have to line up to their deaths. That was the standard skip class strategy. Safe, efficient, and mindless. Chen Hui stood at the foot of the stairs, his gaze flickering. If it were a speedrun with the boss, that method would undoubtedly be the best. But Chen Hui glanced at his talent panel. SS level talent, Lord of Thorns, current upgrade task, Endure Attack, count 1245001 million hits. This progress bar was painfully slow. If he used the terrain bug strategy and the monsters queued up to die, where would he go to rack up the hits? The monsters in this labyrinth's middle layer were densely packed and had a high attack frequency, making it the perfect grinding spot tailored for him. Use the bandages sparingly. Chen Hui turned around, grinning at everyone with a hint of madness in his smile. Stay back a bit. We want take... The berserker was taken aback for a moment and instinctively asked, Big Shot, do you have a special tactic? In his view, Chen Hui must have mastered some unknown skill such as kiting or using the terrain. Chen Hui didn't explain. He turned around and strode up the stone staircase. Tactics. His tactic could be summed up in one word. Charge. The air was filled with a nauseating scent of rust mingled with the foul stench of decades-old grease. This was a vast cubic space with walls displaying a dull reddish-brown hue, as if soaked in countless blood for centuries. In the center of the space, dozens of massive stone stoves were arranged in a disorderly manner, and by each stove stood a terrifying figure resembling a mountain of flesh. Bloody Butcher, Elite, level 15 health, 8500 attack, 380 skills, Bone-Crushing Strike, Bleeding Fury, Whirlwind. With the dim firelight, the berserker could clearly see the true forms of these monsters. They were monsters over 2.5 meters tall with wild boar heads and protruding tusks drooling from their mouths. They were bare-chested, wearing only an apron. The most chilling aspect was the thick-bladed bone knife in their hands. Although the blade was curved, it emanated a fierce aura of menace. Hiss! The berserker inhaled sharply, cold sweat beating in the palm that gripped the giant axe. Is this the Bloody Butcher? This attribute panel. Attack power, nearly 400. The berserker lowered his voice, his tone grave. With the bleeding effect, if we get surrounded, I'll have to run for my life after 2 rounds of concentrated fire. Next to him, the priest paled, instinctively shrinking behind Zero. This visual shock was particularly unfriendly for female players. There are too many of them. Zero's cold voice rang out from beneath the hood. A total of 32. If they link their aggro, it will be hard to handle. Several pairs of eyes turned towards the front, landing on Chen Hui. However, when they looked over, they found Chen Hui bent over, whispering something in Duo Yan's ear. Chen Hui gestured with his fingers in the air, occasionally pointing to the inconspicuous protruding stones on the surrounding walls, and then indicating the crisscrossing stone beams on the ceiling. Duo Yin listened intently, her previously bored little face gradually brightening. She nodded frequently, the pink tuft on her head bobbing along. Did you understand? Chen Hui straightened up. I got it. Duo Yin patted her slightly underdeveloped chest with a firm thump. A smile crept across her face, revealing two sharp little tiger teeth, her eyes shimmering with an excitement known as causing trouble. This is going to be fun. Seeing the two of them conspiring, the berserker's unease surged exponentially. Rebellious brother. The berserker tentatively called out. Shouldn't we set a plan for pulling the monsters first? For instance, in batches. Before he could finish, Chen Hui's figure, which had been standing still, suddenly vanished. Where did he go? Luo Ri with keen eyes pointed ahead there. Everyone followed the indication and widened their eyes in shock, nearly dropping their eyeballs. They saw Chen Hui swaggering towards the nearest stove, seemingly oblivious. There a particularly large bloody butcher stood with its back to the group, wielding that terrifying bone knife and mercilessly chopping a mysterious piece of meat on the cutting board. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sound of meat chopping echoed in the empty hall, each strike causing the large rotten piece of meat to quiver, splattering stinky meat juice everywhere. Chen Hui resembled a cafeteria supervisor inspecting the work. With his hands behind his back, he tiptoed, leaning over the cutting board, frowning as he scrutinized the pile of meat paste. The berserker and the others dared not even breathe, their hearts racing. That was an elite monster with an attack power nearing 400. Moreover, the surrounding area was swarming with allies. If this butcher let out a roar, Chen Hui would instantly be ground into meat paste. Is he looking for an attack angle? Luo Ri held her breath, attempting to analyze Chen Hui's actions with a skilled logic. Or is he trying to steal a quest item? In the next moment, Chen Hui moved. But he didn't draw a weapon or unleash a skill. He merely clicked his tongue in disdain, then took half a step back, gaining momentum, and jumped. Bang! A crisp, resounding slap landed squarely on that hairy pig head. The scene fell into a death. The bloody butcher, in the midst of chopping meat, froze and placed the bone knife hanging in midair. A glimmer of confusion flickered in its bloodshot eyes, seemingly pondering the source of this sudden impact. Who am I? Where am I? Did someone just slap me in the face? From a distance, Zero's team was petrified. What? What is he doing? Even her soft voice trembled. Before anyone could react, Chen Hui's furious scolding reverberated throughout the hall. Can you even chop meat properly? Chen Hui pointed at the pile of meat paste on the cutting board, spitting saliva all over the butcher's face. I'm just asking if you can. You've already turned that meat into paste, how can the texture be any good? Who is this for? Not even pigs would eat this. The bloody butcher was stunned. It had never heard such demands in its life. Wait. I'm chopping meat here, what does it have to do with you? Are you a Michelin judge? Seizing the moment while the butcher was still contemplating its pig life, Chen Hui leapt up again. Bang! A backhanded slap landed again, this time knocking the drool right off the butcher's mouth. Did you not? What are you dazed for? Where's your professional integrity? Roar! At this moment, the bloody butcher finally reacted. This was not a judge, this was someone here to cause a scene. A surge of rage erupted from its chest, its eyes turned crimson, and it roared deafeningly from its throat. Roar! This roar was like a war horn. The 32 bloody butchers who had originally been standing quietly by the stoves all turned around in unison. Their scarlet eyes locked onto that tiny human. The ground began to tremble. The scene was akin to a horde of hungry zombies spotting a piece of walking pork. We're finished. The berserker closed his eyes in despair. Is this really a tactic? This is a suicidal charge. Prepare for battle. Zero waved her staff. Although the situation was crumbling, she still reacted instantly. But just then a sweet, yet mocking voice abruptly rang in everyone's ears. Everyone, are you ready? I'll count down from 3, 2, 1, and everyone jump with me. The crowd turned to see Duo Yin holding several glimmering flying knives, gesturing towards various positions on the wall, her smile bright enough to send shivers down their spines. The berserker, caught off guard, asked, what happens if we don't jump? Shh. Duo Yin tilted her head, flicking her swish, swish, swish. Several flying knives turned into silver streaks, precisely piercing into the protruding stones and crevices in the ceiling that Chen Hui had just pointed out. You'll die. Crack, crack. As the flying knives pierced, a dull sound of gears grinding came from within. Immediately the entire hall's floor, walls, and even the ceiling began to shake violently, emitting a sound that set teeth on edge from the grinding of rocks. A destructive aura enveloped the entire area. The berserker widened his eyes, staring at the cracks opening beneath his feet, and shouted hoarsely, wait, what happened to the count of 3, 2, 1? Duo Yin blinked, her innocent big eyes filled with cunning, and lightly uttered one word. Jump. Boom. There was no time for anyone to react. The walls surrounding the hall seemed to more than 20 enormous stone pillars, each over a meter in diameter, came crashing towards the center at a terrifying speed, as if they were going to crush the very air itself. This was a massacre without distinction. What the hell? A thunderous echo rolled through the empty stone hall. Dust settled. Huangti's legs trembled as he clutched the stone pillar jutting from the wall beneath his feet. He poked half his head over and swallowed hard. Below the once even floor had become a slaughtered field. Several Shueshing Tufu who had no time to dodge had been crushed into a blurred pulp, their health bars, each over 5,000, wiped to zero, as if erased. This is not a dungeon strategy, this is plainly a crime scene. This is utter chaos. Huangtu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, anger and relief mingling in his voice as he lowered it, and hissed to Ling, this suicidal plan. If we'd delayed a second, we'd be the ones flattened into meat. Why didn't we? Calm down. Ling's tone was still icy and even. She raised her staff and pointed to the intricate gaps between the stone pillars below. Look down. The others followed her gesture. The 30-odd Shueshing Tufu that had been packed together like a bronze wall were now cleanly severed by the crisscrossing pillars. Some were trapped in dead corners, others isolated across the way. The terrifying Heiche mechanic had been brutally cut by nothing more than the terrain. Luori the ace archer with keen sight swept the scene and drew a cold breath. These pillars under our feet. They are the only safe points in this space. They not only avoided being crushed, but gained a natural high ground advantage. A coincidence? No. The man had even accounted for this move. Under Ling's hood, the corner of her mouth lifted faintly as her gaze cut through the dust and landed on the lone figure standing amid the ruin below. Madness, yet exquisitely precise. An intriguing man, she murmured, then steeled her eyes and returned to decisive composure. Huang to follow the previous division of labor Luri, draws aggro, focus fire the stragglers wedged alone. Do not squander the opening Fangu created for us. Yes. Though Huang Tu still cursed inwardly, his body obeyed, and he hefted the great axe. On the other side of the battlefield, Duoyan hopped about like a delighted pink rabbit. She bounded between narrow, precarious pillars, using her exceptional agility to weave among the butchers, trying to regroup, flicking throwing knives now and then to scatter their aggro. As for Chen Hui, he stood between three massive Shueshing Tufu with an expression of cool indifference. A front-facing butcher let out a savage roar. It had never seen such an arrogant human. Its cleaver smeared with flesh rose with a gust and crashed down toward Chen Hui's shoulder. The strike was heavy and powerful. Chen Hui neither dodged nor flinched. He even thrust his chest forward. Clang! The ring of metal on metal exploded, sparks scattering. A paltry 68 drifted above Chen Hui's head. Immediately after came a red status bleeding. The butcher's grotesque porcine face registered a human-like astonishment. It felt as if its blade had struck not flesh, but a slab of ancient celestial iron. A tremendous recoil traveled down the haft, shattering the fleshy web of its hand and numbing half an arm. Before it could react, Chen Hui's Rongyan Gxian flared with a deep crimson glow. At the same time, a more terrible dark force rebounded back. 660 true damage. 110 burn magic damage. 110 burn magic. The butcher's long health bar broke like a breached dam. It visibly shrank by a huge chunk. Gore! The butcher was stunned. It glanced at the knife in its hand, then at the unbroken human before it. In those small murderous eyes, fear appeared for the first time. But this was only the beginning. The two other butchers closed in, swinging wildly. The dense clamor of impacts rang like a smith's hammer. A string of two-digit damage numbers floated above Chen Hui's health bar, barely wavered, then Tongku Zuanhua's lifesteal effect instantly refilled him. The three butchers erupted in sprays of blood, their HP tumbled as they emitted piercing screams. 5,000 health. Against 30% reflected true damage, it took only 7 or 8 chops. In less than 10 seconds, with a final howl, the first assailant's massive body collapsed, and copper coins scattered across the floor. The remaining two exchanged a look, bristles on end. Elite monster instincts told them this was not a man, but a monster wearing human skin. Run! The two butchers fled, without hesitation, dragging their cleavers. Run! What happened to that ferocity just now? Chen Hui sneered and raised his shield. He charged forward like a tank. You cowards! Don't run. Give me 2 more swings. Just 2. Above the pillars. Huang Tu and his party were locked in a bitter struggle. Even a lone Shueshing Tufu was formidable. Heal. Put some healing on me. Bleeding is stacked to 3. Huang Tu panted, shield raised, face flushed as a butcher forced him back. I'm healing. The skill's cooldown won't reset. Ruan fretted, sweat pouring as her staff twirled until it seemed to smoke. Luori and Ling hurled frantic output from the rear, skill effects flashing chaotically. A full minute or more wore on. With one heavy chop from Huang Tu, the lone butcher fell at last. Huff. Huff. Huang Tu leaned on his great axe, lungs burning, as if about to burst. This pervert. Too perverse. He wiped sweat from his face, still shaken. No wonder the top foreign guilds are stuck here. High attack, high defense, and bleeding. This simply isn't something players at our stage can handle. If one more spawns, we'd have to corpse run back. I wonder how Fanga brother is holding up. He's taking 3 alone, maybe. Huang Tu instinctively turned his head and looked down. The next moment his eyes bulged and his mouth fell open as if he could fit a light bulb inside. He was not alone. Ling, Luri, Ruan, every face froze at once. In their field of vision, Chen Hui was sprinting after two Shueshing Tufu. It was a true pursuit to kill. Turn and fight me. Chen Hui ran, slamming his shield into the monster's rears while barking insults. For a creature that size, why run? Where is your dignity? Your professional pride? Are you worthy of the knife in your hand? Of your dead comrade? Are you worthy of the meat on the chopping block? The two butchers wailed and dared not look back, wishing desperately for two more legs. One of them seemed mentally undone by Chen Hui's verbal onslaught, logic unraveling completely. It stopped dead and let out a despairing, mournful cry. Then, bang! It raised the heavy cleaver and smashed it against its own forehead. Critical. The enormous body staggered twice and crashed down. Suicide. Silence blanketed the hall. Quantis' great axe clattered onto the pillar. This actually works. Who gets mocked into killing themselves by a good guy? To suffer both physical backlash and mental humiliation. This is an unbearably humiliating fate for a monster. Looking at these butchers now, they almost seem pitiable. Ruan said weakly. Even the perpetually cold Ling couldn't help a tiny twitch at the corner of her eye. Yet while everyone was still stunned by Chen Hui's flashy maneuvers, he had already turned his gaze to the few Shueshing Tufu, still roaming at a distance. Those butchers shivered as if watched by an apex predator. They glanced at their fallen comrade, then at the human with a shield and a savage grin. The pervert. Finally their eyes landed on the figures above on the pillars. Quang Tu and the others, who looked soft and easy. Predators choose the soft fruit. If that pervert couldn't beat them, surely these normal ones would be easier. Roar. As if in silent agreement. 7 or 8 Shueshing Tufu suddenly changed direction, and as if possessed charged the pillars, scrambling up the rough stone with hands and feet. It was a primal will to survive, it was fear of the pervert. Ling's spectator smile froze. Her pupils narrowed, and for the first time a tremor crept into her voice. Something's wrong. What's the matter, boss? Quantis still grinned foolishly. Run, Ling shouted. Damn it. Those monsters were terrified by him, and are coming straight for us. At that cry, Quang Tu and the others snapped awake and looked down. Good heavens. 7 or 8 hulking, reedy, foaming, pig-headed brutes were climbing the pillars at top speed. Their expression left no doubt. Let us kill you. As long as they didn't have to face that pervert dying at your hands would do. Holy! Quang Tu screamed a raw, blood-curdling shriek, seized his great axe and bolted. Fanga brother. Act like a person. For a moment, an absurd tableau played out on the maze level. Duyan, happily looting a corpse in the corner, looked up in confusion as the crowd raced overhead, scratching the little tuft on her head. At the front were Quang Tu, Ling, and the other top players, hopelessly jumping across the pillars to escape. In the middle, a pack of terror-stricken Shueshing Tufu, eager to vent on a normal target, pursued with cleavers swinging relentlessly. At the very rear, Chen Hui bore his shield like a shepherd, chasing while cursing. Don't run. Come back. Let me savor this a bit more. Just a moment. Quang Tu, clad in dozens of pounds of plate armor, ran until his lungs felt ready to burst. Hearing the shouts behind him, he cried out in despair. Am I here to play a game, or to compete in a triathlon? A ragged howl of despair. As the last blood butcher let out a wail of liberation, its massive body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. This absurd maze marathon has finally come to an end. Panting heavily, the berserker slumped to the ground, his armor clanking with every breath. He felt as if his legs were no longer his own, as if a lump of burning coal was lodged in his lungs. In contrast, Chen Hui was standing amidst the pile of corpses, regret etched on his face, as he hung his shield back on his back, muttering to himself. The current monsters have such poor psychological resilience. Chen Hui shook his head, frustrated. After just a few insults, they lose their composure, lacking the sophistication of elite monsters. I haven't even warmed up, and it's already over. The berserker's lips twitched, tempted to throw his axe away. Was that even just a few insults? You went from cursing their ancestors to pointing out genetic defects. If this were a real player, they would have already come through the internet to chop you down. Ling Qing's calm voice interrupted Chen Hui's rambling. Although she could still stand, the trembling tip of her staff revealed that her stamina was also depleted. Search the corpses, Ling said succinctly. Upon hearing this, Chen Hui's eyes instantly lit up. However, he did not move. Instead, he naturally took half a step back, pushing Duoyan forward. Time to work. Chen Hui was self-aware. If he were to search those elite monster corpses with his hands, he would likely only find a bunch of damaged pigskin or stinking meat scraps. Regarding metaphysics, it is better to believe in its existence. Oh, Duoyan cheerfully replied, bouncing over to the largest butcher's corpse. The berserker muttered behind them. These elite monsters may be hard to fight, but their drop rates are just average, at most 2 pieces of white gear. His words were cut short. Buzz. 2 dazzling green beams of light shot skyward from the pile of corpses, without warning, instantly illuminating the dim maze's mid-level. The berserker's murmuring stopped abruptly, his mouth agape in disbelief. What the? Luri rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. Great God, great God. More loot has dropped. Chen Hui received the equipment, glanced at its attributes, and could not help but smile. The first item was a pair of wild-looking metal boots, the surface covered with thick beast leather, and the soles embedded with powerful steel spikes. Wild boots green set piece. Defense 15. Health 200. Movement speed 5. This was the last piece of the puzzle Chen Hui had been waiting for. Without hesitation he equipped them. As he finished putting on the boots, a dull roar from a beast resonated faintly within him. Wild set 46. Effect activated. Gained extra attributes health 200, physical magic defense 20, skill speed 15. Chen Hui opened his personal panel. ID Fangu. Class Shield Guardian. Level 10. Health 2600, 2600. Physical defense 145. Magic defense 130. Comfortable. Chen Hui squinted his eyes. With 2600 health and nearly 150 defense, players at this stage would find it impossible to deal even 1 point of mandatory damage to him without breaking through his defenses. Right now he was like a human-shaped boss. This is for you. Chen Hui casually tossed another piece of equipment. It was a dagger that shimmered with a faint green light, its blade wavy and coated with some dark purple poison. Assassin's short dagger, green, artisan level. Attack power 7085. Agility 12. Effect 10, chance to poison the target when attacking, dealing 30 damage per second for 5 seconds. Wow, what a beautiful dagger. Duoyin caught the dagger and waved it around happily. For her the attributes weren't important, what mattered was that the dagger glowed and emitted purple smoke, which was really cool. In addition to the equipment, Duoyin also found a total of 45 silver coins. Although Chen Hui was someone who desperately needed money, he never compromised on principle. He counted out 20 silver coins and directly traded them to Ling. Everyone gets a share, this is yours. The berserker was momentarily stunned, looking at the silver coins in the trade window with a complicated expression. This person, although sharp-tongued, greedy, and acting like a bandit, surprisingly had a sense of propriety when it came to business. Taking advantage of the team's downtime, the berserker moved closer to Ling, lowering his voice, filled with an uncontrollable excitement. Boss, we must recruit this person into the guild. The berserker glanced at Chen Hui, who was squatting down in the distance teaching Duoyin how to use the dagger to trim her nails, his eyes ablaze. With this tankiness and his aggro-pooling skills, though a bit rough, he is simply the only strategic resource in the entire server. If we sign him, it will be as easy as drinking water for our guild to secure the first kill. I think a salary of 10 million is worth it. Ling was sitting on a stone drinking water to recover her stamina. Upon hearing this, she slightly raised her head, her beautiful eyes beneath the hood calmly gazing at Chen Hui's back. At that moment the man was laughing heartily because Duoyin accidentally stuck the dagger into the stone and couldn't pull it out. His reckless demeanor was at odds with the oppressive atmosphere of the game world. It's useless. Ling withdrew her gaze, her voice indifferent. Huh, why not? If you think the reward is too little, we can increase it. The berserker was puzzled. Berserker, you are mistaken. Ling capped her water bottle, her tone firm, revealing a clarity that came from understanding the world. He is not the type to wag his tail, just for a bone. He is a beast that hasn't had its fill yet. If you want to put a collar around his neck, you must be prepared to have your wrist bit. Berserker was left speechless. He had never heard the boss speak so highly of someone, or rather, with such profound caution. Let's go. Ling stood up, lightly tapping her staff on the ground. The break is over, it's time to meet the main boss. As they continued up the spiral stone stairs, the surroundings began to change. The nauseating smell of blood gradually dissipated, replaced by a chilling dry air mixed with the scent of decaying ancient wood. The light grew dimmer. When the group reached the final step, a massive bronze door blocked their path. This door was at least 10 meters tall, entirely dark green-black, with a grotesque, demonic face carved into its surface. The demonic face had wide-open eyes, as if watching every ant attempting to approach, and a palpable pressure emanated from the door's crack, causing hearts to race. The end of the maze. The location of the guardian boss. Even the typically carefree berserker involuntarily held his breath and tightened his grip on his giant axe. Ling stood at the front of the team, gazing at the massive demonic face, a flame of ambition ignited in her eyes. As long as they pushed open this door and took down the monster inside, the Dragon Kingdom region would secure this highly valuable first kill, delivering a heavy blow to those foreign guilds. Fangu. Ling did not turn around, but her voice tightened slightly. Are you ready? There was no response from behind. Ling turned back in confusion, only to see Chen Hui leaning against the door frame, yawning in boredom, then tapping the terrifyingly pressuring bronze door, producing a dull thud. Boss, stop brewing emotions. Chen Hui pointed at the system time, looking impatient. Open the door quickly. If we delay any longer, we won't make it for dinner. Everyone. The epic tension that had just filled the air shattered instantly. Meanwhile, across the ocean at the Olympus Guild headquarters. This was a magnificent temple built directly on the edge of a sheer cliff, constructed entirely of pristine white stone, and it was currently the top-ranked guild residence in eternity. In the temple hall, a battle report was slammed down onto the smooth white stone table with a heavy thud. A golden-haired man with the ID of Zeus sat on a throne made of pure gold, his face dark as thunder. Fuck. Another total wipeout. Zeus pointed at several dispirited elite captains in front of him, his roar echoing through the vast hall. 30 blood butchers. They're just elite monsters. You all tell me that they are an insurmountable barrier. Where's the kite? Where's the healing chain? Where's the damage reduction coverage? Did your brains get eaten by goblins? A paladin captain drenched in sweat trembled as he explained, Chairman. That bleeding effect is simply unreasonable. It couldn't withstand 3 layers, and our holy guard paladins went down in 3 seconds. Useless. Zeus kicked over a wine rack beside him, the precious liquor shattering all over the floor. He irritably waved everyone away and opened a holographic screen on the armrest of his throne, World Forum. At this moment, a prominently featured pinned post caught his eye on the forum's homepage. Breaking news. A mysterious team from the Dragon Kingdom region has breached the mid-level of the maze. Progress far ahead. Watching the post's popularity soar like a rocket filled with various astonishment and speculation in the replies below, a look of extreme disdain appeared on Zeus' face. Dragon Kingdom people. He poured himself a glass of red wine from the remaining wine rack, his eyes filled with contempt, as if watching a group of oblivious ants performing. Even the damage that melted our Olympus holy guards, how can those fragile Dragon Kingdom people, who only rely on tricks, withstand it? I bet they can last at most 10 seconds in front of the butcher before running back to the safe zone crying. First kill? That belongs to us, Olympus, the glory of the gods. Zeus sipped his wine, the crimson liquid reflecting the fanaticism in his eyes. He heavily tapped his finger on the armrest, his voice echoing throughout the guild channel. Send my orders. Second team, third team, all substitutes. No one is sleeping tonight. Flatten the mid-level for me. I want the whole world to see who the true master of eternity is. The heavy bronze door emitted a painful grinding sound as it slowly slid open to both sides. A chilling, stagnant aura rushed towards them, revealing not a resplendent hall, but an impenetrable darkness. It was an abyss that seemed capable of swallowing light. Even the firelight at the entrance was instantly strangled by the darkness. It's too dark. Ruan instinctively shrank her neck. The faint glow from the tip of her staff appeared precarious in the darkness. She clutched Zero's clothing tightly, her voice trembling. In this environment, there won't be any floating ghosts, right? I'm most afraid of those. In the darkness, Duo Yin blinked her bright eyes in the night, revealing a glimmer of sharp intelligence. Don't be afraid. Duo Yin spoke cheerfully, even carrying a hint of reassurance. Think about it, it's so dark here, even if there are ghosts they can't see us. As long as we don't admit we're human, it'll be awkward for them. Ruan. Kwang 2. What kind of logic is this? Do ghosts catch people while checking IDs? Just as everyone was rendered silent by this peculiar train of thought. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds suddenly erupted. On both sides of the hall, dozens of massive bronze lamp pillars simultaneously spewed out ghostly blue flames. The flames rapidly spread along the grooves on the ground, instantly outlining the grand and eerie silhouette of an underground palace. At the deepest part of the hall atop, 9 steps, a throne forged from an unknown metal loomed. On the throne sat not a flesh-and-blood figure, but a human-shaped puppet. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, entirely made of dark golden wood and brass gears interlocking. Its face bore no features, only an eerily painted mask that seemed to smile. Behind its 6 folded mechanical arms quietly retracted like spider legs. Shinji Puppet King, Lord level Biotsess, level 10 health, 100000 attack power, 420 skills, rapid/death, dance, Shinji transformation execution. Kwang 2 swallowed hard, swiftly sharing the information returned by the identification spell in the team channel. These attributes. Are you kidding me? Kwang 2's palm was slick with sweat as he held the giant axe, his expression extremely grim. Attack power of 420 is secondary. The key is its agility attribute and attack speed. Base attack speed of 2.5. This means it can strike 2.5 times in 1 second. If paired with skills, the burst could even reach 6 strikes per second. Such high-frequency attacks, no shield warrior can withstand it at this stage. The stamina bar will be emptied in an instant. Zero's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes beneath the hood gravely serious. Moreover, it has a charging skill. Luri added, his voice tense. With such mobility, kite tactics will be completely ineffective. This is a melee meat grinder. Despair. Just one glance at this guarding boss's oppressive presence left these top players feeling a deep sense of helplessness. However, just as the team's atmosphere dropped to freezing point 2, extremely out of place, voices rang out. TSK tisk, this wood quality is lacking. Chen Hui stood with his hands behind his back like a picky old man at a rosewood furniture market, pointing at the throne. Look at those joints, all worn out. Clearly a centuries-old artifact. I wonder if it's infested with worms. Exactly. Duo Yin chimed in, wrinkling her nose in disdain. And it's so thin it feels like it would fall apart with a gust of wind. Can such a skinny dog be a boss? It doesn't even look as intimidating as that pig-headed monster from earlier. Their tone was relaxed, as if critiquing salted fish on a market stall. There was no fear, no tension, and even a hint of amusement. Huang Tu's mouth twitched wildly as he looked at the two figures, feeling a strange sense of admiration rise within him. Is this the mentality of a master? Facing such a deadly situation, they could still joke and laugh. This psychological quality is truly unshakable. Buzz, as if sensing the ant's disdain, the puppet king on the throne moved. It did not rise like a living creature, but stood up rigidly with the grinding sound of interlocking gears. The mask adorned with a smiling face tilted slightly down its hollow eye sockets, glaring intently at the crowd below. A dry, hoarse voice like metal grinding echoed throughout the hall. To make it this far, you must have endured quite a bit of suffering. A classic boss opening line dripping with condescension and pity. However, Chen Hui and Duo Yin exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Suffering? Not at all, Chen Hui said, innocently shrugging. That group of pig-headed monsters was quite polite, lining up to hand out equipment. We couldn't even stop them. Yeah, right. Duo Yin pulled out a handful of silver coins she had just picked up from her bag, grinning widely. Look, it's all sweet rewards. I can barely fit them all. The Puppet King's movements visibly stiffened. The hall instantly fell into dead silence. After a moment of silence, the Puppet King decided to ignore these two lunatics and forcefully continue with its scripted dialogue. Its voice rose a few degrees, carrying evident anger and killing intent. Ignorant humans. Next, I will make you understand that your insignificant struggles and sufferings in this despairing maze are utterly meaningless. Boom. The aura erupted, pressure radiating everywhere. If it were ordinary players, they would probably have their legs turned to jelly from this overwhelming presence. But Chen Hui didn't even listen. He turned his head and looked at Duo Yin quite naturally. After this quest, we'll split a good sum of money. I'm planning to have a Michelin meal. Ooh, I heard it's super expensive. Duo Yin tilted her head, her silly hair forming a question mark, looking at Chen Hui in shock. Huh, master. Is your true identity Optimus Prime? Chen Hui was taken aback. What is that? Otherwise, why would you want to eat tires? Duo Yin blinked her big eyes, her face written with "I've read books, don't lie to me." Isn't Michelin a tire company? I've seen that chubby mascot. Rubber is hard to digest, so should we just have hot pot instead? Chen Hui. Zero. Enough. A furious roar shattered the last remnants of Siri. On the throne, the Puppet King's gears spun wildly, emitting a piercing shriek. It felt as if its dignity was being rubbed into the ground by these two humans, and even sprinkled with some cumin. Damn. You two idiots, what are you blabbering about? You're ruining my reputation. If one didn't see its mechanical body, the tone sounded just like a furious old man who had lost his temper. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by a flurry of mechanical popping sounds, the 6 arms beneath the Puppet King suddenly spread out like a peacock displaying its feathers. Whoosh. A cold gleam flashed. 6 exceptionally sharp, curved blades instantly shot out from the inner sides of the mechanical arms, gleaming with a bloodthirsty glimmer under the ghostly blue flames. At this moment, it was no longer the stiff puppet, but a precise killing machine. Since you're in such a hurry to seek death, I shall grant your wish. The Puppet King swung its 6 arms, the curved blades slicing through the air with a mournful wail, its form slightly bowing as it prepared to charge. Feel my wrath. Feel this ultimate speed and power. Killing intent surged like a tsunami. Huang Tu and the others turned pale, instinctively raising their weapons as they tried to retreat. It's over. With such attack speed, that rebellious brother will surely be cut to pieces in an instant. However, when they looked towards the front, they found themselves doubting their eyes once again. There was no fear. No retreat. Chen Hui and Duo Yin exchanged glances, and on their faces appeared a kind of nearly perverse excitement. Their eyes were like wolves that had not eaten for 3 days, spotting a plump lamb. Chen Hui suddenly stepped forward, pointing at the menacing boss on the throne, his voice trembling with excitement, a quivering eagerness. You said it yourself. Chen Hui raised his shield in front of his chest, his eyes sparkling, the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears. Everyone heard it. You can't back out now. Hurry. Let's get started. I can't wait. Puppet King. The wind pressed like a wall, crashing violently. The Puppet King unleashed all 6 arms, transforming into a ghostly blue afterimage. The sound barrier exploded in the air. It's over. The madman instinctively closed his eyes. Such a level of charge and slash could not be withstood by any shield guard at this stage. Even with all attributes boosted, the only outcome would be to be shattered into mosaics. Zero's fingers holding the staff turned pale, and the eyes beneath the hood fixed intently on that silhouette. Will he die? That guy who only asks for money. When a resounding crash echoed throughout the palace. Immediately after it was the sound of torrential rain beating against banana leaves, a dense cacophony of impacts. Ding 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 ding. Sparks flew. The scream the madman had anticipated did not materialize. He opened his eyes in astonishment. His pupils trembled. In the center of the hall, Chen Hui's feet carved 2 half-meter deep grooves in the bluestone slab. Yet he did not retreat a single step. Opposite him, the menacing Puppet King slammed against an electrified high-pressure wall. Its entire body quaked violently. Bright red damage numbers lined up above the boss's head. 780, 780, 780, 2 seconds, 12 strikes, nearly 10,000 points of true damage. The Puppet King's health bar visibly dropped. That extremely arrogant charge was forcefully halted by this. The longbow in the hands of the setting sun nearly slipped from his grasp. Reflect damage. What kind of reflect damage has such a high coefficient? No one answered. Because an even more absurd scene unfolded. Damage numbers indeed appeared above Chen Hui's head, and his health dropped to half. But in the next moment, green light surged. 78, 78, 78. A dense array of green healing numbers intertwined with the red damage numbers. Chen Hui's health bar resembled a bungee cord bouncing up and down. Yet it consistently maintained above the safety line. In fact, it was still rising. Who? Chen Hui peeked out from behind his shield. Looking at the BOSS, which had become rigid in its movements, a hint of disappointed longing surfaced on his face. Is this it? His tone was 3 parts mocking, 7 parts indifferent. The smiling mask of the Puppet King twitched slightly. As the town guardian BOSS, its dignity had been challenged like never before. Arrogant insect. A mechanical voice roared, laced with electrical static. 6 arms shot high into the air, once more, blades igniting in ghostly blue flames. Skill, rapid slash. Attack speed increased by 200. Die, die, die. The blade light cascaded, enveloping Chen Hui completely. In the center of the storm, Chen Hui was not flustered. Instead, he squinted comfortably. He even actively adjusted the angle of his shield, positioning his body toward the blade. Yes, yes, yes. This is the rhythm. Chen Hui took hits while pointing out flaws like a picky contractor. That left blade hasn't eaten. The force is too weak. While not bad, that hit in the lower right corner has some skill. Do it again. Priest, don't heal me. Please don't heal me. Overflow. Ah, this healing is making me feel a bit full. Uffed. Behind him. Softly, a hand trembled, and the healing spell veered straight onto the madman's head. The madman was black-faced. Why are you healing me? I'm at full health. Softly was on the verge of tears. I don't know what to do. Look at that freak. He loses health slower than he heals. Indeed, it was redundant. The scene was extremely bizarre. The boss was outputting frantically, effects fully unleashed. Yet Chen Hui still had the leisure to pull out a bottle of basic red potion from his backpack, and with a ton, he took a swig. Burp, he let out a satisfied belch. The taste is a bit bland. Next time, let's try strawberry flavor. The Puppet King's movement stalled. Its CPU was overheating. Logic was collapsing. In the setting, it was a killing machine, a nightmare for players. But now, it felt like trying to dig a mountain of iron with a plastic spoon. The spoon was about to break, yet the mountain remained. With every strike, the recoil damage inflicted upon it made the machine wail. The faster it slashed, the faster that damned human healed. Meanwhile, its own health bar dropped like a leaky bucket. In just a minute, its life value fell below 85. The opponent was at full health. Even the paint on the shield had barely chipped. This isn't scientific. The Puppet King slowed down. Its self-protection mechanism was activated deep within. Continuing to attack would lead to only one outcome, killing itself. It halted its strikes. 6 curved blades hovered in the air, caught in a dilemma. The air suddenly fell silent. Chen Hui was enjoying himself, but frowned. He discontentedly tapped the boss's kneecap with his shield. Hey master, why have you stopped? Chen Hui pointed at the health bar above. It's not full yet, just 2 points short of my OCD, is feeling uncomfortable. Hurry up, hit me 2 more times, or I'll give you a bad review. In the hollow eye sockets of the Puppet King, a flicker of light, named Questioning Life, shone. It took a half step back. An instinctive retreat. What exactly are you? The boss's voice was no longer proud, but trembling. Me. Chen Hui grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I'm just an ordinary player passing by, wanting to give you a full body checkup. Before his words fell, Chen Hui's expression changed. He thrust the shield forward, violently crashing into the— Since you won't move, then I will. He took the initiative to provoke. The roles reversed. Originally, the boss was chasing the player to strike. Now, it was Chen Hui chasing the boss for hits. Hit me. Where's that strength from earlier? Haven't you eaten? Use some force. Are you even a man? Oh, sorry, you're just wood. As Chen Hui crazily rubbed the boss's body with his shield to trigger reflect damage, he bombarded it with trash talk. The Puppet King was forced to retreat repeatedly, its 6 arms clumsily trying to block. Frustrating. Too damn frustrating. A dignified town guardian BOSS. When has it ever suffered such humiliation? Looking at Chen Hui's face that screamed, "Come hit me," the Puppet King's eyes flickered with intense red light. It was completely enraged. The madmen were all dumbfounded. What was happening? The faster the boss swung, the quicker he died. This was clearly suicide. Is this still human? Behind them, Wang Yuan, who had been holding the blue bottle without drinking, was staring wide-eyed at the scene. As the chief priest of the guild, she had completed no less than 800 dungeons. When had she ever fought a boss without being fully concentrated and in a flurry? She had to monitor the tank's health dodge skills and manage her resources, wishing she had 8 arms. But now, She even had the leisure to tuck her staff under her arm and take a couple of bites from a piece of jerky she pulled from her bag. This is way too easy. Ruan Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in the team channel, her tone carrying a hint of surreal dreaminess. Boss, this 1 million is totally worth it. I feel like a mere ornament on a vacation. The madman wielded his giant axe, crazily dealing damage to the boss's flank. Hearing this, he nodded in deep agreement, his eyes ablaze. Not just worth it. It's a bloodbath profit. This is the first kill of the entire server. The madman glanced at the rapidly descending health bar of the BOSS, his breathing quickening. In the Dragon Country region, the status had always been quite awkward in virtual online games. Though the player base was the largest and the richest, they were consistently overshadowed on the top power rankings and first kill records by Olympus across the ocean and Twilight of the Gods in Europa. For years they had been the perennial third, sometimes even fourth. This was a thorn in the hearts of all Dragon Country players. But today everything was different. As long as we secure this first kill, our guild's reputation will ascend to a whole new level. The madman swung his giant axe with even more fervor, as if each swing was cleaving open a new era for Dragon Country esports. There are still 80,000 health left. Everyone give it your all. 75,000. 70,000. Just as the boss's health fell below the critical 70% mark, an unexpected change occurred. Roar! The Puppet King suddenly let out a non-human howl. The gears that had been tightly interlocked on its body instantly burst apart, spewing out scalding white steam. The 6 mechanical arms connected to its back actually severed at the base. Crack, crack, crack. The fallen mechanical arms did not turn into scrap metal. Instead, with a series of agonizing metallic twisting sounds, they swiftly reassembled into 6 half-human-sized mechanical spiders. 1,000 machines, the Slayer Elite, level 10 health, 5,000 damage. Although the Puppet King's main body appeared bare without arms, its aura became even more terrifying. It floated in midair, the smiley face on its mask had completely twisted into an extremely furious grimace. You have angered me. Feel despair. With the boss's roar, the 6 mechanical spiders charged like mad dogs, splitting into 3 groups. 2 lunged towards Chen Hui, 2 rushed at the madman, while the remaining 2 actually bypassed the front line and headed straight for the back line, targeting Ling and Ruan Yuan. Meanwhile, a storm swirled around the boss's body, uncontrollably propelling it backwards. Its target was the metal throne located at the highest point of the Great Hall. Not good. The madman's face changed dramatically as he cleaved through a spider that lunged at him, shouting urgently. It's going to heal. This is the second phase mechanism. As a professional player, the madman was all too familiar with this tactic. Once the boss returned to a specific position, it often triggered an invincible shield and significantly restored health. If they couldn't interrupt it, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Stop it. Quickly stop it. The madman's eyes widened, wanting to rush over, but he was tightly entangled by the mechanical spiders. The light of the staff in Ling's hand surged, and she instantly fired 2 ice arrows only to have them bounce off the boss's steam shield. Immune to control. Despair rapidly spread through the team. Could it be? Were they truly going to fail at the last moment? In the center of the battlefield, Chen Hui made a reaction that left everyone baffled. He swatted a mechanical spider away with his shield and looked up at the boss flying towards the throne. He showed no signs of panic whatsoever. Instead, he burst into laughter. His expression was as if he had seen someone looking for food in a toilet, both sympathetic and humorous. He even lowered his shield, crossing his arms, as if waiting to watch a show. Rebellious brother. What are you doing? Hurry up and taunt. The madman was panicking to the point of nearly losing his voice. Chen Hui shrugged and gestured with his lips. Don't rush, let the bullets fly for a while. In midair, the Puppet King, which was rapidly flying backwards, also noticed Chen Hui's expression. Why wasn't this human pursuing? Shouldn't he be despairingly wailing? Why was his gaze filled with anticipation? Never mind. As long as I sit on the throne, I can rebuild my body and kill this group of insects. The Puppet King adjusted its posture, sitting heavily on the throne's position it remembered with an air of dominance. Its rear hit the ground. The anticipated cold and hard sensation of the metal throne did not come. Instead, there was a feeling of emptiness. It felt like stepping onto thin air on a staircase. It was like the helplessness of not having toilet paper after taking a dump. My. The Puppet King staggered, almost falling flat on its face. It looked back in confusion. On the once mighty platform where the throne stood, there was now nothing at all. Only a ground strewn with shattered metal parts and a few pieces of wood that had yet to be cleared. And atop that heap of ruins, a petite figure was crouching there, holding a dagger still dripping with corrosive venom in one hand and a miner's pick that she didn't know where she had pulled from in the other. Duo Yin. She had been in stealth mode since the battle began. The madman suddenly jolted awake. In the heat of the fight, he had completely forgotten that there was an assassin in the team. When did she sneak over? The setting sun gaped. Duo Yin wiped the sweat from her forehead and put the miner's pick back in her bag. Looking at the BOSS, which was suspended in midair, confused and without a place to land, she blinked her big eyes and cutely waved her oil-smeared little hand. Hi. The crisp voice of a lowly echoed in the great hall. If one did not look at the ruins beneath her feet, it was simply like a neighborhood girl greeting someone. The Puppet King. At that moment its brain was racing, trying to comprehend the situation unfolding before it. Where was the throne? My grand throne, symbolizing supreme authority that regenerates health at 5 per second. Gone. Destroyed. Roar. After a brief silence a piercing scream erupted. The Puppet King completely lost its composure. That feeling was like running home excitedly to use the toilet only to find the toilet had been stolen when your pants were all anger, humiliation, reluctance. It trembled, pointing at Duo, Yin, its voice stuttering and filled with static noise from overload. Despicable. You. Shameless. Base. Is there no sense of chivalry? How could you steal home? So despicable. Faced with the boss's tearful accusations, Duo, Yin tilted her head. She looked at Chen Hui, who was laughing so hard that he couldn't stand up, then glanced at Ling, whose expression was complicated. Then she seriously waved her hand, as if wanting to explain something. That big would you misunderstood? Duo Yan's voice was soft and harmless. The Puppet King paused. Misunderstood. Was there some hidden? Its imminent explosive rage momentarily stalled. However, what Duo Yan said next was like a bucket of gasoline directly splashed on its head. She scratched her head shyly, smiling awkwardly. Despicable. We're not that noble. Huffed. In the distance the madman stumbled, almost bitten on the backside by a spider. What kind of divine answer was this? This was killing with a heart. Chen Hui gave Duo Yan a thumbs up. Well said. What chivalry? Which knight? Have I seen one? Chen Hui raised his shield and strode towards the already furious and nearly malfunctioning boss. Alright, now, it's time to send you on your way. Without the blessing of the throne, and with 6 arms severed, the Qiankong Puppet King resembled a toothless tiger, filled only with impotent rage, and left to passively endure the beating. Chen Hui stood at the forefront, his wild round shield ringing chaotically under the blows. Bright red damage numbers flashed wildly above his head, yet his expression remained far from relaxed even. Slightly troubled, sighing softly, Chen Hui glanced at the system panel, unable to suppress a deep exhale. Too slow. It was far too slow. He had originally hoped that this fast-attacking boss would help him progress quickly, but despite its rapid strikes its body was too fragile. Each attack rebounded with several hundred points of true damage, and just as his health bar was nearing empty, his task progress barely budged. Can't you hold out a little longer? Chen Hui glared at the boss with exasperation. As a gatekeeper boss, you should be able to endure longer than this. Don't you owe it to all those lines of dialogue? With another sigh, he even proactively dropped his defensive stance, puffed out his chest, and took 2 hits to encourage the boss to strike a few more times. This scene, observed by his teammates behind him, took on a completely different flavor. The berserker's axe struck the boss' knee, and he cast a glance at his leader filled with sudden respect. Is this the self-discipline of a master? The berserker lamented in the team chat, his tone full of shame. Clearly the outcome is certain, and a stable strategy will lead to victory, yet Brother Fangu is still sighing. He must be dissatisfied with his timing on those earlier blocks. Exactly. The setting sun nodded in agreement, pulling back the string of his longbow. Even in such a guaranteed win situation, he still pursues perfect execution and optimal damage absorption efficiency. This spirit of pushing oneself and never being satisfied is likely why some can solo bosses, while we can only act as decorations. So inspiring. Ruan was moved to tears, her hand wielding the staff, now more vigorous. I must also strive to heal every bit of health. Chen Hui. If he knew what this group was thinking, he would probably burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Duyan's demeanor was completely different. This wealthy lady hid behind Chen Hui's broad back, clutching a handful of throwing knives and flinging them outward like tossing candy. Each throwing knife that hit the boss took away dozens of health points. The damage was low but extremely insulting. More importantly, these throwing knives were consumables costing 2 copper coins each at the general store. In just a few minutes she had thrown out hundreds of them. They were not throwing knives, but a rain of copper coins fluttering through the air. Is this the rich lattice basic attack? Finally, under Chen Hui's painful passive grinding and Duyan's joyful tossing of coins, the Puppet King's health bar finally dropped to the slaying line. 1-0's voice was cold and urgent. Beware, hold your fire. Let Fangu deliver the... This was the unwritten rule in online games. The final blow to a boss often came with extra high rewards, and was usually given to the person who contributed the most or had the highest luck in the group. Though Duoyan had the best luck, Chen Hui had performed excellently in this battle. Here it comes. Chen Hui's gaze sharpened, and his previously lazy demeanor vanished in an instant. He glanced at his health. Due to intentionally lowering his health earlier, his life was now hovering right at about 48. Conditions met. Chen Hui suddenly stepped forward, and the gauntlet on his left hand erupted with a surge of eerie green light. Skill activated. Queen Bee's Grip. When health falls below 50, generate a shield equal to 10 of maximum health. A faint green light film instantly covered his entire body. Immediately after, Chen Hui roared, activating the universal skill Shield Slam. gaining an additional shield value equal to 25 of maximum health. With the 2 layers of shields combined, Chen Hui now resembled a walking ball of light, the white shield bar above his health bar, looking terrifying. They'll send you off to the afterlife. Chen Hui raised his shield high, the skill Shield Strike, fully charged. The damage judgment of this skill was dealt damage equal to 10 of the user's maximum health. And in the state of Shield Slam, it would also add all consumed shield values as damage. A total of 2,600 health points. With a terrifying 45 enhancement. At this moment, Chen Hui was no longer just a meat shield. He was a human-shaped nuclear bomb. Get ready to crawl. The wild round shield accompanied by a howling gust smashed brutally against the already shattered mask of the Puppet King. Crack. A sound akin to a watermelon bursting echoed throughout the hall. 2340. Critical hit, weak point attack. A massive dazzling golden damage number floated above the boss head. The bright red color was blindingly painful to the eyes. The hall fell into a deathly silence in an instant. The berserker's giant axe clattered to the ground, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 2003. What the hell? Is this damage something a level 10 player can inflict? And it's from a shield warrior. To note, at this stage, a fully invested berserker would deal only 70 to 80 points of damage per basic attack, and a critical hit would barely hit 150. This shield strike was equivalent to 15 berserkers, all landing critical hits simultaneously. Not to mention the boss, even the tankiest knight would drop dead on the spot with no chance for rescue. This damage could keep me attacking for a year. The setting sun swallowed hard, feeling as if his understanding of the game had shattered into a million pieces. However, before they could recover from their shock, the once mighty Puppet King, under this single strike, did not even have time to scream before his body exploded into a brilliant white light. Coins, materials, and equipment all transformed into a treasure chest the height of a person. At the same time, a system notification popped up before his eyes. Congratulations. Your team has successfully slain the gatekeeper boss Chen Hui Puppet King. Detection indicates this kill is a global first, and a server-wide announcement will be made. Please have the team leader input the team name. This name will be permanently recorded in the Chronicles of Eternal. The input box flashed in front of Chen Hui. This was a great opportunity for fame. As soon as he entered the name, the ID Fan Gu would echo globally, becoming a deity worshipped by countless players. But Chen Hui merely stretched and yawned. Without hesitation, he opened the team panel, clicked on Zero's avatar, and selected Transfer Leadership. Boss, it's your turn to shine. Chen Hui smiled brightly at Zero. 5 million for the service with full aftercare and reputation guaranteed. Make sure to find me next time. Zero was slightly taken aback. She looked at the man before her, beaming with delight, and a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes beneath her hood. Even the most greedy person would find it hard to let go so decisively in the face of such global fame. This man was truly special. All right. Zero did not decline, as she had come for this. She extended her long fingers and tapped a few times. Ding. Your account has been credited for 00000. 00. The crisp sound of the deposit notification was more pleasant than any background music. Chen Hui's smile instantly became 10 times more sincere. Boss is generous. May the boss be healthy and live a long life. Zero ignored his flattery. In the input box, she solemnly entered 2 characters. Dawn. The long night was coming to an end and dawn was approaching. The next second, the originally noisy world channel was suddenly silenced. A grand sacred bell-like sound, as if from ancient times, simultaneously erupted in the ears of billions of players worldwide. When. Following that, the system's emotionless yet authoritative mechanical voice resonated through every novice village, every leveling area, and every corner of dungeons. Server announcement. Server announcement. Congratulations to the Dawn Guild team, Leader Zero members Fan Gu Duyan Berserker, Setting Sun, Wan. Successfully killed the level 10 Lord Boss Chen Hui Puppet King, achieving the global first kill. Their heroic deeds will be forever etched upon the monument of eternity. As a result of the first kill, the teleportation portal to the main city Luoshui, Floating City, has been activated in Dragon Country District Newbie Village No. 12,138. Level restrictions lifted. Boom. The entire world of Eternal erupted in excitement. The world channel was instantly unmuted, and the speed of message updates was so fast, it was nearly illegible. What the hell? First kill. They just got the first kill. I'm still battling the Maze Guard, and they have already taken down the gatekeeper boss. Dawn Guild. Isn't that a second-rate guild? Newbie Village No. 12,138. Isn't that the village where the Fan Gu deity was just now? I knew he would be involved. Awesome. Dragon Country District has truly risen. Those foreign bastards in Olympus are still bragging in the forums. They must be feeling quite embarrassed now, huh? And across the ocean within the Olympus Guild's base, President Zeus looked at the announcement before him, his golden staff creaking under the grip of his hand, his face dark enough to drip water. Useless. They're all useless. Find out who this Dawn really is. And what about that Fan Gu? In the dungeon, Chen Hui paid no attention to those empty names. To him, they were meaningless, only the tangible benefits mattered. 10 points of free attribute points, 100 points of reputation, 10 coins. These rewards were already enticing enough to make one drool. But the real highlight was still to come. Just as the server announcement concluded, another personal system notification exclusive to Chen Hui quietly rang out. Ding. Congratulations player Fangu for delivering the final blow to a Lord-level boss. According to the special rules for the first kill, you have obtained a unique special reward. Chen Hui held his breath, clicking on the reward package radiating with rainbow colors. An ancient hefty skill book lay quietly within, devoid of any professional emblem, engraved only with a gigantic question mark on the cover. Universal Skill Book Mythic Level Unique Effect. After use, you may ignore class restrictions and choose any skill from the current version's basic skill library of Eternal to learn. Note this skill will automatically adapt to your main attributes and may undergo beneficial mutations. Chen Hui's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpricks. His heart raced uncontrollably. Universal. Choose it. Well, what does this mean? It means a tank with tough skin and thick flesh could learn a rogue stealth. Could he learn a mage's blink? Or even learn a priest's resurrection? Now, Chen Hui licked his dry lips, gazing at the dazzling array of icons in the skill list, revealing a smile even more deranged than when he had just beaten the boss. I might really not be able to remain human anymore. Staring at the all-class skill tome in his backpack that shimmered with prismatic light, Chen Hui's Adam's apple bobbed. Mythical grade. Unique. If this thing were put up in the auction house, the wealthy would go berserk. In his previous life, Josie and his old coin secured dominance with first kill rewards just like this. He had learned a mage's blink. Combined with his burst build, he left the Longwa team dumbfounded at the inaugural Global Pro League. However, Chen Hui forced down the impulse to auction it immediately and tucked it into the bottom of his backpack. No rush. If he were an ordinary class, learning a cross-class skill would let him run rampant. But he still had the path to a hidden. If the new class traits conflicted with this skill, or if a better synergy appeared, using it now would be a waste. A fine meal can wait. Chen Hui steadied himself and turned his gaze to the giant chest large enough to hold 2 grown adults. This was the real prize. By now, Duo Yin had crawled entirely into the chest. Being slight, she had to stand on tiptoe with her upper body nearly suspended as she probed the bottom, leaving only a pair of dainty leather-booted feet flailing outside. A muffled voice came from the chest. So deep. Huang Taluri and Ruan gathered around in a circle, watching the flailing legs with bated breath. This was a first-kill chest. Even a blank drop would be a rarity, let alone something great. At that moment, the suspended legs trembled, followed by a panicked cry for help. Help! Help! Great one. I'm stuck. I can't get out. Sob. Silence fell. Quanta's mouth twitched. Is she trying to be funny? Chen Hui sighed helplessly and stepped forward. That girl had spent all her luck on the chest and left none for common sense. He reached out and seized Duo Yan's exposed ankle. At the contact point, the leather felt cool, yet Chen Hui keenly noticed how unnaturally slender the ankle beneath his palm was, as if a little pressure might crush it. Moreover, the instant he touched Duo Yan, the once flailing legs went rigid as if struck by an electric shock. Don't struggle, Chen Hui ordered softly, bracing himself and heaving her out as if pulling up a stubborn root. Great one. So gentle. The priest Ruan clasped her hands, eyes sparkling with pink adoration and wearing a fawning, doting smile. The mismatch in physique and that pose. So adorable, I ship it. The aloof Great One looks fierce, but really spoils Duo Yin. Yet the next moment, with a soft pop, Duo Yin was pulled out like a cork. Chen Hui set her on the ground, and before she could steady herself, pressed his face near hers with a gaze more eager than a lover's. So, any loot? Did we get anything good? Ruan's doting smile froze and shattered. So his gentleness had been about the gear. Duo Yan's little face flushed crimson, whether from the inversion or from being grabbed by the ankle, she could not tell. She hurriedly smoothed her disheveled bangs, and as if presenting a treasure, raised her left hand high. 3 emerald beams flashed out, briefly illuminating the dim hall. Holy! Huangta cried, his eye. 3 green items. At this stage, most players still wore common white gear. Even a single green item marked 1 as Guild Elite. 3 pieces from a single chest. Is this the realm of the blessed? Chen Hui arched an eyebrow, took the items, and posted their stats to the party channel. Forest Whisper Robe Green Artisan Grade Priest-only. Gale War Bow Green Artisan Grade Archer only. Shadow Leather Armor Green Artisan Grade Assassin only. None of the pieces suited a shield guard. Chen Hui pouted with mild regret, though it was expected. The system had determined he had already received the best skillbook reward, so the chest's equipment naturally skewed toward other classes. As usual, auction. Chen Hui looked at the others. I'll buy. Ruan was the first to raise her hand, her eyes shining at the robe. I'll pay 300,000. I'll take that bow. Lori shouted, I'll offer 500,000. Both were elite members of their professional guilds and could spare such sums. The transaction concluded quickly. 800,000 dragon coins after platform fees, and giving Duo Yin her half left him with 400,000. Chen Hui felt buoyant seeing the extra zeros in his account. As for this last piece, Chen Hui picked up the shadow leather. Keep it. He casually tossed the armor into Duo Yan's arms. Off. Duo Yin fumbled to catch it, bewildered. I haven't paid. Employee perk. Chen Hui waved a hand, assuming the air of a nouveau riche. Stick with me, and you won't be left naked. Besides, if you move faster, you'll loot corpses faster next time. Duo Yin cradled the still warm armor, blinking with wide eyes as two dimples lifted her cheeks. Oh, thank you, boss. Indeed, it was rare for an employee to spend over 1 million on their boss. As for the boss remaining scrap and the 100-odd silver coins, Chen Hui did not bother to look and bundled the material. Take the junk for your guild's life skill practice. Split the silver among you. I can't be bothered. Huang Tu and the others were speechless. Is this the largesse of a great one? Refuse 100 some silver like that. All right, spoils divided, dismissed. Chen Hui clapped his hands. Huang Tu and the others, unable to contain their excitement, logged off after farewells. They would immediately post on the forums to boast and perhaps hold a victory feast to recount today's deeds. The hall soon emptied. Only Chen Hui, Ling, and Duo Yin, still giddy with the armor, remained. Ling approached Chen Hui and from beneath her hood looked at him with searching eyes. Your ID has been exposed. Ling's voice remained cold, but now carried a faint, grave weight. I'll emphasize Zhu Xin Huanghan. Those top foreign guilds will not allow an unruly Longwu player to ride roughshod over them. Especially Josie, he's mad. Be careful with your real-world identity. Chen Hui's expression darkened slightly at her words. He of course knew. In his previous life, tragedies born from in-game grudges spilling into reality were countless. That was why he strove to amass wealth. Only by severing all links between one's divine realm persona and real-world identity could one act without restraint in the game. Don't worry. Ling nodded and fell silent. With a flash of white, her figure vanished. The vast palace fell utterly silent. Chen Hui turned to find Duo Yin sitting on the steps where they had opened. The chest head bowed. One of her boots had been flung off during the struggle and lay a few meters away solitary. Her little foot in a white cotton sock lay curled unnaturally. She seemed absent, as if lost in thought, a quiet at odds with her earlier gaiety. Chen Hui walked over and bent to pick up the leather boot. He crouched before her. What are you thinking? Not logging off yet. Duo Yin shuddered and withdrew like a... She lifted her head. Her wide eyes carried a trace of panic and self-abasement. Nothing, Duo, just a bit tired. Chen Hui said nothing. He merely placed the boot by her foot and asked no further. Though the girl usually appeared carefree, a merry little heiress, Chen Hui, hardened by 2 lives, had a razor-sharp eye for people. Behind that deliberately displayed optimism often hid wounds she refused others to touch. He rose, reached out, and gently patted her soft head. If you're tired, go sleep. Chen Hui's voice was unusually gentle. Tomorrow when you log in, I'll take you somewhere nice. Duo Yin stared at him stunned. The warmth from his hand ran down through her hair and warmed her heart. She obediently nodded. Chen Hui waved his form, dissolving into countless motes of light that vanished into the air. With his departure, the last warmth in the hall dissipated. Duo Yin remained on the cold steps. She looked down at the legs that in the game had been so nimble and sure-footed. Her gaze gradually dimmed into a dead, ashen stillness. The next moment, Duo Yan's figure too disappeared. The real world. Jinghai City, the Chang family estate. In a lavish bedroom, pink decor betrayed the occupant's girlish heart, yet a faint scent of disinfectant lingered. A bespoke, deep-dive gaming pod worth millions lay at the center of the room. Hiss! The pressure valve loosened. The hatch slid open, revealing a face as delicate as porcelain. Chang Duo Yin opened her eyes. What met her was no longer that fantastical adventure-filled, eternal world. Instead, she saw a cold ceiling and a room whose paleness no luxury could conceal. The wind that had raced across grasslands was gone. The grounded sensation had vanished, replaced by a dead weight and an emptiness. She strained to raise her upper body, hands gripping the pod's rim as she tried to haul herself out as before. But the simplest motion for an ordinary person drew fine beads of sweat to her brow. Click. The door was gently pushed open. A middle-aged caregiver in professional attire hurried in, her face full of worry. Second miss. Don't move. It'll help. The caregiver moved with practiced skill, lifting Chang Duo Yin from the pod, as though she were As she was lifted, the hem of the white nightdress fell, empty. Beneath the fabric where legs should have been were 2 stumps wrapped in thick cloth. No calves, no ankles. There were not even knees. The caregiver gently settled her into a high-tech electric wheelchair and carefully covered the heartbreaking mutilation with a wool blanket. Second miss, how are you feeling today? The caregiver asked softly, trying to break the oppressive silence. Shall we go to the garden? Mr. Chang bought many new flowers. Chang Duo Yin sat in the wheelchair, gazing through the large floor-to-ceiling window at the pale moon beyond. Her hand went instinctively to her head. There still seemed to linger a faint warmth from that big wooden palm in the game. After a long while, she shook her head, and in a voice fragile as foam whispered, no. Flowers will wither. Chen Hui disengaged the neural interface. With a soft hiss, the game pod's hatch slid open. Instead of stretching as he usually did, he sat upright instantly, his fingers dancing rapidly across the Inkabin touchscreen. The browser launched, incognito mode activated. Chen Hui's expression remained impassive as he typed a complex, deeply memorized IP address into the address bar. He pressed enter. In the next instant, the screen's tranquil cobalt hue shattered, replaced by an abyssal black backdrop upon which countless pixelated snowflakes drifted downward in silent, ceaseless cascade. Then a thunderous rhythm erupted, so intense it threatened to shatter eardrums. Dansadesai, Dansadesai. It was the anthem seared into Chen Hui's DNA, the DJ remix of Phoenix soaring through 9 heavens. At the center of the screen, a colossal skull pulsed with iridescent neon light, convulsing violently in perfect sync with the beat. Beneath it, a line of stylized Chinese characters, alternating crimson and emerald, rippled across the screen in undulating waves. We are sugar, sweetness so profound it aches. Even reborn Chen Hui's lips twitched involuntarily at the sheer unapologetic aristocratic aura radiating from the page. Who would have imagined that this relic, resembling a forgotten QQ Zone homepage from a decade past, was in fact the private commission gateway of Tianwang, the world's top-ranked dark web hacker? Chen Hui deftly muted the migraine-inducing background track, then tapped 3 times swiftly on the skull's left eye socket, and twice on the right. The garish interface froze instantly. A starkly retro chat window materialized, evoking the grainy monochrome aesthetic of early internet chat rooms. The interlocutor's ID blazed with melancholic intensity: buried love, cold young master. Chen Hui drew a slow breath, then typed a line of hacker can't clean up. Full spectrum, zero trace. 1 million. In the underworld lexicon, cleanup meant total data erasure. Full spectrum signified annihilation, extending from server logs down to the deepest firmware layers. A reply flashed back in 2 seconds. A bold, oversized font, blazing reading green: send your ID. When I handle it, you rest easy. In cyberspace, I am God. Reading those words, Chen Hui could vividly picture the youth on the other end, spiky hair, skin-tight trousers, beanbag shoes, tapping furiously while bouncing one leg incessantly. Without hesitation, Chen Hui typed 2 characters and hit send. Fangu. The chat window, once lightning fast, now fell into absolute tomb-like silence. 1 second. 2. 3 full minutes elapsed. The pixelated snow continued its tireless descent, but the cold young master avatar remained stubbornly gray, as if his earlier bravado had been pure illusion. Chen Hui arched a brow. Disconnected. Just as he reached to refresh the page, the screen erupted, flickering wildly as dozens of pop-ups sprayed across it like Gatling fire. What the hell? You're Fangu, the Dragon Nation hero who scored the first kill. Idle. Great Sage, accept this junior's bow. Is the server-wide announcement true? Did you really solo the level 10 lord? Didn't you slap Olympus foreign faces? You've brought immense honor to our Dragon Nation. Great Sage need a follower. I can shout 666 and write stylized script. Chen Hui rubbed his temples wearily beneath the barrage of exclamation marks and adulation. Just as he'd expected. Though his skill was divine, his personality remained unmistakably, uniquely. In his previous life, this cold young master had gained legendary status as a fiercely patriotic hacker, once single-handedly defacing Olympus Guild's official website and ascending to mythic stature overnight. Enough chatter. Get to work. Chen Hui interrupted the fanboy frenzy with a terse message. Erase every IP trace linked to Fangu. Encrypt all physical addresses. Can you do it? The chat window paused, then reanimated. The same reading green font returned, but now stripped of its earlier fervor, sharpened with the cool precision of a seasoned merchant. Extra fee required. Chen Hui typed a single question mark. It's not that I lack loyalty, Great Sage, came the reply, accompanied by an image file labeled Lightinga Cigarette. JPG. But you're currently the entire server's public enemy. Just now my backend detected over 300 distinct data streams converging on your IP. Olympus has posted a $5 million bounty on your real-world location in the dark web. Twilight of the Gods Sakura Group. Even several major Dragon Nation conglomerates are hunting you. This isn't cleanup, it's rewriting fate itself. The workload exceeds yesterday's by tenfold, and I risk being reverse-draced by Zeus himself, that calculating old serpent. Flat rate, add another one. 5 million. Not a single credit less. I may revere you, but I still need to eat, and buy hair gel. Chen Hui inhaled sharply through clenched teeth, staring at the figure on screen. 2.5 million. Of the 4 million earned moments ago selling the first kill guide, more than half was already vanishing. Yet he hesitated not a moment. Money could be reclaimed. Life once lost was irrevocable. Zeus, the madman, had orchestrated far too many accidents in the real world during their last lifetime, all to eliminate rivals. Chen Hui was still vulnerable. Exposure now would be fatal. Account number, he typed laconic and direct. 1 minute later, as his bank balance plummeted with an audible chime, the cold young master sent a flamboyant OK hand gesture emoji. Received. Boss is magnanimous. May you enjoy robust health. From this moment forward, Fangu ceases to exist online, as a ghost untouchable by any force. A sharp static hiss. Then the web page dissolved into absolute black. Every browsing history, every cache fragment self-erased, in an instant as though it had never existed. Chen Hui exhaled, slowly sinking back into the chair. Safe, at least until he grew strong enough to stand unafraid in broad daylight, no longer dreading a midnight assassination. Bracing his palms against the pod's rim, he hauled himself out with deliberate effort. His bare feet touched the cold floor, sending a long-forgotten wave of visceral, grounding sensation surging up through his soles. After taking just one step, Chen Hui sensed something profoundly off. He'd just endured an exhausting boss battle. His mind should be drained, yet his body felt unervingly light. It was as if every cell hummed with charged energy coiled with explosive potential. He approached a full-length mirror. Its surface cracked at one corner, and peeled off his sweat-damp t-shirt. His reflection revealed no imposing physique, rather a lean, almost slender frame. Yet now his formerly slack musculature had tightened into sharp, defined contours, and his skin shimmered faintly with a subtle metallic sheen. In his prior life, Eternal's full neural immersion into reality occurred 1 year later. Apparently, even a mere 0.01 bleed-through, thanks to his absurdly high vitality, could trigger irreversible physiological change. Let's test it. Chen Hui inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on his thigh. Snap! He swung his arm wide and slapped his thigh with full force. A muffled, dense thud echoed through the cramped apartment, like striking thick, cured leather. HSS. Chen Hui sucked in a sharp breath, shaking his stinging crimson palm. His knuckles throbbed, as if he'd struck tempered steel. His thigh, however, registered nothing, not even a faint mark. Remarkable. His eyes burned with sudden fierce intensity as he stared at his own leg. If full immersion ever arrives, could I truly withstand a demon god's assault with bare flesh? He clenched his fist and hurled a punch into the empty air. WHRR. A short, crisp burst of wind sliced the silence. A clear, audible crack of displaced air. Current physical metrics approximate elite athlete standards. Chen Hui nodded, satisfied. So should trouble arise in reality, I'll finally have the means to strike back. As he basked in the thrill of his enhanced body, and contemplated descending to buy a watermelon for impromptu strength testing, a voice rang out sharply beyond the door. Shen Qingming's laced with intoxication. You mean? Seconds later, fury detonated. What? A nightclub? Which one? I'll flay him alive, right now? The sensor lights in the corridor, long overdue for maintenance, buzzed incessantly. The dim yellow light was fragmented, casting jagged shadows on the mottled walls. The sharp scent of whiskey invaded her nostrils with a fierce intensity, yet could not mask the faint, chilling aroma of wood. It was a fragrance unique to Shen Qingming. At this moment, the once imperious rent-collecting queen was languidly leaning against Chen Hui's doorframe. The buttons of her haute couture coat had come undone, revealing the disheveled hem of her silk shirt underneath. A few damp strands of hair clung to the corner of her mouth, rising and falling with her hurried breaths, creating a scene both disheveled and tragic. She clutched her latest model smartphone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. The cold light of the screen illuminated her face, pale as paper. Bastard. Damn it. Shen Qingming gritted her teeth, the intoxication causing her vision to blur. Her once delicate fingers now fumbled clumsily like thawed carrots, unable to accurately tap the green location icon. Just as her fingertip was about to touch the screen, a pop-up appeared. A cut from Bingxi. Only 0.01 coins, short withdrawal 100 yuan. Get lost. Shen Qingming's patience snapped, and her finger jabbed angrily at the close button. A slip of her fingertip caused a sudden shift in the screen. A colorful lottery wheel began to spin wildly, its cheerful sound effects echoing jarringly in the silent corridor. Shen Qingming trembled with rage, the feeling of helplessness washing over her like a tide. She raised her phone to smash it, but froze with her hand suspended in the air. That was the only evidence. The only clue. She leaned against the wall, attempting to steady herself to knock on Chen Hui's door. It was in her subconscious, her last lifeline. The red soles of her high heels scraped across the dusty cement floor. The 10-centimeter stiletto became wedged in the cracks of the broken tiles. Crack! A sharp pain shot through her ankle. Shen Qingming lost her balance, her body toppling backward like a kite with a severed string. The hard cement floor loomed large in her vision. It's over. She closed her eyes in despair. The anticipated agony did not come. A hand, a dry, warm hand, appeared out of nowhere. It grasped Shen Qingming's arm with precision, fingers curling tightly. There was no cushioning, no swaying. The inertia of her fall halted in an instant. It felt as if she were held fast by a hydraulic clamp. Stably unyielding, Shen Qingming opened her eyes in shock, finding Chen Hui's calm face mere inches away. Having just completed a physical enhancement, he didn't have exaggerated muscles, but his arms were sleek like a cheetah, brimming with astonishing explosive power. Holding over 100 pounds of living weight in one hand, he didn't even furrow his brow. Sister Shen, have you had too much to drink? His tone was flat, devoid of emotion. As Shen Qingming gazed at this face, her crumbling world seemed to find a fulcrum. The hard shell shattered in an instant. Her eyes turned red. Chen Hui. Her voice was thick with nasal tones as pitiful as a cat drenched in rain. That bastard. My fiancé. A friend just sent this. She trembled as she raised her phone, finally switching back to the chat interface. The photo was blurry with ambiguous lighting. The background was a noisy nightclub booth. A man in a suit surrounded by women wore a lewd and unrestrained smile. He's at Dihua. That beast. Chen Hui glanced at the screen. He understood in his heart. In her previous life, this proud sister Shun had succumbed to despair, drinking heavily for years, and the root of it all was here. Although this woman had a sharp tongue, a proud personality, and even raised the rent at crucial moments, she drove him in her Porsche to buy equipment, and even during his most destitute times, she never truly forced anyone out. This debt must be settled. Chen Hui said nothing more, reaching out to pull the car keys from her palm. The metal keys still retained her warmth and cold sweat. Sister Shen, let's go. Chen Hui placed his hand on her shoulder, half dragging, half holding her toward the stairs. Where? Where to? Shen Qingming's mind was still a muddle, instinctively asking. Chen Hui's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes glinting with determination. To catch him in the act. And by the way, help you clear your territory. Shen Qingming was taken aback. She stared blankly at Chen Hui's profile. This tenant, usually dressed in baggy shorts and looking disheveled now, exuded an oppressive aura that made her heart flutter. That kind of confidence was not feigned. It was the calm of someone in control of everything. The two descended the stairs. The red Porsche 911 lay quietly in the night, like a slumbering beast. Chen Hui opened the car door smoothly, ushering Shen Qingming into the passenger seat. He circled around the car, climbed into the driver's seat, adjusted the seat, and fastened his seatbelt. The motions were fluid, as if this million-dollar luxury car were merely his toy. Leaning against the leather seat, Shen Qingming felt the chill of the wind, bringing her back to her senses. She handed over her phone, pointing at the location. You look at the navigation. That place is in the west of the city. The route is convoluted. No need. Chen Hui didn't even glance at it, merely pushing the phone back. I know where it is. That venue, I'm familiar with it. Shen Qingming widened her eyes, looking at him in disbelief. Familiar? Noticing Shen Qingming's strange gaze, Chen Hui remained unfazed, casually making up a story. Well, I used to work part-time as a security guard there. You know, as a security guard, you have to be observant and listen carefully. Shen Qingming suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Chen Hui chuckled inwardly. Security guard. In his previous life, he was the supreme VIP there. It was in that venue that he once spent $1 million in a single night. Every server at Dihua bowed deeper than shrimp upon seeing him. Of course, this glorious era was not something he could reveal just yet. Virum. The key turned. The horizontally opposed 6-cylinder engine roared to life, its deep growl echoing through the old neighborhood. The sound rolled like thunder, setting off the alarms of several nearby electric bikes. Shen Qingming tightened her grip on the seatbelt, turning to look at Chen Hui. At that moment, Chen Hui rested one hand on the steering, while his gaze focused. That kind of concentration made her feel somewhat infuriatingly charming. Shen Qingming swallowed nervously, her heart racing. Is your driving skill good? This car has a lot of power, and its rear-wheel drive very easy to lose control plus. Chen Hui glanced at her, revealing a bright smile, showing his white teeth. Don't worry. I used to deliver tofu on Akina Mountain. Shen Qingming, deliver tofu? What kind of bizarre part-time job is that? Before she could comprehend the weight of his words, Chen Hui slammed on the gas. The car launched forward. The violent pushback instantly pinned Shen Qingming against the seat, her heart seeming to leap from her throat. The red Porsche tore through the night like a flash of bloody lightning. On the narrow neighborhood road, it left a trail of afterimages. The night was as black as ink. A heavily modified Nissan GTR roared with raw guttural fury, its exhaust spat sapphire flames that seemed poised to melt the asphalt. Inside the car, heavy metal thundered so violently that the interior panels vibrated in resonance. In the passenger seat, a youth with dyed blonde hair shook his head like a frantic rattledrum. Face flushed crimson as he screamed toward the driver. Brother Foam. This acceleration is unreal. That M3 couldn't even glimpse our taillights. The white-haired man, known as Brother Foam, steered with one hand alone. His other hand held a cigarette, elbow propped casually on the open window frame, ash scattering wildly in the wind. He didn't glance at the road, not once. His gaze drifted into the void, aloof and solitary, as if standing atop a peak too high for mortal company. Just basic maneuvering. He flicked the cigarette butt away. The ember traced a perfect parabola through the night air. Back in the underground racing circuits of Los Angeles, I'd let cars like that get a full kilometer head start. Absolutely. The blonde youth instantly chimed in, spittle flying. Brother Foam, the legendary White Reaper. Tonight at Dihua Club, girls will line up just for a chance to ride with you. A faint self-satisfied smile curled at the corners of Brother Feng's mouth. He glanced briefly at the dashboard. 200. Brace yourselves. His right foot slammed down, full throttle. Straight away ahead. Time to show you what true ground-hugging flight feels like. Verwaum. The GTR shrieked, a sound torn from its very soul, as its nose lifted sharply skyward. Yet, in that single suspended second, a streak of red light appeared in the rearview mirror, unheralded, unreasonable in its speed. Before Brother Phone could discern whether it was a police siren or some spectral flame. Whoosh! That sound bore no resemblance to engine roar. It was the shrill slicing cry of a blade parting silk. A crimson afterimage flooded the windshield, then shrank with dizzying velocity. A violent gust ripped past, and the 2-ton GTR swayed drunkenly as flimsy as paper. Silence swallowed the cabin. The heavy metal still blared, but both men's skulls buzzed with hollow ringing silence. Wah! Blonde youth dropped his phone, straight onto his lap, yet felt nothing, only staring dumbfounded at the unmistakable, perfectly rounded red taillights ahead. What was that? Just gone. Brother Feng's grip on the wheel locked rigid. His earlier aura of invincible solitude shattered beyond repair. That crimson Porsche 911 Turbo S slithered through dense traffic like an eel, shifting lanes, overtaking, correcting course, with no brake lights ever flashing. Only full throttle, relentless forward motion. Inside the Porsche, the howl of the wind was muffled by laminated acoustic glass, leaving only the languid velvety flow of jazz from the Burmester sound system. Chen Hui guided the wheel with one hand, even tapping his fingers lightly to the rhythm, as relaxed as if strolling through his own backyard. Shen Qingming tilted her head, cheeks flushed, eyes unfocused yet instinctively alert. This man, driving a multi-million-dollar supercar while dancing along the razor's edge of the speed limit, had a pulse calmer than when paying his monthly rent. Hey! Shen Qingming extended a finger, soft, unsteady, and gently poked Chen Hui's arm. With skills like yours you could win trophies in professional racing. So why hide out as a security guard in my crumbling apartment building? Chen Hui glanced in the rearview mirror, then deftly flicked the paddle shifter, downshifting with rev-matched throttle, to overtake another car. Sister Shen, these days talent alone isn't enough. You need connections. He sighed, voice heavy with the weary gravitas of a retired cadre. All the good opportunities are already claimed, like carrots buried deep in the soil. I want to advance too, but reality remains stubbornly lean. Security work. Perfect. Saves 40 years of detours, straight to retirement. Shen Qingming froze. Her gaze lingered on the collar of his t-shirt, worn thin, slightly wrinkled from countless washes. A quiet pang pierced her chest. This young man, always carefree, sharp-tongued, was living a harder life than she'd imagined. And his mother was ill. The wine surged upward, sharpening her empathy into something tender and raw. She fumbled open the glove compartment. Clatter! A heavy brown paper envelope tumbled out and landed squarely on Chen Hui's thigh. Take it. Chen Hui looked down. A thick wad of crisp crimson 100 yuan bills. Roughly 100,000 yuan. As agreed. Shen Qingming leaned back, striving to maintain the stern composure of a seasoned landlady, even as her tongue thickened slightly. Skill manual, for 10,000. Shen Qingming never renege on debts. Chen Hui's grip tightened almost imperceptibly on the steering wheel. Even drunk beyond reason, this woman remembered every detail. Thanks, Sister Shen. He accepted without hesitation, stuffed the money securely into his pocket. Then, Shen Qingming's expression twisted violently. Her pale face flushed with a strange, feverish crimson. A choked, guttural groan rose from her throat. Ugh! Chen Hui's pupils contracted in shock, 10 times faster than during any prior overtake. Don't vomit inside the car. His shout cracked like thunder. Left hand steadied the wheel, right hand blurred, slamming the passenger window switch. Icy wind rushed in. This leather upholstery costs thousands to clean. Jolted by the cold blast, Shen Qingming clenched her jaw against the churning nausea and glared at him, wounded and indignant. You're worried about the car right now, eh? Chen Hui coughed dryly. I'm afraid you'll vomit on the money. It hasn't even warmed up in my pocket yet. Shen Qingming rolled her eyes so hard it nearly hurt. Greedy jerk. She muttered, and then overwhelmed lurched forward, head thrusting out the window. At that, behind them, the GTR, shaken off moments before, came barreling back like a rabid hound. Brother Feng's eyes burned blood red. His foot pressed the accelerator pedal deep into the floorboard. Damn it. A cheap sneak attack while I wasn't looking. I was racing before you were even out of diapers. Catch. Leveraging its raw straight-line power, the GTR finally closed the gap, clamping onto the Porsche's tail like a vice. In the passenger seat, the blonde youth seethed with righteous fury. Viewers had flooded the live stream with mocking comments. This humiliation had to be avenged. Brother Feng, hold steady. I'll handle the trash talk. He unbuckled his seatbelt, half his body leaning out the window, raising his middle finger toward the crimson Porsche ahead. The distance between the cars narrowed rapidly. Drawing breath deep into his dantian, he opened his mouth to unleash a classic curse. Waste. The final syllable never escaped his lips. From the Porsche's passenger window, a head suddenly emerged. Then, a semi-liquid projectile rich with expensive whiskey and undigested food, launched in a perfect parabolic arc. propelled by the hurricane-force wind at 180 km/h. Like a precision-guided biochemical warhead. Splat. Direct hit. Blonde youth's vision went black. Warm, viscous, acid-laced matter plastered his entire face. Because his mouth hung open mid-curse, a generous portion slid smoothly, deep into his throat. Silence fell. That taste. Fermented caustic, biologically weaponized. Ugh. His eyes bulged wide, eyelashes dripping with unidentifiable residue. Inside the Porsche, Chen Qingming exhaled, deeply refreshed, retracted her head, and dabbed her lips with elegant precision using a tissue. Through the rearview mirror, she caught sight of the passenger seat of the GTR, and the creature emerging from the swamp of its own making. Ugh. Chen Qingming clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with horror. Oh no, Chen Hui. I think I just vomited on his face. Chen Hui glanced in the mirror, his lips twitching. That accuracy. A national tragedy that he hadn't been recruited as a bombardier. No worries, Sister Shun. His tone remained utterly unruffled, tinged perhaps with quiet amusement. They followed too closely. That makes it entirely their fault. But what if they demand compensation for emotional distress? After all, I did initiate the offense. Chen Qingming sounded genuinely contrite. Vomiting into someone's mouth was objectively a profound breach of etiquette. Relax. I know the unwritten rules of the road. Chen Hui freed one hand, tapped twice on the center console. Click, click. The Porsche's hazard lights flashed, twice. Brilliant in the darkness. 2 flashes. That's the universal international gesture of apology, Chen Hui declared deadpan. Chen Qingming blinked. Really? Absolutely. And there's a secondary meaning. He grinned, revealing teeth startlingly white in the dim light. Which is, sorry, but Dad's bolting. Ruawayer. Before the last word left his lips, he slammed the drive mode selector into Sport Plus. The Porsche's rear exhaust erupted in a deafening detonation, like a crimson rocket igniting, shattering the last vestiges of aerodynamic resistance. It vanished into the endless night, leaving behind only 2 taillights gleaming with unmistakable sardonic mockery. Behind, in the GTR's cockpit, Brother Feng stared at the fading double flash, then at the vanishing silhouette, and went utterly still. What the A? How dare he flash lights as mockery? We can't let this slide. Bro start yelling, WHOA. He whipped his head around, and froze at the sight of blonde youth's devastation. His hands jerked, nearly sending the car careening into the guardrail. Blonde youth was coated head to toe in indescribable matter, trembling as he clawed frantically at his own mouth. That acrid fermented stench detonated inside the sealed cabin, more potent than any chemical agent. Tears welled. Then his stomach convulsed in violent sympathetic echo. Erg. A second, more catastrophic wave erupted, splattering directly across Brother Feng's prized carbon fiber dashboard. My car. Erg. Don't vomit on me. Erg. On the midnight expressway, the GTR veered erratically to the shoulder, its interior echoing with the raw, despairing shrieks of 2 broken men. Screeching. The piercing sound of brakes tore through the night sky. Tires left a black mark on the ground, the smell of burning rubber instantly overpowering the exhaust fumes by the roadside. The red Porsche 911 stood like a raging bull, blocking the gilded entrance of the D-High clubhouse. The car door popped open. A red-soled high heel struck the ground, its slender heel making a sound upon impact. Chen Qingming emerged from the car. The night breeze alleviated some of the turbulent nausea in her stomach. She raised her hand to organize her long hair and buttoned her trench coat all the way to the top. The image of the drunken mess she had been moments ago vanished. In her place stood the aloof Miss Shun, who usually collected rent in that shabby apartment building. Chen Hui. Chen Qingming fixed her gaze on the revolving door, her voice as cold as ice. Slapping him twice would be too lenient. She turned to look at the man who was getting out of the driver's seat. You have connections. Is there any way to ruin his reputation completely? It would be best if he could never show his face in this circle again. Chen Hui slammed the car door and tugged at his... Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow, looking heartbroken. Sister Shun, this is where you are wrong. Chen Hui's tone turned serious. I am a decent person. Following the law is my bottom line. Engaging in such immoral, underhanded, and possibly illegal activities. Chen Qingming remained expressionless, her slender fingers raised a 1. Once it's done, add an extra 100,000. Chen Hui shifted his tone, his face instantly adorned with a sincere smile, his white teeth reflecting under the neon lights. Such tasks aside from me, no one can handle more beautifully. Physical castration or mental destruction. I have packages fair and square. Chen Qingming rolled her eyes. This bastard had the face of a dog. She couldn't be bothered to waste words and strode directly toward the entrance in her high heels. Just as she reached the steps, 2 muscular arms crossed in front of her like 2 railings, blocking her path completely. Sorry. 2 bodyguards in black suits wearing sunglasses stood like iron towers at a height of nearly 6.5 feet. Tonight, young Master Wang has reserved the venue, no entry for outsiders. The bodyguard's gaze lingered on Chen Qingming's high-end trench coat for a second before sweeping over Chen Hui's cheap attire, the corner of his mouth twitching. Such a combination was not unusual at Dihai. A rich woman with a boy toy. But this was a top-tier venue, and an ordinary rich woman simply didn't have enough clout. Shen Qingming's brows tightened instantly. As the daughter of the Shen family, when had she ever been blocked outside? Get out of the way. The bodyguards remained unmoved, even their expressions unchanged. Shen Qingming's anger surged, and she reached for her Hermes Birkin bag. If her face didn't work, then she'd use money. This had been her only way of solving problems for over 20 years. Just as her hand reached into the bag, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. It was dry, powerful. Don't move. Chen Hui's voice rang in her ear, devoid of the playful tone from before. Shen Qingming was taken aback and turned to look at him. Chen Hui nodded towards the several cameras flashing red dots above them. They're all 4K high definition. They can capture even your pores clearly. If you take out money now, that would be bribery, especially in a public place. He released her wrist, a half smile on his face. Do you believe that even before the money is handed over we would be kicked out? Then there won't be any catching someone in the act. Tomorrow's headline will be you, Miss Shin, causing a scene in a nightclub. Shen Qingming froze. This kind of street rule was something she truly didn't understand. What to do then? She gritted her teeth. Just barge in. Barging in is for brutes. Chen Hui adjusted his collar, a hint of amusement appearing on his face. Learn from this. This is called social etiquette. After saying that, Chen Hui stuck his hand into his pants pocket, rummaging around for a moment. When he pulled it out, he had 2 shiny gold boxes in his hand. 95 Supreme. Still unopened. Chen Hui took a step forward, seemingly casually, swaying his body. Click. The 2 boxes of cigarettes slipped from his fingers, landing precisely next to the leather shoes of the 2 bodyguards. The sound was soft, but amid the raucous music it precisely pierced the ears of the bodyguards. Oh! Chen Hui slapped his thigh, raising his voice by 8 degrees, a look of regret on his face. Since young Master Wang has reserved the venue, we won't intrude. Let's go, let's go. As he spoke, he winked at the 2 bodyguards. That look held 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts you know what I mean. After saying that, without another word, Chen Hui pulled the bewildered Shen Qingming and turned towards the shadows on the side. Shen Qingming stumbled 2 steps as she was dragged. Hey, are you crazy? We're just leaving like this. Shoo. Chen Hui made a silencing gesture, his footsteps quickening. At the entrance, the 2 bodyguards exchanged glances, their eyes shining behind their sunglasses. This kid is an old hand. The bodyguard on the left subtly shifted half a step, his large size, 10 shoes perfectly covering the box of 95 Supreme. The sensation underfoot felt somewhat hard. It wasn't cigarette tobacco. A glance down revealed that it was not cigarettes stuffed inside the transparent wrapper. Instead, it was bright red $100 bills. A box of cigarettes could easily hold 300. 2 boxes. 600. That would cover half a month's salary for them. The 2 exchanged knowing glances. With a gentle tug of his toe, the cigarette box smoothly slid into the shadow of the booth behind them. Subsequently, the bodyguard on the right casually shifted his body just enough to give a blind spot to the employee passageway. 2 minutes later, Chen Hui, with Shen Qingming, confidently pushed open the employee passage to the side of Dihai. At the entrance sat 2 security guards, absorbed in scrolling through short videos. Upon seeing the 2 enter, the security guards merely lifted their eyelids, glancing at Chen Hui's calm face, then at the imposing aura of Shen Qingming, who stood nearly 2 meters tall. Then they continued to scroll through their videos as if these 2 living beings were mere air. It was not until they stepped into the corridor filled with heavy metal music that Shen Qingming snapped back to reality. She turned back to glance at the entrance, her face filled with disbelief. We just got in. How did you know that stuffing money in the cigarettes would work? What if they refused? Chen Hui casually grabbed a glass of soda water from a passing waiter's tray and handed it to Shen Qingming. The devil is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Those guarding the place earn very little. They rely on these extra earnings to support their families. If you give them money directly, it's an insult, and it would cause them trouble. That was found, so the nature is different. Chen Hui took a sip of water, his tone as casual, as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. That's called etiquette. Shen Qingming took the cup, but did not drink. She stared at Chen Hui's profile, her expression suddenly turning peculiar. Wait a minute. Shen Qingming raised her cup, pointing to Chen Hui's empty pants pocket. I understand the operation. But, her tone turned somber, carrying a hint of danger. Those 2 boxes of 95 Supreme, why do they look so familiar? I remember I have 2 spare packs in my car's glove compartment. Chen Hui froze. He cleared his throat, pointing at the blinding spotlight above. Ahem. Sister Shen, look at this light. The largest Emperor Hall booth in Dihao is located on the suspended terrace directly above the dance floor. The one-way glass isolates the noise from below, allowing a view of the revelry below, where people seem like ants. On the genuine leather sofa, Wang Zhibin sat with one leg crossed, shaking a half glass of Louis XIII in his hand. His shirt collar was wide open, one hand inappropriately roaming the waist and hips of his female companion, while the other held a cigar, gesturing grandly. That female companion was a web celebrity known as Sweet Sauce, who currently nestled into Wang Zibin's arms, with a coy smile, her voice sweet enough to be pinched. Wang Xiao, I heard that the young lady from the Shen family is investigating your accounts recently. Aren't you worried she'll make a scene? Make a scene. Wang Zhibin scoffed, taking a deep puff of his cigar, the smoke billowing directly into the face of the beauty in his arms. What does Shen Qingning count for? She usually acts like a saint, not letting anyone touch her, living like a cold fit. If it weren't for that 15% of shares in her hands, I would have kicked her out long ago. The surrounding friends immediately echoed, bursting into lewd laughter. Exactly, Brother Wang is bearing humiliation for the greater good. The Shen family's cash flow is almost cut off, and once that old man enters the ICU, Shen Qingning will be nothing but a toothless tiger. Once Brother Wang gets married and transfers the assets to Shen Group, that will be the backyard of the Wang family. Wang Zhibin felt elated, reaching into the web celebrity's collar, his eyes dark and triumphant. After this month, not only will I swallow the Shen family's properties, but I will also make that bitch Shen Qingning kneel on the ground begging me. At that time I can play however I want. This statement was raw and vicious. Hiding behind the screen, Shen Qingning trembled, her nails digging deep into her palm. She bit her lip tightly, tears swirling in her eyes, yet burned dry by an overwhelming anger. This was the man she had loved for 3 years. This was the fiancé she had planned to entrust her life to. Just as Wang Zhibin was about to continue expounding on his grand ambitions, a sudden voice erupted like thunder on a clear day at the entrance of the booth. Well said. The voice was powerful and professional, instantly drowning out the background music. Wang Zhibin was startled, his hand shaking, the hot ash from his cigar falling onto his thigh, causing him to grimace in pain. Who? A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a man in a cheap t-shirt, holding a phone with the flash on, recording in 4K HD at the center of the booth. His face was covered by a piece of cloth that looked like it had been ripped off from somewhere, revealing only a pair of small. Chen Hui stood steady like a human tripod, even zooming in to capture a close-up of Wang Zhibin's panicked face. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Chen Hui exclaimed while recording. This line delivery, this villainous demeanor, I won't watch the Oscars without you. Could you repeat that grandiose speech about swallowing the Shen family? I didn't catch it all, and this will be evidence in court. It would be a shame to miss a word. Wang Zhibin's face instantly turned as dark as a pot's bottom. He smashed his glass in a rage, shards flying. He pointed at Chen Hui, veins bulging on his neck. Who the hell told you to record? Smash that phone. Take him out. If anything goes wrong, it's on me. Just as his words dropped, a skinny man in a tight tank top covered in tattoos stood up beside Wang Zhibin. This skinny man was a former fighter from a sports school known for his ruthless tactics, usually handling Wang Zhibin. Kid, Brother Wang is talking to you. Are you deaf? The skinny man disdainfully cursed as he strode up to Chen Hui. He didn't regard the slender security at all, raising his hand for a vicious shove aimed directly at Chen Hui's shoulder, intending to take him down before grabbing the phone. Chen Hui did not dodge. He didn't even change his stance, steadily holding the phone. Just as the skinny man's palm touched Chen Hui's shoulder, an unexpected change occurred. There was no sound of muscle colliding. Instead, a sickening crack of bone filled the air. Crack. The skinny man felt as if his hand was not pushing against flesh, but rather against a high-speed meat grinder. A dreadful and brutal rebound force surged up his bones. Boom. The skinny man felt as if he had been struck head-on by an invisible truck, his feet leaving the ground as he flew backward. Ah! The scream barely escaped his lips. Slap. The skinny man crashed heavily to the ground, his knees slamming painfully against the marble floor. The sound was painful to hear. There were 2 crisp bone cracks. The skinny man knelt on the ground. Silence. A deathly silence. Wang Zhibin's mouth fell open, forgetting to pick up his fallen cigar. Sweet sauce covered her mouth, her eyes nearly bulging out. Even Shen Qingning, standing behind, forgot her sorrow, staring dumbfounded at the scene. Had Chen Hui moved? It seemed not at all. Chen Hui looked down at the skinny man writhing in pain before him, cleared his throat, and put away his phone, wearing an expression of pleasantly surprised. Oh brother, it's our first meeting, there's no need for such grand gestures. Chen Hui took half a step back, speaking sincerely. Although I am highly esteemed, you are being too polite. Get up, it's not the time for this. The skinny man was sweating coldly from the pain, his kneecap feeling shattered. Hearing Chen Hui's sarcastic remark, he was infuriated, his eyes bloodshot, and his reason snapped. Damn you, I'll get up. The skinny man roared, using his position on the ground to swing his intact left fist, viciously smashing towards Chen Hui's shin. If this punch landed, an ordinary person would need at least 3 months to recover. However, Chen Hui remained unmoved, even having the leisure to flash a peace sign at the camera. Slap. At the moment the fist struck, Chen Hui's shin physics failed once again. The recoil was more violent and savage than before. The skinny man felt as if his punch had struck a C4 explosive activated on contact. Whoosh. He was once again flung back, spinning 360 degrees in the air in a manner that defied logic, like a rag doll, and with a thud he landed face first on the ground. This time it was his ribs that broke. Puff. The skinny man nearly spat out old blood, feeling as if his entire body was falling apart, severe pain causing his vision to fade. Chen Hui sighed, looking at him with disappointment. Why are you still on the ground? I said no need for politeness. Saying this, Chen Hui bent down to help the skinny man up. Come on, the ground is cold, don't freeze the child. Looking at the outstretched hand, the skinny man's pupils constricted violently, as if he saw the claws of a devil. The previous feeling of being injured on contact had completely shattered his worldview. Is this even a human? Is this a human-shaped hedgehog? Don't touch me. The skinny man let out a shrill scream, his will to survive reaching its peak at that moment. I'll crawl myself. I'll crawl myself. After saying this, the once arrogant little thug now squirmed backward like a white maggot, enduring the searing pain, using his elbows to push against the ground. 1-2. After crawling 3 meters away, the skinny man rolled his eyes and finally fainted from the pain. Chen Hui scratched his head, a bit surprised. The in-game Master of Thorns unexpectedly had such explosive effects in reality. He turned around, looking at the already dumbfounded Wang Zhibin and others, pointing at the corpse on the ground, seriously explaining. Look how sleep-deprived your brother is, his bones are so brittle. A light touch, and he fractures. Chen Hui shook his head, his tone that of a worried father. I punish you to get a good night's sleep. Good night. The fainted skinny man, Wang Zhibin, Shen Qingming. The air in the private room seemed to freeze. The thin man on the floor, still twitching, served as a silent warning that pinned everyone in place. Wang Zhibin looked at Chen Hui, swallowing hard. Although he was a wastrel, he wasn't a fool. If the thin man could normally take on 3 opponents without a problem, but was now incapacitated without even touching his opponent, what did that imply? It indicated that the man in the security uniform before him was a tough opponent. Why, you better not do anything reckless. Wang Zhibin shouted with a fierce facade, yet his body instinctively shrank deeper into the sofa. I am the heir of the Wang family. If you dare to touch me, I will make it impossible for you to survive in Jinghai City. Chen Hui dug at his ear, a look of impatience on his face. I've heard enough of these standard villain lines to develop calluses in my ears. Can't you come up with something new? Like 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, or something? Wang Zhibin was left speechless, his face reddening. He turned to look at Shen Qingming, trying to regain his composure through her. Shen Qingming, are you trying to completely sever ties by bringing this barbarian to cause trouble? Wang Zhibin gritted his teeth. Don't forget the Shen family is struggling to stay afloat right now. Do you still dare to offend me? Shen Qingming remained silent. She simply gazed at Wang Zhibin, observing the man who once swore eternal love to her now transformed into a grotesque figure. The numbing effect of alcohol was fading, replaced by a clarity and coldness that penetrated deep into her bones. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels striking the marble floor echoed. Shen Qingming moved, stepping over Chen Hui as she made her way towards Wang Zhibin. With each step, her aura intensified. The slightly disheveled trench coat now felt like battle armor. Her chin lifted, her gaze disdainful, returning to the decisive demeanor of the young lady shone in the business world. Severing ties. Shen Qingming reached the coffee table, looking down at Wang Zhibin with a mocking smirk. Wang Zhibin, have you misunderstood something? I, Shen Qingming, never need to consider anyone's feelings. I bestowed you favors before because I regarded you as a person. Now, slap. A resounding slap struck Wang Zhibin's face, delivered with such force that Shen Qingming had put all her strength into it, even utilizing her waist's power. Wang Zhibin's head jerked to the side, half of his face instantly swollen, with 5 vivid finger marks, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The room fell into silence. Those who had been watching the show were dumbfounded. Was this still the legendary Shen family young lady, known for her aloofness and restraint, who wouldn't even let anyone hold her hand? Why you dare to hit me? Wang Zhibin covered his face, eyes wide with disbelief. This slap is for my 3 years of blindness. Shen Qingming's voice was cold, and she retaliated with another slap. Slap. This one was even harder, sending Wang Zhibin's cigar flying from his mouth. This slap is for the resources you took from the Shen family. You better spit out what you've taken from me. Wang Zhibin was stunned, his mind blank. Who dared to treat him this way since childhood? The nearby internet celebrity, Tian Sauce, finally reacted. Although she feared Chen Hui, she thought that Shen Qingming was just a woman, and this was a good opportunity to show off. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Tian Sauce shrieked, rushing towards Shen Qingming with flailing arms in an attempt to shove her away. How could you hit young Master Wang? You crazy woman. Shen Qingming didn't even look back. At the moment Tian Sauce rushed to her side, she suddenly sidestepped, her left hand darting out like lightning, grabbing the meticulously styled waves of Tian Sauce's hair. Tian Sauce let out a scream, her scalp feeling as if it would be torn off her body, forced to lean back. I almost forgot about you, little mistress. Shen Qingming turned her head, her gaze as icy, as if she were looking at a cockroach. Was it this mouth that was being sarcastic earlier? Before Tian Sauce could plead for mercy, Shen Qingming lifted her knee and struck her flat stomach, which lacked any muscular protection. Bang! Ugh! This strike was swift and ferocious. Tian Sauce's eyes bulged as the expensive champagne she had just drunk, mixed with gastric acid, surged forth from her mouth. Shun Qingning disdainfully released her grip, allowing Tian sauce to collapse to the ground like a pile of mud, clutching her stomach and retching in agony. That's enough. Shun Qingning took out a wet wipe from her bag, slowly wiping her fingers as if she had touched something dirty. Wang Zhibin, the engagement is cancelled. Tomorrow, I will have my lawyer deliver the termination letter to your company. As for the shares you've swallowed. She crumpled the dirty wipe into a ball and accurately threw it at Wang Zibin's face. I will make you kneel and beg me to return them with interest. With that, Shun Qingning turned and left her back incredibly graceful. Wanna leave? Wang Zhibin finally snapped back to reality from the shock and pain. If he let Shun Qingning go after being slapped in front of so many people, how would he survive in the circle from now on? Shame and anger instantly overwhelmed his reason. What are you all standing there for? Go get her. Wang Zhibin shouted hysterically, pointing at Shun Qingning and Chen Hui's retreating figures. Block the door, take out the men, and tie up the women. If someone dies, I'll take the responsibility. With Wang Zibin's command, the 7 or 8 people who had been watching from the corner of the private room, and several of Wang Zibin's lackeys, a total of about 10 people, immediately surrounded them. They wielded wine bottles, ashtrays, and even collapsible batons, each wearing a fierce expression. The thin man had fallen due to a sneak attack. They were numerous, so surely they weren't afraid of just a man and a woman. Shun Qingning, you bitch. If you can walk out of this door upright today, I'll take your surname. Wang Zhibin covered his swollen face, his eyes filled with resentment. Shun Qingning hesitated for a moment. She looked at the hulking men surrounding them, feeling her face pale slightly. The earlier bravado was fueled by momentum. Now that she was calm, she knew the situation was dire. Chen Hui. Shun Qingning instinctively leaned closer to Chen Hui. Can you use that? Smoking. Chen Hui looked at the group of menacing giants and chuckled. Sister Shin, I'm afraid that won't work this time. He tucked his phone back into his pocket and cracked his neck, producing a series of crisp sounds. Besides, since young Master Wang is so enthusiastic, we can't neglect to return the favor. He took a step forward, positioning himself in front of Shun Qingning. Facing a dozen armed men, he showed no signs of fear, instead revealing an expression of eager young Master Wang, to be honest, I dislike violence the most. Chen Hui sighed. But if you insist on pushing me to act, then I can only reluctantly test my skills. Stop wasting time. Kill him. A bald man yelled angrily, brandishing an empty Louis XIII bottle and charging forward. His target was Shun Qingning. After all, it's easier to go after the soft targets. As long as they captured Shun Qingning, wouldn't the man have to comply? The others understood, and majority of them lunged at Shun Qingning. Shun Qingning's pupils constricted, instinctively wanting to retreat. At that moment, Chen Hui, standing in front of her, suddenly made an extremely simple, yet incredibly insulting gesture. He slowly raised his right hand, clenching his fist. Then that slender middle finger amidst the fierce glares rose straight up. In that instant, an invisible ripple seemed to spread through the air. Divine mockery. The bald man, originally rushing towards Shun Qingning, suddenly halted. His eyes, which had been fixed on Shun Qingning, were now magnetically drawn to Chen Hui's upright middle finger. For some reason, that middle finger looked so glaring, so detestable, so deserving of a beating. It was like an archenemy doing a dance in front of him. It was like a new car getting scratched and someone peeing on it. An uncontrollable rage surged from his feet to the top of his head. Fuck you. The bald man's eyes instantly bloodshot, veins bulging on his neck. He let out a beast-like roar. He forcefully twisted his body midair, completely ignoring Shun Qingning, who was right next to him, like a bull gone wild, charging at Chen Hui. Not just him. The dozen men who had been encircling them now all seemed to be possessed. In their eyes, there was no longer Shun Qingning, no longer Wang Zhibin. The entire world was reduced to that upright middle finger. Kill him. I can't stand that finger. I want to break it. Boom. More than a dozen men surged like zombies, roaring and howling, overwhelming Chen Hui from all sides. Shun Qingning stood rooted, watching this scene, completely dumbfounded. What kind of tactic is this? Come on. Facing the rushing tide of people, Chen Hui not only didn't dodge, but instead stood firm, his energy centered, steady as a mountain. Bang. The bald man's bottle smashed first against Chen Hui's forehead. The bottle shattered. However, instead the bald man let out a shrill scream, his body vibrating violently, as if he had been electrocuted. He felt as though the bottle had not struck his head, but rather slammed into a red-hot iron plate, and the recoil shattered his grip. Whoosh. The bald man flew backward faster than he had charged, crashing into the wall-mounted LCD TV and shattering the screen. Immediately after, crack, bang, a series of muffled sounds exploded in the private room. Fists and clubs rained down on Chen Hui. Other than the sound, there was no effect whatsoever. In fact, the attackers themselves suffered. Some rolled on the ground, clutching their wrists in pain. Others wept while hugging their legs, while some were sent flying several meters away, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc in the air. Chen Hui stood in the center of the crowd, looking relaxed. He even had the leisure to give comments. That punch lacked force, didn't you eat? While that kick was high, don't kick in your next life. Don't crowd, there's enough for everyone. In less than half the dozen or so people who had been fierce moments ago were now all lying on the ground wailing. Only 2 people remained standing in the private room. Wang Zhibin and the recently risen Tian Sauce. The 2 looked at the scene that resembled a slaughterhouse, their souls leaving their bodies, their legs cramping. Is this even human? This is simply a humanoid Gundam. Monster. Monster. Wang Zibin's teeth chattered, and he turned to flee. However, Chen Hui's still raised middle finger seemed to possess some kind of magic. Wang Zhibin, who had planned to escape, suddenly found his body freezing. His reason screamed frantically, "Run!" But his legs, out of his control, turned around and took steps towards his hands, formed fists, adopting an extremely standard boxing stance. And no, don't. Wang Zibin's face was filled with terror, tears, and snot flowing freely. My legs. Why won't they listen to me? I don't want to hit you. Big brother. Grandpa. Help. As Wang Zhibin cried and begged for mercy, he took confident steps forward, charging towards Chen Hui without hesitation. The fear of his body betraying his will was worse than death. Tian Sauce beside him was the same. As she screamed, "Yamit," she flailed her freshly manicured nails, lunging at Chen Hui like a madwoman. This skill is a bit unethical. Chen Hui looked at the 2 who were crying but still wanted to throw themselves at him, silently giving a thumbs up to divine mockery. Since you're so enthusiastic, I'll grant your wish. Chen Hui remained in place. Tian Sauce's nails scratched against his arm. Crack. Her nails broke off at the roots. My nails. Tian Sauce screamed, pushed back by the recoil, landing on the ground with a thud. Next was Wang Zhibin. He cried out sincerely, delivering a wild swing of a punch to Chen Hui's chest. Whoa, that hurts. Bang. Wang Zhibin felt as if his wrist had been crushed by a hydraulic press. The tremendous backlash coursed through his body. He felt like he had been hit in by an invisible truck, his feet leaving the ground as he traced an ungraceful arc in the air. Thud. Wang Zhibin crashed face first into a pile of shattered glass on the floor. This time he truly couldn't get up. The private room finally fell silent. Only the sounds of groaning remained alongside the pulsating dance music still playing. Just then voices from the security outside rang out. Who was causing trouble? Chen Hui and Shen Qingming exchanged glances, reacting promptly as they both shouted, "Run!" At the end of the corridor, the chaotic footsteps sounded like a pack of hungry wolves closing in, accompanied by the furious shouts of the security captain. Block all exits. Not even a fly should escape. Chen Hui was about to rush towards the side door with Shen Qingming when he noticed the crackling sound of the intercom coming from that direction. They were caught in a pincer attack. This way. In a moment of urgency, Shen Qingming grabbed Chen Hui's wrist. The hand that had just been striking accurately and fiercely was now slightly sweating. At this moment, she didn't seem like a wealthy young lady, but rather like a high school student sneaking out with her boyfriend, carelessly pushing open a half-closed door. The 2 stumbled in. It was an extremely cramped employee changing room filled with miscellaneous items and discarded uniforms, the air thick with the scent of cheap laundry detergent mixed with aged wood. The space was so tight that it was maddening. The moment they entered, turning around was already difficult. Chen Hui's back pressed against the cold metal cabinet, while Shen Qingming was forced to press her whole body against him. Shoo! The footsteps outside thundered by, and the security guards' curses could be heard clearly through the... Where are they? Check the stairwell. Only when the footsteps gradually faded did their tense nerves relax. In the darkness, senses were magnified infinitely. Chen Hui looked down and could see Shen Qingming's long fair neck, which was slightly flushed from their previous frantic movements. A warm breath uncontrollably brushed against her ear. Shen Qingming's body stiffened suddenly. A shiver of electric-like sensation raced down her spine. Only then did she realize how ambiguous their position was. Her cheek was pressed tightly against Chen Hui's chest, and she could even hear the strong beat of his heart. Thump, thump, thump. She couldn't tell if it was his or hers. Shen Qingming, flustered, wanted to pull away, but found behind her was a mop bucket, leaving her nowhere to retreat. Her gaze drifted, unsure where to place it, but it was fixed on the obvious red mark on Chen Hui's chest under the... That was the punch thrown by Wang Zhibin during his outburst earlier. Shen Qingming's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. When those 10 or so people surrounded them, this guy hadn't even frowned, standing in front like a wall. Slowly raising her hand, her fingertips hovered next to the red mark, her brows slightly furrowed. The usual domineering queen aura she exuded had vanished, replaced by a softness she had never shown before. Does it still hurt? Chen Hui grinned. Hiss. Sister Shen, I suggest you don't move around too much. Chen Hui's tone was serious, his body tense like a stone. By heaven's virtue, although he was a seasoned rogue in his past life, this life's body was that of a vigorous young man in his early 20s, full of energy and vitality. In such a cramped, closed space, bursting with hormones, if he didn't react at all, he would need to see a urologist. Upon hearing this and sensing the changes in Chen Hui's body, Shen Qingming was first stunned, then her cheeks flushed. But soon after, her indomitable spirit surged back. She was Shen Qingming, when had it been someone else's turn to look down on her? What's wrong? Shun Qingming tilted her head slightly, her peach blossom eyes sparkling brilliantly in the darkness, carrying a hint of provocation. Do you dislike me so much? Tell me the truth, she pressed. Chen Hui sighed helplessly. It's not that I dislike you, it's just that I don't play with He paused, speaking honestly. I just can't handle you. In the darkness a soft laugh emerged. Shun Qingming suddenly reached out her left hand, her long fingers gently grasping Chen Hui's chin, forcing him to lower his head. Her beautiful eyes did not shy away, locking onto Chen Hui's eyes with an intensity that seemed to hide hooks within them. Who said you could control me? She stood on her tiptoes, her red lips slightly parted, her voice languid and enchanting like a fairy in the night. Little brother. The way she said those two words was mesmerizing. She leaned closer, their breaths intertwining, her nose almost touching Chen Hui's. She smiled and blew a breath laced with a hint of alcohol towards his lips. Then she suddenly let go, pushed open the changing room door, and turned to walk out. Utilizing the corridor's light, she leisurely tied her scattered hair back into a high ponytail. She turned her head and playfully stuck her tongue out at Chen Hui, who was still dazed in the changing room. Just kidding. After saying that, she stepped out in her high heels, walking lightly, as if the alluring fairy from moments ago was merely a figment of Chen Hui's imagination. Leaning against the metal cabinet, Chen Hui calmed his racing blood and sighed helplessly. Great, another one corrupted. Hey, why do I have to be the another one? The two, like thieves, avoided the patrolling security guards and quietly slipped out of Dihua. Just as they reached the open-air parking lot, Chen Hui suddenly reached out to stop Shun Qingming, pulling her behind the shadow of a Porsche 911. She'll look over there. Following the direction Chen Hui pointed, they saw two figures shakily supporting each other as they stumbled out of the grand entrance of Dihua. It was Wang Zhibin and that internet celebrity Tian Sauce. At this moment, the two looked utterly disheveled. Wang Zhibin walked with a noticeable limp, clearly having fallen hard earlier. Tian Sauce fared even worse. Her proud waves had become a messy nest. Her makeup was a disaster, and remnants of vomit, not properly cleaned, clung to her face, exuding a sour smell. The two looked like zombies that had just crawled out of a trash heap. Wang Zhibin immediately spotted the conspicuous red Porsche 911 parked nearby. That was Shun Qingming's car. New grievances and old grudges surged to his heart, making Wang Zhibin tremble with rage and anger ignited within him. Damn, that pair of dog men and women have fled, but the car is still here. Wang Zhibin gritted his teeth, picking up a half-brick from the roadside. I will humiliate you thoroughly so you can understand the consequences of offending me. Beside him, Tian Sauce wore a face of hatred, directly taking off her broken high heel and holding that bitch. I will smash your windows and ruin your leather seats. The two rushed towards the Porsche just as they raised their weapons to strike. Suddenly, a chilling presence came from behind. Immediately after, a sinister voice echoed, sounding like a death-dealing spirit from hell. Is it these two? Wang Zhibin and Tian Sauce froze, instinctively turning around. They were met by a group of people they had not noticed standing behind them. Leading them was a white-haired man, beside whom stood a youth with hair resembling a messy chicken coop. Behind them followed 7 or 8 gangsters wielding wrenches and baseball bats, each with fierce eyes radiating an aura of violence. Most crucially, both the white-haired and yellow-haired young men exuded an indescribable fermented sour smell. It was the odor of vomit. The yellow-haired youth fixed his gaze on the two in front of him, his eyes lingering on Tian Sauce's painted face for 2 seconds. There were still traces left from when Shun Qingming had caused her to vomit. This scene instantly awakened the horrifying memories of the yellow-haired youth who had been enlightened in the passenger seat of a Jitar not long ago. His eyes turned red in an instant, and he spat on the ground fiercely. Damn, it's them. The yellow-haired youth pointed at Tian Sauce, his voice cracking with intense anger. Look, that girl's mouth is still smeared with vomit. This is residual evidence of the crime. The one who sprayed me in the face earlier was definitely those two. Tian Sauce looked dumbfounded, still holding her high heel. Huh, well what? Wang Zhibin was also dumbfounded. Bro, did you guys get the wrong person? He hadn't finished his sentence. Get the wrong person? You old bastard. If you dare to vomit in my mouth today, I will beat the shit out of you. The yellow-haired youth roared, releasing all the anger he had accumulated throughout the night. He took 2 steps back, then jumped up, delivering a powerful uppercut to the unprepared Tian Sauce. Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. Boom. Tian Sauce didn't even have time to scream as she fell backward, completely stiff. Immediately after, the white-haired youth also moved. Although he wasn't as dramatic as the yellow-haired youth, his strike was even more ruthless, kicking Wang Zhibin hard in the rear. You bastard. Wang Zhibin screamed in agony, clutching his rear as he flew away, crashing directly into the tire of the Porsche. But this was just the beginning. The group of gangsters saw their leader make a move and immediately rushed in, various bizarre attack names echoing throughout the night. Watch out. Secret Leaf Skill 1000 Years of Pain. A boy made hand seals and accurately poked at Wang Zhibin, who was trying to get up with his butt in the air. Ayo! Wang Zhibin let out a wretched scream that didn't sound human, his eyes bulging out. Another boy jumped onto the engine hood, arms outstretched, as he dove down. The crow sits on a plane. Tornado destroys the parking lot. Let me send you flying. The scene became extremely chaotic and brutal. Wang Jibin and Tian Sauce were like two punching bags submerged in a sea of fists and feet from the enraged street racers. Shen Qingning, hiding in the shadows, watched in astonishment. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her red lips slightly parted, completely unable to comprehend the absurd spectacle unfolding before her. Shen Qingning hesitated and turned to look at Chen Hui, who was calmly watching the show, her tone filled with disbelief and a hint of suspicion. Is this your plan too? Chen Hui was taken aback. To be fair, it really wasn't. He had never expected those two unfortunate street racers would chase them all the way here. How could this be? Chen Hui was about to shake his head in denial. Shen Qingning suddenly patted his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with excitement, feeling the thrill of revenge. Well done. This tactic of using someone else's hand to kill is simply brilliant. She raised a finger confidently. Add another 100,000. The knot that was on the tip of Chen Hui's tongue turned and swallowed back down his throat. Chen Hui adjusted his collar, his tone firm, even carrying a hint of the lonely, snowy demeanor of a master. That's right, everything is part of my plan. Confident. In the night-shrouded parking lot, screams rose and fell with a fierce cadence. Huang Bai and Mao. Each kick was an exhibition of style and competence. Wang Zibin's wails had slid from tenor into a whining nasal lilt. Tiantianjiang even lost a false eyelash which landed on Wang Miao's shoelace and fluttered in the breeze. Shen Qingning crossed her arms in the shadows, watching with relish as a vindictive satisfaction played across her. Tisk, truly satisfying, she murmured, as if witnessing a gratis immersive drama. She half longed for a bucket of popcorn. It seems the wicked must be tempered by the wicked. The ancients did not deceive me. Chen Hui stood aside, listening to the dull thuds of each landed blow, and involuntarily pointed at the red Porsche battered in the melee. At that moment, a youth executed a whirlwind kick, missed his target, and struck the Porsche's side mirror. With a sharp click, the costly mirror fell away, tumbling like a kite with a severed string. Sister Shun, though the spectacle is moving, I must remind you. Chen Hui's eyelid twitched. You're 911. Shen Qingning followed his gaze to see her beloved car's door dented and the hood stamped, with several black footprints left by those hooligans. Yet Shen Qingning merely toyed with her car keys, as if flicking a worthless plastic trinket. Huh. Out with the old, in with the new. Shen Qingning shrugged with an effortless air. At worst, I'll sell it. By the way, the payment I promised, 200,000 in total. Cash or transfer. Chen Hui was momentarily cowed by that sudden display of nouveau riches. Is this the world of the wealthy? A multi-million car discarded at a whim. Chen Hui sobered his flippancy and asked, what about the company crisis? Shen Qingning shot him a sidelong glance, part disdain, part coquettish pride. A trivial issue. Enough nonsense. She swept a stray lock of hair behind her ear. I'm here. What's there to fear? Seeing Shen Qingning's I rule the world demeanor, Chen Hui fell silent. While the fighting raged, they slipped out of the parking lot and hailed a taxi. In the cab, Chen Hui watched the rushing nightscape while plotting future plans. With these 200,000 in hand and more than 4 million in the game, it was time to contemplate property. In his previous life, when the game fully invaded reality, the city's layout was upended. The bustling center became a disaster zone crawling with monsters, while the remote Sunlin Gonyuan region, because of its strategic terrain and mountain backdrop, Sunlin Gonyuan became a defensible golden district. Back then, even a shabby house there could fetch sky-high prices on par with today's Tangshan Epine. Countless top guilds bled to seize it. Now Sunlin Gonyuan, in most people's eyes, was a godforsaken suburb, and its property prices languished at a nadir. That's the information gap. Chen Hui's eyes lit. He turned to the dozing Shen Qingning. Sister Shen, you have broad connections. Do you know if any standalone villas near Sunlin Gonyuan are for sale? Shen Qingning opened her eyes and stared at him as if he were an alien. Sunlin Gonyuan. It's nothing but trees and mosquitoes. No delivery will reach it. Why would you go there? To cultivate immortality. Just tell me whether there are any. Chen Hui adopted a mysterious air. I observe the heavens at night. Its feng shui is excellent. Perfect for retirement. Retirement. Shen Qingning's mouth twitched. Could the excuse be more absurd? She thought for a moment and replied casually, there are actually. That area was a stalled development from years ago, or an eco-villa district with terrifyingly low occupancy. A larger standalone goes for about 3 million, a smaller one can be had for 2 million. 2 to 3 million. Chen Hui's heart leapt painfully. At that price, in 3 years, not even a single tile in a bathroom would be affordable. With over 4 million now at his disposal, he could easily buy one. Once greed awoke, it spread like weeds. If that was to become a strategic hub, one villa would not suffice. If he could secure the entire tract, wouldn't he launch directly from here to become the foremost landlord and guild? Chen Hui swallowed, capitalist gleam in his eyes, and tentatively asked Sister Shen, what if we bought the entire villa district? Shen Qingning paused, then looked at him as if he were a fool. Perceiving the impractical hunger in his eyes, she smiled with amusement and waved a slender finger before him. Buy the whole lot. Little brother, you have a large appetite. She slowly uttered a figure in a soft voice that struck Chen Hui like a hammer. At market value, a package price would be at least 150 million. So will you buy it? Uff. Chen Hui nearly spat blood. 150 million. He went slack as if frostbitten, slumping into the taxi's back seat. The earlier swell of him a millionaire pride was punctured and bled out cleanly. He had been hasty. He had assumed that 4 million elevated him above others, yet before true capital, he remained merely a junior. I want money. Chen Hui's eyes glazed as he muttered to himself. I want so much money. Seeing his dejected state, Shen Qingning couldn't help but poke his forehead. So you made money in the game, did you? You're talking big. Chen Hui came to rubbed his forehead, nodded, and his gaze hardened with resolve. Although 150 million now seemed astronomical within Shen, it was not an impossible goal. Calculating quickly, he had about 4.5 million in his account. His mother's condition still relied on hospital equipment, and moving her recklessly was too risky. Once the game's invasion began, and she was healed, he could take her later. The urgent task was to stake a claim. Forget the 150 million, selling myself wouldn't be worth that. Chen Hui gritted his teeth and made his decision. Start with a 3 million large unit. It must be the best location, turnkey ready. I need it within days. Shen Qingning arched an eyebrow in surprise. She had thought he was merely asking, but he was in earnest. 3 million. Are you sure? Shen Qingning sized him up. How much for a down payment? I know the developer there who I can arrange a low-interest loan. Chen Hui drew a deep breath and straightened his back, striving to appear affluent. A loan? Who are you under? He swept his hand grandly and declared all cash. After depositing Chen Hui back at his cramped lodgings, Shen Qingning went to deal with the company's mess. Before leaving, she promised to finalize the property's paperwork tomorrow and transfer the 200,000. Back in his narrow rental, Chen Hui surveyed the familiar furnishings without a trace of sentimentality. This place bore so much of his humiliation and helplessness. Tomorrow he would possess his first bastion. He knew, however, that this was merely the beginning. That villa was only the starting point. The 150 million small goal was the true measure of his ambition. After a quick wash, Chen Hui felt no weariness. He drank a large glass of water and solemnly lay down in the game pod. As the hatch closed and darkness enveloped him, Chen Hui's eyes shone startlingly bright. In this life, he would not only survive, he would live better than anyone. Enter the game. With the familiar sensation of weightlessness, his consciousness descended once more upon that enigmatic vast continent. At that moment, his objective crystallized as never before. Only 2 words remained in his mind: get rich. The novice village No. 12138 was bustling like a vegetable market just opened. In the center of the square, the teleportation portal, emitting a faint blue light, was surrounded by people in layers. Though the system glaringly reminded level 10 required to use this, was the very first main city teleportation portal opened in the entire server. Even if one couldn't enter, taking a screenshot would still be something to make other players envious. Don't push. Who's going to take responsibility if someone gets pregnant? Can the front move faster? I need to pose for a photo with a peace sign. Do you think this is a 5A scenic area? However, the most eye-catching wasn't the teleportation portal, but the village chief, standing at the side of the portal with a grizzled beard and an upright demeanor. At that moment, a wealthy player with the ID Yao he was clutching a handful of shiny silver coins, confidently shoving them into the village chief's arms. Old man, make an exception for me. I want to enter the city. I'll just stand on that teleportation array to take a screenshot, and these 50 silver coins are yours. Is that enough? The surrounding players gasped in shock. 50 silver coins. At this stage, that was a fortune. To their surprise, the village chief didn't even lift his eyelids. Just as the coins were about to touch the corner of his garment, a mere child. The village chief's voice boomed with righteous indignation, resonating throughout the wealth cannot change one's heart, and power cannot bend one's integrity. Do not taint my noble character with such filthy objects. Before his words finished, the village chief casually waved his bony hand. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed. The wealthy player didn't even have time to scream before being sent flying like a top. He spun in the air for 3.5 rounds before turning into a beam of white light, resurrecting back to the entire place fell silent. Then the crowd erupted into chaos. Damn, this NPC has quite the temper. Instant kill. Is this what they call looking at money as if it were dirt? The game developers must be out of their minds. They don't even want to earn money. Don't provoke this old man. Oh, I heard someone just now tried to force their way in, and their corpse is still hanging on the big tree at the village entrance. The village chief stood with his hands behind his back, looking disdainfully at the group of foolish adventurers, exhaling cold air from his nostrils, as if gazing at a flock of lambs ready for slaughter. Just then a commotion arose from the edge of the crowd. Make way, coming through him in a hurry. Chen Hui pushed through the crowded crowd and strode in. Who is this? So bold. Another one who isn't afraid of death. The wealthy player just now hasn't even cooled down yet. Look at his build. Is he a shield warrior? Shield warriors move slowly. He probably hasn't even gotten close before the village chief slaps him back into. The players all stepped back, leaving a large vacuum between this seemingly reckless shield warrior and the furious village chief. With arms crossed, and wearing a gloating smile, they sat and waited for the spectacle. Chen Hui ignored the unusual gazes around him and walked straight toward the village chief. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The village chief, who had his eyes slightly squinted, suddenly opened them wide, his body trembling slightly. Here it comes, here it comes. The village chief is about to make a move. I bet 50 cents, how far will this guy be sent flying? He'll bet $1, he'll be trampled into the ground and won't be able to get out. Just when everyone thought Chen Hui was about to bleed out on the spot, some had already opened their recording functions to capture the gruesome moment. They saw that the village chief, who had been proud and disdainful, suddenly broke into a smile brighter than a chrysanthemum on his weathered face. Just as the players were still indulging in their discussions, wishing to replace Chen Hui, a lively, lowly voice suddenly erupted from behind the crowd. Make way, make way. This lady has arrived, everyone step aside. The crowd automatically parted to make a path. With 2 pink buns adorning her head and clad in tight leather armor, Duoyin did not approach like an ordinary player. Instead, she executed a smooth forward roll, emerging from the crowd like a spinning top. With a thud, she landed steadily beside Chen Hui. Before the other players could voice their opinions about this queue-jumping lowly, the previously fierce-looking village chief seemed to have radar teleporting right in front of Duoyin. With a crisp crack, his waist bent at a perfect 90 degrees, a smile on his face that seemed able to squish a fly. Oh dear, my lord, please come in. Watch your step, don't hurt your precious knees. Duoyin placed her hands on her hips, her little head held high like a proud peacock, waving her hand and saying, "All right, stand at ease, old man." The entire crowd of players was once again petrified. A keen level 5 ranger scanned between Chen Hui's heavy armor and Duoyin's signature buns. Suddenly his pupils trembled, as if recalling some terrifying story, and he pointed at the two of them trembling. Wait. A man and a woman, one tall and one short, one shield and one dagger. He sharply inhaled, his voice changing pitch. It can't be wrong. They are the legendary duo from the 12138 newbie village. The male and female terrors. As soon as this was said, it was like throwing a ladle of cold water into boiling oil. The players instantly erupted in an uproar, their gazes shifted from envy to a fear akin to facing a damn. Is that the duo? A hulking shield warrior and a heartless lowly specializing in backstabs. I've heard about them. The heartless lowly moves at an outrageous speed and strikes extremely viciously. Her little flying daggers target only the most sensitive spots, and each strike can leave you in tatters. That shield warrior is even more disgusting. Not only does he have a sharp tongue that can infuriate anyone, but if you hit him, you'll probably end up dead too. And the most important thing is, the ranger swallowed hard, lowering his voice to say, "This guy is notorious for holding grudges." Everyone gasped in unison, taking 3 steps back, as if fearing to get close to this plague. Duoyin hopped over to Chen Hui, noticing the players avoiding her like a virus, and tilted her head in confusion. Her big eyes were filled with a clear, innocent ignorance. Great one, they seem to be discussing us. Am I famous now? Looks like my legend will spread through the rivers and lakes from now on." However, Chen Hui's face was dark, veins popping on his forehead. What does it mean to hold grudges? What does it mean to be petty? That's simply being clear about grievances and seeking revenge, all right. Defamation. This is blatant defamation. The more Chen Hui thought about it, the angrier he became, directly ignoring the Suntupin teleportation portal. He turned and quickly walked to the village chief, snatching the small piece of paper that had been left out. While glaring fiercely at the ranger who had just said petty, he wrote down the guy's ID, with force pressing hard enough to pierce through the paper. Just then, the teleportation portal behind them suddenly burst forth with dazzling blue light, and a huge vortex began to slowly spin. System prompt: the teleportation portal to main city no. 108. Luo Shui suspended city. The cost for this teleportation is 50 silver coins, but since it is the first time reward, the first one is free. Players who have reached level 10 should proceed to the teleportation portal immediately. After a nauseating sensation of spatial tearing, the salty sea breeze, mixed with the scorching sun, harshly slapped the faces of the two. The teleportation array was as rubbish as ever. A definite 1-star review. Chen Hui leaned against a coconut tree, feeling his stomach churn. But before the discomfort lasted 2 seconds, a high-pitched scream nearby shattered it. Wow! It's the ocean. Look, master. It's the real ocean. Duoyin dashed across the soft white beach like a husky freed from its leash. She completely forgot about the game, and even tried to catch a passing level 3 hermit crab, only to get pinched on her finger, causing her to yelp in pain, while laughing foolishly. Chen Hui stretched lazily, ignoring her. He looked up, squinting towards the distance. At the horizon stood a magnificent white city, so grand it seemed to defy Newton's laws, quietly floating above the azure sea. A massive light blue anti-gravity array slowly rotated at the city's base, with countless streams of seawater cascading from the city's edge, like the Milky Way falling from the heavens crashing into the sea. and creating a cloud of mist. Seeing such a breathtaking sight, he couldn't help but exclaim, Luo Shui Suspended City, I am back. This was the main city number 108, Luo Shui Suspended City. This is too spectacular. Duoyin no longer cared about the crabs looking up with her mouth agape, in an O-shape, her eyes sparkling. At that moment, a loud eagle cry resonated above them. Whoosh! A massive shadow swept over. A four-winged beast with a wingspan of over 10 meters covered in silver, fur soared low overhead, carrying an NPC knight, clad in silver armor, exuding an air of authority. The knight's spear glinted coldly under the sunlight, clearly on a patrol of the airspace. Wow, that big bird looks so cool. I want to ride it. Duoyin pointed at the creature in the sky, her eyes sparkling with the unique desire of a wealthy woman. How much? Master, do you know where to buy one? I want to buy 10. Chen Hui calmly cast a reconnaissance spell. Luo Shui Sky Patroller LV. 60 Elite Health. Dream on. Chen Hui mercilessly poured cold water on her enthusiasm. That's only redeemable after reaching 1,000 reputation points in the main city and having military merit to exchange for a cub. At this stage, they couldn't even buy a single feather from it. TCH, those knights are so stingy. Duoyin pouted but quickly became excited again. So how do we get to the main city? Chen Hui looked at the suspended city far in the sky, quickly calculating the distance in his mind. If we take the cross-sea bridge. Chen Hui pointed at the long bridge winding like a dragon in the distance, estimating it would take at least 2 hours to run there. Come on. Duoyin bent down, waved at Chen Hui full of energy. Master'll carry you. Chen Hui hesitated, but it was indeed the fastest way. At that moment, a sudden commotion came from his backpack. Buzz! The parchment scroll he had pried from the treasure chest earlier surprisingly flew out on its own, hovering in midair and emanating an eerie red light. System prompt detected that the holder has arrived in the area of Luo Shui Suspended City. Item guidance of the greedy has been activated. Triggered hidden curse. As a punishment for the greedy, you will be forcibly teleported to the high-risk hidden map, Underwater Ruins. Countdown 3-2. Aya, what the hell is this? Are we cursed? Duoyin hid behind Chen Hui in fear. Chen Hui looked at the glaring red system prompt, and instead of panicking, his eyes lit up like 2 big light bulbs. Underwater Ruins. Chen Hui murmured, a smile gradually turning sinister. If I remember correctly, the exit of that ruin is right in the sewer of the Lord's Manor in Luo Shui Suspended City. This isn't a curse at all. It's clearly a direct elevator. I didn't expect the treasure chest monster to be so generous. Not only did it help me humiliate Jian Xiao Jiuzhou, but it also helped deliver me to the main city. What a good guy. Next time I see it, I will definitely make it bow to me. Chen Hui was moved to tears. Master, what nonsense are you talking about? We are cursed. Hold on tight, rich lady. We are about to take off. Off. Whoosh. With a flash of red light, the two instantly vanished from the beach, leaving behind a few confused hermit crabs still waving their claws, pondering their crab lives. Meanwhile, in the rookie village number 12138, the crowd in front of the teleportation array did not disperse, but grew louder with the arrival of another team. A warrior player named Jian Xiao Jiuzhou, surrounded by a throng of underlings, strode proudly to the front of the teleportation array. He was already level 10. Although he was a bit late compared to Fangu, he was determined to catch up. At this moment, he was spouting nonsense to the surrounding players. Listen up, folks. Although Fangu got the first kill, I, Jian Xiao Jiuzhou, am not any worse than him. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou adjusted his hairstyle, looking disdainful. That kind of opportunistic guy is bound to die in the main city. As soon as I enter Luo Shui Suspended City, the first thing he'll do is kill him back to level 0. His teammates cheered him on, but the onlooking players couldn't help but mumble under their breath. TCH. Enjoying the crowd's adoration, Jian Xiao Jiuzhou confidently stepped forward, entering the teleportation array. Luo Shui Suspended City incoming. Bang! Just as his toes touched the teleportation light curtain, an invisible golden barrier suddenly sprang up. This barrier seemed to carry immense kinetic energy, like an invisible foot delivering a powerful kick to Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's confident face. Ouch, what the hell? Jian Xiao Jiuzhou was sent flying faster than he had come, tracing an unsightly parabolic arc in the air, before landing face first on the ground, crashing in a perfect doggy chip posture. The scene fell silent. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou clumsily got up, blood streaming from his nose, and shouted angrily, "What happened? Is this broken game a bug? Why can't I enter?" At that moment, a cold and mocking system notification echoed throughout the plaza, clearly reaching the ears of every viewer in the live stream. System notification: according to the Special Administrative Order No. 001 signed by the village chief of Rookie Village 12138, player Jian Xiao Jiuzhou and his guild members are listed as unwelcome in this village. Ban note: village chief's decree. The aforementioned Fangu specifically instructed that these individuals are too ugly, affecting the city's appearance. To maintain the image of the main city, you and dogs are prohibited from using this teleportation array. Among the onlookers, someone couldn't hold back their laughter first. Then the entire plaza erupted with thunderous laughter. Huh. No entry for you and dogs. As expected of the infamous duo, what a slap in the face. See, this is what happens when you mess with them. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou, listening to the surrounding laughter and seeing that glaring dog in the system prompt, felt his vision darken, nearly causing a brain hemorrhage from anger. Fangu. I won't let this go. Meanwhile, in the distant underwater ruins, Chen Hui, who had just landed, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Who's talking bad about me? A series of suspected targets floated in his mind. Chen Hui shook his head. There were too many people who hated him to count. His gaze swept over the rows of monster health bars appearing. Chen Hui rubbed his hands together. Now, we've come to the right place. After a dizzying spin, the two were tossed like scraps caught in a flushing drain. With a soggy slap, they fell onto a patch of damp ruined stone. Cough, bitter and salty. Chen Hui wiped seawater from his face and looked up. Before them stretched an ancient city swallowed by the deep sea. Pale bioluminescent moss crept over shattered walls, great corals like antlers thrust up through cracked paving stones. In the distance, a few glowing lanternfish drifted by, blinking their dull lights. System prompt movement speed reduced by 30 due to the damp, humid environment. Chen Hui lifted a leg, and it felt as if it had been filled with lead. TSK, this slow effect is a nightmare for a heavy armor build. He glanced at his cumbersome boots and sighed. He was after all a short-legged tank, and his set bonus already granted him extra health. He decided it was not worth the trouble, and kept the boots on. Duo Yin, however, was utterly unconcerned. She plopped down on a stone carpeted with seaweed, and in a few effortless moves kicked off her leather boots. A pair of fair, delicate feet emerged, toes flushed pink, sinking into the cool, yielding sand of the seabed. Duo Yin wiggled her toes, reveling in the tangible sensation. Oh my gosh, this is so comfortable. Running barefoot feels faster. Duo Yin bounced twice in place like a newly hatched duckling, delighted. Suddenly, a shrill alarm exploded in their ears, a sound that rolled across the entire server. A broadcast declared that a special punishment mechanism had been triggered, the greedy's end. To warn players against avarice, the Baoxiang Gui would forcibly stream the deaths of the players Fangu and Duo Yin to the whole server. Live title: The Fate of Greed Ants Struggling in Despair. Current viewers 1. 500. 10000. Numbers rocketing upward. In the blink of an eye, a vast semi-transparent live window pinned itself to the top right of every online player's view. At that very moment, Jian Xiao Jiuzhou, crouched in the newbie village in a furious huff, froze when he saw the pop-up, then erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! Heaven has eyes. He spammed the world channel with astonishing speed. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou, retribution. This is retribution. Come and see. This is what happens to those who offend me. Know who offend the Baoxiang Gui. Front row sales of sunflower seeds and soda. Sit back and watch them get chewed. The chat flooded with messages. I'm in for 200 copper. Bring snacks, bring drinks. Is this the legendary dual villain pair? I think it's a male and female corpse pair, actually. That Baoxiang Gui name seems familiar. Have I seen it somewhere? There was a Jian Xiao Jiuzhou and Baoxiang Gui video. No wonder he's so excited they're a matched pair. In the underwater ruins, Chen Hui glanced at the blinking red live camera icon overhead and shrugged with utter indifference. From the dim depths came an unnerving chorus of croaks. Sand shifted and the water clouded. A dozen or so creatures, their bodies sheathed in dark green scales and clutching rusty tridents, emerged from the shadows. Their eyes bulged like dead fish, jagged teeth jutted from crooked mouths, and strips of rotting seaweed hung from their forms. Corrupted Fishman LV. 15, they read. Stats: HP 2000, attack 600. Skills: Venomous, Thrust, Tide Summon. 10 plus enemies at level 15 with 600 attack. An overwhelming mismatch. Viewers inhaled sharply. What the hell? Level 15. I'm only level 7. How do you deal with that stat gap? They're in the water and look nasty. Those two are doomed. Holy crap. 600 attack. One hit, and I'll owe someone 2 lives. I'm opening bets. Press 1 if you think they'll survive, 3 seconds 2 if they won't. The chat was instantly flooded with 2s. The corrupted fishmen did not rush forward. They seemed to retain a measure of cunning, forming a ring as they stared at the pair with their dead fish eyes. At last their gaze fixed on Duo Yan's bare pale feet. Guagua. The lead fishman jeered, pointing to her toes with a high grating laugh. The others burst into mocking laughter, contempt dripping from their voices. Though their tongue was unintelligible, the system supplied subtitles. Fishman A. Look. What an ugly, lowly creature. Fishman B. Smooth skin with no scales. Disgusting. Fishman Captain. Stupid humans. They have lost all body hair, cannot even grow proper scales, yet they dare to walk barefoot in the sea. Look at our noble fins and perfect scales. This is true evolution. Having finished, the captain deliberately lifted a slimy, hardened, scale-covered fin and swaggered it about with. Viewers in the live room snorted with laughter. What a subjective aesthetic. Legs are now an evolutionary failure in the fishman's eyes. Hilarious. They're so full of themselves. But to be fair, lacking scales and fins in the water is a disadvantage. This taunt has a point, some conceded. Duo Yin, the target of the mockery, showed no shame. She cocked her head, studied the metallic gleam of the fishman's scales, then glanced at Chen Hui. Their eyes flashed in mutual understanding. Without a word, they each withdrew their weapons from their packs. Staring at the fishmen who were flaunting their scales, their expressions deepened, the corners of their mouths curved into smiles that made even predators shiver. That look was not prey facing a hunter, but a cold-hearted dealer sizing up a fat lamb for slaughter. Duo Yin. Chen Hui's voice was low and magnetic. Don't you think they're foot scales? Duo Yan's eyes glittered like currency symbols as she licked her rosy lips and finished the thought. If they drop gear, it will surely fetch a high price, right? The fishmen froze, their laughter strangled mid-throat. A cold dread crawled up from their tailbones to the crown of their heads. Why did such a terrible premonition claw? The merman captain was clearly enraged by the greedy gazes of the two humans before him. Guh, cough cough, pock. He suddenly swung his rusty trident, emitting a violent roar from his throat, as if a long stale phlegm was stuck in his windpipe. With a push of his legs, he charged forward like a green torpedo. The barrage of comments in the live stream instantly swelled. Here it comes, here it comes. The charge of a level 15 elite monster. This merman looks disgusting. The sound effects are making me want to throw up my breakfast. Sure enough, even facing an attack power of 600, this is a bit tricky. Look, he's stunned. Die already, die already. I bet a silver coin that hell gets skewered. However, just as the merman captain charged in front of Chen Hui, his foul-smelling mouth had yet to bite down. Chen Hui moved. He did not raise his shield, nor did he dodge. Instead, he calmly raised his left hand, swung his arm round, and slapped the merman captain's scaly, ugly face with force. Smack! A crisp sound of a slap echoed through the silent underwater ruins, even overpowering the sound of the flowing water. The tremendous force caused the merman captain to spin half a turn on the spot. Can't you speak properly? Huh? Chen Hui retracted his hand, a look of exasperation on his face as he pointed at the merman captain's nose and scolded. You come up and cough phlegm. Don't you have any sense of public decency? Spitting in public incurs a fine of 50, do you understand? Can't you speak without phlegm? The merman captain covered his swollen cheek, utterly dumbfounded. He stared with his dead fish eyes, unable to believe this human before him. No, that's not how the script is written. In the monster you're the human, shouldn't it be a life and death struggle? What kind of tactic is this big slap? How much psychological damage can a slap like that inflict? The audience in the live stream was also stunned. What the hell? Physical silence. That slap might not have done much damage, but the humiliation is extremely strong. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the merman captain went completely berserk. As the tyrant of this region, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Roar! He let out a furious shout, the trident in his hand glimmering with eerie green poison, stabbing fiercely towards Chen Hui's chest with lightning speed. Bang! A dull sound of metal clashing resonated. Chen Hui calmly raised the wild shield, accurately blocking this deadly attack. 312 blocked poisoned. Although the block was successful, the level suppression and high attack power still caused a considerable damage number to appear above Chen Hui's head, and his entire body instantly turned a ghastly green. Haha, you've been poisoned. The excited sword howl of the 9 provinces clapped his thighs while watching the live stream. This is corrupting poison, losing health every second, he's done for. The merman captain's face also showed delight, just as he was about to pull out his trident for another strike. However, the next moment, he suddenly felt a terrifying force rebound from the trident, as if someone had struck his insides with a heavy hammer. Boom! A massive red number exploded above the merman captain's head. 780 true damage. Before he could react, the follow-up judgment of the Thorn Lord took effect again. 780 true. With just one attack judgment, the merman captain's health bar instantly evaporated by a large chunk, reaching the bottom. The merman captain's smile froze on his face, his eyes nearly bulging out. What the hell is this? I just poked you once, how come it hurts more than me? Is this even a proper way to scam? Looking at his health bar that was reduced to a sliver, his survival instincts overcame his rage. With a strange cry, the merman captain dropped his trident and turned to flee towards the coral cluster. Trying to run. Have you asked our rich lady? Chen Hui sneered. Hey, watch my flying knife. Doyen, who had been waiting to strike at this moment, looked like a child who had just found a new toy. She flicked her wrist, and a cold gleam shot through the water. Whoosh! The flying knife drew a straight white line in the water. It hit precisely and unerringly at the merman captain's vulnerable spot, which was exposed due to his attempt to escape. His rear end. 250. Weakness, critical hit, fatal strike. Ow. The merman captain let out an incredibly wretched scream. His entire body. Oh no, his whole fish instantly stiffened, then rolled its eyes and twitched as it collapsed to the ground, dying with its eyes wide open. In front of the live stream, all the male viewers instinctively clenched their legs together, gasping in shock. Hiss, just looking at it hurts. Meanwhile, Sword Howl of the 9 provinces, who was watching in the novice village, turned pale, subconsciously covering his own rear as if that knife had stabbed him. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He seemed to recall some bad memories. As the merman captain collapsed, two beams of golden light simultaneously shone upon Chen Hui and Doyen. Killing a monster 5 levels above gave an incredibly generous experience. Congratulations, player has reached level 11. Chen Hui glanced at his attribute panel. Adding the 10 free attribute points from the previous boss kill reward and the 5 points from leveling up, he had a total of 15 attribute points. Without any hesitation, all in Constitution. As the attribute points were allocated, Chen Hui felt a rush of heat spread throughout his body, and his already solid muscles seemed to tighten even more. His health cap instantly skyrocketed, firmly fixing at 2900. Correspondingly, the Thorn Lord's retaliation damage value also soared to 870 points. Tisk, what a pity, just a bit short of breaking the 3000 health barrier. Chen Hui shook his head somewhat smugly, then turned around to look at the group of ordinary mermen who were already frightened silly. At this moment, the mermen had completely lost the arrogance they had just shown when mocking Doyen for lacking scale. They looked at the man who didn't even need a weapon yet could reduce their captain to such low health just by taking hits, and then at the little girl who was spinning a flying knife with an innocent smile while staring at their lower regions. Fear spread among the school of fish. Yet at this moment, Chen Hui revealed an incredibly gentle, even benevolent smile. Like a creepy uncle trying to lure children, he waved gently at the trembling mermen, his tone so soft that it sent shivers down their spines. Oh dear, don't tremble. It's normal to have no experience on your first death. Chen Hui stepped closer and Doyen excitedly drew out a new flying knife, her big eyes sparkling with the glow of gold coins exploding. Don't be afraid, just close your eyes, and it will all be over in a blink. We'll be very gentle. Probably. The merman looked at those two smiling faces and finally broke down. Gugwa, Mom, save me. However, what responded to them was a merciless divine provocation, forcing them to turn and attack Chen Hui, along with Doyen's despairing rain of flying knives targeting their weak points. On this day, the mermen in the sewers under Luo Shui, suspended city, finally experienced the terror of being dominated by the duo of evil for the first time. Corpses of fishmen lay strewn in every direction. The seawater carried a faint briny stench and an indefinable pervasive sorrow. Chen Hui surveyed those once imperious fishmen. Now they rolled their eyes and clutched their hindquarters, all wearing expressions that seemed to say my life was pointless. He could not help but sigh. Our morals decay and hearts grow cold. I once offered my heart to the bright moon, yet the moon shone upon a gutter. My greatest flaw is that I am too soft-hearted. The live chat exploded with ridicule. Random viewers soft-hearted my foot. Your palm must be blistered from slapping that big pouch just now, right? Pervert master, please stop. I counted. That little girl threw 48, throwing knives, 47 of them landed on the very same spot. You call that soft-hearted? Braggart traitor. Cut the act. If you've got guts, stop hiding behind that counterattack. Come at me, heathen. Chen Hui ignored the barking voices. He looked at the corpses, rubbed his hands, and a strange confidence gleamed in his eyes. Dean, go rest for a while. Watch and learn what it means to be blessed by fortune and favored by the good deeds of a great benefactor. He crouched beside the fishman captain's corpse, rolled up his sleeves, and plunged his hand into the damp, slippery gaps between the scales, beginning a vigorous search, as if a tiger were pawing at prey. 3 seconds later, Chen Hui stared at his empty palm and sank into a deathly contemplation. This shouldn't be. His brow furrowed. He looked as solemn as a man unraveling a world-class enigma. Could it be that this fishman hasn't bathed and it interfered with my sense? Try again. He thrust his hand into another fishman's armpit. It was empty. He persisted, feeling through 3 more bodies. All he drew out was seaweed and grit, not even a copper coin. The live chat was in stitches. Unlucky one, ha. I am balanced now. Turns out even the master can be cursed by bad luck. Another viewer, incredible. His luck is blacker than the bottom of a pot. Commentator, look, the proud master's expression has shifted from confidence to existential doubt. He must be wondering if that big pouch just blew all his luck away. Chen Hui's face reddened. He straightened his neck and shouted at the chat. You know nothing. I'm hoarding my luck to open a treasure chest later. Master. At that moment, Doyen timidly raised a hand, hopped over to the first corpse Chen Hui had searched, and scooped with a casual flourish. A system message announced that player Doyen received 5 silver coins and 10 pieces of the material hard fish scale. She then moved to the second corpse, and with the lightest gesture triggered another notice. The system reported she had obtained a consumable, the deep sea elixir. Chen Hui's face went even darker, as if the very ruins had dimmed further. Master, look. Something good dropped. Doyen cried. Her eyes curved into crescents as she eagerly fished from beneath the fishman captain a faintly blue glowing object. The viewers leaned forward as one eyes glued to the screen as though they could crawl through it. Blue glow. Is it blue grade gear? A level 15 elite dropping a blue glow. This has to be exceptional. Don't block it. Show us its attributes. Just as Doyen was about to display the prize to the camera, the screen was seized by a sudden glaring red dialogue box proclaiming the outrage of the treasure chest creature at being cheated of its solemnity. The live stream was forcibly terminated. The system reported that the treasure chest monster cursing stormed out of the channel and unplugged the network cable. The screen went black. Hundreds of thousands of players who had been watching the climax froze in place. In the next instant, the capital cities and starter villages resounded with a chorus of curses directed at the chest monster. In the underwater ruins, Chen Hui applauded the abrupt closure. Good. That box monster finally acted like a sensible creature. If word of the shortcut we take spreads, how will the sewer fishmen survive? He turned to Duo Yin. Quick, let me see what unbelievable thing it dropped. Duo Yin gave a mysterious smile and abruptly produced from her back a tumter-long rusted trident, whose tip nevertheless flashed with an eerie chill. It was labeled a shoddy trident, a special throwable consumable. Look, the infamous butt-bursting relic. Duo Yin said, proudly miming a couple of theatrical swings. Chen Hui glanced at that glinting fork, and then at the guileless Duo Yin. His mouth twitched. This little girl has wandered ever farther down a depraved path. She can't be pulled back. Enough. Put it away. Don't impale yourself. Chen Hui waved her off and, guided by memories of a past life, began scouring the surrounding caves and ruins in dense concentration. The miasma of marsh gas blended with the odor of rotting fish and made him dizzy. He could not wait to leave. Found it. Chen Hui's eyes lit up as he fixed on a concealed stone door slightly to the left and ahead. According to memory, passing through that stone door and climbing a stretch of the sewage conduit would lead directly to Luoshui Xuanqing. Before he could finish speaking, a vivid streak of red intruded upon his view. Long bright red, trembling faintly. My. Chen Hui turned in puzzlement. Dian, what did you pick up? His words cut off. Duo Yin stood a short distance behind him, clutching the rusted trident, scratching her head with an embarrassed grin as she sheepishly giggled. Master, sorry. I wanted to test the throwing feel of the new weapon, and... Chen Hui followed her gaze. From the sand, a colossal hard shell rose slowly, at least 5 meters in diameter. 2 eye stalks towered like telephone poles, and one eye had the rusted trident lodged firmly within it. BOSS Mudswamp Crab King LV. 30, a Lord tier. HBA. Status extremely enraged. Its gigantic pincers the size of millstones clacked open and shut with terrifying cadence, whipping torrents of seawater that nearly flipped Chen Hui off his feet. Staring at the seemingly endless health bar, Chen Hui fell silent. He turned to Duo Yin and bestowed upon her an expression of almost absurd benevolence and gentleness. Ha ha, you little rascal. No more of that next time. In the next instant, his demeanor transformed. Like a bolt of lightning, he lunged forward. He grabbed Duo Yin by the collar, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and sprinted toward the stone door. A terrible, enraged bellow pierced the ruins. The crab roared obscenities and indignation about being wounded by a mere level 30 challenger. The one-eyed Mudswamp Crab King charged like a heavy tank. Coral shattered, and stone pillars crumbled. Master, run. It's catching up. Duo Yin shouted, tossed and jostled, but still cheering him on. Shut up. Say another word, and I'll throw you out to feed the crab. The remaining single eye of the muddy Crab King glowed with a faint red light at that moment, its massive shell shattering countless ancient stone pillars as it moved. Master, it really seems angry. Duo Yin was tucked under Chen Hui's arms, swaying like a pendant, yet still had the presence of mind to comment on the boss's mood. Nonsense. You poked its eyeball with a fork. If it were you, you'd be angry too. Chen Hui was practically grinding sparks with his feet, but his meager agility stats were simply insufficient against a level 30 boss. There was already a 30 speed reduction in the water. Even with the movement speed boost from his wild set, his actions appeared to the muddy Crab King as nothing more than a slow-motion replay. Crack. A crisp explosion sounded. It was the sonic boom created by the claws of the crab snapping shut at high speed. Chen Hui felt a chill run down his neck, an instinct honed from years of gaming. Without any hesitation, he quickly turned the wild round shield behind him and executed a roll forward like a dog eating shit. Boom. The enormous crab claw slammed down like a heavy hammer from the sky, striking the very spot where Chen Hui had just landed. The hard seabed stone tiles instantly shattered, creating visible shockwaves in the water. Although Chen Hui avoided the direct impact, he was still hit by the shockwave sweeping across his back. 1267. Blocked. A startling red number floated above Chen Hui's head. Originally his health bar was nearly full, but it suddenly dropped by nearly half. Damn, this damage is outrageous. Feeling the dull pain radiating from his back, Chen Hui couldn't help but curse. Although the Lord of Thorns activated instantly and reflected 870 points of true damage, this mere few hundred points were akin to a scratch against the nearly invisible health bar of a level 30 boss. No, this boss has a slow attack speed and high single-hit damage, perfectly countering my reflection build. Chen Hui's mind raced. If the opponent were a glass cannon assassin dealing 5 strikes per second, he could stand still and let them kill themselves. But against this heavy tank that dealt massive single strikes, his health pool couldn't withstand many hits. Duo Yin. Quickly. Super transformation. Chen Hui shouted, tossing the little girl in his arms upward. Duo Yin performed a nimble flip in the air, her feet securely hooking onto Chen Hui's shoulders, then she slid down his back, like a koala. She skillfully supported Chen Hui. This set of movements had been practiced countless times during their escape in the maze, and their coordination was seamless. Hold tight, master. We're about to speed up. Duo Yin exerted force with her legs. Buzz! A faint azure airflow erupted at Duo Yan's ankles. The once cumbersome combination transformed in an instant into a blurred afterimage, cutting a straight white line through the murky seawater. Woohoo! It feels like flying. Duo Yin ran while excitedly waving her little hands. The muddy crab king behind them looked astonished as its prey suddenly accelerated. It let out a deep roar and massive amounts of mud sprayed from the gaps in its shell. To everyone's surprise, the gigantic crab body, propelled by the mud's force, defied the laws of physics and executed a dash along the seabed. The massive claw was raised high again, carrying a destructive aura, and came crashing down towards the two figures. Though Chen Hui felt nauseous from being jostled, his gaze remained fixed behind them. Duo Yin, hearing the command, reacted faster than her brain. With her right foot leveraging against a stone pillar, she twisted her body in midair at an odd angle. Boom! The claw missed again, smashing a section of the collapsing wall into powder. The sky was filled with dust and bubbles, instantly obscuring the sea area. The muddy crab king halted, its singular eye fixated on that murky zone. It couldn't believe that these two weak humans could escape its full-force strike. However, the next second, an even faster afterimage broke through the dust, creating sonic booms at the seabed. Duo Yin used the zaped movement that Chen Hui taught her to perfectly avoid all subsequent splash damage. Master, is that dark entrance ahead the sewer you mentioned? Yes. Charge it. Chen Hui looked at the rusty, enormous barred gate at the end of his sight, finally feeling a sense of relief. That was the most famous smuggling route of the Luo Shui suspended city in his previous life. Though the environment inside was harsh for them at that moment, it was their only chance for survival. Get ready once we reach the entrance, hide behind me. Chen Hui's tone grew serious. Duo Yin, though unsure why, nodded obediently. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Just as the two were about to rush into the pipe, Chen Hui suddenly released his hold on Duo Yin, propelling himself forward with the force of inertia. He pressed the petite body of Duo Yin entirely into his embrace, turning his back to the depths of the pipe. Duo Yin was momentarily stunned by this sudden embrace. She could distinctly feel the warmth of Chen Hui's chest and the firm grip of his strong hand on her back. A wave of unprecedented shyness crawled up her spine. Her ears flushed instantly, and her gaze began to falter. Don't move. It's going to explode. One of Chen Hui's hands had already reached the shield. The muddy crab king had already chased to the entrance of the pipe. Its massive claws were wide open, ready to shred both the two and the pipe together. In that critical moment, Chen Hui fiercely scraped the thick, foul-smelling black goo off the inner wall of the pipe with his shield. Screech. The shield scraped violently against the metal inner wall of the pipe, sending a brilliant spark leaping into the darkness. This was the sewage outlet of the deep-sea ruins, long piled with decaying organic matter. In the enclosed space, the concentration of gas produced by these substances had reached a terrifying critical point. A single spark was like igniting the fuse of death. Boom! A tremendously muffled explosion sounded deep within the pipe. The terrifying firelight instantly engulfed the surrounding seawater. The massive shockwave acted like an invisible hand, propelling Chen Hui and Duo Yin towards the end of the pipe at a near-suicidal speed. Duo Yin instinctively screamed, but her voice was soon drowned out by the roaring water. With Chen Hui shielding her, all the flames and impact forces were absorbed by his back and the wild round shield. 100. 100. 87. 87. Damage and healing numbers continuously popped up above Chen Hui's head. Outside the pipe, the muddy crab king's enormous body was pushed back several steps by the sudden explosion. Its singular eye glared furiously at the flaming pipe entrance. It wanted to charge in, but its massive body was stuck tightly against the bars. It could only watch helplessly as the two detestable humans vanished into the flames at the edge of its vision. Goo ga! A piercing roar echoed through the ruins. The city of Luo Shui is suspended, and within it lies the city lord's mansion. The entire city resembles a massive slab of white marble radiating a sacred glow under the sunlight. A half-island extends into the sea, while the other half of the city floats in midair, with every stone brick polished to a shine that reflects human silhouettes. The city lord Luo Ningxuang stands on the terrace with her hands clasped behind her back, her snow-white gown billowing gently in the wind, untouched by dust. In her elongated phoenix eyes at this moment is reflected the enormous statue at the center of the square, radiating a divine aura. Her own likeness. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Luo Ningxuang extended her slender fingers clad in silk gloves, lightly caressing the dust-free railing, a sickly, yet satisfied smile, curving at the corners of her mouth. As a recognized severe obsessive-compulsive coupled with extreme cleanliness mania, the first thing she did every morning upon opening her eyes was to dispatch 3,000 cleaners to scrub the city inside and out 3 times. Even the stray dogs outside the city gates must be bathed and perfumed before entering. To manage the city so meticulously is not to tarnish my father's name. Luo Ningxuang took a deep breath, the air fragrant with the subtle scent of gardenias devoid of any unpleasant odors. Suddenly inspired, she placed one hand on her hip and pointed dramatically at the sky. Such an achievement deserves universal celebration. Someone relay my command, ignite the grandest fireworks in the city to showcase the might of Luo Shui, suspended city. The word might had yet to escape her lips. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted unexpectedly from deep beneath the ground. Instantly Luo Ningxuang's delicate face froze. Bang, 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 accompanied by a series of teeth-gritting metallic clashing sounds. Hundreds of precision steel manhole covers originally fitted tightly into the streets suddenly shot up into the air like a swarm of fireworks ignited collectively, spiraling hundreds of meters high. Whoosh. One of the manhole covers grazed the tip of Luo Ningxuang's nose, creating a gust of wind that turned her meticulously styled hair into a messy nest. Well, what's going on? Luo Ningxuang stared dumbfounded at the scene below. She saw the dark sewer openings spewing forth rich, almost tangible black smoke. That was the accumulated biogas from who knows how many years mixed with dead fish, rotten shrimp, and some unspeakable excrement. An ultimate stench. The once fresh scent of gardenias was instantly obliterated by this gift from nature. Luo Ningxuang felt her blood pressure spike, nausea and dizziness crashing down upon her like a combo punch. City Lord. It's bad. The sewer has exploded. Ugh. This smell. Help, it's too unbearable. My nose is going to die. To hell with this, whoever wants to do this can do it, I'm resigning. The cleaners below dropped their brooms, pinching their noses and running about wildly, causing the scene to spiral out of control. Luo Ningxuang trembled violently, her eyes reddening, instantly tears brought forth by anger. Quick! Quick, put it back. Put those damned covers back on, she screamed hysterically, her voice tinged with sobs. A nearby maid hurried to assist her, her face pale, as she tried to comfort her. City Lord, calm down. The situation may not be as dire as it seems. Before she could finish her sentence, whoosh! An extremely sharp sound of something piercing the air came from the sewer ahead. 2 unidentified objects soared out, trailing thick black smoke and dancing sparks. Like 2 uncontrolled cruise missiles, they traced an elegant parabolic arc, heading straight for the statue at the center of the square. What are those things? Luo Ningxuang's eyes widened. Bang! A deafening crash. Chen Hui and Duo Yin crashed into the head of that enormous statue in an upside-down manner. Crack! The crisp sound of a fissure echoed sharply across the silent square. No! Don't! Under Luo Ningxuang's desperate gaze, the head of the statue, symbolizing the city lord's authority, swayed slightly. Then with a thud it slid down along the shoulders, fortuitously landing right into an opening of a manhole that was gushing forth foul water. Thud! The statue's head lodged firmly at the manhole, like a perfectly fitting cork. Silence. The entire city fell silent. Everyone knew that the statue was the city lord's prized possession, but now Luo Ningxuang felt as if the breath was knocked out of her, ready to faint as the maid hurried to comfort her. It's fine. Well, fix it if it breaks, City Lord, calm down. Luo Ningxuang finally began to regain her composure. However, before she could even relax, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. Due to the immense pressure below, the statue's head barely held for 3 seconds. Bang! A thick, dark red, putrid water exploded upwards. It spun at the tip of the fountain formed by the foul water, looking down upon the entire city shrouded in biogas. One of the cleaners witnessing this spectacle sighed. Looks like we should start preparing. Another cleaner asked curiously, preparing for what? Prepare some paper money. Let's commemorate the city lord in 7 days. After this, the city lord will surely be furious. Indeed. Luo Ningxuang watched her head dancing ballet in the foul water, feeling a sweet taste in her throat as darkness enveloped her vision. My statue. My city. She swayed, her eyes rolled back and collapsed backward amidst the maid's cries. At that moment, upon the body of the statue that had lost its head, Chen Hui and Duo Yin shook their heads and slowly stood up. Duo Yin wiped the soot from her face, looking around at the devastated, stench-filled city of cleanliness, then glanced down at the severed neck, falling into deep thought. Great God, did we land incorrectly? Duo Yin spat out a piece of seaweed from her mouth, tugging at Chen Hui's sleeve with a hint of guilt. Chen Hui glanced around, finding that aside from the overwhelming stench, both he and Duo Yin were unscathed. Even their health bars had been filled up from the backlash of the previous explosion. Calmly brushing off the dust from his shoulders, he revealed a signature, mischievous smile. No matter how we got here, what matters is that we arrived safely. In any case, we have safely arrived at Luo Shui suspended city. Chen Hui extended his hand, and Duo Yin knowingly raised her small hand. Clap. The two of them high-fived on the ruined shoulder of the statue, perfectly in sync. Perfect landing. They shouted in unison, their voices echoing loudly over the stench-filled Luo Shui, suspended city. Not far away, Luo Ningxuang, just revived from being pinched awake, heard these 4 words and tilted her head in fury. She fainted again in a dramatic fashion. At the moment when Luo Ningxiang fainted again, the instigators Chen Hui and Duo Yin swaggered down the originally pristine streets of the Luo Shui, suspended city. I must say, this outfit, resembling a biochemical weapon, is exceptionally effective. As they passed by, the NPCs, regardless of what they were originally doing, immediately turned pale and covered their noses, retreating as if avoiding a plague upon catching a whiff of the foul stench from the depths of the sewer. Hurry up! Where did that beggar come from? It smells so bad. Ugh! Guards! Where are the guards? Get these 2 moving cesspools out of here. Faced with the disdain and insults from the NPCs, Duo Yin shrank her neck, appearing somewhat embarrassed. However, Chen Hui was completely unfazed, even intentionally getting closer to those elegantly dressed NPCs, causing them to scream and jump into the greenbelt in fright. Watching the chaotic streets and the panicked crowd, a cold smile crept onto Chen Hui's lips, and a trace of barely perceptible delight flashed in his eyes. In his past life, this seemingly sacred and noble Luo Shui, suspended city, committed atrocious acts during the first beast tide after the integration of the game and reality. While countless players fought bravely on the front lines to protect the city, these NPCs not only shut the city gates, refusing to provide supplies, they even activated defense formations behind the scenes, annihilating retreating players and monsters alike under the guise of purifying the filth. A bunch of ungrateful wolves. Chen Hui cursed, inwardly feeling a strange sense of satisfaction at the sight of the chaos before him. Since you all love backstabbing so much in this life, I won't bother with any pleasantries. The current disgust is merely an appetizer. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Anyway, since I have to stay here until level 30, there will be ample opportunities to deal with these dogs. Big shot that way is the job change temple. Duo Yin pointed excitedly at a magnificent golden building, breaking Chen Hui's train of thought. Chen Hui collected his thoughts, pulling out a letter from his backpack, his gaze turning fiery. I'm going to turn in a quest. He secretly rejoiced with excitement. Here comes the hidden quest. The two entered the job change temple. The hall was resplendent with gold, supported by dozens of massive white jade columns with mentors of various professions lined up on either side. Since Duo Yin was an assassin, her mentor was lurking in a shadowy corner, so the two parted ways at the entrance. Chen Hui adjusted his somewhat disheveled collar. Although it didn't mask the stench emanating from him, he directly walked toward the most prominent position at the center of the hall. There stood an extremely voluptuous female mentor. Her tight red scale armor accentuated her stunning figure, and the hint of snow white at her chest made it hard to look away, while a massive tower shield on her back conveyed both wildness and sensuality. Is this the shield warrior mentor? Chen Hui's eyes brightened, silently praising. Old cripple Lei Zhan has quite the discerning eye. To be involved with such a gem. He hurried forward calmly, pulling out the letter handed to him by Lei Zhan despite the disdainful gaze of the beautiful mentor. Ahem, hello mentor, this is a token from Lei Zhan of Newbie Village 12138 for you. The beautiful mentor initially intended to send this stinking guy away, but upon hearing the name Lei Zhan, her brow arched slightly. Lei Zhan, that old man is still alive. Despite her unfriendly tone, she still extended her hand to take the envelope. At the moment the envelope was passed over, Chen Hui keenly caught sight of a line of small words on the envelope's flap, with a heart pierced by an arrow drawn above it. It was Lei Zhan's scrawled handwriting. To my beloved little sweetheart, love you tons. Chen Hui felt a wave of nausea rise in his stomach, almost spewing out the breakfast he had just managed to keep down. Ugh, this old cripple at his age still playing such tricks. Is this a love letter? Chen Hui's mind was filled with wild complaints as the flames of gossip burned fiercely. Who would have thought that seemingly righteous beggar with a belly full of schemes had such a melodramatic romantic history? However, the scene he had anticipated of the beautiful mentor being moved to tears or blushing did not materialize. Instead, when the beautiful mentor glanced at the words little sweetheart on the envelope, her face turned as dark as a pot bottom, as if she had swallowed a dead fly. She took a deep breath, looking at Chen Hui with a gaze of disdain, and coldly said, "You have the wrong person." Chen Hui was taken aback, pointing at the massive shield behind her. "Aren't you the shield warrior mentor? It clearly says so on the letter." "I said you have the wrong person." The veins on the beautiful mentor's forehead throbbed, as if she was struggling to endure some sort of disgust. Then she turned her head and shouted into a small room deep within the temple. "Tainyo, come out. Your old lover wrote you a letter again." This shout was full of strength, causing the entire temple to buzz. Chen Hui was instantly petrified. Tainyo, old lover. What is this about?" The next thud, the heavy footsteps sounded like an earthquake. Chen Hui stiffly turned his head, only to see a giant muscular man, nearly 2 meters 3 tall, whose massive hand had exploded the door frame of the small room. Next, a towering behemoth with muscles like granite dressed in full black heavy armor ducked his head as his face was filled with brutish flesh and his beard was like steel needles bursting out. Just standing there was like an insurmountable iron tower. Chen Hui looked up at this mountain of flesh. His hand holding the letter began to tremble uncontrollably. A sense of foreboding surged through him like an electric current. No, it can't be. He saw the muscular man named Tai Nyo walk towards him with steps that made then his brutish face suddenly twisted, revealing an extremely shy and bashful smile. He extended a finger almost as thick as Chen Hui's wrist, and surprisingly, he arched it into a perfect Lanhua finger. Gently and carefully, he pulled the love letter from Chen Hui's hand. "Oh dear, you still remember me." Tai Nyo let out a voice completely incongruent with his size of delicate wine. The sound was like sandpaper scraping against rust, making Chen Hui feel as though his mind was about to explode. He saw Tai Nyo press the letter tightly against his hairy chest, his eyes larger than copper bells glistening with soft affection, gazing at Chen Hui with deep emotion. "Since you're sent by him, then you must be family." Chen Hui, his entire being felt struck by lightning, his mind blank. So the pain of a broken leg that Lei Zhan kept lamenting in the newbie village was actually referring to this. Just as Chen Hui's worldview shattered, a golden system notification popped up. "Congratulations player, you have triggered the Hidden Class Inheritance Quest. Class name Immovable King. Unique Hidden Class Quest prerequisites met. Gain the mentor Tai Nyo's favor. Quest objective: to prove your determination and perseverance, please share a bed with mentor Tai Nyo tonight, and listen to his teachings. Must maintain close contact for over 8 hours. Quest reward: class change to Immovable King." Looking at the 3 blood-red hearts following the quest objective, Chen Hui completely broke down. He gazed at the muscular man before him who was sending him flirtatious looks and wildly blinking his eyes, letting out a desperate wail. "Lei Zhan, I knew you had no good intentions. You're pushing me into the fire pit." Chen Hui looked at the bearded Tai Nyo who was blinking wildly and blushing like a shy 300-pound girl, and a bolt of lightning struck through his mind. In that moment, the once blurred memories of his past life suddenly became clear. In his previous life, he was the top shield warrior who had obtained the hidden class Immovable King, and his ID seemed to be Gentle Blade. That guy was also big and burly with a full beard, always wearing a constipated expression in reality, walking with his legs crossed, and he particularly refused to sit on hard benches. At that time, someone in the forum even revealed that this guy sacrificed his soul to obtain the hidden class. Now it seemed, this was not a soul sacrifice, but a sacrifice of his sphincter. Chen Hui felt a chill rising from his feet to the top of his head, instinctively tightening up. At that moment, the system panel in front of him popped up with 2 options. Option 1, the mentor's affection. Accept Tai Nyo's personal guidance for a wonderful night, must strip off all gear, and cannot resist. Option 2. Click to expand. Chen Hui looked at the 3 large red hearts behind option 1, and felt the gas he had just suppressed in his stomach surging up again. Chastity, or hidden class. Chen Hui gritted his teeth, staring at Tai Nyo's arms thicker than his own thighs, and that face, getting closer, exhaling hot breath. "I would rather be stabbed by a knife." Chen Hui in despair reached out with a trembling finger, and fiercely poked the inconspicuous click to expand. Swish. The list refreshed instantly, revealing a line of bloody text. Option 2, proof of strength. Start the legendary hell level class change trial. Clearance conditions: health must not drop below 80 throughout the trial, and the final score must reach above 90 points. S rank. Failure penalty level reset to 0, and option 1 will be enforced. Reward: direct class change to Immovable King. Hell level. Chen Hui's pupils shrank sharply. The difficulty levels for class change dungeons in Eternal were classified as Novice, Normal, Expert, Master, and Nightmare. In his past life, he had challenged the Nightmare level, preparing for 3 full days before clearing it. He had no idea what the Hell level would be like. Not to mention, he had to maintain over 80 health. But Chen Hui glanced again at Tai Nyo, who was trying to tidy his collar with a flamboyant gesture. "Damn it, even if I have to duel with the King of Hell in the underworld, it's still 1,000 times better than singing Chrysanthemum stage on the bed of this hairy-chested brute." Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Hui didn't even look at the specific dungeon description and directly pressed the second option heavily. "I want the trial. Now. Right now." Chen Hui roared, his voice carrying a sense of tragic determination. The originally eager Tai Nyo froze, his big copper bell-like eyes dimming in an instant, the flesh on his face drooping, looking like a jilted woman cast aside by a heartless man. "Sigh." Tai Nyo sighed heavily, his voice full of regret. He waved his large hand, which resembled a faint buzz. A dark red portal emanating a strong stench of blood and sulfur appeared out of thin air behind Chen Hui. "What a pity I had the bed all warmed up for you." Tai Nyo looked at Chen Hui with a hint of resentment, then a strange smile crept onto his lips, his gaze turning fiery and lustful. "But, little Lei, your judgment of people is indeed correct. This kind of unyielding spirit daring to challenge the limits. I like it even more, a real man so bold." Hearing the words so bold, Chen Hui's scalp nearly exploded and goosebumps erupted all over him like waves before a storm. He didn't dare to stay a second longer, fearing this pervert would suddenly change his mind and drag him back for guidance. I need to eat. I need to do something hungry. We can talk later. In extreme panic, Chen Hui's tongue was tied. After leaving a nonsensical remark, he dashed into the blood-red portal as if his butt was on fire. Swish! With a flash of light, Chen Hui's figure disappeared in an instant. The great hall returned to silence. Tainyo scratched his stubbly chin, looking bewildered at the curvaceous female mentor beside him. What? What did he just say? Something about being hungry. I didn't catch that clearly. The shield warrior beauty mentor named Hong Lian rolled her eyes, wiping her shield while coldly replying. Are you an idiot? Your ears could be donated to someone in need, he said. Hong Lian pointed at the blood-red portal, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. He wants to do something evil. Tainyo suddenly understood, then shyly covered his face. Oh dear, how naughty, I like it so much. In the upper bedroom of the city lord's mansion in Luo Shui, Suspended City, the air was still permeated with a faint sewer smell that even the most expensive incense could not mask. The city lord Luo Ning Shuang, with a face as pale as paper, was weakly leaning against the headboard, tightly clutching a perfumed handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose. Did I? Cough cough. Arrange what I just said. Her voice trembled, but her eyes revealed the maid beside her hurried over, helping her calm down, while respectfully saying, reporting to the city lord, everything has been arranged. As per your instructions, the two troublemakers who blew up the sewer. Oh no, the adventurers, their class change trial difficulty has been secretly adjusted to the highest level, hell level. At this point the maid paused, a trace of worry appearing on her face. But what? Luo Ning Shuang glared, nearly sitting up in anger. What if they really pass? Pass? Huh? Luo Ning Shuang scoffed, as if hearing the greatest joke, a disdainful sneer appearing on her pale face. Do you know what hell level means? That is a death difficulty level that even the strongest Knight Order of the Empire once perished against. Throughout history, how many have managed to pass the hell level trial at just over level 10? Moreover, Luo Ning Shuang's eyes turned cold, her fingers tightly gripping the bedsheet. The dungeon I assigned to that shield warrior is one that will bring him despair. Coincidentally, I heard that those outsiders from other novice villages are also being teleported to our city one after another. Let's start a live projection in the square. Luo Ning Shuang's lips curled into a villainous smile, although her somewhat disheveled hair made her look a bit comical. Let everyone see how these two bastards who blew off the head of this city lord. The head of this city lord statue are being tortured in hell, crying for their mothers. I want them to become the laughingstock of Luo Shui Suspended City. Let them never hold their heads high for the rest of it. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Vomit. Before the laughter could last for 2 seconds, Luo Ning Shuang was choked by the faint stench in the air, beginning to gag. The city lord is mighty. The city lord is wise. The maid hurriedly flattered, and then the two exchanged glances, letting out a sinister and delighted laugh in this uniquely scented bedroom. After a dizzying, suffocating whirl, Chen Hui snapped his eyes open. Before him, there were no blades or demons, only a deep, oppressive sea, dark and brooding enough to steal his breath. Ink black all around, a crushing water pressure slammed in from every direction, as if intent on bursting it. At the same moment, a blood-red system prompt detonated before his eyes, exuding a cold, grim aura. Current scene: Wujin, Xinyuan, Endless Abyss. Purgatory level, job change, dungeon phase 1. Clear conditions, survive 3 hours under the deep-sea, high-pressure, and suffocating environment. Before Chen Hui could even react, a skullmark debuff lit up his status bar. Asphyxiation due to lack of oxygen and crushing pressure, lose 10 HP every 0.5 seconds, ignores defense. The next second, a crimson number floated above his head, 10. Yet at that very instant, a faint halo of thorns shimmered across his skin. Then an audacious green number burst onto his brow, 87. 87. 87. Chen Hui froze. Staring at the green healing numbers that nearly formed a continuous line, he blinked and blew a string of baffled bubbles. Gurgly. His mind raced, and he slapped his thigh. Admittedly, the slap sounded muted in water. He had forgotten this detail. Jingji Jiju, Lord of Thorns, reflected 30 of his maximum HP as true damage when hit. And Tongku Zhuanhua Pain Transmutation converted 10 of the reflected damage into his own health. With 290 HP, now the reflection was 870, and the lifesteal was 87. Lose 10, but regain 87. This was not bleeding out at all, it was healing in plain sight. Even more ecstatic, Chen Hui watched the quest bar for Jingji Jiju climb at a visibly rapid pace. A check every 0.5 seconds, 120 times a minute, 720 times an hour. Chen Hui counted on his fingers. If only there were more of this damage. As if in answer to his wish, the water below him began to bubble violently. The frigid sea boiled as the temperature shot up. Chen Hui looked down in astonishment. Beneath his buttocks, a volcanic vent was erupting. Scalding lava turned the water ruddy, and countless bubbles churned upward. A new status entered his bar: scorching. Affected by submarine geothermal heat, lose 10 HP every 0.5 seconds. Faced with this double bleeding debuff, most players would have panicked. Chen Hui, however, nearly started an underwater tap dance for joy. Truly a pillow for the sleepy, everything you wish for arrives. And a hot spring to boot. 5 stars. Unconcerned, Chen Hui plucked a relatively flat piece of obsidian from the vent and lay back like a lord face to the sky. Comfortable. Enjoying the scorching of the undersea spring and the suffocating pressure massage, the green numbers above his head immediately doubled. 87. 87. 87. 87. The healing rate surpassed even the novice village's health potions. Delightful. Chen Hui squinted sighed with pleasure and struck a languid, utterly contented pose amid this purgatory-grade dungeon. This isn't purgatory at all, it's a spa. Just then he felt something was missing. A soak needs a drink. He rummaged through his bag of odds and ends and found several bottles fizzing with green bubbles. Deadly poison potion, throwable consumable. Effect on impact causes target to be poisoned, suffering 20 toxin damage per second for 5 minutes. This junk had dropped from monsters and been gathering dust in his pack. To Chen Hui it gleamed like a vintage wine. His eyes lit up. I almost forgot you. He slapped his thigh and pretended to lament. 20 damage per second wasted would, though it's meant for external use and jesting, it should be stronger, right? With that he uncorked the bottle. He raised the bottle toward the ephemeral system panel, as if toasting the architect of this trial. Cheers. Thanks for the hot spring, friend. This cup is for purgatory. I'll drink to that. Gulp gulp. He downed the potion, enough to fell an ox, in one draft. He smacked his lips in satisfaction and belched a toxic burp. Tastes like spoiled soda, sour and spicy with a tingling on the tongue. Strong kick, I like it. In the next instant 3 streams of healing numbers exploded above his head, like festive fireworks. Chen Hui closed his eyes blissfully and hummed an idle tune in this so-called death zone. For others the 3 hours would be torment. For Chen Hui, it was imperial luxury. Meanwhile in Luo Shui's suspended city at the city lord's mansion, the city's most fastidious woman Luo Ningxuang soaked in a vast jewel-studded bathtub. A thick veil of imported rose petals floated on the water, while expensive essential oils perfumed the air. La la la. In high spirits, Luo Ningxuang gently scrubbed her alabaster skin with the softest sponge, humming to herself. Thinking of the scoundrel who had blown the head off her statue now being pressed into a meat pancake by deep-sea pressure in a purgatory dungeon, she felt a sinful pleasure bloom. Even her pores seemed to widen. Humph dared across the city, lord. Do they not know whose territory this is? Luo Ningxuang scooped a handful of water and watched droplets slip from her fingers, a cruel and elegant smile playing at her lips. They'll make the whole city watch him beg on his knees. Then bang. The bathroom door was flung open with brute. A scream escaped Luo Ningxuang. Instinctively she clutched her towel to her chest and glared toward the door. Her personal maid, who had been waiting in the bedchamber, stumbled in, disheveled and terrified, one shoe discarded in the room. How dare you? Luo Ningxuang fumed, eyes narrowing like phoenixes. Who told you to barge in without knocking? Can't you see him bathing? The maid panted, clutching the doorframe, face as pale as paper, as if she had seen a ghost. It's not good. Luo Ningxuang frowned and waved her hand impatiently. Why the fuss? If the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. I've taken care of the pirates. What else could go wrong? The maid swallowed and shook her head, voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. No, not pirates. It's that shield war. Luo Ningxuang paused, then sneered with knowing derision. Oh, that reckless fellow. She leaned back against the tub and idly toyed with the petals. What, has he already died and crawled out? Is he wailing and begging the city lord to pardon him? Ha, I knew it. Such trash wouldn't last minutes. Luo Ningxuang raised her chin, smugly awaiting the delectably satisfying report. Instead the maid shook her head like a rattle, tears brimming. She drew a shaky breath and cried in a voice close to breaking, No, my lady. He's on vacation. Silence fell. Luo Ningxuang's hand, playing with petals, froze midair. Slowly she turned her head, neck cracking, staring at the maid in stunned incomprehension. What did you say? Vacation? The maid, voice choked with tears, added desperately, yes. The projection over the square just now showed. He wasn't losing HP, he was soaking at a volcanic hot spring, and even opened a bottle of something that looked like poison and was toasting, celebrating. With a splash, Luo Ningxuang bolted upright from the tub, sending water everywhere. Her exquisite face was stricken with a soul-questioning shock. What? Her scream pierced walls and echoed over the manor. At the lord's mansion, Luo Ningxuang saw Fanga's effortless swagger and fainted once more. What was meant to shame him on the magical projection instead became a stage upon which he was shown off. 2 hours passed in a blink. In the plaza of Luo Shui, Xuanqing once Ling's strategy guide was released. The town gate bosses of every new player village began to fall one after another. Top-tier players of the first echelon surged into the floating capital like a tide. The square, of formerly vacant and desolate, had become a roaring sea of voices. Yet everyone, whether drawn by the vocation transfer or by provisions, stood still. One by one they gaped, staring dumbly at the enormous magical projection that dominated the square's center. Across the top of the screen, crimson letters spelled a chilling headline: Purgatory Tier, Vocation Transfer Dungeon, Live. And yet the image itself had nothing of death, it breathed a lazy, insouciant comfort. On the screen, Chen Hui lay sprawled in a huge character-shaped pose upon a flat rock at the mouth of an undersea volcano, rising and falling with the hot currents. His eyes were closed from his nostrils now, and then a comical mucus bubble swelled and shrank with each breath. Beside him lay a scatter of empty potion vials painted with skulls discarded like cans after a drunken binge. Most absurd of all was the string of negative status icons hovering above his head. The 3 skull icons, suffocation, burning, poison, each flashed a despairing red effect that would instantly kill an ordinary player. In stark contrast, green numerals surged above his head: 87. 87. 87. Is this the fabled Purgatory Tier instance? A newcomer in the crowd, Kwang Tu, massaged his throbbing temples and barked out the question with a face full of consternation. Why does it look like he's getting a massage, eh? Ugh, my head hurts. Kwang Tu gagged again, the unmistakable haze of a hangover about him. Beside him, a girl in a pristine priest's robe, Ruan, sweet-faced and calm, nonchalantly inspected her gear's attributes. At Kwang Tu's complaint, she rolled her eyes. Serves you right for insisting on drinking with me last night, Ruan snorted. If you're weak, practice more. Hearing that, Kwang Tu turned red and defensive. That wasn't even drinking. You, standing there with one foot on a crate, blowing on the bottle like a girl. You were manlier than me. I won't accept that. Rematch. I'll give you 2 bottles next time, Ruan said, chin lifted in playful pride. All the while their taciturn Captain Ling kept his gaze fixed on the massive projection. His ever-calm eyes bore a rare hint of both amusement and helplessness. It seems we underestimated him, Ling said, pointing to the bubble-blowing figure on the screen. Fang has become famous again. Ruan followed Ling's finger, staring at Chen Hui's absurdly fast healing numbers until her staff nearly snapped in her grip. This healing frequency, this amount. Ruan's mouth twitched. The professional pride of a top-tier priest felt grievously provoked. It makes me want to delete my account and start anew. What need is there for priests? Let him heal himself. This is— Ling withdrew his gaze and clapped his hands, drawing everyone back to the task at hand, his tone laced with a subtle, scarcely concealed expectation. Enough watching. We must hurry our vocation transfers, or he'll leave us in the dust. He glanced once more at the contented figure on the screen and murmured, Fangyu, I hope you can hold on. The real trouble is only beginning. He then forwarded all the money earned from selling the strategy guide to Fangyu. At the same time, at the portal entrance of No. 214 Newbie Village, the normally peaceful safe zone reeked of a suffocating bloodiness. A piercing scream split the air. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou, once arrogant in the Newbie Village and self-styled as an elite of the server, was being trampled like a dead dog in the mud. A polished metal war boot ground into his face, crushing the proud features beneath into a grotesque Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's eyes were bloodshot as he looked in despair toward his teammates. They were being slaughtered by a band of well-equipped red name players. White light flared repeatedly, the mark of death and level loss. They had barely clawed their way back to level 10 and had not yet stepped into the portal. They fell back to level 9 again, losing the right to enter the main city. Wan Jianxi Fa, you're despicable, Jian roared, clawing at the foot that pressed into his face. The man called Wan Jianxi Fa was a ranger bearing a verdant master-grade longbow upon his back. He loomed over Jian with a disdainful sneer. Cooperate. Wan Jianxi Fa snorted and slammed his foot down harder. Though pinned beneath the boot, Jian's eyes burned with venom. He fixed Wan Jianxi Fa with a hateful stare and gritted out, I'll tell you this. Even if I'm reduced to level 0, I won't breathe a word about Fangyu. Fangyu is mine, he is my prey, anyone who kills him will be me. Wan Jianxi Fa heard this and seemed to hear the world's greatest joke. Idiot. He shook his head slowly, his contempt deepened. We agreed to cooperate. You're still clinging to that. The cunning of war, any child knows it. No wonder that Fangyu played you like a puppet, you're hopeless. Wan Jianxi Fa's gaze chilled, there was a murderousness in his tone that made the air itself tense. However, since you so fervently wish to return to level 0, how could I deny such a groveling request? As you wish. Before his words finished, the boot pressing Jian's face shot up, and borne on a savage gust, came down with boom, a dull sickening sound. Jian Xiao Jiuzhou's head burst like a watermelon and dissolved into a flash of white, vanishing where he lay. Wan Jianxi Fa disdainfully wiped the imaginary blood from his shoe on the grass, never sparing the white flash so much as a glance. He turned to the gang of guild members bristling with bloodlust and gave cold orders. Leave a squad to guard here. Kill anyone under level 10, grind them back to 0. The rest of you. He raised his head and looked past the portal. He licked his lips, excitement and cruelty glittered like a hunter discovering prime prey. Follow me into the main city. Let me meet this so-called Fangyu. This dog who has turned the entire Xinyu upside down. and see what kind of caliber he truly is. Ding. Congratulations, player. The first phase of the Hellish Class Vocation Trial Survival has been successfully completed. Time elapsed 03000. Health retained at 100. Evaluation perfect. The system's chime faded into silence. The soothing, effervescent warmth that had enveloped him underwater receded. Chen Hui smacked his lips and stretched luxuriously, his bones crackling like snapping beans. That's it. He opened his talent panel and glanced at the upgrade quest for Lord of Thorns. Damage taken 62480100000. 50,000 hits in 3 hours. This is faster than grinding monsters. Chen Hui felt oddly unsatisfied, his expression resembling that of a diner ushered out of an Awaken buffet, just halfway full. If I could stay here for 60 hours straight, I'd hit the full million hits instantly. Several players stood frozen in the plaza staring at the screen. This was a hellish class dungeon, a death zone where health bled away every second. How could this man possibly feel unsatisfied? Is this even the same game we're playing? Luo Shui, Suspended City, the Lord's Residence. Crash. An exquisitely crafted lapis lazuli lamp shattered on the floor. Luo Ningxuang stared at the screen. Chen Hui stood unscathed. Even his skin glowed with rosy, radiant vitality after 3 hours submerged in thermal waters. Her entire body trembled, her once flawless makeup now twisted into something grotesque. Useless. All of you utterly useless. What happened at that volcano vent? Why didn't it boil him alive? She whirled around violently, her hair wild, and screamed at the maid kneeling before her. Initiate phase 2 now? Immediately. Release those ravenous things that have starved for centuries. Tear him limb from limb. I want to see blood. I want to see bone shards. Yes. The maid scrambled backward, then fled to obey. Deep beneath the ocean, the environment shifted abruptly. The once-immoderate Lilith seabed plunged into absolute, suffocating darkness. A piercing cold descended, so intense it threatened to freeze blood solid. Crack, crack. A dense, grating rustle echoed from every direction within the black void. Then, countless pairs of scarlet eyes ignited in the dark, dense as ghostly flames flickering over a midnight graveyard. The plaza's main screen flashed the monster stat panel. Deep Sea Azure Demon Shrimp LV. 20 Elite. HP 20002000 Attack. 360 Trait. Pack-based movement. Extreme Attack. Speed. Razor-sharp mandibles capable of shredding steel. Overwhelming bloodlust. HSSSS. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. It's over. We're facing an Azure Demon Shrimp swarm. A veteran knight paled. According to the stats, these creatures deal modest individual damage, but move and strike with terrifying speed. Hundreds emerge at once. Even a fully defense-geared knight's shield would be gnawed through in under 3 seconds. No movement possible underwater, no kiting. This is a certain death scenario. On screen, the man moved. By faint bioluminescence, Chen Hui discerned the colossal shrimp surging toward him. He raised no shield. He did not flee. Instead, he calmly withdrew a pristine white napkin, somehow acquired, Waknaware, and tied it neatly around his neck. Next, he pulled out a vial of potent toxin and weighed it thoughtfully in his palm. Then, gazing upon the teeming swarm, his eyes blazed with 2 emerald-green beams, hungrier, fiercer, more ravenous than any monsters. Whoa! His voice pierced the deep-sea hush. Such generous dungeon rewards. Hot spring soak, then a seafood platter delivered straight to me. The lead few shrimp froze mid-lunge, tiny crimson eyes blinked, confused. For centuries they'd reigned unchallenged in the abyss, encountering only adventurers wailing for mercy. Never before had one drooled at the sight of them. Come on, don't be shy, jump right into my bowl. Chen Hui grinned, flashing a row of dazzling white teeth. In the next instant, he raised his right hand toward the swarming mass and activated the skill. Sacred Taunt. Hum. A golden light detonated in the abyssal gloom. A colossal, radiant, floating illusion appeared, an upraised middle finger gleaming fiercely in the depths. SSSSSSS. That single gesture ignited the wrath of every Azure Demon Shrimp. Their hunger dissolved, replaced by pure, searing humiliation. Hundreds erupted into berserk fury, transforming into streaks of azure lightning hurtling straight at Chen Hui. Perfect, come on. He did not retreat. He surged forward, arms wide open. Crack, crack, crack. A rapid staccato of impacts filled the water. Yet Chen Hui was not torn apart. Instead, an eerie, surreal, shell-peeling spectacle unfolded. With blistering attack speed, 3 or 4 strikes per second, each blow triggered Chen Hui's Lord of Thorns passive 30 of his maximum HP reflected as true damage. Nearly 900 points of raw, unblockable damage. For these elite glass-like monsters boasting mere thousands of HP, one touch of Chen Hui meant half their life vanished. Under crushing deep-sea pressure, the shockwave of true damage resonated directly inside each shrimp's carapace. Boom, 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 boom. A series of muffled detonations followed. One by one, as their fangs struck Chen Hui's armor, their bodies swelled, like overinflated balloons. Hardened shells exploded outward in glittering shrapnel. Inside, perfectly intact, Translucent tinder, faintly briny. Fresh shrimp meat hovered motionless before Chen Hui. The fully automated counter-damage shell peeler had officially gone live. Holy! The knight's jaw dropped to the plaza floor. Luo Ningxuang's lip twitched uncontrollably. Could this really be happening? Inside the dungeon, Chen Hui studied the freshly self-peeled shrimp meat still quivering before him. He nodded approvingly, not glancing at his health bar which remained stubbornly full, and reached out seizing the thick arm-sized slab of flesh. Chomp! A hearty bite. Juices burst across his tongue. As he chewed the springy silky meat, he mumbled indistinctly toward the camera. Not bad at all. These deep-sea shrimp swim constantly. Their flesh is dense, resilient. Sweet aftertaste, hint of creamy richness. He downed another large gulp of the potent toxin. Shame though, just needs soy sauce and wasabi to be perfect. Next time I'll bring a condiment pack. With that he casually snatched another shrimp recently dispatched by his own recoil damage, deftly removed its head and tail, and stuffed it into his mouth. This one's slightly tougher, must be male. Luo Shui, Suspended City, the Lord's residence. Luo Ningxuang stared transfixed at the screen. That man had turned her meticulously crafted death swarm into an Aleokiniate buffet, grease glistening on his chin, critiquing texture and gender. Her vision spun. Darkness closed in. Trembling fingers pointed at the screen at the figure feasting with unrestrained delight. Her voice rose shrill and brittle. What is he? Is he a demon? Those creatures were designed to kill, not serve as sashimi. Mainframe, I'm filing a report. This is blatant cheating. He's not even pretending anymore. After a pause, the mainframe replied calm and detached, no anomaly detected. The noble lord of the city sat dumbfounded, head swimming with questions. Wait, what do you mean no anomaly? No anomalies. Luo Ningxuang slumped into the luxurious leather armchair, her gaze hollow, as if her very soul had been drained. On the screen before her the grotesque atrocity raged on. Chen Hui had clearly honed his instincts, his palate even, through experience. No longer content to passively await retaliatory damage to slay monsters, he now took the initiative, strolling among a pack of snarling elite beasts like a fastidious auntie selecting produce at the market. This one won't do. The shell's too thick, the meat would be tough. Pass. Oh, this one's promising. Look at that powerful curvature in the waist. Clearly a fitness shrimp who does sit-ups religiously. The flesh must be firm and springy. Muttering to himself, Chen Hui extended his sinuous hand and seized the chosen, lucky one. The azure demon shrimp flailed its claws in terror, struggling futilely. Yet, ding, 870 true damage. The moment its pincer brushed against Chen Hui's armor, the shrimp itself convulsed violently, half paralyzed by its own recoil. Chen Hui peeled, decapitated, and deveined with practiced ease, fluid precise as though had undergone formal training in marine delicacy preparation at a prestigious vocational academy. MRP. Another hearty bite. System alert: consumed deep-sea azure demon shrimp meat, elite tier. Gained experience 500. System alert: ingested high-protein deep-sea ingredient. Movement speed temporarily increased by 1 for 10 minutes stackable. Hick. Chen Hui let out a thunderous oil-glistened belch, then tossed the leftover tail disdainfully aside. TCH. Though this one was delightfully springy, it lacked the sweetness of the last. Disappointing. In the central plaza of Luo Shui, Suspended City, the once-tense battle-ready atmosphere had dissolved entirely. Thousands upon thousands of players tilted their heads upward, transfixed by the colossal screen, every throat moving in eerie unison. Gulp. Someone swallowed first, then another and another, until a wave of audible gulping rippled across the crowd. Damn it! Is this game actually playable like this? A warrior player just returned from the wilds with an empty stomach clutched his abdomen, face twisted in righteous indignation. I'm chewing dry rations out there, while he's devouring sashimi inside the Hellfire dungeon. Is there no law left? No justice left? Don't talk. I've already opened my food delivery app. Ordering spicy crayfish right now. I'm starving just watching. This streamer's product pitching power is insane. The shrimp looks so fresh. What should have been the server's most anticipated high-stakes Clash Transcendence livestream had devolved, thanks entirely to Chen Hui, into a late-night culinary spectacle laced with lethal temptation. Inside the city lord's manor, Luo Ningxuang no longer possessed the energy to rage. Staring at the screen littered with scattered shrimp shells, she felt a surreal, crushing helplessness settle over her. Those weren't shells. They were the shattered fragments of her dignity. Just end it. Now. Her eyes vacant, she whispered into the silence. I'm exhausted. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, the azure demon shrimp swarm, once bloodthirsty, fearless, and relentless, had undergone a strange, unsettling transformation. After witnessing hundreds of their kin flayed, eviscerated, and devoured raw on the spot, the remaining few hundred finally recalled the primal dread of a true apex predator. They huddled tightly 5 meters away from Chen Hui, dense trembling, their once fierce crimson eyes now wide with raw terror and utter helplessness. Claws raised, but not a single step forward. For this human was no prey. He was the abyssal leviathan Why did it stop? Chen Hui paused mid-bite, puzzled, still holding half a translucent morsel. He glanced up and saw the quivering circle of shrimp frozen in place. A beat passed. Then with great effort he rose from the ground, massaging his distended belly, swollen as if 3 months pregnant, and grimaced. Hick! Too much seafood, overpowering. Waving dismissively at the hesitant swarm, he called out earnestly, voice thick with satiety. Please, friends, don't come any closer. Truly don't. They'll burst if you do. I can't even look at shrimp right now. Let's take a break, okay? His words struck like a blade through the heart. Silence descended upon Luo Shui's suspended city. Absolute, suffocating absolute. It was psychological annihilation, pure and absolute. To declare oneself full while facing down a horde of elite monsters in a Hellfire tier dungeon. Was this even human behavior? Splush. In the city lord's private bath chamber, Luo Ningxuang, just sipping red wine to steady her nerves, spat the entire mouthful across the marble floor. That wretch. He's mocking me. He's deliberately humiliating me. She trembled violently, nails digging deep into her palms until blood welled. I will kill him. I will kill him. Inside the dungeon, though utterly sated, Chen Hui clung fiercely to the noble virtue of frugality. No correction, the sacred principle of never leaving empty-handed. His eyes gleamed emerald green as he surveyed the cowering shrimp. Since I can't eat more, let's take them home. They'll fetch a fortune from wealthy collectors. Muttering to himself, Chen Hui lunged toward the largest specimen. Come on, don't run. Yes, you big fellow. Your bone structure is extraordinary. You're coming back to town with me. For the next 10 minutes the scene transformed into a merciless game of hawk and chickens. Chen Hui chased. The shrimp fled. Within half an hour the Azure Demon Shrimp's ancestral domain had been utterly scoured clean by one. Of the hundreds, some now resided in Chen Hui's stomach. Others lay frozen in his inventory. The last few frail, elderly, or injured survivors wept as they scrambled into fissures along the seabed, refusing ever again to emerge. As the final Azure Demon Shrimp vanished, a golden system chime resonated in Chen Hui's ears and echoed across the citywide broadcast. Congratulations, player Fangu, on completing Phase 2 of the survival trial. Time elapsed 2 hours, 35 minutes. Current health 100 full. Monsters slain 482 elite tier. Overall rating SSS perfect. Appraisal: you have not only eradicated these creatures physically, but shattered their species' very dignity spiritually. The Abyssal Azure Demon Shrimp have officially added you to their unspeakable terror registry. Note: experience points will be awarded in full upon dungeon completion. Before the blinding SSS rating, the plaza's players stood numb, beyond awe, beyond disbelief. Shattered spiritually. Someone muttered, jaw twitching. That appraisal is terrifyingly accurate. Chen Hui tied the sack tight with satisfaction, patted his taut belly, and prepared to find a rock to recline upon, intending to digest in peace, perhaps even floss with a shrimp whisker. Boom. At that very instant, the entire subterranean realm convulsed without warning. The volcanic vent, still steaming moments before, seemed gripped by an invisible titan's fist. Molten rock froze solid in an instant. A pressure descended, hundreds of times more horrifying than before, so profound it made souls shudder. It crashed down like Mount Tai itself. Gurgle. The surrounding seawater erupted into violent rolling boils, not from heat, but from sheer, overwhelming energy distortion. Rule war. A guttural savage roar tore forth from the deepest, blackest abyss, its sound waves materializing into visible shockwaves that ripped across the void. Crack, crack, crack. Boulders beside Chen Hui exploded into dust. His flossing motion froze midair, the shrimp whiskers slipping from his lips. All levity vanished in that heartbeat, replaced by an air so thick with mortal dread it choked the breath from the lungs. From the darkness, two colossal blood-red eyes, vast as searchlights, slowly inexorably opened. Devoid of mercy, of reason, of anything but bottomless fury and slaughter, those eyes locked, unwavering, upon the tiny bewildered human sitting atop a stone, rubbing his bloated belly in dazed confusion. The boss had awakened. The tremors beneath the sea finally ceased. In their place was a soul-freezing silence. In the darkness, two crimson giant lamps slowly rose. By the faint glow, the players finally discerned the true form of this colossal creature. It was a mountain of flesh, its twisted body half serpent and half whale, coiled within the abyssal canyon, entirely covered in black heavy armor adorned with barbs. Hundreds of thick tentacles flailed wildly beside it like seaweed, each movement stirring murky currents. Abyssal Serpent Whale LV. 20 BOSS health. Status: extremely hungry. In the square, the players dared not even breathe. Is this really a level 20 boss? Just the feeling of oppression was like being choked by the neck. Roar. The serpent whale offered Chen Hui no time to prepare. It let out a deep, resonating growl. A tentacle as thick as two people embracing slammed down with immense force. The seawater was instantly evacuated, creating a vacuum. Chen Hui barely had time to raise his shield before the surrounding water pressure pinned him in place, rendering him immobile. Boom! The mud and sand exploded. Chen Hui was smashed into the seabed muck like a nail. 214. A bright red damage number floated up. The crowd gasped. The defense was broken. It finally broke, cried a terrified player who considered themselves a data expert. And that was just a basic attack. If that abomination's terrifying defense dropped by over 200 health for a regular squishy character, this blow would turn them into mush. In the city of Luoshui within the Lord's Mansion, Luo Ningxuang suddenly sprang up from her luxurious soft chair, crushing the wine glass in her hand, the bright red liquid running down her fair fingers, indistinguishable from wine or blood. Her stunning face twisted into a nearly ferocious expression fixated on the screen as she let out a delighted roar from her throat. Attack! Hit him hard! Shatter him! Grind his bones to dust! It was as if the Lord's call had been heard. In the abyss, the serpent whale did not continue to wave its tentacles. It slowly opened its giant maw capable of swallowing vessels whole. Deep within its throat a dark vortex spun wildly, as if it were an entrance to hell. Skill. Devour heaven and earth. A terrifying suction erupted. The seawater debris and even Chen Hui, who had just crawled out of the mud pit, were instantly transformed into a torrent mercilessly swallowed by that giant mouth. Crunch. The giant mouth closed. The screen instantly plunged into total darkness. Moments later, a line of pale system notifications appeared before all the spectators. Warning, player Fang Gu has been swallowed by the boss. Current environment: strong acid stomach. In the Lord's Mansion, Luo Ningxuang erupted into a fit of crazed laughter. Ha! Digest him. Turn him into a pile of excrement and spit him out. Inside the stomach of the serpent whale, the air was filled with a nauseating stench. Surrounded by dark red flesh walls, the ground was covered in green slime up to his knees. The slime bubbled like boiling lava. Sizzle! Chen Hui had barely landed when white smoke began to rise from his armor. System notification: you are being corroded by strong acid. 70. 70. 70. The damage numbers did not jump once per second. Instead, they flickered like a seizure, jumping wildly every 0.1 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Chen Hui's health bar visibly dropped a small segment. Yet amidst this desperate acid hell, rather than panicking, Chen Hui glanced at his status bar with the faint light of his skill. Then the corners of his mouth curled up maniacally, revealing a smile even more twisted than the boss's. Damage assessment: every 0.1 seconds. This boss turns out to be a good guy. The next second, Chen Hui's talent, Lord of Thorns, was completely activated by this high-frequency, continuous damage. Buzz! Streams of green healing numbers erupted like a geyser above his head. 87. 87. 87. 87. For every 70 points of damage taken, he dealt 870 points of true damage back to the BOSS, and restored 87 points of health to himself. The blood bar, which had been falling, was instantly filled to the brim by this terrifying healing amount. Furthermore, due to healing overflow, Chen Hui was enveloped in a rich green light of life, resembling a human-shaped light bulb illuminating the dim stomach. Tisk. Although the environment is lacking, the service is excellent. Chen Hui disdainfully kicked a glob of slime on the ground. It's just that the taste of gastric acid is too pungent and unhygienic. Since his health was no longer a concern, Chen Hui's restless heart began to stir again. He opened his backpack and pulled out a necklace emanating a dark red glow. Heart of lava. Chen Hui hung the necklace around his neck. Boom. A ring of searing flames erupted around him. The originally cold and damp stomach saw a sharp rise in temperature. 145,145,145. Outside the abyss, the once imposing serpent whale, preparing to find a place to nap and digest, suddenly froze. Its massive body began to tremble violently. Then roar. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the... This sound was no longer the dignified growl from before, but filled with fear and excruciating pain, like an eel thrown into a hot frying pan. The players in the square were all stunned. They saw on the screen that the mountain-like beast began to roll wildly. It rammed its head against the rock walls and lashed its tentacles against its own belly. Its once pitch-black abdomen now emitted an eerie red glow, swelling and shrinking rhythmically as if filled with air. What is happening? It looks really hot. Holy crap, look at its health bar. Someone pointed at the boss. The health bar, which had previously seemed bottomless like a vast ocean, was now plummeting at a terrifying speed. Like a dam bursting, it spilled forth. 870. True damage, 870. True damage, 145. Magic damage. A flurry of white true damage numbers mixed with blue magic damage erupted from the BOSS, forming a numerical waterfall above its head. Inside the Lord's Mansion, Luo Ningxuang's manic laughter abruptly stopped. She stared blankly at the screen, watching the beast in agony, her mind a complete blank. What is he doing? What exactly did he do in there? Inside the boss, Chen Hui swallowed hard. The surrounding flesh walls had been charred black, emitting a strange roasted aroma. The timing is just right. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he looked at a piece of meat wall sizzling with grease. Skillfully tearing off a piece heedless of the heat, he stuffed it into his mouth. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Chen Hui chewed, while commenting to the air. Though the texture cannot compare to the blue demon shrimp, the smoky flavor is authentic. A bit of cumin would make it perfect. At this moment the serpent whale's health was nearly depleted. Unable to endure the excruciating pain any longer, it opened its massive jaws attempting to expel this demon. But Chen Hui clearly had no intention of leaving through the front door. I've eaten my fill, it's time to settle the bill. Chen Hui's gaze sharpened as he looked at the weakened flesh wall above. Skill shield slam. Activate. A thick golden shield enveloped him. Chen Hui bent his legs slightly, like an overly compressed spring, then unleashed his strength. Bang! He launched himself like a golden cannonball, crashing violently into the already battered stomach wall. At the bottom of the abyss, the serpent whale, which was rolling wildly, suddenly went rigid. The next second, boom! A dull explosion sounded. The serpent whale's indestructible abdomen was blown open from within, creating a large hole. Amidst the rain of blood, a blood-soaked figure emerged from the gory hole like a demon descending from the heavens. Chen Hui landed steadily. He held a shield in his left hand, and in his right, he raised a piece of still steaming golden brown whale meat. He smiled at the camera, showing off his loot. Medium rare, just right. Anyone want to try some? Rumbling. Behind him, the colossal form of the serpent whale crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. Then the giant beast transformed into a dazzling starry light and dissipated. System announcement: congratulations to player Fanggu for successfully clearing the hell-level class change dungeon, Endless Abyss. Completion rating 99 points, 1 point deducted due to excessively cruel behavior, causing strong condemnation from the Deep Sea Biological Protection Association. First kill in the entire server. Reward 40 gold coins, reputation 100. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire Luoshui suspended city seemed collectively mute. They stared at the screen, witnessing the man munching on roasted tentacles as if they were snacks, their worldview shattered. This is clearly a gourmet abyss. Moments later, boom. The thunderous cheers nearly overturned the entire main city. Awesome. Fanggu the Great. Please accept my knee. This maneuver. I am in awe. Complete. Eating the boss like a buffet. Is this even human? In the Lord's mansion, Luo Ningxuang watched the man on the screen, bloodied but smiling radiantly. She felt a surge of blood welling up in her chest. Poof. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Her vision darkened, and her high-heeled shoes twisted. Her entire being tumbled down the long spiral staircase like a rolling gourd. Lord! The maid screamed in a chaotic frenzy. And in the final moments before the dungeon closed, Chen Hui seemed to remember something. He turned to the camera, gave a thumbs up, pointed at the dissipating BOSS, and sincerely said, "By the way, thanks to the Lord for providing the ingredients. If there's ever another opportunity like this, be sure to call me." Luo Ningxuang, still rolling down the stairs, cursed. "I curse you, curse Grandpa." The surrounding space twisted as the bloody sea scene of the hell instance rapidly faded away. Chen Hui's feet once again touched the hard floor of the Job Change Temple. Before he could steady himself, a rough voice pierced his ears. "Little rebel. Oh no, brave warrior." The Tumtor 3 muscular man Tainyo held his heart with both hands, his large bronze-like eyes shimmering with a strange light, his lips bitten, white, displaying an extreme admiration. Chen Hui instinctively covered his butt and took a half step back, his body covered in goosebumps. Fortunately, he had chosen the hell difficulty. Had he opted for the first option, a night to remember, he would probably have to crawl out now. Ding. Congratulations to the player for clearing the hell level trial and gaining massive experience points. Congratulations. Player level increased to LV 12. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Suddenly the statue in the center of the temple with its fierce eyes wide open erupted in a burst of golden light, enveloping Chen Hui. Job change successful. Congratulations to the player rebel for obtaining the unique hidden class. Immovable. Chen Hui felt a surge of warmth flowing through his body, his bones becoming denser, and a faint golden glow appearing on the surface of his skin. He immediately opened his attribute panel. Class feature: King's golden body, significant correction in physical growth coefficient, 1 point of physique, 50 points of health permanent, increase of 50 in physical magical defense, and a 30 resistance boost against all control skills. Hiss. Chen Hui took a breath. Previously 1 point of physique only added 20 health, now it has increased by 5 times. He allocated all 5 attribute points gained from leveling up to physique. His original health of 2,900 began to soar under the effects of the class correction, and level up points, the numbers bouncing a few times before stabilizing. Health 5500, 5500, 5005. Chen Hui looked at this number, his mouth almost grinning sideways. Anyone who hits me now will have a rebound damage of over 1,600. Who can withstand that? Before he could finish his joy, Tainyo's thick finger gently poked his shoulder. Brave Warrior, although you have successfully changed jobs as a unique hidden class skill books, must be purchased separately. Tai Nyo threw a flirtatious glance and casually opened a skill list. Chen Hui focused his gaze and nearly had his eyes pop out. On the list lay 2 golden skill books all alone. Skill 1, I Unmoving as a Mountain, learnable at LV. 10. Passive effect, all damage taken is reduced by 10. Active moving speed decreased by 60 upon activation, but damage reduction increased to 80. Last 5 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Price 50 gold coins. Skill 2, Law of Heaven and Earth, learnable at LV. 25. Effect for 5 minutes after activation, body size increases by 100, health cap increases by 10, damage reduction increases to 99, moving speed decreased by 50. Cooldown 72 hours. Slaughter growth during this period, each kill of a player monster increases body size by an additional 100 and health cap by another 10, with no upper limit. Destruction descends at the end of the skill. All damage taken during the period is condensed into a catastrophic explosion, dealing true damage to all nearby hostile targets. Price 10000 gold coins. 1. 10,000 gold coins. Chen Hui's hand shook while pointing at the price. Is the cover of this book made of gold, or the pages? Robbery. With gold prices so high, selling you wouldn't even be worth 10,000 gold coins. This was simply outrageous. That Law of Heaven and Earth is indeed powerful, with 99 damage reduction combined with his Thorn Master true rebound damage that's like a human-shaped nuclear bomb that can explode at the end. But this price is too steep. Tai Nyo seemed to have anticipated Chen Hui's reaction, leisurely picking his nose. Oh dear. You know this is a unique hidden class, right? Since it's unique, it's a monopoly business. I can set the price as I wish. Suddenly Tai Nyo leaned his big face toward Chen Hui, his voice turning sweet. However, we can negotiate. If you are willing to stay tonight and chat about life while studying human anatomy, I can give you a 10% discount on the tuition fee. While saying this, he shyly stomped his large hand on the ground. Boom. The ground trembled, and the tiles cracked with several lines. Chen Hui looked at the cracked tiles as if he could see his own cracked future. Stop. Chen Hui stepped back, his face full of righteousness. Am I the kind of person who sells my body for money? In my life as a rebel, I pride myself on being unyielding. He quickly glanced at his backpack. Having saved some earlier, combined with the first clear reward from the instance, he had just enough to buy the first skill. Learn Unmoving as a Mountain. Cash payment, no change needed. Chen Hui slammed the gold coins on the counter, afraid that if he delayed even a second, this muscular man would pounce on him. Ding. Consumed 50 gold coins, successfully learned skill Unmoving as a Mountain. Looking at his instantly emptied pouch, Chen Hui felt a pang of heartache. This was his hard-earned money. Just then his phone in the real world vibrated, signaling the connection to the game pod. Your bank account received 500,000 yuan. Note: Maze area strategy fee. Payer 0. Chen Hui was stunned for a second, his back instantly bending down, and his expression switched to a flattering smile as he performed a standard fist salute to the void. It has to be Boss 0. This scale, this demeanor. Tai Nyo was somewhat speechless. Aren't you supposed to be unyielding? Chen Hui widened his eyes, pointing at that string of zeros. This is 5 million unyielding. I'll show you what triple fold means. It folds in every way. The server-wide announcement echoed again. World announcement: congratulations to the player Rebel for successfully changing to the first unique hidden class Immovable King in the server. As the first player to gain a hidden class reward, reputation 100 gold 10, special item Pirate King's treasure map fragment. This shout completely lit up the already bustling world channel. Another Rebel. This person must be cheating. Immovable King. This is definitely a super meat shield. How are we going to fight in the future? Rebel brother, do you need accessories? I can warm the bed and can make cute noises. Shut up there, Rebel God, look at me. I'm a guy, but I can go to Thailand for you. Chen Hui ignored the chaotic private messages, his gaze falling on the yellowed parchment in his backpack. Pirate King's treasure map fragment description: legend has it that the great pirate Blackbeard buried the treasures he plundered throughout his life in a mysterious sea. This map points to the sea outside Luoshui floating city, Skull Island. Pirates. Chen Hui stroked his chin, his eyes turning into $2 signs. Since they are pirates, they must be very rich. Since they are pirates, their money must be ill-gotten gains. Since it is ill-gotten gains as a just immovable king helping them safeguard, it is reasonable. Just right. Law of Heaven and Earth also requires 10,000 gold coins. Chen Hui looked at the island marked with a skull on the map, a smile creeping up his face. Since he was out of money, he could only go stock up. Brothers of Skull Island, polish your treasury keys. Your grandpa Rebel is coming. Chen Hui tucked the map into his chest and strode out of the job change temple. Behind him, Tai Nyo watched his departing figure, waving a little handkerchief with a face full of infatuation. Just as Chen Hui was about to slip away, a golden announcement flashed across the world channel. World announcement: congratulations to player duo Yin for successfully clearing the hell level assassin class change dungeon. Gained the hidden profession Shadow Dancer. Overall rating 90 points. The announcement following Duo Yin sparked even more intense discussion. The world channel froze for a few seconds, then was flooded with sarcastic comments. Another hell level. And it's a girl? Why do these two names sound so familiar? This guy and girl must have planned this together, right? Are they dominating this game? Before Chen Hui could express his astonishment, a rush of wind swept above him. On the rooftop of the suspended city of Le Shui, a petite figure was darting swiftly. It was Duo Yin, who had just successfully changed her class. With her full agility points and the bonus from her new profession, she was bouncing back and forth between the walls, and Eve's heading straight for Chen Hui. Great God! With a cheerful shout, Duo Yin leaped directly off the three-story rooftop. Just when Chen Hui thought she would crash to the ground, the girl forced her body to twist midair and landed right on Chen Hui's face. She clamped her legs around his neck and held onto his face with both hands. Chen Hui was engulfed in darkness, nearly losing his breath. Duo Yin hung on Chen Hui, peeking out from above his head, vigilantly staring at the towering, bashful figure of their instructor, Iron Bull. Hey! Duo Yin made a funny face at Iron Bull. This is mine, you're not allowed to look. Chen Hui finally managed to push her hands off his face, gasping for air, while trying to pull her down. You little brat, get down now. Or I'll take action. I'm not an easy person to mess with. Before he could finish, a notification sounded. Ding. Your bank card has received 200,000 yuan. Chen Hui, who was holding Duo Yan's ankle, froze, then smoothly adjusted her into a more comfortable position, sitting upright with a firm tone. Report, Lady Duo Yan. Please feel free to hang. I'm not tired, I could even handle 2 more. The surrounding players stared in awe. To avoid the onlookers, the two turned into a secluded alley. Confirming there was no one around, Duo Yan happily slid down from Chen Hui. Before she landed, Chen Hui caught her feet steady with his hands. Their faces were very close. The gentle breeze at the alley's entrance lifted Duo Yan's hair, and her crescent moon-like eyes widened, staring intently at Chen Hui. This time her tone was lacking the usual cheerfulness, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Great God, have you ever been saved? Chen Hui was taken aback for a moment, gazing at her face as memories of his past life flashed through his mind. He shrugged, and a smile crept onto his lips. Of course. Once I went 3 days without food, and while passing by a funeral I snuck in to have a meal. The deceased father saw me gobbling down the food and didn't chase me away, but instead gave me an extra bowl of rice to fill me up before I left. For me, almost starving to death at that time, that was a salvation. Duo Yin stared at him intently, and suddenly burst into laughter. Sneaking into someone's funeral. Only you, great God, could do something like that. Only you would take such a hellish joke seriously. She stopped laughing, leaning slightly forward, inching closer to Chen Hui. Chen Hui held his breath, his heart skipped a beat. The next moment, Duo Yin simply nudged her nose gently again. The touch was slightly cool, carrying a faint milky scent. Then she gracefully leaped back, landing steadily on a nearby wooden crate. She pulled out the lower half of the treasure map from her backpack, her voice returning to its usual cheerfulness. Let's go. Great God, let's find the treasure. This is the legendary Pirate King's treasure. Chen Hui felt a bit strange about Duo Yan's earlier actions, but didn't dwell on it. He glanced at the map. We need to prepare some supplies before heading to the beach. Let's split up and gather resources. Duo Yin agreed and skipped off toward the clothing store, mumbling about what style of swimsuit to choose. Watching Chen Hui run towards the potion shop, Duo Yin halted. Her smile slowly faded, and a hint of desolation and tenderness flickered in her eyes. In a voice only she could hear, she spoke to Chen Hui's back. Great God, you are always welcome at my funeral. After saying that, she took a deep breath, patted her cheeks, put on her smile again, and vanished around the corner. On the other side, at the largest alchemy potion shop in the suspended city of Le Shui. The potions sold here were effective but expensive, and the entrance was surrounded by ordinary players just watching but not buying. Chen Hui squeezed through the crowd, nonchalantly slapping the last gold coin from his pocket onto the counter. The sound of the coin striking the wooden surface attracted the attention of everyone present. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold coin, and he approached with a beaming smile. Oh, this noble one. It seems you've just come into some wealth. What do you need? Our shop's signature strong red potion, or the premium blue potion that instantly restores mana. Chen Hui looked at the bottle of red potion in the shopkeeper's hand and shook his head. The shopkeeper was taken aback, then hurriedly pulled out a delicate crystal vial from beneath the counter, lowering his voice as he spoke. Understood. Sir, how about this, a high-grade life recovery potion? Priced at 50 silver coins. Lasts 5 minutes, recovering 50 health points per second. This is a must-have for fighting bosses. The surrounding players gasped in surprise. Recovering 50 health per second. If I drink this, what do I have to fear from elite monsters? Isn't that too expensive? 50 silver coins. I don't have that much with all my belongings. Chen Hui looked at the potion that everyone regarded as a treasure and scoffed again. Is that it? Who would want that kind of— The potion shop fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Who would consider a potion that recovers 50 health per second as trash? What on earth did this person want to buy? The shopkeeper was also confused, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Sir, this is already our best recovery potion. What exactly do you want? Chen Hui slammed the table, leaning forward and shouting loudly, "Give me 2 pounds of arsenic." Players. Everyone looked at Chen Hui as if he were crazy. Spending a gold coin to buy 2 pounds of arsenic. Was this guy planning to perform a dramatic suicide here since he didn't die in the dungeon? Only Chen Hui himself knew. Recovery potions were useless for him, the Lord of Thorns. What he needed was a potion that could make him continuously lose health, triggering his counterattack passive, and thus activating the pain conversion for infinite lifesteal. What are you all staring at? Chen Hui impatiently tapped the table. I need a potent one. Preferably one that kicks in so fast I can see the stars. Hurry up. My throat is parched. The owner of the alchemy potion shop was an old goblin. His murky eyes fixed intently on Chen Hui, his hands trembling as he held a black paper bag adorned with a skull emblem. Stop talking nonsense, just hand it over. Chen Hui snatched the paper bag. In front of a room full of players, he tore open the seal and grabbed a handful of white powder to shove into his mouth. His throat convulsed. The potent arsenic enough to kill an elephant went down his throat. The room fell silent. Everyone held their breath. Someone activated the recording function, ready to document how this newly crowned master would perish. System notification: you have consumed potent arsenic, quality deadly. You are suffering from severe poisoning, losing 100 health points every 0.1 seconds for 10 minutes. A bright red number appeared above Chen Hui's head, 100. In the next second, the tattered armor he wore shone with a blinding thorny halo. Talent Master of Thorns triggered. Damage taken determined, reflecting 1650 points of damage, true damage. Talent Pain conversion triggered. You gained a healing effect of 10 from reflected damage. 165, 165, 165. The bright red damage numbers barely emerged before being overshadowed by an even larger green healing number. Chen Hui was enveloped in a rich green light of life. His health bar remained completely still, even appearing radiant due to the overflow of healing. Burp. Chen Hui let out a belch that wafted white smoke. He smacked his lips and slapped the empty paper bag on the counter. Boss, did you mix this arsenic with flour? The taste is a bit astringent, but the aftertaste is okay, he said while picking his teeth. Next time get some high purity stuff. This batch is too inferior, barely good enough for a snack. The goblin owner was taken aback, nearly dropping the gold coins in his hand. A snack? Chen Hui waved his hand, leaving a remark, "Don't forget to restock," and swaggered out of the potion shop, his head glowing green. As soon as Chen Hui's figure disappeared, the oppressive atmosphere in the potion shop erupted. Holy crap, did you see that? Full health. Eating arsenic actually heals. This must be a hidden mechanism. The rebellious master is exploiting a bug to boost poison resistance. I was wondering why no one buys ordinary healing potions. That turns out the experts all consume this. Boss, give me 2 pounds. No, 5 pounds. I need this as a prerequisite for a hidden class. A group of players rushed towards the counter like mad. The goblin owner, seeing the crowd waving silver coins, quickly put on a smile. Alright, potent arsenic on sale. Hurry while stocks last. 5 minutes later, the entrance of the potion shop was strewn with corpses. White lights flickered continuously, indicating players reviving back in town. The goblin owner looked at the obedient corpses on the ground, silently closed the shop door, and hung up a sign that read, "Inventory check today." He mumbled, "These foreign folks these days are missing a few screws in their heads." In the city of Luoshui, at the southern city gate, Duoyin bounced along the street. Today she wore a lighter-looking leather armor, and her backpack stuffed with a pink swimsuit that made her heart race. She jumped over several player corpses that had yet to respawn, landing gracefully just outside the city gate. Chen Hui was squatting on a large stone by the gate. He was studying a half piece of parchment in his hand. "Master," Duoyin said, landing with a flushed face. Chen Hui glanced at her and pointed at her face. "Why is your face so red? Did you get poisoned by arsenic too? That stuff is too dry and scratchy, I wouldn't eat it." Duoyin waved her hand and pulled out another half piece of a treasure map from her backpack. The map. Let's piece the map together." Chen Hui took the map and combined the two fragments together. Buzz. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the seam of the parchment. The originally vague lines instantly became clear, revealing an island shimmering with a skull emblem emerging on the surface of the sea. System notification: the Pirate King's treasure map has been synthesized. Quest updated: go to Skull Island to unlock the treasury. Current Phase 1: go to Shattered Stone Shallows, defeat the defector first made elite, and seize the treasury key. Phase 2: infiltrate Wailing Abyss, defeat Siren Mermaids, and obtain Tears of the Mermaid as a key. Phase 3: land on Skull Island and unlock the treasury. Tisk, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Chen Hui looked at the series of quest steps. We still have to kill the first mate and the mermaids. Looks like this treasure map is quite lucrative. Duoyin gazed at the ocean area on the map, her eyes sparkling. We can also go to the deep sea to see the mermaids. I heard their singing is beautiful. Beautiful my ass, that's a sonic attack that can shake your brain into mush. Chen Hui folded the map, jumped down from the stone, and dusted off his butt. Let's go for my gold coins. We have to quickly collect this ill-gotten wealth. Aren't those Blackbeard's gold coins? Not for long. The two walked one after the other towards the coastline. Not long after they left, the bushes by the city gate rustled. For heads peeked out cautiously. Boss, are you sure it's them? A skinny guy holding his staff asked in a low voice. Next to him, a rogue licked his dagger. I just saw on the World Channel that he has at least a dozen gold coins on him. And that girl, the silent priest ominously added, the map she was holding earlier was shining, most likely a The warrior leader waved his hand. Follow them. Don't forget our mission. Reconnaissance is key. The four exchanged glances and stealthily followed behind. Up ahead, Chen Hui suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Who's talking about me? He rubbed his nose. Duoyin glanced back at the empty space behind them, tilting her head. Maybe it's the sea breeze. Master, you're looking a bit weak. How about drinking some more of that? Arsenic to replenish. Get lost. Outside the city gate, four sneaky figures were hiding behind a large weathered rock. The scouting thief squinted, playing with a dagger in his hand, watching the two figures in the distance, one tall and one short, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. In the team channel, his voice was filled with disdain. Boss, look at that girl. With her slender arms and legs, she bounces around as she walks, not even wearing decent armor. She clearly looks like a vase, definitely a burden brought by that traitor. A mage beside him chimed in. Exactly, it's normal for a god who just completed a hell-level dungeon to have a dead weight like her around. When we make our move, let's take out that girl first to fluster the traitor, and then we'll have our chance. Just as he finished speaking, the girl in the distance suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned around, facing away from Chen Hui, squatting down with her hands on her knees. The thief burst into laughter at the sight. See, I told you she's a burden. She barely walked a few steps and needs to rest. Bringing such a delicate girl out is just asking for trouble. She must be trying to charm the traitor into carrying her. However, the next moment, the scene that unfolded caused the thief's smile to freeze instantly. The delicate girl effortlessly reached back and lifted the heavily armored Chen Hui, who weighed at least several hundred pounds, with his gear. Their posture was extreme. Chen Hui was draped over Dian's back, arms wrapped around her neck, and his legs curled up to avoid dragging on the ground. He looked just like a human rocket about to be launched. Duoyin adjusted her center of gravity and turned back to Chen Hui with a radiant smile, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hold on tight, great god. Target stone fragment shallows, full speed ahead." Chen Hui tightened his arms, his face paling. Slow down. Slow down. Safety first. The word one barely escaped his lips. Boom. A sound akin to a fighter jet breaking the sound barrier erupted on the flat ground. The earth beneath Dian's feet shattered, sending a visible wave of white air rippling out. The violent air currents kicked up a cloud of dust, directly smearing the faces of the four observers behind. The thief had yet to react when he felt a fierce wind whipping at his face. When he opened his eyes again, the two figures had long transformed into shadows, disappearing at the edge of his vision, leaving only a long trail of dust behind. The group of four in the bushes was completely petrified. The thief's mouth was agape, large enough to fit an ostrich egg, as he stared blankly at the empty official road, his mind frozen for several seconds before he managed to squeeze out a broken groan from his throat. No way. Smack. The warrior boss beside him slammed the hilt of his sword against the thief's head, his face dark with anger as he cursed. What the hell? Hurry up and chase. Look, they're almost on the highway. On the official road leading to Stone Fragment Shallows, passing players felt the wind was unusually boisterous. What just rushed by? It looked like a human-shaped sports car. Am I seeing things? Did I just see a heavy armored shield warrior flying low with a lowly? Many quick-fingered players captured the fleeting shadow and posted it on the forum. The post title read, "Shocking. This game actually has human-shaped mounts. And it's a dual-person fusion technique." The accompanying image was a blurry silhouette barely revealing Chen Hui's wind-sculpted face and Dian's legs moving so fast they were a blur. The journey that originally took an hour under Dian's human-shaped Ferrari speed was completed in just 15 minutes. Zzz. The soles of their shoes screeched against the sand. The two came to a screeching halt in front of a golden sandy beach, leaving two long furrows in the sand. Huff, we've arrived. Dian, not even out of breath, set Chen Hui down and casually brushed her bangs. When Chen Hui landed, his legs felt a bit weak and he leaned against a coconut tree, retching twice before giving a thumbs up. The feeling of acceleration is incredible. Remember to wear a seatbelt next time. At this moment, Stone Fragment Shallows was nothing close to a vacation spot, but rather a scene of carnage. The beach was crawling with ironclad hermit crabs the size of millstones. LV 13. These monsters had shells as hard as iron, their massive pincers swinging fiercely. Many players were grouping up to grind monsters, but the situation was incredibly awkward. Ding. 1. Clang. 1 forced health deduction. The defense is just too outrageous. A player yelled in despair. It takes 10 minutes to defeat one monster. How are we supposed to complete this quest? Chen Hui looked at the mass of hermit crabs, his eyes shining like two searchlights. High defense. Low attack. Numerous numbers. Isn't this the perfect shooting range tailored for me? Chen Hui and Duoyan exchanged smiles and spoke in unison. Perfect, let's try out our new skills. Half an hour later, the 4 scouts responsible for tracking finally reached the edge of the beach. The 4 looked disheveled, hair messy and covered in dust. The thief, panting heavily, leaned on his knees, gagging. These 2 dog lovers are definitely cheating, running faster than a grandson. The warrior boss wiped the dirt off his face, peering down at the beach with a grim expression. Stop wasting time. Let's see what they're doing. If they are fighting monsters, we could take advantage of the chaos to ambush them. Before he finished speaking, the warrior boss' expression froze, as if he had seen a ghost. The thief, seeing the boss' ghostly expression, looked puzzled. Boss, what's wrong? Did they get surrounded by monsters? He leaned over to take a look. Upon seeing this, the thief felt his worldview shake once more. Below on the beach, corpses were strewn everywhere. The once dense, iron-clad hermit crabs were now all flipped on their backs, their shells shattered, dead in a gruesome state. And in the center of the mountain of corpses, Chen Hui was sitting cross-legged atop a giant dead crab shell, while Duoyan happily gathered the dropped copper coins and materials. Just the 2 of them. Just 2 people. They cleared this leveling zone that had given countless players headaches. This is impossible. The thief rubbed his eyes. These hermit crabs have absurdly high defense. Even a mage's bombardment would take ages to defeat them. How did they do it? At that moment, the thief's gaze suddenly locked onto Chen Hui. Due to just consuming a large amount of arsenic, green healing numbers continued to pop up above Chen Hui's head. 165, 165, 165. The green light was so dense it looked like a grassland had sprouted above his head. The thief's pupils contracted sharply, greed flashing over his astonishment. Boss, look at the traitor's head. The thief lowered his voice, his tone trembling with excitement. There's a healing icon. And the healing amount is so high. Several hundred per second. The warrior boss also noticed. You mean? It must be the equipment. Or some kind of exceptional item. The thief licked his cracked lips. He must have that kind of artifact that auto-heals every second. Otherwise, how could he always be at full health? He must have relied on this to withstand that clearing just now. If we can get our hands on that equipment. The warrior boss' breathing quickened. The thief grinned slyly. Boss, you all wait here. Watch me sneak over and use my sleight of hand to swipe that equipment from him. As long as he loses that healing equipment, he'll be just a toothless tiger. Be careful, that girl is very fast. Don't worry, I have invisibility, they won't notice me at all. The thief's form gradually became transparent as he stealthily approached Chen Hui, who was surrounded by green. The sea breeze carried a salty, fishy scent as it swept across the rocky shallows. The thief held his breath, moving cautiously behind Chen Hui, pausing every few steps. Chen Hui was scratching his head in front of a translucent panel that only he could see. It was a chosen skill book, dropped from the first kill of the town boss, a treasure as precious as a hidden class. But right now he only desired one thing. Speed. Damn speed. The immovable king class was tough, but that passive skill felt like lead weights on his legs. If it weren't for Duoyan carrying him, he estimated he would have reached here by tomorrow morning. He had to choose a skill that could completely negate the slowing effect. Chen Hui's fingers swiftly glided over the dazzling list. Shadow Dash Assassin increases movement speed by 25 for 10 seconds. Trash. Only 25. Chen Hui scoffed and swiped it away. Nature's Avatar Eagle Druid transforms into a mighty eagle, increasing movement speed by 45, but temporarily reduces health limit by 50. Turn into a bird. A fragile bird at that. Chen Hui imagined himself becoming a giant ground chicken targeted by archers and shuddered. Get lost. I want to be a tank, not a KFC bucket. Pass. Thousands of skill icons flashed before his eyes like shooting stars. Suddenly, Chen Hui's fingers stopped abruptly. His gaze locked onto an icon radiating a dark red blood aura, the ultimate skill of the Berserker, and his breathing quickened. Twilight of the Gods Berserker effect upon activation, enter frenzy state. 1. For 3 minutes immune to all control effects and negative states, including slowing, stunning, binding, etc. 2. Converts 10 of maximum health into base attack power. 3. Gains movement speed and attack speed bonuses equal to current attack power. 4. Each attack that hits an enemy extends the skill's duration by 1 second. Cooldown 8 hours. This skill is the ultimate move of the Berserker class, immune to all negative effects. Chen Hui muttered to himself, a crazed grin creeping across his face. Doesn't that mean the slowing effect of the immovable king will be directly deemed a negative state and negated? And with health converting to attack and attack converting to speed. With his current 5,500 health converting 550 into attack, then into speed. Oh my gosh. This is like a humanoid Gundam. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Hui's finger pressed heavily on the learn button. A flash of golden light. Looking at the fierce red icon in his skill bar, Chen Hui nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the group of hermit crabs that he had yet to finish off on the beach respawned. Come on, show me. Chen Hui took a deep breath and stomped his feet. Immovable as a mountain, activate. Boom. A phantom golden mountain rose behind him, granting him terrifying defensive power, while also imposing a despairing slow debuff. Immediately a red glow surged in Chen Hui's eyes as he roared. Twilight of the Gods activate. Buzz. A violent crimson shockwave erupted around Chen Hui. The system's notification sound echoed in his mind, rapidly displaying messages. Detected negative state heavy load. Judging. Twilight of the Gods activated. Negative state immunity confirmed. Chen Hui felt his body lighten. The heavy sensation of carrying a mountain vanished in an instant. As Chen Hui reveled in the thrill of his new skill, the thief who had snuck up behind him was startled by the sudden burst of red light. Feeling a bit uneasy, but greed prevailed over caution. Playing tricks. The thief gritted his teeth and reached out his wicked hand, unleashing a skill on Chen Hui's waist pouch. Hee, your treasures are mine now. Red-named player Miao Shou Kong Kong initiates skill steal. Ding. A crisp system notification rang out. Miao Shou Kong Kong looked at the system panel with anticipation, waiting for the healing artifact to land in his hands. However, the notification that popped up was, steal failed. Target currently in berserk control immunity. At the same time, a huge white text appeared above Chen Hui's head. Immune. Miao Shou Kong Kong's hand froze in midair, and he was left dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed at Chen Hui's imposing figure, his mind swirling with questions. Wait. Big bro, you're a shield warrior. Where did this control immunity come from? Not even pretending, just activating it like that. The trio of warriors hiding in the bushes watched this scene, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Though they didn't know what had happened, they clearly saw the huge word immune. Not good. This is bad. Old for retreat. The leader of the warriors shouted desperately in the team channel. Miao Shou Kong Kong, finally realizing the situation, turned around to flee. But he had forgotten the most important thing. In this game, reaching out to defy fate comes with a price. The next second, the thorny halo around Chen Hui flickered violently, as if a provoked hedgehog. Talent Lord of Thorns detected malicious skill contact. Reflected damage. Just as Miao Shou Kong Kong turned, a horrifying damage number floated above his head, glaringly red, 1560 true damage. Miao Shou Kong Kong didn't even have time to scream before his health was instantly depleted, and he collapsed onto the beach. Thud. He became a still warm corpse. What the? The trio in the bushes stared wide-eyed, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Over 1500 damage. True damage. Is this the kind of damage a player can inflict at this stage? Is this guy really a shield warrior? This is clearly a nuclear bomb in armor. With the death of Miao Shou Kong Kong, a delightful sound of clinking coins echoed. Because he was a red-named player, his death came with a severe penalty. A vast pile of shimmering coins burst forth beside his corpse, along with 2 pieces of glowing equipment. Chen Hui heard the commotion and turned back, puzzled. Huh, did something just bump into me? He looked down and saw a thief's corpse at his feet, surrounded by a sea of silver coins. A quick glance revealed at least over 50. Chen Hui was momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. Oh, a lucky money fairy. Shrugging, he bent down and swiftly stuffed the coins into his backpack, lamenting, sigh, in this day and age there aren't many fools who would travel great distances to deliver money like this. After saying that, he casually checked Miao Shou Kong Kong's corpse for any missed coins. In the spirit state, Miao Shou Kong Kong, who was still locked onto his own corpse, nearly dissipated in anger upon hearing this. He looked at Chen Hui's smug face and let out a heart-wrenching wail in the team channel. Cherish your grandpa. Give me back my money. Twilight of the Gods, charge for me. Accompanied by Chen Hui's roar reminiscent of a bandit descending the mountain, an astonishing spectacle that defied the laws of physics unfolded on the gravelly beach. Having activated the skill immovable as a mountain, Chen Hui, who should have moved as slowly as a turtle, instead charged across the beach like an out-of-control heavy tank. With an attack power converted from 5,500 hit points and further translated into movement speed, his current velocity was so fast that it left afterimages in its wake. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Hui didn't need to dodge at all. Wherever he passed, those remarkably resilient armored hermit crabs flew into the air like bowling pins struck by a ball. The burning aura of Heart of Lava crackled ominously, inflicting 275 points of magical damage per second, causing the crabs to foam at the mouth. Following this was Chen Hui's seemingly aimless yet immensely powerful shield bash. Get out of my way. Die all of you. Bang. An elite hermit crab had just raised its pincers when Chen Hui smashed it in the face with his shield, burying half of its body into the sand. 550 physical damage. 1650 true damage from retaliation. 275 burn damage. Was this even fighting monsters? This was clearly a one-sided massacre. The trio hiding behind a distant rock had their jaws dropped in disbelief. The warrior leader responsible for scouting swallowed hard, his voice quivering. Is this what rebellion looks like? The strongest tank of our guild, Iron Plate Roasting, would likely die just from a fart in front of him. Not that slow. The priest beside him looked pale, barely able to hold his staff steady. Boss, this damage is out. We hadn't even approached yet, otherwise we would be lying there too. The warrior leader who had initially thought about finding an opportunity to ambush now had a wandering gaze and cleared his throat awkwardly. Cough. The president sent us here mainly for reconnaissance. Yes, reconnaissance first. He said this while quietly retreating as if the beach was a radioactive exclusion zone. Did you record the scene just now? As long as we record it, we have completed the mission. We shouldn't linger here. The wind is tight. Let's slip away. The three reached a consensus and prepared to sneak away. Just then a translucent soul hurriedly floated over from afar. It was the recently resurrected Cunning. He looked at Chen Hui's silhouette in the distance, his greed replaced by hatred as his soul roared with a distorted face. Boss. Old 3. Old 4. What are you waiting for? While he's in a skill cooldown, let's all attack together. We have to kill this guy back to level 0. Get my silver coins back out. Cunning Hand shouted only to realize that the atmosphere was a bit off. He saw that his usual teammates who were always shouting for blood were now all looking up at the sky or down at the ground, some even pretending to study the shells in the sand. There were even some whistling. Shoo. Cunning Hand. Wait. Cunning Hand was left completely. I just went for a resurrection. How come you all have wilted? We're the elite team of the guild. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the warrior leader stopped his steps, turned around, and placed a solemn hand on Cunning Hand's ethereal shoulder. His gaze was sincere, filled with trust in his brother. Cunning Hand, you misunderstood. We're conducting a tactical maneuver. Tactical. Exactly. You know that assassins focus on a single strike to kill. We just discussed and decided to use the feint to the east and strike in the west tactic. The warrior leader spoke gravely. You revive first to attract his attention, feigning an attack from the front. The three of us will follow up and deliver a deadly backstab. Really? Cunning Hand was somewhat skeptical. Of course. We're a team. We're brothers from different parents. How could I possibly betray you? The warrior leader patted his chest in assurance. The moment you revive will be the signal for our charge. As soon as he said this, the naive Cunning Hand was instantly moved to tears. Boss. Everyone. I didn't expect you all to be so good to me. Let me have the opportunity for the first kill. Great. For the team. I'll go first. Without any hesitation, the invigorated Cunning Hand's soul dove down, instantly merging back into his still warm corpse. A flash of white light. Cunning Hand, resurrected at the spot, leaped up in a dramatic manner. Holding a dagger, he struck a pose he thought was cool, yelling at Chen Hui, who was brutally defeating crabs in the distance. Rebellion. Your doom is here. Today let you witness the strength of our united brotherhood. His roar shook the heavens, exuding tremendous momentum. Cunning Hand kicked off the ground with a resolve to die, transforming into a shadow as he charged towards Chen Hui. However, at that moment Chen Hui was in the throes of battle. This crab has a lot of meat. That one has long legs. He didn't even hear the shouts behind him, simply sensing that a seemingly oblivious big crab was charging at him from the rear. Don't worry. There's enough for everyone. Without even looking back, Chen Hui turned around, leveraging the high attack speed from Twilight of the Gods, swinging his heavy shield, which resembled a door, as if swatting a fly. Whoosh! The shield, accompanied by a whistling sound, accurately slapped Cunning Hand, who had just charged in front of him, right in the face. Cunning Hand felt a darkness envelop him, as if he had been hit by a cement truck. Bang! Puff! Cunning Hand spat out a mouthful of blood, soaring 3 meters high, his body flying back at a speed 3 times faster than it had come, crashing hard into the beach and creating a large crater. His health bar vanished instantly, leaving only a sliver of life flickering in the wind. The excruciating pain left his mind blank as he struggled to raise his hand, weakly shouting towards the bushes behind him. Boss! Hurry! Heal me! Let's do this together. However, what responded to him was not a warm healing spell, but a cold and ruthless system notification sound. Ding! You have been kicked out of the team by the leader, Furious Battle God. Cunning Hand. He turned his head in disbelief with great difficulty. In the distance on the main road, the warrior leader, priest, and mage had already run over 100 meters away, putting all their strength into their escape. As the warrior leader ran frantically, he didn't forget to shout back, his voice carried by the sea breeze. Hero, we're not familiar with him. Wrongs have a head and debts have a master. Feel free to kill. Don't hold back. Puff. Cunning Hand was so enraged that he spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with despair and confusion. This is what brothers from different parents mean. Just then a shadow loomed over him. Cunning Hand trembled. He saw a petite figure squatting in front of him. Duo Yin held a rusty trident that had just dropped from an elite fishman, the sharp metal tips glinting ominously in the sunlight. And the 3-pointed spikes were aimed directly at Cunning Hand's currently unprotected backside. Duo Yin tilted her head, her large eyes crescent-shaped, displaying a harmless, even somewhat cute smile. She parted her crimson lips and sweetly greeted him. Hi. Cunning Hand looked at the trident so close at hand, then back at Duo Yan's eerily sweet smile, feeling a chill run straight up his spine. No. Don't. Ah. A piercing scream echoed across the entire gravelly beach, startling a flock of seagulls. After that piercing scream sent the gulls scattering across the sand, the beach at last fell silent. The corpse of Miao Shou Kong Kong had not yet cooled, a palpable, unwilling resentment still clung to it. Duo Yin methodically searched through the scattered hermit crab carcasses. Her small hands darted with fluid, practiced motions, so expertly efficient they were almost pitiable. Wow. Loot. Duo Yin, eyes glittering with avarice, bounced up to Chen Hui, clutching the spoils. Alongside the few silver coins dropped by Miao Shou Kong Kong, she pinched 2 gleaming gold coins and a small transparent vial filled with an eerie azure liquid. It was a drop from the hermit crabs. Chen Hui took the vial, glanced at it, and could not help but grin. Underwater breathing potion, rare. Effect grants the user the ability to breathe underwater, prevents all attributes from being weakened by water pressure, and greatly enhances underwater vision. Duration 3 hours. Tisk, did you save the world in a past life to have this kind of luck? Chen Hui marveled, looking at the vial. A precious commodity presently scarce on the market. The chance for a hermit crab to drop a potion is lower than winning the lottery. They'll keep it for you. You'll need it. After all, the Pirate King's treasure quest lay beneath the sea. He himself could not care less about the potion, but not this grasping little hand. At that moment, following their recent massacre of hermit crabs, a golden surge of light heralded Chen Hui's level up. He reached level 13. As usual, without hesitation, he poured all 5 free attribute points into Constitution. Chen Hui opened his character panel, stared at the suffocating numbers, and could not help the faint smile tugging at his lips. ID Fangu. Profession Budong Ming Wang, hidden. Level 13. HP 57505750. Talent Jingji Zhizhu Thornlord LV2. Current reflected damage 1725 true damage. Pain conversion, each reflected hit restores 172. 5 HP. Sigh. Chen Hui suddenly let out a long breath, tilting his face toward the sky at a 45-degree angle, his expression a maddeningly sulky melancholy. Big Shot, what's wrong? Do you feel unwell? Duo Yin blinked her wide eyes. No, I'm just reflecting, he replied. Chen Hui patted his thick breastplate with sincere tone. Honest folk like Miao Shou Kong Kong are growing rarer. A million hits is a dream that will not be realized anytime soon. Duo Yin nodded thoughtfully. Chen Hui tucked away his insolent expression and produced the pieced-together treasure map. Phase 1 of the quest: go to the docks and find a sail rental merchant called Lao Jieka. Pointing to a line of small print on the map, Chen Hui read aloud, clue: the deserter first mate favors disguising himself as a greedy merchant, and he is one-eyed. At the word merchant, Chen Hui's eyes lit up. Let's go. Time to hit Lao Dang for some gold. Luo Shui Xuanqing Dong Matu. When Chen Hui and Duo Yin arrived, they were stunned by the scene. The wide dock, thronged with people, the din louder than a bustling market. Countless players pressed shoulder to shoulder, the air heavy with sweat and the tang of the sea. Why are there so many people? Duo Yin rose onto her tiptoes to peer inward. Chen Hui scanned the nearby chat and quickly understood a massive spawn of a quest monster called Taiqian Xia had appeared in the adjacent waters. High experience, good drops. This was the hottest leveling spot at present. But the problem was clear. Players holding an underwater breathing potion were exceedingly rare, nearly non-existent at this stage. To sail out and fight the monsters, one had to rent a boat. And across the entire Dong Matu, only a single shop held the right to rent seafaring vessels, Jieka Chuan Fandian. This was more than a monopoly, it was a chokehold on the players' throats. At that moment, in front of the shop with its tattered sign, a cluster of guild elites and high-level players who usually swaggered through dungeons now humbly gathered around an NPC old man reclining in a rocking chair. The old man was blind in his left eye, wore a black eye patch, his beard braided into greasy little plaits. He sat with one leg crossed, picking at his teeth and tapping his other leg. He was the quest target, Lao Jieka. Grandpa Jieka, please rent me a small skiff. I've been in line for 2 hours. A warrior player smiled obsequiously, clutching silver coins. Lao Jieka barely lifted an eyelid and spat. No boats left. Wait. Old man Jieka, I have tobacco, top quality. Another ranger hurriedly offered a pouch of tobacco and even tried to light it for him. Can you make an exception for my group? Lao Jieka took the tobacco, sniffed it with contempt, and tossed it aside. What garbage dares be offered to me? Get out of here. He then sat up, swept his one eye across the humble crowd, and suddenly split a grin that revealed a mouthful of, listen up. The seas have been rough and boats take heavy damage. Rents have gone up. What used to be 10 silver per hour is now 20 silver per hour. Deposit doubled. Take it or leave it. If you won't rent, get lost. Don't block my son. At his words, the crowd instantaneously erupted. What the 20 silver? Why don't you just rob him? This NPC is highway robbery. Even tourist bottled water isn't this expensive. Exactly, price gouging. I'm reporting you. Players fumed in unison. Lao Jieka remained unfazed. He picked his nose and flicked an indistinct glob toward the crowd. Think it's too expensive? Don't rent then. I dare you to make trouble. We'll call the guards and have you all dragged off to jail. At the mention of the guards, the earlier loudmouths fell instantly mute. In this game, NPCs enjoyed privileges, especially merchants in the main city. Offend them and your favor would plummet. Forget about getting quests in the future. He'll rent. I will. Don't push. I was here first. He'll pay 20 silver. Grandpa Jieka hey raise the money. Please give me a boat. Watching those moments ago ablaze with righteous fury suddenly become sycophants scrambling to pay Chen Hui could not help but shake his head. What a spineless lot, he muttered. Straightening his armor, he and Duo Yin pushed through the crowd and strode boldly toward Lao Jieka. Make way. Move aside. Don't block the path. Chen Hui's burly frame and heavy armor forced a path, as if he were a living bulldozer. Those pushed aside about to protest saw Chen Hui's equipment and the hidden ID above his head. They swallowed their curses and muttered quietly at the sidelines. Who's that so arrogant? Cutting in line. Where's your manners? Just wait. Lao Ji's temper is notorious. Cutting in will end badly. Hehem, waiting for this big oaf to get called out. The crowd leaned back eager for spectacle, anticipating Chen Hui's humiliation. Chen Hui walked straight to the rocking chair, looked down at Lao Jieka without a word, and fixed his gaze on the old man. Feeling a shadow fall over him, Lao Jieka impatiently raised his head. Seeing Chen Hui's stance, annoyance flared within him, and a shrewd glint crossed his one eye. He thought to himself, he'll take advantage of him good and proper. Stroking the little braids in his beard, Lao Jieka sneered. Kid, you swagger like you own the place. Are you made of money? He rubbed two fingers together before Chen Hui. Want to cut in line? Fine. Others pay 20 silver per hour, you. Looking like you deserve a beating, 40 silver an hour. With a face that plainly expected Chen Hui to cave, Lao Jieka mocked, short a single coin, and you'll swim over yourself. The surrounding players erupted into derisive laughter. Ha! 40 silver. I'm dying. Serves you right for cutting in line and showing off. Now he's got egg on his face, hasn't he? Let's see how he gets out of that. Probably slinks to the back of the line. Amid the taunts, Chen Hui and Duo Yin, their smiles outshone even Lao Ji's. Chen Hui bent slowly and reached out his hand. 40 silver. 40 gold, and he'll leave you a corpse. Hearing this sentence, the players around, who were originally just watching the excitement, were first taken aback, then erupted into a burst of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Threatening an NPC. Is this guy out of his mind? Acting like a gangster in the safe zone with an NPC. It's over. He's completely offended old Jack now. Old Jack seemed to have heard the greatest joke, his single eye disdainfully sizing up Chen Hui, even provocative, a complete corpse. Hey, this is interesting. Old Jack straightened his back, his face exuding arrogance, as his finger nearly poked Chen Hui's nose. Young man, for that statement, if you can rent a boat in Luo Shui Suspended City in the future, even if it's just a broken plank, I, Old Jack, will write my name backwards. As soon as these words came out, the laughter of the surrounding players abruptly stopped. What replaced it was a chorus of sympathetic and gloating sighs. This meant Chen Hui had completely bid farewell to the qualification to level up at sea and undertake quests. This character is half-wasted. Seeing the fearful gazes of the surrounding players, Old Jack became even more smug. He shook his oil-stained legs, speaking in a mocking tone. Of course I'm not unreasonable. As long as you kneel down now, give me a loud bow, and say 3 times, Grandpa Jack, I was wrong. Perhaps I can let you go for 80 silver coins. Before Old Jack could finish his words, Chen Hui suddenly moved. There was no skill wind-up, nor any flashy effects. Chen Hui simply took a deep breath, aligning his waist, with a full swing of his arm accompanied by a terrifying wind pressure, as if to split mountains and crack stones. He slapped Old Jack's wrinkled face hard. The sound of this slap echoed throughout the entire bay. Slap. A crisp sound that was as clear as a firecracker exploded in everyone's ears, resounding across the entire dock. The immense force directly impacted Old Jack's face. The old man spun uncontrollably in the air like a top, rotating 3.5 times. Performing a 720-degree spin with a Thomas full rotation. Finally, with a thud, he crashed face first onto the wooden walkway, several yellow teeth mixed with blood and saliva flying far away. Silence. A deathly silence. The once noisy dock instantly became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, all players gaping with their mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out. Did he just hit him? In the main city safe zone, publicly slapping a functional NPC. Old Jack covered his swollen half-face and trembled as he got up. He looked at Chen Hui with disbelief, his single eye filled with confusion. You dare hit me? I am a legally protected merchant under the Lord's protection. You dare to hit me? Old Jack screamed hysterically, his voice sharp and piercing. Guards. Guard. Still talking about guards. Old dang, I was giving you face. Chen Hui didn't give him a chance to call for help, charging forward with a single step. That big foot in size 45 heavy combat boots began a frenzied assault on Old Jack's withered body. Bang, bang, bang. Old bastard. One slap, huh? 80 silver coins, huh? As Chen Hui stomped and cursed, each kick was heavy and forceful, causing Old Jack to howl and curl up on the ground like a boiled shrimp. At that moment, a petite figure also joined the battlefield. I want to join too. Looking at Old Jack trampled on the ground, she tilted her head in thought, then stretched out her 2 guilty little hands. She grabbed the few proud braids on Old Jack's chin. With strength that can uproot mountains and cover the world, Duo Yin suddenly pulled with force. It was though. A scream 10 times more tragic than a pig being slaughtered echoed. Old Jack's fake beard along with real flesh was forcibly ripped off by Duo Yin. Oh, how is it glued? Duo Yin looked at the blood-stained beard in her hand, shaking it off with a disgusted expression. You so gross. At this moment, the thousands of players on the dock were completely petrified. They stared in shock at the two figures. One burly man was trampling like crazy while a violent lowly was tearing off beards. The two of them were beating up a 70-year-old disabled old man, and the more they hit the more excited they became, the more they hit the more skillful they got. Their cooperation was so seamless it seemed rehearsed. Damn, someone in the crowd trembled, breaking the silence with a voice. Is this the legendary? Punching the nursing home in the south and kicking the kindergarten in the north. So fierce. These two are too ruthless. Even hitting an NPC, is there any law left? Is there still law? Wait. A man and a woman with brutal methods, even resorting to beating up an old man. A player suddenly swallowed hard, looking fearfully at the figures of Chen Hui and Duo Yin. Could it be? They are the legendary double evil. As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of the surrounding players towards the two changed instantly. From merely watching the excitement, it turned into deep awe. Just as Chen Hui was enjoying himself in the stomp duo, Yin was preparing to investigate if old Jack's eye patch was also glued on. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps accompanied by the sound of armor scraping echoed from afar. A suffocating pressure instantly enveloped the entire dock. A team of city guards clad in shiny silver armor, holding long spears displaying LV-60 elite guard charged towards the crowd with great momentum. The leading guard captain's face was ashen and a roar as thunderous as a clap of thunder rang out. The roar echoed like thunder, causing the players around to feel a ringing in their ears. The captain of the guard with a stern expression slammed his silver spear down against the ground. Boom. The hard granite floor instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures spreading outward. A terrifying aura belonging to a level 60 elite NPC surged forth like a tangible wave, locking onto Chen Hui and Duo Yin in an instant. The players around were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly, their faces pale. Level 60 elite. The captain's attack power must be over 1,000, right? Who can withstand this at this stage? It's over. The rebellious god has truly kicked a hard wall this time. Even if he can retaliate with such a huge level suppression, he won't even be able to defend himself before being instantly killed. This is the consequence of challenging the system rules. The crowd looked at Chen Hui with eyes full of pity, as if they were watching two death row inmates about to be thrown into a dungeon. At that moment, old Jack, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, perked up when he saw his savior had arrived. He crawled up from the ground with all fours, looking utterly pitiful. His left cheek was swollen like a steamed bun. The once neatly braided beard was now a bare patch with blood trickling down his chin. His remaining eye, too, had become a panda eye from the kick Chen Hui had just delivered, dark and bruised. Sir? Oh great lord. Old Jack crawled over to the captain of the guard, crying and snotting, tremblingly pointing at Chen Hui and Duo Yin. They are bandits. They are robbers. In broad daylight they assaulted me, a law-abiding old. Look at my face and my beard. The captain of the guard followed old Jack's finger and fixed his gaze on Chen. The moment he recognized Chen Hui's ID, a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Rebellious. Wasn't this the troublemaker that the city lord had specifically ordered to be watched closely? It was said that the city lord hated him to the bone. If he could capture him and throw him into the dungeon, wouldn't that be a great achievement? A promotion and a raise would be within reach. Thinking of this, the captain of the guard felt a surge of joy in his heart, but maintained a facade of righteousness. He quickly helped old Jack up, speaking in a tone as gentle as if soothing his own father. Old man, please speak slowly, don't get too excited. In Luoshui's suspended city, the law is sacred. We will definitely uphold justice for you, and will not let any evildoer go unpunished. His words were so righteous that they moved the surrounding onlookers and old Jack, who began to sob loudly, catching his breath to embellish his accusations. Sir, you don't know? These two villains not only refused to pay, but also wanted to steal my boat. When I refused, the man came up and kicked me, knocking out 2 of my teeth. The woman was even worse. She actually pulled out my beard. I'm over 70 years old. How can I withstand such torment? My old bones feel like they're falling apart. As old Jack cried, he displayed the scars on his body, looking utterly miserable, evoking sorrow in anyone who heard his tale. Upon hearing this, the captain of the guard's expression turned dark. He suddenly turned around, pointing his spear directly at Chen Hui's throat, and yelled sternly, "Rebellious! You have both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. Oh, what else do you have to say? Did you inflict these injuries, eh?" Facing the spear tip of the level 60 elite guard, Chen Hui appeared unusually calm. He even took the time to clean his ears, casually saying, Yes, it was me who did it." The whole place erupted, and he admits it. So straightforward. The captain of the guard didn't expect Chen Hui to confess, so readily, sneering internally. Truly a fool. Good. Since you admit it, there's nothing more to say. The captain of the guard waved his hand, issuing orders to the soldiers behind him. Come here. Lock him up. Take him back to the dungeon for processing. Clang. 2 soldiers immediately drew out steel handcuffs, ready to seize him. However, at that moment Chen Hui's next words froze everyone's movements. Hold on. Chen Hui innocently spread his hands, pointing at old Jack. Although I did strike him, it was this old man who begged me to hit him. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the crowd as everyone's brains processed the absurdity. Old Jack was so enraged that he nearly choked, his face turning as dark as a pot bottom, jumping in anger as he shouted, You are talking nonsense. Am I crazy? Am I begging someone to hit me? And hit me so hard? Am I a masochist? Yet Chen Hui wore a look of understanding, shrugging his shoulders and helplessly saying, Who knows if you have any special preferences? After all, in this era there are all kinds of people. Just now you said your skin itched and asked me to loosen your bones and wanted me to be a bit rougher. I'm just a helpful person, so I had to reluctantly oblige you. Chen Hui then turned to Duo Yin and asked. Right? Duo Yin reacted quickly, immediately hiding the bloodstained beard behind her, nodding earnestly. Yes. The old man said his beard was too heavy, making his chin hurt, and he begged me to help him pull it out. The surrounding players finally couldn't hold back their expressions, turning utterly hilarious. What the hell? Can this melon be eaten like this? What the hell is itching for a beating, and what the hell is a heavy beard? Could this be the legendary NPC hidden setting? Old Jack is actually a hidden masochist. Why is this plot getting weirder and weirder? Hearing the increasingly absurd discussions from the surrounding players, old Jack trembled with rage. Seeing his reputation about to be ruined, he quickly shouted. Utter nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Stop your slick tongue. Confusing the truth. Old Jack turned to the captain of the guard, glaring fiercely, gritting his teeth. Sir, don't listen to his nonsense. Quickly arrest him. Lock him up. Such a villain must be severely punished. Otherwise he'll go to the city lord's mansion to report this to the city lord myself. Hearing the words report, the captain of the guard frowned, preparing to take action. Just at that critical moment, Chen Hui suddenly smiled. He leisurely pulled out a piece of yellowed parchment from his backpack. It was the fully assembled treasure map of the Pirate King. He unfolded the treasure map, pointing to the portrait of the young first mate in the corner, and directly handed it to old Jack's single eye. In the portrait, the young first mate was dashing, also blind in one eye, wearing an eye patch with a greedy smile on his lips. Chen Hui leaned in closer, whispering in a tone only he and old Jack could hear. Old Dang, are you going to the city lord's mansion to report? Are you sure? You wouldn't want your identity as a pirate to be exposed, would you, eh? The moment old Jack's gaze landed on the portrait, his previously twisted, angry face froze instantly. His pupils trembled. That was him when he was young. The pirate first mate, wanted by the Pirate King, wanted by the Imperial Navy, bearing the name of a traitor. If this thing were to be exposed, forget about reporting. Old Jack would probably be chopped to pieces by the guards on the spot and hung on the city wall to dry. At that moment, old Jack felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. All thoughts of anger and dignity vanished in an instant. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, old Jack, who had just been shouting for Chen Hui to rot in jail, had a visibly miraculous change of expression. The twisted anger instantly disappeared, replaced by an extreme obsequiousness, a humility that even carried a hint of flattery. The speed of this change was so fast, it was smoother than a Sichuan opera face change. Old Jack pushed away the captain who was supporting him, disregarding his pain, and directly lunged at Chen Hui, grasping his hands tightly, his voice trembling, yet filled with deep emotion. Brother, it was all a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. Old Jack blinked his single eye, even forcing out 2 drops of heartfelt tears, and asked humbly, Brother, can we reconcile? Looking at old Jack's sycophantic face, which was filled with the words, I want to live, Chen Hui felt a bloom of delight within, but his face instantly transformed into a heavy expression of profound guilt. Not only did he not back down, but he also assumed a stance of righteous indignation. He voluntarily extended his hands before the captain of the guards, even thoughtfully rolling up his wrist guards to reveal his sturdy wrists. Your Honor, don't listen to his nonsense. Chen Hui's voice was thunderous, causing the ears of those around him to ache. I have a fiery temper since childhood, and my actions just now were indeed a bit harsh. I reflect, I repent. The dignity of the law must not be trampled upon. Quickly arrest me. Arrange a solitary cell for me in the dungeon, preferably one with a window for ventilation. I am a sinner. I do not deserve to breathe in the sunlight. The captain of the guards was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic in his heart. What a fine fellow. This is the first time I've encountered such a compliant troublemaker. Now the task assigned by the city lord can finally be completed successfully. Oof. You do recognize the situation. The captain of the guards snorted coldly, pretending to draw out his steel cuffs. Absolutely not. It cannot be done, Your Honor. At that moment, old Jack let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He lunged forward like a frightened monkey, rolling and crawling as he clung tightly to the captain of the guard's leg. The force he exerted seemed as if he wanted to stick himself to the guard's battle boots. Old Jack, are you out of your mind? The captain of the guards furrowed his brows tightly. Pointing at old Jack's face, which was swollen like a steamed bun, and then at the few blood-streaked yellow teeth on the ground, he exclaimed, Your teeth have been knocked out by him, and you're still protecting him. Old Jack's eyes darted around glancing at the few teeth, and an expression of extreme joy, even mixed with grateful tears, appeared on his face. Your Honor, you don't understand. Old Jack patted his thigh, his voice booming. These aren't just ordinary teeth, they have been my long-standing wisdom teeth. I must say it's indeed the rebellious brothers. He has keen insight and immediately recognized that my wisdom teeth were misaligned, causing me distress day and night. What just happened was a special application of ancient method physical anesthesia tooth extraction, helping me eliminate the root cause. Look, he helped me remove all of them, not one was left. Quite efficient. I saved so much on medical expenses. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlooking players collectively gasped, feeling a pang of discomfort in their back molars. What the heck? This is the first time I've seen wisdom teeth growing right in the middle. This isn't tooth extraction, this is clearly a complete physical exorcism. Indeed, it did save money, but the tooth extraction process was a bit life-threatening. The captain of the guard's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, gritting his teeth as he pointed at old Jack's bald, blood-streaked chin. And what about your beard? That young lady forcefully tore your beard off. Is that also treating an illness? Old Jack at this point had completely let go, puffing out his chest, wearing an expression of "you don't understand," and shouted loudly. Heavy. Too damn heavy. Your Honor, my beard has absorbed the salt from the sea breeze for many years, causing my cervical spondylosis to flare up. That young lady has a good heart. Seeing my suffering, she snapped, and helped me achieve local weight reduction. I now feel revitalized, and my neck doesn't hurt, my back doesn't ache, and I can go up 5 flights of stairs without effort. This is simply a life-saving grace. The players turned to look at Dian, who was standing aside, boredly playing with her fingers. Just moments ago, she had been the most ruthless. Duoyen tilted her head, her pink tuft of hair swaying, revealing an extremely sweet, even slightly. No need to be polite, it was just a small effort. You don't need to thank me. The captain of the guards felt his intelligence insulted like never before. He looked at old Jack, then at the rebellious brother, and finally at the group of players who were enjoying the spectacle. He felt a surge of blood rising in his chest. Fine. You think you're playing with me? The captain of the guards suddenly retracted his spear, his armor clattering in anger. Since the victim isn't pursuing it, and even says it was treatment, then you all take your time treating. Withdraw. The captain of the guards with a face like thunder cursed as he pushed through the crowd and left. Just as the guards were about to disappear around the corner, Chen Hui suddenly raised an eyebrow and shouted again. Wait. The captain of the guards stumbled, nearly falling over. He turned back, beads of blue veins popping on his forehead. What do you want again? Do you have to be locked up before you feel comfortable? Chen Hui ignored him and swaggered over to old Jack, accompanied. Old Jack, feeling relieved at this moment, thought he had finally sent this calamity away. Just as he was about to force a smile, Chen Hui directly extended a large hand, fingers spread wide, shaking it in front of old Jack. Old Jack was taken aback. Bro, what are you doing? Chen Hui glared at him, his tone extremely displeased. Old dang, how can you not understand a bit of decorum? Earlier, helping with tooth extraction and weight reduction was physical labor. You with your tough skin and thick flesh made my hand numb from the shaking. And what about the young rich lady? She has delicate skin, and to help you pull out those few stubborn beard hairs, her hands became sore. Shouldn't you give her some hardship compensation? Duoyen beside him very cooperatively rubbed her wrist, nodding with a face full of grievance. Exactly, Grandpa's beard roots are so sturdy that it hurt my fingernails when I pulled them out. Old Jack. The captain of the guards. The onlooking players. I've seen blackmail before, but never this outrageous. After beating someone, you pressure them to change their statement, and then even ask them for assault hardship compensation. On the dock, the sea breeze was slightly dry. Old Jack with his single eye fixed his gaze on Chen Hui, his originally flattering smile frozen on his face, and the corners of his mouth twitched, as if dancing to a disco. What? What about the labor fee? Old Jack's voice squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying an almost uncontrollable murderous intent. What else? Chen Hui rolled his eyes defiantly, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, gesturing seriously with it. Come on, old dang, let's do the math. First item, lost wages. Look at my physique, it's worth several hundred gold coins a minute. It's only fair to charge you 500 gold coins for wasting half a day pulling your tooth right. The surrounding players were wide-eyed. 500 gold coins. That was a fortune that ordinary players could never hope to see in their lifetime. Second item, mental distress compensation. Chen Hui pointed to his chest. Your appearance just now was far too random, severely polluting my aesthetic sense, leading to an indelible trauma to my tender heart. That'll cost an extra 1,000 gold coins. And the most important item. Chen Hui pulled over Dian, who was leaning to the side watching the show, and said earnestly, look at this little girl with her delicate skin. Just now she put in all her strength to help you lose some weight locally. This hand care fee, nail maintenance fee, and the psychological shadow fee from using too much force. Duoyen immediately raised her tender little hand, looking wronged as she counted on her fingers. And the shock fee from being scared by your stiff whiskers, just now. The master said I am a rich lady, so my appearance fee is quite high. In total, Let's say 5,000 gold coins. No haggling, old dang hiss. The entire place erupted in a synchronized gasp. Holy crap. This isn't a player, it's a black hole in human skin. Squeezing every last drop from NPCs, this rebellious master truly is a model for our generation. 5,000 gold coins. And this lowly really dares to ask for it. The captain of the guards turned green upon hearing this. He had seen robberies, but never one so refreshingly unique, complete with a bill. Old Jack trembled with anger, his single eye filled with spiderweb-like blood vessels. His breathing became abnormally heavy, and a creaking sound came from his throat, like rusty gears grinding madly. 5,000 gold coins. If I had that much, would I be here renting a boat? Do you really think I'm running a gold mine? Old Jack's voice became low and hoarse, carrying a chilling malice. Whether or not I run a gold mine doesn't. Chen Hui, far from being intimidated, leisurely waved the yellowed treasure map in his hand, deliberately provoking. What matters is, old dang, you need to think this through. Will you pay now to avert disaster, or shall I head to the Lord's mansion to claim the hefty bounty for being a pirate? I have limited patience, so I'll count to 3. Old Jack's mind recalled his past as a pirate, along with the words that pierced him the most. Money. You guys are just like those merfolk. You're going too far. I'll explode with you. Old Jack finally reached his breaking point, letting out a chilling, inhuman scream. Boom. A thick, almost tangible black mist erupted from Old Jack's withered body, dyeing the air within 10 meters pitch black. Warning. You have angered a hidden NPC, and the plot has undergone an irreversible shift. The main quest, the Pirate King's treasure map, has mutated current difficulty nightmare. Amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, Old Jack's originally hunched body began to swell wildly, as if inflated. His tattered clothing was instantly torn apart, revealing heavily scarred muscle. His blind left eye suddenly opened wide, devoid of a pupil, only a chilling blood red. Traitorous first mate blood, I Jack LV. 20 hidden BOSS health 1000010. 0000 status bloodlust attack power, increased by 50 unyielding immune to regular control. The once noisy dock immediately fell into silence, followed by an explosion of startled cries. Holy crap. A hidden boss. It really is a hidden boss. 100,000 health. Level 20. Can we really handle this at this stage? We must seize this opportunity, brothers. The first kill of a hidden boss will grant us wealth and freedom for the rest. Greed instantly overcame reason. The players who had just been frightened by the guards now saw the golden boss template, and their eyes turned red. The guard captain who had just retreated to the street corner turned around, and was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, almost dropping his spear. The pirate first mate. This guy is actually hiding in the city. Quickly, seal off the dock. Everyone retreat. I'll go summon the Lord. The guards ran faster than rabbits, not only failing to help, but also quickly setting up a perimeter around the dock. Under the pretense of protecting the populace, they were actually throwing this mess onto the thousands of players present. Brothers, charge. Seize the first kill. Range classes, focus fire. Don't let old dang escape. Hundreds of melee players surged towards the now 2-meter-tall blood-eyed Jack like a tide, fireballs, ice arrows, and arrows instantly showering down on the BOSS, creating an extremely chaotic scene. As the instigator Chen Hui, in that moment of Old Jack's eruption, swiftly grabbed Duo Yin by the scruff of her neck, performing a nimble roll to hide behind a giant metal cargo container at the edge of the dock. Master, aren't we going to fight? Duo Yin peeked her little head out, looking at the densely packed crowd outside. Fight? No way. Chen Hui scoffed, pulling out a piece of meat from his backpack that had previously given experience, munching on it loudly. Old Dang has been hiding for so many years without getting caught. Can he be easy to deal with? Let those workers test the waters first, depleting his health a bit. This was a humanoid boss. In his last life, 3 second-rate guilds had encircled and killed a humanoid boss. Yet they still let the boss escape. The mobility and intelligence of a humanoid boss were not comparable to those of monster bosses. He looked at the players rushing in with wild shouts, his eyes filled with compassion. On this day and age, there aren't many steady people like me. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the center of the battlefield. Blood-eyed Jack, facing a barrage of skills, revealed a strange and cruel curve at the corner of his mouth. He drew out a rusted long knife from his waist. From the blade, a chilling female voice faintly echoed. The sea breeze suddenly turned fierce, as if countless wronged souls whispered in the ear. The rusted long knife in Blood-eyed Jack's hand trembled violently. The surface rust cracked like aging wall plaster, falling away in flakes. Clang! A bone-white blade flashed into the air. The blade was not made of metal, but seemed to be polished from the spine of some enormous sea beast. Accompanied by the vibration of the blade, a faint siren's song echoed above the dock. The song was haunting, yet deadly, casting a shadow over the hearts of all players present. System notification: affected by siren's lament, all attributes decreased by 10, and you are in a mild fear state. Despite the negative state hanging over their heads, the words "first kill" were like a carrot dangled before a donkey, enough to drive this group of greedy players to madness. What are you afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. A shield warrior named Iron Wall Copper Wall, equipped in full green apprentice gear, charged ahead from the crowd. His ID was Iron Wall Copper Wall, a somewhat famous powerful tank in the area with defensive capabilities that were absolutely top tier at this stage. Healers, keep an eye on my health. I'll tank the monster. DPS, keep up. Iron Wall Copper Wall roared. A glow of defense enhancement lit up around him as he charged like a miniature war vehicle at Blood-Eyed Jack. Faced with this fierce charge, Blood-Eyed Jack didn't even turn around. It wasn't until the shield was about to collide with his back that he slightly tilted his head. The murky whites of his single eye vanished in an instant, his pupils narrowing into needle-like slits. There was no panic at being besieged, only a cold indifference and mockery, as if looking at prey. That was the gaze of a predator looking at its quarry. Whoosh! There were no flashy effects, nor any earth-shattering explosions. In the air, a bone-white line of death flashed with a chilling intensity. Iron Wall Copper Wall maintained his charge, but his entire body froze in place. In the next moment, a terrifying red number floated above his head. 2450, critical hit penetration, instant death. Everyone's breath caught sharply. Thud. Iron Wall Copper Wall's helmeted head flew high into the air like a ripe watermelon. Blood gushed 3 meters high from the severed neck. The headless corpse, due to inertia, stumbled forward 2 more meters before collapsing at Jack's feet with a thud. Seconds. Instant kill. The most resilient tank at this stage couldn't withstand even a single strike. The entire area fell into silence. The players who had just been shouting to claim the first kill. At this moment, they felt a chill shoot up from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. But this was only the beginning. Heh, a bunch of useless trash. Blood-Eyed Jack let out a hoarse, cold laugh. His left hand suddenly reached out into the void. Swish! A cable glowing with ghostly green fire as thick as a wrist appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to be connected to an invisible ghost ship's mast in the void. Jack grabbed the cable and pushed off the ground fiercely. Skill deck swing. Whoosh! His figure swung wildly like an uncontrollable pendulum, gripping the cable as he soared above the dock. Using the tremendous centrifugal force, he transformed into a black whirlwind, diving straight into the densest crowd. With each pass, there was the accompanying sweep of the bone-white long knife. Oh, damn. He's flying in the sky. We can't hit him. Help. My leg. The dock, originally meant for leveling up, instantly turned into a hellish battlefield. Those fragile mages and archers barely had time to cast spells before Jack sliced through them in midair. Blood stained the wooden pier, screams rose and fell like waves, severed limbs and shattered arms flew everywhere. This was a one-sided massacre. It was a bloody yet elegant waltz belonging to the pirates. And on the edge of the battlefield, crack. The sound of cracking seeds fell out of place. Chen Hui sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a bag of 5-spice melon seeds he had somehow found. He cracked them open while spitting out the shells. TSK tisk, so tragic. Chen Hui shook his head, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned commentator. That movement was too stiff. Was that mage an idiot? The boss swung right over, and they were still casting fireball. Don't they know how to blink? Oh right, they haven't learned blink yet. Next to him, Duo Yin was peeking out with her little head, her big eyes fixed on Blood-Eyed Jack flying around in the air. Her focus was clearly different from Chen Hui's. Watching Jack grip the rope, performing various difficult spin slashes, and even upside-down poses in the air, Duo Yin couldn't help but clap her little hands. Wow, what amazing core strength! Duo Yin exclaimed sincerely, her voice bright and pleasant. Chen Hui was about to agree that this boss was indeed agile when he heard Duo Yin seriously add, "Look, great God, this old man's core strength is incredible. He can spin so many times on the rope without getting dizzy. I think if he didn't become a pirate, he could definitely be a pole dance lead at a nightclub." Cough, cough, cough. Chen Hui almost choked on a seed kernel at that moment. He stared wide-eyed at the innocent-looking Duo Yin, images involuntarily flashing through his mind. Old Jack with a wrinkled face and a single eye, wearing a sexy bikini, spinning and posing wildly on a steel pole. Ugh. Stop. Enough. Chen Hui's complexion turned pale as he quickly covered Duo Yan's mouth. Rich woman, I beg you, stop talking. That image is too beautiful. Ooh, I'm afraid I'll go blind. Duo Yin blinked her innocent big eyes, seemingly not understanding what she had said wrong. Chen Hui took a deep breath, trying to shake off that disgusting image from his mind. He glanced at Jack, who was already going berserk, and it was clear that this boss was not something the current players could defeat with sheer numbers. Moreover, judging by Jack's demeanor, he would surely run off to sea after killing everyone. Duo Yin. Chen Hui suddenly became serious. If that old man tries to run later, can you catch up with him on land? Mentioning speed, Duo Yin immediately puffed out her not-so-full chest. The cute tuft on her head swayed confidently. Of course, on land I could let him have one leg, and he still wouldn't outrun me. At this point, Duo Yin glanced at the vast sea behind her, her tone suddenly becoming hesitant and low. But, if we go into the sea, it's uncertain. I haven't swum in years, I might sink. Chen Hui looked at her dim eyes and suddenly smirked. The reason he hadn't made a move yet was that he was waiting for these laborers to exhaust the boss's stamina while also observing the boss's skill mechanics. Now it seemed that the boss's greatest reliance was high mobility. As long as Duo Yin could catch up, everything would be easy. No worries. Chen Hui clapped the seed shells off his hands, pointing at the surging sea in the distance, speaking grandly. Perfect. While those unlucky guys are still getting beaten up, we might as well do something. I'll set up a special training class for you. Duo Yin was taken aback. Special training class. Now. Yes. Chen Hui grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Right here, I'll teach you to swim. Tuition is 1888. Guaranteed to teach you. If you can't learn, there's a full refund. Duo Yan's big eyes instantly lit up, the tuft on her head shooting up straight in excitement. So really? Chen Hui inwardly regretted. Damn it all, thanks to the advertisement it should have been less. The electronic female voice announced 2,000 yuan has been credited to Alipay. This sound was even more melodious than the hymn sung in a church. Chen Hui's previously tense expression instantly relaxed, the wrinkles on his forehead smoothed out by the influx of money. Boss, you were quite generous. Chen Hui gave a thumbs up, not pretending to refuse the extra 100 yuan. In his eyes, Duo Yin was no longer a troublesome wealthy woman, but rather a golden figurine of fortune. Since he had accepted the money, the service had to be impeccable. Chen Hui pointed to the area of the dock behind him stained with blood and spoke in a serious tone, as if discussing a multi-billion contract. Although the environment is a bit noisy, the water quality is excellent. Rich in iron elements. Shall we start the lesson now? Duo Yin blinked, her big eyes filled with admiration, like a little student waiting for her teacher to impart secret skills. Master, did you used to work as a swimming coach? Chen Hui shook his head mysteriously, gazing deeply towards the blood-stained dock in the distance, and slowly replied. No. Although I have never been in the sea, I have often navigated through the various grand visions drawn by my boss, which has given me years of rich experience. I claim the second place, oh, no one dares to claim the first. Duo Yin nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. Although she didn't fully grasp it, she felt it was quite impressive. Wait a moment, we need to have a sense of ceremony. Duo Yin turned around mysteriously and opened her outfit tab. A few seconds later. Master, I'm ready. Chen Hui turned around. The sea breeze laden with the smell of salt and blood seemed to transform into a sweet creamy scent as it passed by her figure. She wore a set of summer limited edition pure white swimsuit. Without any flashy decorations, the tight white fabric clung to her petite body like a second skin. Under the sunlight, her already fair skin practically glowed, resembling a porcelain doll freshly pulled from milk. Especially those legs. Straight and proportionate, a faint blush visible at her knees. Duo Yin looked down at her toes, which were restlessly digging into the sand. She seemed a bit shy about her outfit, but more so there was an indescribable excitement. She tried to jump in place a couple of times. The feeling of her feet powerfully pushing against the ground made the light in her eyes shine even brighter than the surface of the sea. Master, am I? Very energetic. She raised her head and asked a strange question expectantly. Chen Hui did not notice the deeper meaning behind her words. His gaze lingered on Duo Yin for half a second, quickly calculating the market price of this limited edition outfit. Then he calmly nodded. Not bad, the resistance is low. You are a good candidate for learning how to swim. Get in the water. Exceeding the time will incur additional charges. What hormones, what shyness. In the face of a toothless and an hourly wage, Chen Hui's heart was as calm as still water, even thinking of reciting the memorial on the expedition on the spot. The dock was a battlefield, a hell of slaughter. Healer, where's the healing? My intestines are spilling out. This is a monster. It simply doesn't respond to control. Ah, my leg. Blood-Eyed Jack was like an unyielding meat grinder. Each swing of his bone knife was accompanied by a piercing sound of wind and the howls of players. Currently the players were generally around level 10, facing a level 20 hidden boss. This was not a battle, but a one-sided slaughter. Blood stained the near shore, severed limbs bobbing with the waves. However, just about 50 meters away, the scene took a sharp turn. Yes, relax, don't be as stiff as a piece of wood. Chen Hui stood in waist-deep water, his hands supporting Duo Yan's lower abdomen like a patient father. Move your legs. Let your thighs drive your calves. I'm not asking you to cramp up. Whoa. Master, water went up my nose, it's so salty. Duo Yin flailed like a drowning puppy, splashing large amounts of white water. Sunshine, sand, bikini, swims. This scene formed an absurd sense of disconnection from the bloodbath nearby. A rogue player running in a ghostly state passed by, and nearly had his soul split upon seeing this scene. He pointed at the two, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist, struggling to utter a word. What the hell? We are risking our lives over there to fill the BOSS, and these two are on vacation. Is this even the same game? At that moment, a warrior's helmet kicked away by the BOSS crashed beside Chen Hui on the reef with a clatter, sending sparks flying. Duo Yin flinched, hanging on to Chen Hui's arm. Master, it seems like there's a fierce battle going on over there. Should we change places? Chen Hui glanced at the frenzied blood-eyed Jack in the distance, and calmly kicked the still smoking helmet aside. What fierce battle? That's a one-sided beatdown. He patted Duo Yan's back, signaling her to continue. Don't get distracted. Those unfortunate souls are using their lives to earn you learning time. You should feel grateful, and then kick your legs hard. Duo Yan nodded, seemingly understanding. Although she didn't know why she should feel grateful, she believed what the master said was undoubtedly right. She took a deep breath, buried her face in the water, and started to vigorously kick the surface. The sensation of her legs being enveloped by the sea, able to move freely, captivated her. The girl who used to sit in a wheelchair staring blankly out the window seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. Only the sea remained, and those legs that could move. Splash, splash. The crisp sound of water felt out of place amidst the cries of agony. In the distance, Blood-Eyed Jack, who had just cleaved 3 shield warriors in half with a single strike, suddenly halted his movements. His crimson single eye slowly turned. He did not look towards the mages bombarding him, nor towards the thieves attempting to ambush him. Instead, he fixated intently on those two, playing in the water. As a pirate, he had witnessed fear, greed, and anger. But he had never seen indifference. A complete and utter disregard, as if a level 20 hidden BOSS was merely a backdrop. Moreover, that man even seemed to disdain the blood in the battlefield that splashed onto the little girl's swimsuit, deliberately swimming a bit higher. Creak. The veins on the back of Blood-Eyed Jack's hand gripping the bone knife bulged, as if he might crush the handle. A terrifying and colder murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire dock. All players felt a chill run down their spines, and instinctively stopped their attacks. Why did this monster's aggro go awry? They watched as Blood-Eyed Jack slowly turned, ignoring all the surrounding attacks. He raised the dripping bone knife, pointing the blade straight at Chen Hui, who was teaching Duo Yan the frog kick leg movements. His hoarse voice, like 2 rusty iron sheets scraping against each other, penetrated the sea breeze. Are you done playing? The air seemed to freeze. Blood-Eyed Jack's words, "Have you had enough of playing?" echoed in the sea breeze, carrying a malevolent aura that seemed ready to devour life itself. At this moment, he had just reaped the lives of dozens of players like cutting grass, and his confidence had soared to its peak. In his eyes, the shield bearer standing in the water like a dazed goose was just another piece of meat waiting to be butchered. Die! Jack roared, and the reef underfoot instantly shattered. He transformed into a fleeting The white bony long knife entwined with the wails of wronged souls carried a terrifying force that cleaved toward Chen Hui's forehead. This strike was as fast as lightning with immense force. The players watching from a distance even closed their eyes in horror, as if they could already see the bloody scene of Chen Hui being split in two. It's over. The rebellious god has gone too far. This strike will probably leave nothing but scraps. However, there was no imagined sound of flesh being torn. Dong! A metallic clash resonated like a great bell, echoing throughout the dock and sending ripples across the surrounding sea. Sparks flew. Chen Hui remained in the lifting teaching posture, not even moving his heels a fraction. The terrifying white bony long knife merely struck his heavy shoulder armor, embedding itself halfway and getting stuck. A number floated above Chen Hui's head. 560. For Chen Hui, who had 5,750 health points, this strike was akin to being bitten by a mosquito. After all the high defense brought by the immovable king class combined with the passive damage reduction of immovable as a mountain made him incredibly tough. My! Blood-Eyed Jack's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt as if his knife had struck a piece of ancient mysterious iron. The tremendous recoil transmitted through the handle, shattering his palm and causing blood to flow. This sensation is wrong. Jack's mental alarm bells rang. A deeply ominous premonition surged in his heart. What kind of being was this? This was clearly a solid iron lump disguised in human skin. Before he could react, a strange purple-black energy surged back along the long knife and instantly invaded his body. Puff! Jack felt as if struck by lightning. His twisted old face contorted in pain as he spat out a mouthful of old blood. A huge crimson number exploded above his head. 1750 true damage. Thorn damage. Silence. A deathly stillness. The players who had been mourning now stared wide-eyed in disbelief, their jaws dropping to the ground. What the hell? A rogue player trembled as he glanced at the dagger in his hand, then at the distant number collapsing on the spot. Damn it. I deal 150 with a backstab crit, and this god stands still and takes 1750 in return. This damage. This could kill me twice over. Is this still human? In the center of the battlefield, Blood-Eyed Jack was also stunned. He immediately realized that this bone not only was hard, but could also shatter his teeth. Get out! Jack decisively decided to leap back, using the recoil to create distance, and once again employ his agility to kite his opponent. However, just as he lifted his foot, Chen Hui slowly raised his right hand, not holding a weapon, but elegantly and slowly raised his middle finger at Jack. The finger seemed to shimmer with a mocking holy light. Damn it, I've already collected the money and started the class, and you come to disrupt it now? Chen Hui's lips curled into a devilish grin. You think you can offend the abbot and run away? Come back here. Skill holy taunt buzz. An invisible wave of mental energy instantly struck Jack in midair. The Jack who intended to escape suddenly found his body stiffening uncontrollably. Then his eyes turned red, all rationality in his mind replaced by an uncontrollable rage. In his vision, that raised middle finger seemed to transform into the most tempting and deserving target in the world. I will chop you to death. Jack let out a beast-like roar, his body defying physical inertia, forcibly turning back in midair, lunging at Chen Hui like a mad dog. Bang! 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 The white bony long knife transformed into a shadow, frantically slashing at Chen Hui's shield armor and even his forehead. However, accompanying this series of intense clanging sounds were a series of shocking blood-colored numbers. 1750 true damage. 1750 true damage. 1750 true damage. Jack's health bar plummeted at a terrifying speed like a faucet turned wide open. This was no longer him attacking, it was clearly suicide. Oh no, you bad old man. At this moment Dian, who had been choking on water beside them, finally came back to her senses. Wiping the seawater off her face, she looked at the personal training session she had just spent $2,000 on being completely ruined, and her anger ignited instantly. I worked hard to learn to swim, and you just had to come and mess it up. Although Duo Yin was wearing a cute swimsuit, she was not soft-hearted in her actions. She drew out the poison dagger and, utilizing her high agility, circled behind the taunted and immobilized Jack, unleashing a flurry of attacks on his kidneys. Puff, puff, puff. That's for interrupting me. That's for being ugly. That's for making me drink. Each stab was accompanied by Duyan's fierce muttering. Poor blood-eyed Jack. In front was an immovable and countering iron wall, and behind was a little girl in a swimsuit with a dagger targeting his kidneys. Though he had 100,000 health points, he could not withstand this kind of mixed doubles attack. In less than half a minute, this hidden BOSS, who had just been imperious and viewed players as mere weeds, was now battered and bruised with his health bar precariously low. The ferocity that once resided in his single eye had long vanished, replaced by a deep sense of confusion and grievance. Who am I? Where am I? Why is it me losing health when I attack him? Why does this girl in a swimsuit hurt so much? The players who had earlier fled in panic were now utterly dumbfounded. Some even took out the system's built-in recording feature to capture this absurd scene. Brothers. The shield warrior, named Iron Wall Copper Wall, floated in midair, his tone complex as he sighed. I used to think Double Evil was just a nickname. Now it seems this is realistic. Even the boss is being bullied like this by these two bullies. I suddenly feel a bit sorry for this old guy. What happened? 1. Look at the boss's eyes, he looks like he's about to cry. Poochie. Duo Yin reversed the dagger, precisely stabbing into Jack's lower back. She twisted her wrist, the blade stirring within flesh for half a turn, then yanked it out violently. A spray of blood droplets burst forth. Jack let out a muffled grunt. Ignoring the attack from behind, he gripped the white bone long knife tightly, raising it high above his head and slashing down fiercely at Chen Hui. Clang! The long knife struck the edge of the wild round shield. A dull metallic clash erupted, sparks flying. Chen Hui stood firm, his feet planted in the muddy water, unmoving. A tremendous recoil surged back through Jack's arm. His arms trembled violently, and the skin between his thumbs split open. Blood dripped down his wrists. A glaring red number floated above his head. 1750 real damage. Jack staggered back 3 steps, his footing faltering, nearly falling into the water. He raised his head, staring intently at Chen Hui before him. The limit of 100,000 health points plunged sharply. His health bar fell below 30,000. The majesty of a level 20 hidden boss was utterly diminished. Jack's crimson single eye was filled with frustration and terror. This heavily armored shield guard was unmovable and unavoidable. A single hit would cost him a significant portion of health. The girl behind him, dressed in pure white swimwear, targeted his lower back with her strikes. This was not a battle at all. It was a one-sided torment. Jack attempted to maneuver behind. However, Chen Hui's taunt effect firmly locked onto him. He could only face him directly and strike. With each blow he delivered, he was depleting his own lifespan. Put some more strength into it, haven't you eaten? Chen Hui casually patted the bone shards on his shoulder, his tone indifferent. A hoarse growl rolled through Jack's throat. He suddenly raised his head, his muscles bulging dramatically. Viscous blood oozed from the surface of his skin. The system notification echoed throughout the entire dock. A red light shot up into the sky. Jack's body rose half a meter. The rationality in his eyes completely vanished. A violent bloodlust formed a tangible shockwave. The seawater was lifted into 3-meter-high waves. Duo Yin had just raised her dagger to deliver another strike when she was directly knocked back by this surge of blood energy. She skipped twice on the water's surface before falling into the shallows. System prompt. Blood-eyed Jack's health is below 30, entering desperate body state. Immune to all conventional control effects. Movement speed increased by 200, lasting for 60 seconds. A blinding red light enveloped Jack's entire body. Taking advantage of the invincible judgment from the body state, he forcibly broke free from Chen Hui's holy taunt mental lock. His aggro was cleared. Without any hesitation, Jack turned and sprinted towards the land. His legs splashed large amounts of water in the shallows, moving at incredible speed, leaving only a blurred crimson afterimage in the air. Chen Hui stood in waist-deep seawater, raising his hand to wipe the splashes off his face. He glanced down at his skill bar. The icon for Dusk of the Gods appeared gray. The cooldown timer showed more than 7 hours remaining. Right now he was just a pure heavy tank. Facing a level 20 humanoid boss that moved at 3 times his speed, even if he swung his legs to produce sparks, he wouldn't be able to reach the boss's exhaust. Chen Hui simply stood in place, not even considering moving his feet. He stroked his chin, gazing at Jack's retreat. Earlier, in order to forcibly draw aggro, he had exhausted his only 2 control skills, Shield Bash and Holy Taunt. Against a high-mobility humanoid boss that could simply run away, this level of control was clearly insufficient. Once this wave was over, he needed to acquire 2 hard control skill books to form an infinite standing punishment control chain. Chen Hui mentally mapped out his future route. As long as he persisted in annoying the boss, no boss would be worth mentioning. On the other side, Jack had already burst out of the shallow water, his feet landing on solid sand. With a speed boost of 200, he opened a distance of nearly 100 meters in mere seconds. The sea breeze howled past his ears. Jack glanced back. The perverse shield guard was still standing in the water, lost in thought, showing no intention of pursuit. Jack's chest heaved violently, and a sinister cold smile crept across his lips. The road to the suspended city of Luoshui was just ahead. As long as he ran into the city and dove into the intricate alleys, who could possibly catch him? As long as the green hills remained, he need not worry about firewood. Once he regained his vitality, he would eventually return to turn these two into minced meat. The outskirts of the dock. Thousands of onlooking players sighed as they watched the boss who had just displayed great power flee in panic. It's over. With the body state and super high movement speed, this boss is sure to escape. Humanoid bosses are just this irritating. When they can't be beaten, they know to run. This chance for a sky-high first kill is ruined. Why isn't that shield guard chasing? He has such high damage. Chase. Are you kidding me? A heavy armored class is going to chase a rogue-type boss. Can't you see he's too lazy to move? The soul of the iron wall floated in the air, its tone complex. A level 20 hidden boss forced to flee in a fit of rage. These two are incredible. Players pounded their chests and stomped their feet, watching the moving mountain of gold grow farther away. Jack listened to the distant sounds, feeling reassured. He turned his head, preparing to charge forward with all his might into the upcoming urban area. Just when he thought victory was assured, a flash of pure white caught his peripheral vision. In the shallows, Duoyen slowly rose from the water. She shook her head to flick off the drooping hair, water droplets sliding down her fair cheeks. She looked down at her pure white swimwear. A few grains of coarse sand were stuck to the fabric. Duoyen stretched out 2 fingers and flicked the sand away. She raised her head, locking her gaze onto the distant crimson afterimage. She slowly lowered her body. Her right leg stepped back half a pace, her foot firmly planted in the sand. The muscles around her ankles tightened. Her upper body was nearly parallel to the ground. The poisoned dagger she held in reverse grip was pressed tightly against the inner side of her forearm. Duoyen felt the sensation of her feet against the sand. Full agility points had caused her to forego all defenses and health in exchange for ultimate speed. Taking a deep breath, the salty and fishy scent of the sea filled her nostrils. The natural daze in her eyes vanished, replaced by absolute focus. Her calf muscles contracted. Her thighs exerted force. Her waist twisted. A standard starting position. The pure white swimwear reflected a glimmer under the sunlight. Daring to disturb me. Duoyen murmured softly. If I don't kill you, do you really think I'm a mascot? Bang. The sand exploded, creating a shallow pit. The pure white afterimage vanished from the spot in an instant. The camera zooms in. That pure white silhouette is none other than Duoyen, dressed in the summer limited edition death swimsuit. The tight pure white fabric perfectly clings to her petite figure, outlining her explosive muscle lines. She squats slightly, her fair legs muscles taut to the limit, gathering terrifying strength. A few drops of bitter seawater slide down her delicate knees, splashing onto the sandy ground. This was originally a stunningly beautiful scene, interwoven with pure desire. Yet her current gaze utterly shatters this cuteness. The once clear, innocent, and even slightly aggrieved big eyes now churn with chilling, murderous intent. Bang! A dull sound explosion suddenly erupted on the shallow beach. The half-a-man-high hard reef beneath Duoyen's feet instantly became covered with a web of cracks. In the next moment, the entire reef was blasted apart, turning to dust in the air. The extreme sense of power and terrifying explosive force were vividly displayed at this instant. The seawater beneath her feet was forcefully compressed into a half-meter deep vacuum zone, with the surrounding water not even able to rush back in. The gasps of the onlooking players were caught in their throats as they saw that petite, white figure vanish from its original position. Only a white airwave forcibly torn apart remained in the air. 100 meters ahead, the blood-eyed Jack was calculating his escape route after entering the city. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind cutting through pierced his eardrum. Jack's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints, and his heart skipped a beat. He instinctively— The death swimsuit Loli, who was still floundering and choking in the water just a moment ago, was now silently pressed against his side. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Duyan's exquisite and cute little face showed no expression. The poisoned dagger she held reversed in her grip, glinting, with a ghostly green cold light, firmly locking onto Jack's throat. The stark contrast of pink and black reached its peak in this moment. Jack was horrified. The scarred old face twisted and contorted instantly, his eyeballs bulging out of their sockets. He roared frantically in his heart. How could a level 11 assassin run as fast as me? I am in the invincible state with 200 movement speed boosts. Extreme fear instantly transformed into a frantic will to survive. Jack knew he could not escape. He resolutely planted his feet firmly in the sand, forcefully halting his movement. He tightly gripped the bone-long knife, entwined with vengeful souls of frenzied ferocity, flashing in his eyes. Acting mysterious. Jack let out a beast-like roar. This strike gathered his last desperate strength. The bone knife's edge tore through the air, emitting a wailing shriek. The violent blade aura stirred up a storm of sand and water, forming a miniature tempest cleaving down towards Duoyen. He aimed to slice this peculiar Loli and the surrounding space in half. In the distance, seeing this earth-shattering strike descend, the thousands of onlooking players collectively gasped, their hearts leaping into their throats. It's over. The assassin player Shadow, following the wind, exclaimed in shock. This little Loli must be a fragile glass cannon with full agility points. If hit by the death blow of a level 20 hidden BOSS, she would be utterly obliterated. What a tragedy. Such a cute rich girl is about to be sliced in half. Where's that shield warrior? His wife is about to be lost. Everyone cast sympathetic and anxious glances at Chen Hui, who was in the water. All thought that this rebellious deity was about to lose his rich lady and team mascot. However, Chen Hui remained calm, even leisurely bending down to wash the bloodstains from his face with a handful of seawater. As a top 10 ranked assassin in the national server of his previous life, his vision was incredibly sharp. He ignored the swirling sand and dust, his gaze accurately piercing through the storm, locking onto Duyan's movements. His left foot planted while his right ankle twisted at an exceedingly unnatural angle. Using the momentum from his forward rush, he completed 2 directional resets in just 0.1 seconds. Chen Hui wiped the water off his face, a trace of astonishment and admiration curving his lips. Just by following me for a few glances, she has learned nearly all the footwork I created in my previous life. Chen Hui murmured, his tone revealing undeniable shock. That was the ultimate movement technique he had summarized from countless life-and-death battles in his past life. Utilizing extreme agility, it allowed for high-frequency directional changes within a very small range, thereby evading all locked attacks. He had casually used it a few times while wandering at the dock to avoid low-level monsters. Unexpectedly, this seemingly dull girl had observed everything and perfectly replicated it in real combat. In the center of the battlefield, the raging sea wind finally blew away the clouds of dust and mist. All players widened their eyes, preparing to witness a gruesome scene. But in the next second, everyone's breath ceased. A suffocating scene appeared before them. Duoyen was not sliced into pieces. She stood unscathed, as light as a feather, firmly on the edge of Jack's cleaving bone knife. The pure white death swimsuit remained spotless. The dagger in her hand glimmered with cold light as she looked down upon Jack from a height. That gaze exuded an absolute chill reminiscent of the coming of death. Chen Hui watched this scene, his eyes shining brightly, completing the unfinished words he had just uttered. This girl is a natural assassin. Jack looked up at the girl standing on his knife edge. He felt the palpable, chilling aura of death coalesce into a solid form. This time the pirate chief, who had been rampant on the seas, was genuinely afraid. His thick, muscular legs began to uncontrollably tremble. Duoyen did not give him any chance to plead for mercy or to catch his breath. Her red lips parted slightly, uttering a cold, yet destructive syllable. Accumulation. In an instant, Duyan's body, overwhelmed by extreme speed and boiling blood, experienced a dramatic rise in temperature. The seawater clinging to her skin instantly evaporated, rising in waves of white steam. Her body erupted with terrifying functional limits, her momentum suddenly soaring to a horrifying peak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duyan's figure instantly transformed into dozens of elusive afterimages. These dozens of afterimages tightly surrounded Jack. The dense blade lights intertwined to form a net, descending to strangle him. Stab, stab, stab. The dull sound of sharp blades crazily slicing through flesh and skin filled the air. Jack's shrill scream had just begun when it was instantly drowned out by the furious frequency of attacks. The entire area fell silent. Only the ethereal yet deathly cold voice of the girl echoed hauntingly over the dock of Luoshui Suspended City. Shadow kill. The health bar flickered wildly at the edge of his vision. 25, 20, 18. The dagger in Duo Yan's hand transformed into a grim green light screen. The attack speed from the full agility points caused each swing to create a sharp sound of slicing air. Jack roared repeatedly, wildly swinging his bone blade, attempting to force back the petite figure before him. Ineffective. Duo Yan's steps were light and elusive. Her left foot firmly pressed into the sand, while her right ankle twisted her body, making a turn at an extreme angle. The long blade slashed down right next to her nose, severing several strands of hair. She slid smoothly along the ground, her dagger precisely slicing through Jack's calf artery. Blood gushed forth. The health bar dipped below the red line of 15. Fear filled Jack's crimson single eye. The time for his invulnerable state was running out. If this dragged on, he would die at the hands of an 11th level assassin. Damn it. Jack ground his decayed teeth, a hoarse roar escaping his throat. I can't care about the mermaids anymore, survival comes first. He suddenly turned around, his left hand grasping at the empty air. An illusory cable appeared out of nowhere. Using the tug of the cable, he launched himself into the air, attempting to swing towards the deep water area. As long as he reached the sea, these two would never be able to catch up. In midair, Jack was even beginning to calculate how to take revenge. Bang! A dull thud interrupted his thoughts. A wooden round shield painted with a hasty beast totem accurately appeared in his flight path. Chen Hui stood waist deep in the sea, his right arm's muscles bulging, the shield's surface glowing with a rich, earthy yellow light. He didn't chase after Jack, but instead stood firmly on that perfect spot 3 seconds ahead of time. Shield bash. Man! The rough wild boar skin shield slammed into Jack's face. The massive recoil exploded instantaneously. Jack's nasal bone collapsed on the spot, his body forcibly changing direction midair, flying towards the shallow beach. Look at the ball. Chen Hui shook his numb wrist and shouted. On the shallow beach, Duo Yan had just stabilized her stance. Upon hearing Chen Hui's shout, her big eyes lit up. With a sudden burst of power from her legs, her pure white swimwear left a dazzling track under the sunlight. She leaped high, her right leg straightening in the air, her knee crashing heavily against Jack's lower back. Crack. The sound of bones cracking was distinctly audible. Catch the ball. Duo Yan yelled. Jack's body was lifted again, soaring towards Chen Hui's direction. The sun was scorching the beach soft and the sea a deep blue. A man and a woman joyfully ran, jumped, and struck at the seaside. If not for a bloodied, screaming level 20 hidden boss flying around in midair, this would surely resemble a vibrant summer vacation poster filled with youthful energy. Thousands of players watching from a distance fell into silence. I've played online games for 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen a human-shaped boss being treated like a volleyball. This is blatant bullying. Absolutely naked bullying. A mage player swallowed hard, oblivious to the staff that had fallen to the ground. The rebellious god and that rich lowly are simply the two cancers of Luo Shui suspended city. In midair, Jack's health had already dropped below 10. Chen Hui stared at the skill bar. The cooldown timer for Holy Taunt had just 1 second left. Once the taunt was applied, combined with Duo Yan's output, Jack's final health bar could be cleared in 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The skill lit up. Just as Chen Hui prepared to raise his hand and give the middle finger, Jack, who was flung into the air, suddenly reached into his bosom, pulling out a strange coin radiating a ghostly blue light. The coin's surface was carved with bizarre scale patterns. Jack crushed the coin with force. The ghostly blue powder scattered with the wind, falling into the deep blue sea below. The originally calm sea surface suddenly roiled. The color of the water shifted from azure to a profound, inky black. A bone-chilling cold spread through the water, freezing the mud on the shallow beach. Woo! A melodious, ethereal female voice pierced through the water's surface from the depths of the sea, echoing above the entire dock. This song did not belong to human language. The syllables were graceful, carrying a deadly allure. The moment everyone heard the song, their brains fell into a brief blank. The system prompt echoed in every player's ear. Warning: affected by the song of the deep-sea mermaid, all players are plunged into a forced charm state for 5 seconds. From the distant crowd of players, countless red charm icons rose above their heads. The dock, which had just been lively, fell into instant silence. Everyone's eyes lost focus, dazed and frozen in place, with some even drooling, attempting to walk towards the deep sea. The moment the song began, Chen Hui's vision doubled. But he was, after all, a god-level assassin standing at the pinnacle in his past life. Years of life-and-death battles and the resilience of the unmoving king fortified him. In the last half-second before the charm state completely locked down his bodily functions, he grabbed Jack's collar, which was falling down, and violently hurled him towards the sea, using the recoil to propel himself towards the shallow beach. At this moment, Duo Yan's eyes were already hazy, her body swaying as she prepared to collapse. Chen Hui swiftly lifted her slender waist and slung her over his shoulder. His leg muscles erupted with extreme strength, shattering the sand beneath his feet. The target was clear. At the dock's berth, a luxurious and deep-draft 3-masted sailboat was docked. That was old Jack's flagship, used to monopolize the rental business, the best in attributes throughout the dock. Chen Hui carried Duo Yin sprinting up the gangplank in 2 steps, leaping onto the deck. He tore apart the thick ropes fixed to the dock. Grasping the main mast ropes, he yanked down with force. The massive white sail crashed down, catching the wild sea wind. The sailboat emitted a dull sound of wood scraping, swiftly departing the berth with the wind rushing towards the open sea. The entire set of actions flowed smoothly, taking less than 3 seconds. As the sailboat sailed 50 meters away, the world before Chen Hui blurred completely, and his body stiffly fell onto the deck. The charm icon rose above him. At the dock, a massive wave 3 meters high surged from the inky Black Sea. The wave crashed against the shallow beach like a giant hand swallowing the bloody Jack who had fallen into the water. Then the seawater quickly receded, the sea surface returning to its original azure and calm. 5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The charm state was lifted. Thousands of players awoke as if from a dream, gazing bewilderedly at the empty shallow beach. The boss was gone. The shield guardian who stood in the water like an iron turtle was gone. The lowly in the swimwear who chopped people was also gone. Even the most expensive sailboat at the dock had vanished. What just happened? Where's the boss? Where's that huge boss I had? Before everyone could piece together what happened, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed above Luo Shui's suspended city. All the NPC guards in the city simultaneously drew their weapons, their gazes fixed towards the dock. A scarlet system announcement forcibly flashed onto the retinas of all players in Luo Shui suspended city. Luo Shui suspended city area announcement. An outsider is suspected of colluding with the pirate force Bloody Jack to seize official ships. Now listed as the highest level wanted criminal in Luo Shui suspended city. Bounty task: kill the wanted criminals Rebellious Bone or Duo Yen. Task reward: for each kill you can go to the Lord's Mansion to receive a LV 15 green master level weapon. No upper limit. A brief silence followed. Then the entire dock, even the whole Luo Shui suspended city, erupted into chaos. A level 15 green master level weapon. In this early game period where most players can't even gather a whiteboard equipment, a green master level weapon is enough to elevate any ordinary player to the ranks of top experts instantly. Moreover, there was no upper limit. Greedy flames ignited in the eyes of tens of thousands of players. They've set sail, rent a boat, and chase them. Kill Rebellious Bone. Steal from the rich lowly. Don't shove. I want the first kill. The frenzied players surged towards the remaining dilapidated wooden boats at the dock like a swarm of locusts. Meanwhile, miles away on the flagship's deck, Chen Hui slowly opened his eyes, the charm icon above his head just dissipating. He sat up, rubbed his swollen temples, and glanced at the glaring scarlet wanted notice in his vision. Beside him, Duo Yin also groggily woke up. She sat on the deck looking down at her swimwear, then gazing at the boundless sea around her. Master. Duo Yin blinked, her tone carrying a clear foolishness. Are we fleeing? Chen Hui looked at the dense sails chasing from the sea horizon, behind them the corner of his mouth curling into a cold arc. No. Chen Hui stood up, walked to the helm, gripping the wheel with both hands. We are hunting. The system announcement of Luo Shui suspended city flashed in front of everyone in bold red letters 3 times. A level 15 green master level weapon. No upper limit. These few words were like sparks thrown into a pile of dry firewood, instantly igniting the greed of all players in the city. Brothers, if we can't beat the hidden BOSS, can we not take down 2 players? Even a rebellious one is just a shield guard. That lowly is also a fragile target. With our tens of thousands, even a spit from each of us can drown them. Charge. Steal the first kill. Get the green weapon. The entire dock was suddenly engulfed in a frenzy. Tens of thousands of players with bloodshot eyes swarmed towards the few dilapidated boats left at the docking area. Several groups of people fought fiercely at the edge of the safe zone over a leaky fishing boat. In less than 3 minutes, everything that could float on the dock was looted. Canoes, broken rafts, and even the wooden barrels used by NPCs to store rotten fish were not spared. On the surface of the sea, the Grand Scrap Fleet had formed. The shield warrior Iron Wall, who was previously killed in one hit by Blood-Eye Jack, had somehow revived and rushed over. Unable to get a ship, he simply curled up inside a half-percent high pickled fish barrel. He propped his shield against the barrel, extending his 2 strong arms outside, using them as paddles to frantic. Brothers, charge with me. Iron Wall yelled hoarsely, spitting out the salty seawater that splashed into his mouth. Kill the 2 evildoers, loot the rich lady. Get the green weapon and laugh all the way. The players around him, holding door panels and riding on floating wood, felt invigorated and their morale soared. Kill the 2 evildoers, loot the rich lady. Get the green weapon and laugh all the way. Thousands of voices shouted in unison, creating a thunderous roar. A throng of players spread across the surface of the sea, resembling a school of hungry piranhas fiercely biting at the back of Chen Hui's flagship. The splendid flagship that Chen Hui had seized was cutting through the waves. Duo Yin clung to the intricately carved railing at the stern, leaning out to see a mass of heads on the horizon. The pure white swimwear clung to her petite body, outlining the youthful curves of the girl. A few drops of clear seawater slid down her fair collarbone, disappearing at the edge of the fabric. This was originally a visually pleasing scene. However, Duo Yan's delicate face was filled with anger. She puffed her cheeks, and the tuft of hair atop her head was blown upright by the sea breeze. These scoundrels. The more Duo Yan thought about it, the angrier she became. She had spent 2,000 yuan to learn swimming, and now this group wanted to loot her gear. Without a second thought, she stepped on the wooden railing, drawing a poisoned dagger from the side of her thigh. Dare to hunt me down. He'll make them pay. Duo Yan pretended to jump off the stern to engage the thousands behind her in a mutual destruction. Just as she was about to leap, a large hand reached over from behind and firmly pressed down on her head. Chen Hui stood behind her, casually ruffling her unruly hair. Don't rush. His voice was calm, betraying no hint of panic. He gently turned Duo Yan's small head from the stern towards the bow. First, let's take care of that old guy. On the surface of the sea, less than 50 meters ahead, old Jack was struggling in the water with less than 5% health, flailing around like a frightened turtle. This old man had escaped into the sea under the cover of the previous song of the mermaid, thinking he could shake off these two calamities. However, upon looking back, he found that Chen Hui had directly brought out the fastest flagship at the dock. Now old Jack was using all his strength, desperately swimming towards the deep sea. Duo Yan looked in the direction Chen Hui pointed, and her big eyes suddenly lit up. Leave it to me. She tucked the dagger into her waist, reached into her spatial backpack, and pulled out a rusty trident. Duo Yan slightly bent her legs and pushed off hard from the deck. Her pure white figure traced a graceful parabola in the air. Splash! Water splashed everywhere as Duo Yan dove headfirst into the azure sea. The terrifying agility conferred by her full points in agility was fully displayed at this moment. Even underwater, her speed was astonishing. Her two fair feet kicked wildly beneath the surface, creating two white waves on the sea. She appeared like a miniature yacht running at full power, riding the waves straight towards old Jack. Don't run, old Jack. Duo Yan poked her head out of the water, holding the trident high above her head. Her body suddenly leaned back, her waist muscles tensing up. Watch my little Duo's flying spear. Whoosh. The rusty trident slipped from her hand, tearing through the sea wind accurately toward the target. Oh! A piercing scream echoed across the sea. Old Jack shot up half a meter into the water, clutching his backside, his eyes nearly popping out from the pain. The trident struck true, right on target. Damn girl. Old Jack twisted his features in agony, spitting out seawater and cursing. Who taught you such a devious move? Duo Yan swam 10 meters behind, hands on her hips, her small face raised proudly as she snorted. Self-taught. After saying that, she dove back into the water, swimming towards old Jack to retrieve the trident for another go. On the flagship deck, Chen Hui watched as Duo Yan turned a level 20 hidden boss into a live target, confirming that she could handle herself in the water completely. He turned around and leisurely walked to the main mast. His gaze crossed the stern, looking towards the increasingly close pursuers. You think you can trade me for a green weapon? Chen Hui stroked his chin, displaying a mischievous grin. He gripped the thick rope securing the sails, the muscles in his arms bulging. Then let's see if you have the luck to claim it. Chen Hui yanked down suddenly. The enormous white mainsail instantly changed its angle to catch the wind. The flagship, which had been full of wind and racing forward, emitted a dull sound of wooden friction. The ship's speed suddenly decreased. Following that, Chen Hui quickly moved to the steering wheel, gripping the wooden handle and turning it sharply to the right. The massive ship traced a large white arc across the surface of the sea. The sharp prow, wrapped in iron plates, directly turned 180 degrees, aiming at the densely packed barrel fleet behind. On the sea behind, Iron Wall was huddled inside the pickled fish barrel, his arms swinging wildly, splashing water all over his face. He looked up and noticed the splendid flagship ahead was noticeably slowing down, even coming to a stop. Brothers, put in more effort. Iron Wall shouted excitedly, his throat nearly breaking. They have no wind. The ship has stopped. The green weapon is within reach. The surrounding players, upon hearing this, suddenly felt as if they had been injected with adrenaline, desperately paddling with their door panels and rags visibly closing the distance. Iron Wall paddled vigorously for several more strokes. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. He stopped, shook his sore arms, and looked at the increasingly large ship shadow ahead, scratching his head in confusion. Am I this strong? Iron Wall muttered to himself. In such a short time, the distance has closed so much. To confirm his suspicions, he simply pulled his hands back into the barrel, remaining completely still. However, even when he stopped paddling, the enormous flagship ahead continued to grow rapidly in his line of sight. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The massive shadow of the ship had completely overshadowed the area of the sea where he was. Iron Wall stared blankly for 2 seconds before suddenly looking up. He saw the towering bow, the huge prow wrapped in thick iron plates glinting with cold light. They weren't catching. The ship had turned around. The heavily laden flagship, taking advantage of the changed wind direction, was charging towards them. This group of fragile players sitting on barrels and rafts, with an overwhelming fury. Iron Wall's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his scalp went numb. He clung tightly to the edge of the barrel, his voice splitting due to extreme fear. Holy crap! Reinforcements! This madman is charging at us. The wooden barrel jolted violently in the waves. The iron wall and copper wall stiffly raised their heads. Straight ahead, that once magnificent flagship had now transformed into an enraged steel behemoth. The towering bow of the ship sliced through the azure sea like a moving fortress, stirring up two rolling white waves. The immense main mast and the shadow of the fully unfurled sails bore down upon him, completely blocking out the blinding sunlight above. A sensation of oppression instantly engulfed the half-human tall pickled fish barrel. The rough face of iron wall and copper wall turned as pale as paper, with the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Deep finger marks were pressed into the edge of the barrel. The salty sea breeze rushed into his wide-open mouth. Father! Iron wall and copper wall's Adam's apple bobbed as his lips trembled, squeezing out a few words. If you regret it now. Crack! The sound of splintering wood echoed painfully. The sharp ironclad prow crushed the poor pickled fish barrel without hesitation. In an instant, iron wall and copper wall along with the barrel were swept into the turbulent waters beneath the ship. Glub glub. A stream of desperate white bubbles surged to the surface before quickly fading into calm. On the sea surface, the thousands of players who had just shouted, "Kill the two evildoers, explode the rich lady," fell into a deathly silence. Everyone maintained the posture of paddling with their hands, staring blankly at the massive object that continued to charge towards them at full speed after crushing iron wall and copper wall. The sea breeze blew by, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the wooden planks. A brief silence. The next moment. Holy crap! Run! This bastard is crashing the ship into people. Help! The once formidable pursuing army erupted into chaos. Thousands of people, like a flock of ducks with their tails stepped on frantically, turned direction, and paddled towards the shore. Some complained that the raft was too slow and simply jumped into the water to paddle like dogs. However, Chen Hui stood at the helm, a signature cold smile on his lips. He firmly gripped the helm, letting the sea breeze whip his clothes as he forcefully piloted the sailing warship reminiscent of a dump truck crashing into a vegetable market. You think you can come and go as you please, eh? Chen Hui scoffed lightly. Do you think this is a novel, eh? He abruptly turned the helm to the right, the massive ship carving a deadly arc across the surface of the sea, directly cutting into the area where the players were most densely packed. Brother Fangu, I just leveled up to 10 and finally left the newbie village, spare me. Bang! A door panel was smashed to pieces. Glub glub. Dad, I still have 30 gigabytes of gal game in my computer that I haven't cleared. There are countless cups under my bed I can't. Crack. A bathtub was crushed into the water. Glub glub. You. Don't come over. Splash. Glub glub. Wherever the flagship passed, wood chips flew and whales filled the air. The once azure sea was now littered with broken boards, rolling barrels, and players plunging into the water. Yet amidst the chaos, there were always a few clever fish that slipped through the net. Some players who still had fighting spirit and were positioned near the edge quietly paddled their small boats around to the flagship's flank. They looked up at the towering ship's side, exchanging glances as greed rekindled in their eyes for the green master-level weapons. Go! More than a dozen agile players climbed up along the ropes and fishing nets hanging from the side of the ship, moving like thud, thud, thud. A dozen pairs of feet landed steadily on the wide deck. This group had various professions, including swordsmen, mages, and archers. They looked up and saw Chen Hui standing at the helm, his back to them. The legendary shield warrior who had faced down a level 20 hidden boss was currently wholly focused on crashing the ship into players. One of the leading swordsmen swallowed hard, gripping his rusty iron sword tightly, his eyes reddening with excitement. He raised his weapon high and shouted at the top of his lungs. Brothers, the green equipment is right in front of us. Kill. Man. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Hui, who had been steering the ship, had turned around at some point. The rough round shield adorned with a wild boar totem accurately smashed into the swordsman's face. The sound of shattering bones sent chills down everyone's spine. The swordsman did not even have time to scream. His body spun like a top in midair, rotating 70 or 80 degrees before crashing heavily into the sea outside the ship. Seconds later, a lonely wooden sword floated up to the surface. On the deck, the remaining dozen players, as the sea breeze blew by, they felt a chill run down their backs, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. Oh my gosh! A trembling archer's voice quaked with a hint of tears. This is crazier than a boss. Chen Hui shook his numb wrist, holding the shield, and expressionlessly walked towards them step by step. The heavy footsteps thudded on the wooden deck as if pounding on their hearts. As the killing god approached, a rogue player suddenly gritted his teeth and boldly stepped forward. He puffed out his chest, gripping his dagger horizontally, standing at the very front of everyone. Brothers. The rogue player's voice was like a thunderclap, filled with a tragic sense of heroism. Since we have boarded this ship, we did not intend to leave alive. You must not be cowards against the strong. His passionate words instantly ignited the remaining players' dwindling resolve. They looked at the rogue's not wide, but extremely firm back, feeling a surge of fighting spirit and admiration. Well said. Brother, you go first, we will cover you. Don't lose face. Let's fight him. Amidst the cheers, the rogue player took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly sharp. He suddenly exerted force with his legs lunging towards Chen Hui. The speed was so fast that it created a gust of wind on the deck. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow. Interesting. His right arm's muscles bulged as he lifted the wild round shield, prepared to give this spirited guy a swift end. The next second, the rogue who had charged to within half a meter of Chen Hui suddenly felt his knees buckle. Slap. Accompanied by the crisp sound of fabric scraping against the deck. The rogue smoothly slid into a kneeling position, stopping right at Chen Hui's feet. He looked up, gripping Chen Hui's calf tightly with both hands, his eyes filled with tears, his tone as mournful as could be. Father, don't hit my face, I'll jump myself. The dozen players behind him, who were preparing to cast their skills. Chen Hui holding the shield frozen in mid. The sea breeze swept across the deck, carrying an eerie silence. Chen Hui looked down at the skilled assassin clinging to his leg, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. All right, you know your place. Chen Hui moved his foot aside and pointed with his shield towards the ship's railing. Jump and remember to minimize the splash. The assassin, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to his feet. He took a deep breath, determination shining in his eyes like that of a gymnast. He leaped. In midair, he brought his legs together and exerted force from his waist. In an exceptionally standard tuck position, he completed 2.5 somersaults in the air. Splash. The splash was minimal, a textbook example of a perfect entry. The remaining dozen players exchanged glances, swallowing hard, and formed a line in perfect unison. Bro, let me go first. Your form is wrong, watch me tuck your knees and flip 3.5 times. Splash. 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 On the surface of the sea. Those lightweight players who could only dog paddle on the surface due to not securing a raft were now staring up in astonishment at the dive competition taking place above them. 666, they're all diving together. That one who just got kicked off is whatever, but these few are diving so elegantly. If you guys aren't at the Olympics next year, I won't watch. What talent. Truly remarkable talent. This group of players soaking in the water spat out salty seawater while secretly rejoicing. Although they were afflicted with the negative status of speed drastically reduced in the water, at least their target was small. That madman was focusing solely on the larger targets, the rafts and barrels, completely ignoring these floating creatures in the water. On the deck, Chen Hui held the wheel with one hand, looking down at the players flailing around like dumplings. He stroked his chin with a glint in his eyes that could make capitalists weep. Crash into more. Crash into even more. Chen Hui muttered to himself, a scheming smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, in the deep water area hundreds of meters away from the flagship, an underwater chase reminiscent of Temple Run was unfolding. Old Jack was swimming for his life, his legs thrashing beneath the water like propellers. But his old face was now streaked with tears of despair. This is inhumane. Old Jack glanced back, his soul nearly leaving his body from fear. Behind him, a little girl dressed in a pure white swimsuit was gliding through the water like a spirit fish. The worst part was this little girl played dirty. She targeted him with underhanded tactics. Old Jack felt that his later life would be marked by psychological scars. This girl showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, she swam even faster, her delicate little feet creating afterimages in the water. If this continues, Old Jack gritted his teeth, a fierce urgency in his single eye. The secret about the treasure, I definitely can't keep it. At the edge of his vision, Old Jack's health bar was already dark red, barely above the final 1 threshold. 5 meters behind him, Duo Yan emerged halfway out of the water, her big eyes sparkling like a kitten that had found a new toy. Old dang, out of strength, huh? She grinned, her small hand digging into her spatial backpack. With a swish, 5 or 6 steel throwing knives appeared between her fingers, as if by magic. Old Jack's pupils constricted. Cornered, he took a deep breath and unleashed a desperate roar into the unfathomable darkness of the sea. If you keep watching, no one benefits. Are you not going to take action, eh? As soon as he finished speaking, the throwing knives in Duo Yan's hand transformed into streaks of light, heading straight for Old Jack's face. In this critical moment, the previously calm, deep-sea area suddenly surged with a heart-pounding wave of magical energy. A dark green, graceful phantom gradually emerged from the water beneath Old Jack. It was the outline of a gigantic mermaid, its scales reflecting a chilling light in the dim sea. The ocean. A haunting cold voice filled with endless pressure echoed in everyone's ears. Let the fury rise. Boom. Without warning, the sea surfaced before Old Jack suddenly collapsed, followed by a towering wave dozens of meters high, rising like a wall of water obscuring the sky. Before this colossal wave, the petite Duo Yin in her swimsuit appeared as insignificant as a grain of white sand. Duo Yin tilted her head back, her tuft of hair pressed tightly against her scalp by the fierce wind. She blinked, her clear big eyes gazing at the terrifying tsunami that could swallow everything, and instead of fear, she let out a gasp of amazement. Wow, bang. The wave crashed down mercilessly. 365. A red damage number floated up from the spray. The terrifying force immediately swept Duo Yan's petite body into the dark underwater vortex, vanishing without a trace. However, the wave's fury did not subside. It surged forward like an enraged sea beast crossing over old Jack's position with overwhelming might, heading straight for the flagship, where Chen Hui was, and the thousands of players still bobbing in the water. Shadow. Absolute shadow. As that wall of water approached, the originally spacious and luxurious three-masted flagship now resembled a child's plastic toy boat, placed in a bathtub, fragile to the point of being appalling, on the verge of being crushed to pieces. The players on the surface of the sea were completely dumbfounded. One moment they were watching a diving performance, and the next the apocalypse had arrived. What the hell? What is that? A tsunami. Damn the planner. Help. Who brought a little yellow duck float? I'll pay 2,000 for one. I'm a landlubber. Coach, I want to learn to swim. Boom. Without any suspense, tens of thousands of tons of seawater crashed down with tremendous force. The sturdy, heavy flagship could not withstand even a second upon contact with the giant wave. The thick main mast broke like a matchstick, and the heavy hull was torn into countless splintered pieces. Chen Hui, along with his shield, was thrown by the massive impact, crashing heavily into the deep sea. Thousands of players were swallowed up instantly like ants caught in a washing machine. Suffocation, loss of 10 health points every 0.5 seconds due to lack of oxygen and water pressure, ignoring defense. Slow, affected by deep sea underflow, movement speed reduced by 30. A series of crimson negative statuses appeared above every drowning player's head. The entire sea area turned into a dead silent abyss. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. In the city of Lushui, the Lord's Manor, Luo Ningxuang was pacing back and forth in her room without any grace. Her originally immaculate white dress now appeared somewhat disheveled from her anxious pacing. Her usually proud phoenix eyes were now bloodshot. No way. Absolutely not. Luo Ningxuang mumbled nervously. As an extreme perfectionist, she had forgotten to wear gloves and was now biting down on a long fair finger nail. Click click. The sound of her nails being bitten off echoed eerily in the empty room. Luo Ningxuang suddenly stopped, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and stared intently at the distant swirling dark sea. Her exquisitely sickly face was now twisted with extreme fear and anger. I absolutely cannot let those damned outsiders discover the secret of the underwater treasure. Once that thing is exposed, my city, my perfect world will be over. Luo Ningxuang suddenly turned around, gritting her teeth, squeezing out a few words that seemed poisoned. Rebels. Duo Yan. Must leave Lushui City. Under the deep sea, dark currents tightly dragged the ankles of the drowning players. Waves crashed against the surface, pushing those who tried to surface for air back to the seabed. Red damage numbers floated above the heads of thousands of players. The suffocating feeling from lack of oxygen, coupled with the pressure of the deep sea, plunged the players into despair. Some waved their arms, thrashing their legs in panic. Others opened their mouths underwater in terror, swallowing a bellyful of seawater, causing their health to drop even faster. This was a one-sided massacre. In this area of the deep sea, a figure with a completely different aura stood out. Chen Hui stood firmly on the seabed, his heavy armor anchoring him in place. There was no panic. He was too lazy to even make swimming motions, simply striding along the ocean floor. This drop rate is decent. Chen Hui bent down, pulling out a pair of boots glowing green from a clump of seaweed, stuffing them into his space backpack. The resistance of the water was non-existent for him. He picked and chose. This item's attributes are too poor. Never mind, at least it can be sold. A superb green staff. He'll take it. Thousands of players perished in the tsunami, and the dropped equipment scattered across the seabed. Chen Hui selectively picked up the master-level gear, emanating a green glow. One piece of green gear could conservatively sell for 10,000 coins. He picked up 40 pieces at the bottom of the sea, filling his space backpack to the brim before straightening up. For 100,000 in hand, not a loss. Chen Hui dusted off the sand from his hands. Not far away in the current, a player in a robe was floating by. This mage player had his eyes rolled back, clutching his own neck, with only a sliver of health left. As he struggled, out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Chen Hui approaching. The mage froze. He rubbed his eyes, stinging from the seawater, focusing on the top of Chen Hui's head. Red and green numbers flashed above Chen Hui's head. 10. 172. 10. 172. The mage's mind went blank. Everyone was suffering under the ocean's punishment, yet not only was he unharmed, his health was even increasing. Why was that? As a heavily armored shield warrior with the attributes Lord of Thorns and Pain Conversion, even the suffocation damage caused by the environment would trigger a counterattack lifesteal as long as it was deemed under attack, losing 20 health per second while recovering 344 health. To him, this tsunami was merely a moving spring of water. Observing the mage's horrified expression, Chen Hui swam in front of him and blew out a stream of bubbles. He opened his mouth, forming the words. First time. The mage puffed. The mage exhaled one last bubble, transforming into white light as he returned to the city. The psychological quality of these players is too poor. Chen Hui shook his head. A pure white figure broke through the murky water, stopping beside Chen Hui. It was Duo Yan. The girl had an empty glass bottle clamped in her mouth, a underwater breathing potion she had previously scavenged from a hermit crab. Great God! Duo Yan's voice was muffled underwater. The waves are too high, the current is all chaotic, I can't catch up to that old guy. She puffed her cheeks. Her full agility points allowed her to maintain speed at the water's surface, but in the face of this tsunami, individual power seemed insignificant. Chen Hui looked up, gazing at the towering waves above. Old Jack, riding the force of the tsunami, had probably already swum several nautical miles away. The waves? Chen Hui rubbed his chin. If only I had a surfboard to withstand such large waves. He had merely said it casually. Where could one find a surfboard that could withstand a tsunami in this vast ocean? Upon hearing this, Duo Yan's eyes lit up. Her tuft of hair stood straight up underwater. A surfboard? Do you think I can do it? Duo Yan revealed her small tiger teeth. Chen Hui, several nautical miles away from the center of the tsunami on the surface of the sea, old Jack lay on a piece of wreckage, desperately paddling towards the open sea with the waves. He looked disheveled, but a gleeful smile covered his face. Ha ha. Old Jack wiped the seawater from his face, turning back to glance at the raging waves behind him. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. With such large waves, no one can catch up to me. He tightened his fists. Rebellious. And that girl in white. You two wait for me. Once I recover, I'll return to the city and make the Lord send troops to deal with you. Old Jack threatened as he turned his head. Ahead, a fleet consisting of a dozen medium-sized sailboats appeared. It was the player team that had previously rented his boat to level up. These players had seen the system's bounty notice regarding Rebellious and were rushing back to share in the spoils. A hint of fanaticism flashed in old Jack's eyes. Heaven does not seal off all paths. As long as I can grab a boat, no one can catch me. He used both hands and feet, increasing his paddling speed as he swam towards the fleet. Ahead on the deck of the leading sailboat, a dozen players held their weapons, discussing how to divide the green master-level weapon listed on the bounty. The archer player standing at the bow of the boat suddenly fell silent. He rubbed his eyes, staring ahead with wide-open eyes and a gaping mouth. What? What is that? The archer raised his hand, pointing in the direction behind old Jack. The other players followed his pointing finger, falling into stunned silence. Everyone stood on the deck, not even noticing that the weapons in their hands had fallen to the ground. Old Jack, swimming vigorously in the sea, sensed the odd behavior of these players. He frowned. A bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Isn't it just a tsunami? Why are they scared to this extent? Old Jack snorted coldly, continuing to paddle furiously. Just as he was about to mock them, a familiar sound mixed with the violent sea wind caught his attention. Paddle, paddle, paddle. The sound resembled something rapidly slapping the water's surface. Old Jack's paddling motion froze. Wait. This noise is not right. A sense of dread shot up his spine. He stiffly turned his neck to look. At the end of his field of vision, a massive wave towering over 10 meters was rolling toward him. On top of that white-capped wave, a petite figure lay flat on the water's surface, arms tightly pressed against her sides, her feet kicking furiously beneath the surface. The thrust provided by her full agility build carved a straight white line through the raging waves. That was Duo Yan riding on this human surfboard. Chen Hui crossed his arms, his feet firmly planted on Duo Yan's slender back. The heavy armor reflected a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Facing the sea breeze, he stood tall, diving down from the top of the dozens of meters high wave. Old Jack, players, know this. This is right. The sea wind howled, and the giant waves surged mightily. What does it mean to walk on the waves? This is what it means to walk on the waves. On top of a 10-meter-high white wave crest, Duo Yan, clad in pure white swimwear, stood upright with her petite figure. The terrifying attributes brought about by her full agility build made her legs create a turbocharged effect under the water. Charge! Duo Yan blew out a stream of cheerful bubbles, her big eyes filled with excitement. Chen Hui stood firmly on this top-notch human surfboard, his arms crossed. The heavy wild armor shimmered under the sunlight. Utilizing the enormous thrust of the tsunami, the two of them plowed through the rolling white waves on the sea, resembling a torpedo skimming the surface, directly targeting old Jack, who was desperately paddling. This is a crime. A crime. Old Jack glanced back, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. These two scoundrels not only avoided being drowned by the tsunami, but instead used it as their advantage. Is this something carbon-based life forms can do? Old Jack's mentality completely collapsed. As a dignified level 20 hidden BOSS, when did he, the once renowned first mate of a pirate ship, get pushed to the point of nearly losing his pants? Damn it, I don't believe you two can be faster than me. He crazily plunged his head into the water, using all four limbs like a dying turtle, swimming toward the group of player sailboats ahead. At this moment, in front of the player fleet, the people on the deck were snapping out of their initial daze, replaced by an uncontrollable ecstasy. Holy shit. Brothers, did you see that clearly? The leading archer was so excited that he nearly turned his longbow upside down, shouting towards the chaotic sea ahead. That NPC with barely a sliver of health is definitely Old Jack on the wanted notice. Those two surfing behind are the wanted criminals with the green gear. A half-health hidden boss. Two walking green master-level weapons. They crashed together. The players on the entire ship instantly erupted with excitement. Greedy flames completely severed their rationality. This was like a windfall from the heavens, and it was filled with delicious filling. Get the first kill. Explode the equipment. Whoever gets it is whoever's. Don't be afraid of dying charge. With a chorus of howls like hungry wolves, dozens of players jumped into the sea from the deck, like dumplings waving rusty swords, and staves their eyes red as they encircled Old Jack. In their eyes, this was not a terrifying BOSS, but a shimmering mountain of gold. Old Jack, who was looking for a place to vent his anger, raised his head and saw this group of level 11 players buzzing towards him like flies. The evil fire that had been pinned up inside him from Chen Hui's counterattack surged to his forehead. Damn it. A terrifying glint burst from Old Jack's remaining eye as he violently pulled out the white bone-long knife from his thigh. I'm not fighting back, because I'm afraid that beast behind me will counter me to death. You scoundrels dare to touch my... Die! Old Jack roared, his arms bulging, with muscles swinging the long knife in a horizontal slash across the sea surface. Boom! The violent blade energy carrying the remnants of a death-defying body instantly cleaved a half-moon-shaped vacuum zone on the surface of the sea. The water surface exploded with a loud bang, raising a water column several meters high. 2,850. Critical hit 1,900. 1,150. A series of terrifying red damage numbers floated up from the sea. Most of the players in the front didn't even have time to scream before their health bars were instantly depleted. White light flashed on the surface of the sea, leaving behind a large area of floating broken equipment and several fading corpses. The foundation of a level 20 hidden boss was fully revealed at this moment. The remaining players who swam slowly were terrified and frantically paddled backward. But in a big forest there are always a few self-righteous fools. A few scattered assassins and swordsman players had long avoided Old Jack's front and swam in a wide arc towards Chen Hui and Duo Yin, who were surfing at the back. Ha ha ha, bunch of idiots. One of the assassin players mocked, swimming while shouting to his companions. A half-health boss is still a boss. A skinny dead camel is bigger than a horse. Compared to that, players are definitely easier to kill. No matter how tough that kid is, can he be tougher than a boss? Get the green gear first then. Before he could finish his sentence, the sea surface ahead suddenly darkened. The assassin looked up in confusion, his pupils instantly constricting to the size of pinpoints. In his line of sight, Chen Hui standing on Duo Yin resembled an out-of-control, heavy 8-wheeled truck carrying the destructive potential of a towering wave crashing down. What the? Boom! The dull sound of impact exploded on the surface of the sea. Those self-righteous players were flung away like bowling balls hit by a high-speed train. With the absolute speed of a full agility build and the momentum of the giant wave, they didn't even touch the hem of Chen Hui's clothes, spinning like a top in midair for several rotations before cracking sounds of bones shattered the air, instantly dying and transforming into white light. If there's something to say, go tell the waves. Chen Hui scoffed, not even looking at the dissipating white light. Taking advantage of the buffer of this collision and Duo Yan's tireless dash, the distance between Chen Hui and Old Jack was forcibly reduced to within 50 meters. This was an extremely dangerous yet exceptionally perfect distance. Old Jack had just one-shot dozens of players and hadn't caught his breath yet when he felt a chill on his back. He stiffly turned his head. 50 meters away above the giant waves, Chen Hui stood steadily on the surfboard, revealing a sinister smile that made Old Jack's soul tremble. He slowly extended his right hand, his gaze locked firmly on Old Jack's terrified face, speaking in a tone as gentle as bidding farewell to an old friend. Goodbye. The next second, Chen Hui twisted his wrist. Holy taunt. Buzz. Accompanied by a sacred and solemn system sound effect, blinding golden light suddenly illuminated the surface of the sea. A golden phantom composed entirely of pure magical energy and towering 2 stories high materialized above Chen Hui's head. It was an extraordinarily gigantic, vividly detailed, and even radiating a hint of sacred light. A middle finger. The golden middle finger pointed directly at Old Jack, exuding an irresistible allure. Old Jack's legs, which had been desperately paddling forward, suddenly froze as if filled with lead. His body was completely out of his brain's control, forcibly turning a full 180 degrees in the water, facing Chen Hui, his hands gripping the long knife tightly. No, don't. Old Jack's eyes turned red, tears mingling with seawater smeared across his face. He looked at the weapon he was uncontrollably raising, his desperate cries echoing across the sea. I don't want to fight you. I really don't want to fight you. Please, not this. However, the system's forced hate mechanism was merciless. Old Jack's body had already assumed a charging posture like a cannonball that had lost its will, charging violently toward Chen Hui. Watching Old Jack's face, which was filled with resistance, yet was forced to swing his knife at himself. Chen Hui stood at the crest of the wave, arms wide open with anticipation. The wild armor on his chest flickered with a cold sheen. Not going to hit me. If you don't hit me, how will you die? Chen Hui patted his chest, his eyes gleaming with a perverse fervor. Come on, don't pity me. Hit me hard. Old Jack's face was filled with despair as the curved dagger in his hand uncontrollably sliced through the air with a piercing sound. Just as the sharp blade was less than 3 centimeters from Chen Hui's chest armor, Chen Hui had already positioned himself to retaliate. With a loud splash, the originally rolling sea surface suddenly erupted. A massive high-pressure water column surged forth like a giant sea serpent, fiercely entangling Old Jack's wrist and waist. The blade came to a sudden halt in midair, unable to advance another inch. Following this, a transcendent, cold, yet arrogantly resonant female voice echoed once more from the unfathomable dark sea. Stand down. Foreigner. You cannot withstand the enmity of the Naga tribe. Before her words could finish, the sunlight above the crowd was abruptly obscured. The originally clear sky had been overshadowed by a massive dark shadow at some unknown point. Accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, over 20 large-bodied winged wind feather beasts pierced through the clouds, hovering above the sea surface. On the back of each wind feather beast sat a fully armed elite guard from the suspended city of Luoshui. The silver standard armor reflected a chilling intent under the sunlight. The leading guard captain looked down from above, his spear pointing directly at Chen Hui below, his voice booming like thunder. Foreigner, stop now. Old Jack will be judged by us. You have no authority to execute him. Do you wish to feel the wrath of the suspended city of Luoshui? The players sprawled on the broken boards and splashing water, frantically gulping down seawater, had forgotten to escape. Everyone looked up, dumbfounded at this extravagant spectacle. Holy crap. Am I seeing things? Deep sea merfolk, plus the level 60 guards of the suspended city of Luoshui. These two top-tier NPC factions have come together just to protect a level 20 hidden boss with low health. What kind of earth-shattering secret has this old man hidden? We're done for this time. The rebellious have kicked against an iron plate. No matter how strong a player is, they can't contend with the main city's powers at this stage. To the players, this chase had already reached its premature conclusion. As for Old Jack, he was just beginning to recover from his initial panic. He glanced at the water column wrapped around his waist, then looked up at the hovering wind feather beast guards above. His originally pale face suddenly flushed crimson with extreme excitement. Ha ha ha. Old Jack suddenly straightened his back, wiping the snot and tears from his face, his one eye bursting with the crazed light of a small man reveling in his fortune. Relying on the support of two powerful factions, he pointed at the nearby Chen Hui, spitting words in excitement. Rebellious. Aren't you so capable? You think you can take me down? Come on. Try moving even a finger against me. Old Jack was exceedingly arrogant, his face contorted in a way that made him look even more infuriating. I have the city lord behind me. The deep sea Naga. You, a mere peasant with no background, think you can kill me. Let me tell you, as long as I don't die today, once I return to the city and regroup, they'll slaughter you two back to level. They'll strip you of your equipment and hang it on the city walls for display. His arrogant shouts echoed across the sea. However, Chen Hui, floating on the water's surface, showed no sign of fear. He didn't even lift an eyelid, merely glancing at Duo Yan. Their eyes met, and the tuft of hair on her head trembled excitedly, a glint of cunning ferocity flashing in her large eyes. Chen Hui understood. He leisurely dug at his ear, flicking off the dust from his fingernail, then looked up at the guards in midair and the phantom of the deep sea. All right then. Chen Hui's lips curled into a harmless smile. If I spare him, will you cease to be hostile? Upon hearing this, the captain of the guards in the sky and the merfolk phantom in the deep sea noticeably relaxed their tones. In their view, this ignorant foreigner had finally backed down. The guard captain snorted coldly, condescendingly, offering, the city lord has decreed that as long as you acknowledge your mistakes and correct them, the suspended city of Luoshui will show leniency. In the deep sea, the merfolk's voice followed suit. Foreigner, the Naga tribe will remember your choice. The two powerful factions issued their final verdict in a haughty tone almost simultaneously. So, spare him then. Upon hearing the promise from the two factions, Old Jack was even more elated, laughing so hard that even his molars were exposed. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Little brat, you have some sense. As long as you let him go. Bang. Old Jack's words hadn't even dissipated in the air. In the previous second, Chen Hui, who had been humbly accepting, suddenly had his arm muscles bulging as the heavy light of shield smash instantly enveloped his fist. At the same time, Duo Yan below kicked the water surface fiercely. The terrifying burst of agility from her stat points transformed her into a white blur. Her petite pink fists, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, struck fiercely from below. One up, one down. One heavy, one quick. The two fists, with no flashy skill wind-up, struck Old Jack's laughing face with perfect precision. Crack. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed across the sea. Old Jack's mouthful of yellow teeth mixed with blood sprayed out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. His health bar, which had already been reduced to a sliver, was instantly depleted. You too. Old Jack's lone eye bulged out the madness in his gaze, barely having time to transform into fear. With a tilt he became a floating corpse. Then the server-wide announcement rang out through the heavens. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players Rebellious and Duo Yin for successfully defeating the level 20 hidden boss, Bloody Eye Jack. Achievement for first kill completed. Reward 10 gold coins, 5 free attribute points, 1 treasure key. The crisp system notification sounded like a resounding slap to the faces of the guards from the suspended city of Luoshui and the Deep Sea Naga. The entire scene fell into silence. Whether it was the guards in the sky or the mere folk in the water, they all stared in disbelief at Chen Hui and Duo Yin. The two simultaneously lifted their heads, facing the multitude of guards and the pressure from the deep sea. Without any hesitation, Chen Hui and Duo Yin raised their right hands in unison, pointing a perfectly standard and defiantly rude middle finger at the sky and the deep sea. In unison, their clear voices pierced through the sea breeze, echoing through the heavens. But we refuse to. At this moment, the sea breeze suddenly ceased. The flying fur beast hovering in midair let out an anxious screech, and the massive phantom of the mermaid in the deep sea fell into a deathly silence. Two top-tier NPC factions, the elite guard of Luoshui, Suspended City, and the will of the Deep Sea Naga. They could only watch as two players right before their eyes turned the person they were supposed to protect into a floating corpse with a single punch. Moreover, there were two highly insulting middle fingers included. After a brief dead silence, there was an eruption of fury akin to a volcanic explosion. Buzz! The sky suddenly changed color. A scarlet light tore through the clouds. The piercing sound of the system alert resonated with unprecedented volume, exploding in the ears of all players in Eternal. Ding! The highest level wanted announcement in the entire server. Player Fanggu and Duo Yin openly defied the laws of Luoshui, Suspended City, and committed violence in public. And they have blasphemed the majesty of the city lord with extremely vile words and actions. Their actions are abhorrent and have been judged by Luoshui Suspended City as extremely wicked criminals. Immediately following this, rows of blood-red text occupied everyone's sight. Punishment announced: from now on, players Fanggu and Duo Yin are prohibited from entering Luoshui, Suspended City, and all subordinate villages. Their NPC favorability will be permanently frozen. They are forbidden from accepting any faction missions. They cannot use teleportation or raise public carriages or any main city facilities. The wanted bounty has been fully upgraded. Anyone who kills either of the two mentioned will be able to go to the City Lord's mansion to claim the following rewards. Hidden Profession Clue 1. Gold 10. Green Master Level Selected Equipment 2. Boom. If the previous bounty merely made players envious, this brand new wanted notice detonated like a nuclear bomb in the minds of all players on the server. Hidden Profession Clue. 10 gold coins. Plus 2 selected pieces of green master level equipment. These are not just wanted criminals, they are practically 2 moving treasure troves. Crazy. Luoshui Suspended City has gone mad. This reward is more outrageous than a first kill. Find them. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we need to locate these two. Brothers form a 100-man team. Even if we have to sacrifice lives, we must fill Fanggu's health bar. All of Luoshui Suspended City, whether in the square, the tavern, or players grinding monsters in the wild, fell into a morbid frenzy. Countless pairs of eyes gleamed with greedy red light, crazily rushing towards the direction of the sea. Meanwhile, outside the Job Change Temple in Luoshui Suspended City, the small team just finished the Job Change dungeon, standing on the steps and watching the players around them rush around like the priest girl softly clutched her white staff, her pure face full of worry. This is bad, this is bad. Fanggu has really stirred up a storm this time. Unable to enter the main city, unable to accept quests, not even allowed to take a carriage. How are we supposed to play this? Beside her, the berserker slung his great sword over his shoulder and let out a dry laugh, killing the boss in front of them and giving a middle finger to a level 60 guard. TSK tisk, it does sound like something Fanggu would do. The berserker shook his head, but his tone revealed an uncontainable admiration. In the entire server, he is the only one bold enough to point and insult an NPC like that. The quiet Zero silently gazed at the dazzling scarlet wanted notice in the sky. His black mage robe adorned with golden patterns billowed in the wind, and his eyes beneath the hood were deep and cold. After a while, Zero slowly tightened his grip on the staff in his hand, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Turning his head, he lowered his deep voice, which had been processed to sound androgynous, and spoke to his team members. Something is not right with Luoshui Suspended City. Both the priest girl and the berserker were taken aback. Think back carefully to what you experienced after entering the city. Zero's gaze swept over the empty street. The beginner quests in other main cities mostly involve assisting guards in clearing nearby monsters or eradicating bandit camps. But what about Luoshui Suspended City? Zero's eye sharpened further. The quests here are either delivery tasks or collecting materials in specific areas. The monsters outside the city have not only gone unclean by the guards, but even the wild monsters near the city walls are ignored by them. The berserker scratched his head. What does this indicate? Perhaps it's a feature of seaside cities. No. Zero interrupted him decisively. Although Fanggu often acts recklessly and has a sharp tongue, he understands the bottom line of the rules better than anyone. He would never provoke an unbeatable force for no reason. What he is doing only indicates one thing. Zero raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the gorgeous buildings of the main city, directly piercing the lofty city, Lord's Mansion. The true sinner is probably not Fanggu at all, but rather, this Luoshui suspended city. In the dark alley of the main city, a figure named Wanjian Shifa leaned against a moss-covered brick wall, toying with the bow in his hands. Hearing the system notification sound in his ears, he sneered with extreme disdain. Not only did he offend a big shot from abroad in real life, but now he wants to offend the NPC factions in the game too. Wanjian Shifa shook his head as if looking at a dead man. What a self-destructive path! A person like this will never rise to prominence. Nearby, a knight player clad in heavy armor stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. President, the freelancers and guilds outside have gone crazy. Should we mobilize everyone to ambush Fanggu at sea? Wanjian Shifa put away his bow and casually patted the knight on the shoulder. Don't rush. Mobilize. Are we going to drink the northwest wind at sea? Wanjian Shifa's eyes were dark and cunning. Send my orders, let the guild members level up however they want, and not let go of any leveling spots that need to be. Quickly raise the level of the main team to level 15 and get ready for the first dungeon. Right now everyone's eyes are on Fanggu's bounty, making it the perfect time for major guilds to seize progress. We absolutely cannot waste time on a person who is bound to die. The knight hesitated a bit and lowered his voice to say, but that big shot from abroad is very angry. I heard they encountered great obstacles while trying to find Fanggu's identity in real life. Isn't that? Wanjian Shifa gently stroked the bowstring behind him, his tone as flat, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Immediately released the news that our evil men gang has accepted the death order to hunt down Fanggu and Duo Yan. Then randomly pick 5 clever lower-level outer members to go out to sea and put on a show, casually recording a few clips of the chase to send to that big shot. Upon hearing this, the knight's eyes instantly lit up. This was simply a scheme that killed 3 birds with one. It could not only soothe the big shot with false information, but also use the notorious name of the evil men gang to intimidate other guilds, forcing them to invest more manpower in order to snatch the bounty, thus severely delaying their competitors' leveling progress. As for themselves, they could hide in the shadows and make a fortune quietly. President, brilliant, the knight exclaimed sincerely. Wanjian Shifa turned his head, looking towards the turbulent sea, his gaze gradually darkening and becoming cruel. Aren't they fond of treasure hunting? Then let them go find it. When they exhaust themselves uncovering secrets and find the treasure. Wanjian Shifa licked his lips, a chilling smile appearing. Then it will be our turn. Seeking death. The captain of the guards had his facial muscles twitching violently, and his eyes, almost ablaze beneath the silver helmet, burned with fury. How could a dignified level 60 elite from Luoshui, suspended city, be openly insulted with a middle finger by 2 players barely above level 10? This was no mere slap to the face. It was as if the very skin of Luoshui, suspended city, had been torn off and rubbed against the ground in madness. All troops attack. Turn these 2 heretics into minced meat. With the captain's roar, over 20 massive wind fur beasts emitted sharp shrieks. Their enormous flesh wings suddenly folded. The pressure from a level 60 NPC was unleashed without reservation. More than 20 gleaming steel-long spears formed an impenetrable net of death in the air. With a thunderous sonic boom, they descended towards the 2 individuals on the surface of the sea. Players in the distance, clutching broken wooden planks, were left dumbfounded. This was a dimensional suppression. Damn. A full charge from a level 60 elite guard. With such momentum, not to mention 2 players, even a mountain would be flattened. This rebellious one is absolutely overestimating himself. Who does he think he is? Can he really withstand a level 60 NPC? He's doomed, he's doomed. Oh, everyone get ready to snatch the loot. Players submerged in the sea widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they could already see Chen Hui and Duo Yan being turned into a porcupine by the barrage of spears. However, at the center of the storm, Chen Hui made a move that left everyone slack-jawed. Not only did he not adopt a defensive stance, he leisurely raised his arms. Facing the murderous aura all around, he comfortably stretched out into a grand yawn. His bones crackled with a crisp sound. At his feet, Duo Yan, clad in her school swimsuit, was even more outrageous. This girl completely ignored the long spears above her that could instantaneously kill her. She sprawled on old Jack's floating corpse like an octopus. Her small hands frantically groped over the corpse, murmuring to herself, striking it rich, striking it rich. There's definitely something good hidden on old Jack. Let me touch, let me touch, let me touch. The tuft of hair atop Duo Yan's head spun excitedly. Her expression of greed was a perfect embodiment of the phrase, unconcerned with the world around her. The captain of the guards in midair was enraged to the point of explosion upon witnessing this scene. How dare they touch a corpse at the brink of death? How dare they stretch out like that? Arrogant ant. Eat this gun. The spear's edge was less than 3 meters away from Chen Hui's head. The fierce wind had even disheveled the bangs on Chen Hui's forehead. At this moment of imminent danger, Chen Hui halted his stretching. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he looked past the midair guards, his gaze fixed on the enormous mermaid phantom deep in the sea. He opened his mouth and spoke in a voice that was just right for the deep sea to hear, slowly uttering, "I know where the pearl lost by the merfolk is." As soon as his words fell, the once calm sea surface seemed to be violently stirred by an invisible giant hand. Boom! Without any warning, a pitch-black whirlpool with a diameter of over 10 meters erupted right beneath Chen Hui and Duo Yan. The furious deep-sea currents immediately rolled back, brazenly swallowing the two of them. Hey, wait a minute. I haven't finished touching yet. A panicked cry from Duo Yan echoed from this girl, clutched tightly onto a glowing item that she had just yanked from old Jack's embrace, her entire being pulled down by the current. Her small, delicate feet flailed helplessly on the water surface, her face marked with reluctance. Meanwhile, Chen Hui allowed the seawater to envelop him. Just before his body completely submerged in the sea, he tilted his head slightly, his cold gaze piercing through the splashes of water, locking onto the captain of the guard's face. "When we meet next time." Chen Hui's voice drifted to the captain's ears, carried by the sea wind, laced with chilling coldness and mockery. "I hope you can still be so arrogant." Boom! Over 20 long spears crashed down onto the surface of the sea. The furious force of the level 60 NPC instantly sent seawater soaring into the sky, creating a white curtain of water. However, as the water splashed away beyond a few broken wooden pieces and old Jack's utterly shattered corpse, the sea was left completely empty. Chen Hui and Duo Yan had thus vanished right under the noses of more than 20 level 60 elite guards. The duck that was within reach had flown away. The captain of the guard's hand, gripping the spear, trembled violently, his joints turning white from the pressure. He abruptly turned his head, glaring fiercely at the faintly visible mermaid phantom in the deep sea, his eyes bloodshot with extreme rage. "Merfolk!" The captain gritted his teeth and roared, his voice laden with undisguised questioning and threats. "How dare you harbor the heinous criminals from Luoshui, suspended city? Are you rebelling?" Beneath the deep sea, the immense mermaid phantom quietly hovered in the pitch-black current. In response to the captain's question, the entire sea area fell into a suffocating silence. In the next moment, a loud crash. Suddenly, without warning, a towering wave over 5 meters high surged up from the sea surface. This massive wave struck like an extremely loud slap, hitting the captain of the guard's face with an overwhelming smack. The crisp sound echoed across the sea. Captain of the guards. Both man and mount were sent spinning through the air, rolling twice before landing. His silver helmet askew, making him look utterly disheveled. Following that, a voice ethereal and cold, yet exuding absolute arrogance, once more emanated from the deep sea, devoid of any emotion. Scram. The Naga act without needing to explain to the humans. Domineering. Utterly domineering. There was no intention to explain, directly stating their position in the most brutal manner. The captain of the guards barely steadied himself, wiping the seawater from his face, trembling in rage. How could a level 60 elite be humiliated in turn by 2 players and a bunch of seafood today? All right. The captain laughed furiously, repeating the word, "all right," 3 times. He shot a vicious glare at the deep sea, turned the direction of his wind-fur beast mount, and growled through clenched teeth. "This matter I will report to the city lord in detail. Everyone retreat." The sensation of weightlessness quickly faded away, accompanied by the icy coldness of the sea. When Chen Hui and Duo Yan's feet once again touched the solid ground, the violent currents around them were isolated by a transparent, hemispherical magical barrier. "My equipment. Just a little bit more." Duo Yan plopped down on the ground, her little hands still scratching at the air. Her small face was scrunched up and the tuft of hair on her head drooped in a pitiful manner. Chen Hui ignored her. He patted the water off his clothes and raised his eyes to survey the surroundings. This was an enormous underwater city that took one's breath away. There was no sunlight, but it was as bright as day. Countless giant luminous corals towered like trees, emitting a dreamlike glow of intertwining azure and emerald. Palaces carved from gigantic giant clams and seashells were arranged in an orderly manner on the seabed, while schools of colorful glowing fish swam and played between the buildings, resembling a quiet yet splendid starry sky of the deep sea. Wow! In the blink of an eye, Duo Yan, who had just been lamenting her inability to grab her equipment, suddenly sprang up from her spot. She leaned over the edge of the magical barrier, her big eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly drooling. "Great God, look at that pearl set in the pillar, it's bigger than my head. If I could pry it off, how many gold coins would that be?" Duo Yan eagerly pulled out her dagger, ready to take on the role of an underwater demolition expert. "Save it, don't destroy it." "Ooh, I've already tried that." Chen Hui casually took out the previously discovered sheepskin treasure map. The once vague routes on the map were now fully illuminated. At the destination, a golden trident symbol was flashing. It was indeed this underwater city. The rulers of this sea region were the legendary Naga tribe, led by the Siren Queen, the sovereign of the deep sea. Outsiders. A mystical voice echoing with great resonance emerged from the tallest seashell palace. Following that, accompanied by the ripples of the water, a massive figure slowly swam out of the palace, stopping before the two. It was a female mermaid standing a full 3 meters tall. She had hair that burned like flames, her upper body covered in scaly armor, while her lower half was a deep blue fishtail. In her hand, she held a coral staff embedded with a gigantic sapphire. Above her head, a striking line of scarlet text floated. LV. 65 Naga High Priestess Helen. 65th level. Top-tier NPCs, in the current phase of Eternal, could wipe out players with a mere breath. However, looking at the 3-meter big fish before him, Chen Hui felt not a hint of tension, but rather a sense of absurdity, as if reuniting with an old friend. He was too familiar with this place. In his past life, it wasn't until 2 years after the game launched that a casual player with a fishing profession accidentally triggered the hidden plot involving the mermaid tribe and the Lushui floating city. The reason the Lushui floating city could remain safe in a region teeming with monsters was not due to the strength of its lord. Rather, it was because that hypocritical city lord had secretly stolen the sacred artifact passed down through generations of the mermaid tribe. The Sea God Pearl. The city lord used the pearl as leverage, forcing the proud Naga tribe to become the free security guards of Lushui floating city, defending them against the invasions of deep-sea monsters. As for where that pearl was hidden, no one in the entire Eternal knew it better than Chen Hui, because the one who triggered the hidden plot in his past life, the fisherman, was himself. At that time, to pay off the medical debts he incurred, he sat on the rocks for 24 hours without sleep, like an emotionless machine, taking advantage of the fishing activity in the game. Through sheer willpower, he managed to fish out that crucial quest item, thus uncovering this shocking scandal. It was also thanks to the massive rewards from this hidden plot that he achieved a breakthrough in social status, gradually climbing to the top 10 assassins' throne. Thinking of this, a broader smile appeared on Chen Hui's face. In this new life, not only did he want to make up for his regrets, but he also aimed to traverse the difficult path he walked in his past life with ease. You really know where the pearl is? The red-haired high priestess Helen stared intently at Chen Hui, her massive frame trembling slightly with extreme excitement, sending ripples through the surrounding water. She had clearly heard him utter the words pearl in the deep sea. Looking at the impatient 65th level boss, Chen Hui crossed his arms and spoke in a tone as casual as discussing cabbage at a market. I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. Helen. The 65th level high priestess was nearly choked by those words, struggling to catch her breath. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow and continued slowly. Not only do I know where the pearl is hidden by that city lord, but I can also help you retrieve it intact. Boom. This statement exploded like a deep-sea bomb in Helen's mind. The Naga high priestess, who had lived for over 100 years and held a high position, visibly reddened at the corners of her eyes. Plop. A pearl the size of a pigeon egg slipped from the corner of her eye and landed on the ground with a crisp sound. 76 years. Helen choked, her voice filled with endless sorrow and humiliation. For a full 76 years, our Naga tribe has suffered under the threats of those despicable humans, and finally we can reclaim our sacred artifact. However, just as this touching moment unfolded, Chen Hui stretched out a finger, shaking it in the air while elongating his tone. But there are conditions. Helen's entire body shivered, and she immediately wiped away the pearl from the corner of her eye with the back of her hand, her expression turning exceedingly solemn. Human, as long as you can help the Naga tribe retrieve the pearl and wash away our humiliation. Helen slammed the coral staff that symbolized power heavily onto the ground, her tone resolute. Whatever reward you want, even if it means emptying this underwater treasure vault, we will spare no expense. Speak, what are your terms? Anything goes. Anything goes. Chen Hui's eyes lit up. Swear by the name of the sea god. Helen puffed out her proud chest. Very well. Chen Hui nodded in satisfaction. He put away his frivolous expression, his gaze becoming intensely aggressive, resembling a rogue sizing up his prey. Then he slowly raised his right hand and pointed directly at the 3-meter red-haired mermaid before him, in front of the silent deep-sea palace. Chen Hui enunciated clearly, his voice resonating powerfully as he spoke for words. I want you. Silence. An absolute stillness. Helen's dignified face instantly froze, her ruby-like eyes widening in shock, even her breathing stopped. Duo Yin, still using her dagger to pry at the pearl, suddenly trembled violently. Both the tall and small figures cast terrified looks at Chen Hui, as if witnessing something monstrous. Helen. Duo Yin. Gee, great God. Duo Yin gulped, whispering hesitantly. Although it's quite big. But not that way, at least it shouldn't be. Helen instinctively shrank back, her massive fishtail, her hands subconsciously covering her chest, her originally pale cheeks flushed bright red. You. Take it easy. Chen Hui. Silence. It was as if even the sea had ceased its flow. Helen's stunningly beautiful face was visibly turning red from her neck to her scales. With her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes trembled anxiously. Internally, she was clearly engaged in an epic battle over the survival of her race and her personal innocence. In the end, the situation opened up for the great revival of the Naga clan to wash away 76 years of humiliation. What was this little sacrifice worth? This is just like being gored by a pig. As long as I can retrieve the jewel, I would accept anything. Even if it meant chopping off my over 100 pounds of fish flesh to make sashimi. A tragic BGM began to play in her mind as this high priestess of the deep sea, with a sense of the wind is bleak and the waters icy, trembled and reached for her collar. Then in front of a man and a woman, she began to unfasten the priestly robe that symbolized holiness and authority. Stop! Chen Hui's eyelids twitched violently as he dashed forward, firmly grasping Helen's wrist before she could exert her strength. His expression was stern and pained as he shouted, "Don't take it off. If you do, we won't pass the examination. We are in a legitimate partnership. How can you think so narrowly of me? Am I the type of person who is lecherous?" Helen was taken aback, opening her eyes to look at Chen Hui in a daze. Beside her, Duoyan nodded seriously, adding a sharp remark. "Indeed, the great deity is only greedy for wealth, not for lust." Chen Hui. For some reason, hearing this made her feel even more hurt. "Then, what do you mean by wanting me?" Helen stiffly withdrew her hand, her tone awkward enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the seabed with her tail. Chen Hui calmly released his grip. "I want you to cast a buff for me. As the high priestess of the Naga clan, you should have that top-tier buff capable of increasing experience gain and boosting all attributes, preferably with some deep-sea enhancement, right? This is not unreasonable. As a favorite of the sea god, I can indeed grant you deep-sea protection. But this is merely auxiliary, and do you think this is enough to contend with the bounty of Luo Shui's suspended city? Great deity, are we leveling up to level 15 to tackle the main city dungeon?" Duo Yan leaned in, her tuft of hair spinning like a radar. "Level 15, main city dungeon." Chen Hui scoffed, his gaze fervent. "That kind of place where players play house is just a waste of time. Moreover, we are currently extremely evil criminals entering the city, would be walking into a trap." He pointed to a dark area deeper on the treasure map, his voice low and enticing. "What we are targeting is the level 20 deep-sea dungeon." Level 20. Duyan's tuft of hair stood up straight like an antenna, and instead of being scared, she excitedly rubbed her hands. "Great. The deep-sea dungeon sounds like the equipment drops will surely be worth a lot." Helen looked at these two strange humans, feeling her temples throbbing. With a helpless sigh, the sapphire at the tip of her staff burst forth with dazzling light, and 2 complex magic circles instantly merged into Chen Hui and Duoyan. "Ding. You have received the favor of the High Priest. All attributes increased by 20, underwater speed increased by 50, experience gain increased by 100, duration 4 hours. The monsters in the deep sea area are a distance from here." Helen waved her staff, and the water surged. "I will summon a deep sea giant turtle. It can take you." Before she could finish, her expression froze again. She turned her head only to see Chen Hui had naturally and unceremoniously stepped on Duyan's slender white back. Meanwhile, Duoyan was like a leopard ready to pounce, her hands propped on the seabed, her little feet restlessly paddling in the water. Helen couldn't help but ask, "Wait a minute. What are you doing?" Chen Hui and Duoyan tilted their heads in unison, looking at the level 65 high priestess with an expression of disbelief. "We're on our way." Helen rubbed her eyes, confirming she wasn't mistaken. "Isn't it? Am I the only one who finds this position strange?" "See." Duoyan fixed her gaze forward, her eyes resolute. "Sister Mermaid, stop talking nonsense. Please create some waves to push us faster." Helen was completely speechless. She even began to doubt whether placing the hopes of her race on these 2 oddballs was a sign of the Naga clan's doom. "Fine. Do as you wish." With a weary heart, Helen waved her staff. "First, I'll cast underwater breathing on you. The pressure in the deep sea area is not something you can. No need to cast that on me." Chen Hui waved his hand, solemnly refusing. "I enjoy suffocation." Helen. Her staff nearly "What? What did you say?" Helen's lips twitched as she roared internally. What on earth is wrong with humans nowadays? This is too perverse. Not only perverse, but also self-harming. Helen sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed in Chen Hui and his companion. She thought about how she would wait for them to make a fool of themselves before asking for her help. It would be a good opportunity to strike down their enthusiasm. "Stop the nonsense, bring the waves." Chen Hui waved his hand, exuding an air of authority. Helen, with a mindset of "let's see how long you can hold on," abruptly thrust her staff down. Boom. A violent undercurrent surged forth from behind the 2. "Hold on tight, great deity." Duoyan shouted, her agility reaching its peak at that moment. Her legs traced through the water, combined with Helen's thrust. She shot forward like a deep-sea torpedo. Chen Hui stood firmly on Duyan's back, arms outstretched, letting the furious seawater wash over him. Damage and healing numbers kept popping up above his head. 50,172,172. The two turned into a white shadow in the ocean, creating a torrent that even shattered several innocent corals. Helen blinked in confusion, asking, "What the hell? What just zoomed by?" Looking again, Chen Hui and Duoyan had already vanished without a trace. Turning her head, she saw Chen Hui and Dian's figures receding further away. Helen stared blankly, watching their rapidly disappearing silhouettes in the darkness, along with the extremely abstract bubbles left in the water. "No way. Is it that fast? Wait for me, wait for me." In the dark currents of the deep sea, a white shadow surged forward like a fired torpedo. "Brake. Master, we have arrived. I need to hit the brakes." Accompanied by Dian's delicate cry, her soft little feet carved two deep trenches in the mud of the seabed. Chen Hui, using inertia, performed a graceful backflip and landed steadily. Moments later, Helen rushed up from behind, panting and waving her staff. This noble level 65 high priestess looked rather disheveled at the moment. Looking at these two peculiar beings before him, who were hardly even out of breath, Chen Hui couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who among them is the real merman? How come you are faster than me in the water? Chen Hui ignored the doubting Helen, and instead curiously surveyed the sea before him. This was a vast underwater graveyard of shipwrecks where an abundance of ferocious fish, each over half a human's height, and entirely deep blue, swam in the murky waters. At this moment in the game, Eternal, the top players were stuck at around level 11, likely just finishing a class-switching dungeon. Even if someone had managed to level up to 12, they wouldn't dare to step foot in this sea area. The reason was simple: this was a level 15 deep sea zone. Without underwater breathing potions, players would drown within a minute. Moreover, at this stage, players could hardly withstand the full attribute reductions caused by the deep-sea water pressure. In other words, this resource-rich leveling paradise was now entirely a private VIP venue for Chen Hui and his companion. Chen Hui casually cast a detection spell, and the monster's stats instantly popped up. Nearshore Frenzy Fish, level 15 type, beast health points, 2990 attack power, 110-150 attack speed, 10 seconds per hit, very fast. Armor 678, movement speed extremely fast, underwater skills, frenzied bite, group hate. Humans, please be careful. Helen finally caught her breath and swam to Chen Hui's side. Pointing at the deep blue fish, she warned gravely. The scales of these nearshore frenzy fish are harder than steel, with extremely high armor. Ordinary physical attacks against them feel like mere tickles. Moreover, they are a group species. If 3 or more are startled, they will attract a whole swarm. Helen raised her coral staff, looking as if she were facing a formidable enemy. "I suggest you lure them over one by one to kill. I will use magic to weaken their armor." Helen's words were abruptly cut off. She was horrified to find that the human who had just stood beside her was now gone. Turning her head, she saw Chen Hui swaggering into the pile of monsters without a care. Ahead, a particularly plump nearshore frenzy fish was lying on a section of the wrecked ship's deck. It was clutching an unknown large bone, with its fins gnawing at it with gusto, occasionally blowing bubbles. Its serene demeanor suggested it was not a ferocious sea monster, but rather a salted fish enjoying its afternoon tea. Just then a shadow loomed over it. Chen Hui approached without saying a word, raised his foot, and with a loud bang kicked the fishbone several meters away into the ocean trench. Nearshore frenzy fish. It froze in place, still in the posture of gnawing the bone, its dead fish eyes wide open, staring blankly. As the bone vanished, its brain momentarily crashing. "Wait. Dude. I'm just having lunch. What harm is that to you?" Before it could react, Chen Hui swung his arm around, integrating waste and strength, accompanied by a sharp sound of water. Smack! A crisp and loud slap landed hard on the nearshore frenzy fish's gills. The force was so great that it sent the half-human-sized frenzy fish spinning in place for 3.5 circles, releasing a flurry of chaotic white bubbles. The fish was completely dazed. Still somewhat disoriented, it glared angrily at the human before it, just about to open its mouth filled with sharp teeth to roar. "What are you looking at? Still dare to talk back?" Chen Hui glared and didn't give it a chance to use its skills. He lunged forward, delivering a series of punches to its face. However, since Chen Hui had allocated all his attribute points into Constitution, his strength was appallingly low, coupled with the nearshore frenzy fish's outrageous armor of 678. A series of insulting damage numbers floated lazily from the top of the fish's head. 1. This damage felt like mere scratching. Yet Chen Hui was fully engaged, cursing as he struck. "Have you brushed your teeth while eating like this? Do you know how expensive it is to see a dentist now? A single tooth costs several thousand. Let this be a lesson for not brushing." The nearshore frenzy fish staggered back repeatedly. Although it felt no pain, the humiliation was profound. "What the hell is brushing teeth? I'm a fish. A fish living in the deep sea. Why would I brush my teeth?" Roar. Even a clay figurine would have its temper, let alone a level 15 ferocious beast. The nearshore frenzy fish was utterly enraged, emitting a piercing shriek. Its originally deep blue scales turned bright red with blood. Ding. Target has entered berserk state and triggered group hate. With this shriek, all the nearshore frenzy fish within dozens of meters halted their movements. They all turned their heads in unison, their dead fish eyes instantly turning a bright crimson, locking onto the unexpected visitor Chen Hui. Watching this scene from a distance, Helen was so frightened that she could barely hold onto her staff. Crazy. This human is a tiger. Helen anxiously stomped her tail, her face pale, as she shouted. You can't deal any damage, and you still provoke the fish group. Come back. Hide under my shield, I will cover you. Before she finished her sentence, a small white hand suddenly reached out, gently patting her scaly fish tail. Sister Mermaid, it's all good, it's all good. Don't worry about him. The master is very tough. Dian's goofy hair proudly swayed as she added in an extremely confident tone. Really, his skin is as tough as a turtle's. Helen. The 65-level high priestess gaped, glancing between Duoyen and the distant Chen Hui. Is this a compliment or an insult? Are the internal relationships among you humans this abstract? Meanwhile, at the center of the fish circle, Chen Hui suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Achoo! He rubbed his nose and muttered, Damn it, who is cursing me from behind? But that was of no importance. Chen Hui slowly straightened up, looking around. All around him, there were easily 40 to 50 nearshore frenzy fish, their bodies radiating a red glow, baring their teeth as they rushed towards him like arrows. Any player at this stage would probably have wet their pants at such a sight. But Chen Hui smiled. He glanced at his terrifying health of 5,750 points, and then at the monster's stats, showing a high armor of 678. Chen Hui sneered, and even arrogantly beckoned to the swarm of fish. High armor. What does that have to do with my true damage? A dozen nearshore frenzied fish, their eyes blood red, entered a state of rage. They opened their large mouths, filled with barbs resembling a pack of mad dogs that had gone hungry for 800 years, creating turbulent waves as they viciously lunged toward Chen Hui from all directions. In the distance, Helen watched this scene, helplessly placing a hand on her forehead and letting out a long sigh. Forget it, forget it. The noble level 65 high priest shook her head, appearing utterly exhausted. Anyway, I have the resurrection spell, so let him have his fun for now. Once those frenzied fish tear him to shreds, and he feels the deep sea's wrath, they'll pull him back and have a good chat with him. With that thought, Helen turned her head and glanced at Dian, who obediently stayed beside her, boredly blowing bubbles. Looking at the petite and adorable girl, Helen couldn't help but feel a twinge of comfort. You see, she's also human, and yet this little girl is so well behaved. Not reckless at all, knowing the dangers of the deep sea, she stays obediently behind. Unlike that pervert who, despite being unable to inflict any harm, still goes to provoke the fish. Just as Helen was mentally criticizing him, on the battlefield ahead, a dozen nearshore frenzied fish had tightly latched onto Chen Hui. They were biting at his arms, thighs, and even his backside. 156, 159, 143. With Chen Hui's 10 damage reduction from immovable as a mountain and the high dual resistances from his full constitution, these level 15 fierce creatures, which could instantly kill ordinary players, biting Chen Hui felt like toothless old ladies gnawing on a baguette, barely inflicting half of their usual damage. Chen Hui's horrifying health bar of 5,750 points only dropped imperceptibly. Is that all? Despite being covered in fish bites, Chen Hui felt no pain at all, and instead comfortably twisted his neck. Haven't you eaten? Put some more effort into it, brothers. In the next moment, the SS-level talent master of thorns was determined, crashing down like the scythe of death. 30% of Chen Hui's current maximum health. Ignoring armor. Ignoring resistances. The highest level judgment. Boom. A dozen nearshore frenzied fish that had tightly bitten Chen Hui suddenly exploded with a shocking red number above their heads. 1725 true damage. 1725 true damage. 1725 true damage. The frenzied fish that had been wildly shaking their heads suddenly stiffened. Their bulging dead fish eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Level 15 monsters with 2,990 hit points had their health bars evaporate by more than half just from one bite on Chen Hui. And that was not the end. With the activation of the counterattack, the effect of pain conversion was triggered. 10% of the counterattack value was directly converted into healing. Moreover, the suffocation damage from the deep sea environment was also fully converted into healing by Chen Hui's abnormal attributes. Whoosh! Chen Hui, who had initially lost a bit of health, was instantly back to full. Not only that, but due to the incredibly high frequency and dense values of healing, he appeared like a bright green searchlight lit up in the deep sea. A dazzling green light was erupting from his body, growing brighter and brighter. 172, 172, 172. The countless green healing numbers even illuminated the surrounding dark waters with a green hue. What? What is this? Helen instantly turned to stone from afar. She stared wide-eyed, forgetting to breathe, pointing at the figure engulfed in bright green light, ahead, her voice trembling like a quail shivering in the cold wind. What did he do? How did those fish suddenly get so close to death? He hasn't even fought back. Helen felt as if the deep-sea worldview she had built over 100 years was crushed to pieces by a dump truck. Just as Helen was questioning the nature of fish life, Duo Yin, next to her, pulled out a pair of modern stylish black sunglasses from somewhere and skillfully perched them on her petite nose. She even thoughtfully offered a pair to Helen. Don't worry, mermaid sister. Duo Yin adjusted her sunglasses to shield her eyes from the blinding green light, calmly reassuring her with a tone that conveyed, just get used to it. Gods have always been like this, you just get used to it. Used to it. Is this something one can get used to? Helen helplessly looked around, observing the nearshore frenzied fish that were being painfully repelled, and even began to retreat madly. She glanced at the perverted human, chasing the fish for bites. Am I really the only fish who feels something is off? Helen frantically tugged at her red hair. Suddenly Helen seemed to think of something, sharply turning her head to look at Dian, who was wearing sunglasses, her eyes filled with naive foolishness and deep confusion. Wait. He can easily farm monsters alone, and looking at this situation, he doesn't need any support or damage at all. Helen scrutinized Duo Yin. Then why is he bringing you along? Duo Yin rolled her eyes at Helen over her sunglasses, shaking her head, like a little adult, her tone filled with a sense of worldly wisdom. Sigh, mermaid sister, I see you really don't understand anything. Understand? Helen was taken aback. Her priestly brain began to race. Her gaze darted between the petite and adorable Duo Yin in her school swimsuit and the extremely perverted Chen Hui in the distance. Suddenly Helen inhaled sharply. Her mind formed an extremely bold, yet logical guess. Could it be? Helen lowered her voice, her eyes sparkling with a mix of gossip and shock. He has a thing for lolas. It must be. This perverted human not only enjoys being bitten by fish, but also likes to have a little loli beside him as a vase to look at. With this thought, Helen looked at Duo Yin with a newfound gaze filled with sympathy and pity. She couldn't help but exclaim, Sai, you have it tough, don't you? But seeing how strong he is, he must be very generous to spend money to keep you around. However, to her surprise, Duo Yin decisively shook her head. He hasn't spent any money on you. Helen was taken aback, and her sense of justice immediately surged. Could it be? He's not just a pervert, but also a stingy miser. Trying to get you for free. That's too much. He's simply a disgrace to our deep sea. Oh no, a disgrace to humanity. Helen's heart surged with waves of indignation, and she was already prepared to wave her staff and uphold justice. However, what Duo Yin said next was like a nuclear bomb that exploded in Helen's mind. Duo Yin adjusted her sunglasses, a proud and wealthy smile appearing at the corner of her mouth as she stated confidently. It's not that he spends money on me. It's that I'm quite willing to spend money on him. The expression on the high priest's face completely froze. Her mouth opened in shock as her staff fell with a thud into the sandy bottom of the sea. Has the patron-client relationship among humans evolved to such an absurd degree now?